Chapter 141. Su Xiaokai nodded in response, and first went to the garden behind the factory to take a look. At first, it was overgrown with weeds, but now there is a fence at a distance from the factory. There are 2 sheep, 2 cows, and 2 deer. There are several fruit trees in the middle of the garden for the animals to cool down. It is very primitive. Many inspirations flashed through Su Xiaocai's mind, and she had some ideas for the farming game. By Fu, the animals on this land are managed by workers. If they are well raised, they can share the meat. There is a table to plan what to do every day. Workers are also willing to do this kind of work. Feeding is a very stress-relieving thing, especially the cleaning work is done by a dedicated person. They just feed and water the animals, comb their hair, and sprinkle some grass seeds when they have time. The work is not heavy. But you can't raise too many animals. It's too difficult to take care of them. And you need a certificate. If you control the number of heads, you don't need to apply. Really good. The people in this factory will never say that they are reluctant to eat the original ecological meat because they have cultivated feelings for it. They are warriors, and have no objection to slaughtering animals and eating meat. The 2 sheep came over happily when they saw someone coming, and they were obviously very friendly. Poor 2 sheep, is it better to braise or roast the whole sheep? Bai Fu, my boss really just looks kind. Talking about how to eat them in front of the 2 sheep, Bai Fu felt that she couldn't do it. Then Su Xiaokai entered the factory. Because it had to be put into use immediately, the production line was only for rapid launch, and only focused on quality, and could not guarantee production. After looking at the entire layout, Su Xiaokai changed some of the moving lines. All production lines are modular, and can be disassembled. She added 5 modular production lines. Connect to Artificial Intelligence 03, and correct the production line process on the spot. After reassembling, just simulate and test the software. After Su Xiaokai finished the test, let Wisdom 03 randomly generate data and input the software, which was about 6 times faster. The old professors who followed Su Xiaokai kept watching Su Xiaocai's operation, and they sighed at Su Xiaocai's efficiency. It's worthy of being Teacher Su. The wrinkled old man gave a thumbs up and called a young girl a teacher. Bai Fu twitched her mouth. It was so abstract, especially when these people were all famous scholars. During the test, Bai Fu reported the latest situation. We have one of the alloys, and the price asked by the partner is very high. I am looking for a replacement. I have been looking for several days, but I can't find a replacement. Either the transportation distance is long, or the price is exorbitant. Through investigation, these 2 partners are the most cost-effective, but it is still much higher than expected. Alloys are not something that everyone can make. Some companies will pass off inferior products as good ones, so you can't just pick them randomly. Let me take a look. Su Xiaokai took the document and looked at the alloy requirements. She smiled and said, "This is unfortunate." Bai Fu didn't understand. Su Xiaokai told her that she had asked Mr. Hu to auction an alloy production line at the auction where she had a conflict with Bai Ling. Secretary Bai had already taken a picture of it. At that time, she also gave a modification plan. I don't know if it was done. I didn't expect it to come up so quickly. Bai Fu was amazed at Su Xiaocai's foresight. And Su Xiaokai made it purely for the simulation cabin, but the mechanical limb came out in advance. All the previous calculations were disrupted. She not only had 1 company, but she might have 2 or 3 more in the future. Wait a minute. Su Xiaokai stared at the data constantly simulated by Wisdom 03, tapped her finger on the communicator, and called Secretary Bai. After the other end was connected, Su Xiaokai spoke, her voice like sugar, "Hello, Grandpa Bai. Hey Xiaokai, do you have something to talk to me about?" "Yes, I have business for Uncle Hu." "Secretary Bai, then why are you calling me?" "Need I ask?" "Uncle Hu doesn't know as much as you do." Su Xiaokai flattered him directly. "You are the one who can do this. Didn't you win a production line at the auction last time? Have you finished the modification?" Boss who has many businesses, but Secretary Bai remembered them very well. "It has been modified, but it has not been put into use yet." "Is your project about to start? Simulation cabin production line?" "No, have you heard about the new mechanical limbs recently released by the military?" Su Xiaokai smiled sweetly. "Is Su Xiaokai so close to the military?" Secretary Bai's tone became serious. "You contracted the production?" "I didn't contract it, it was originally mine." Secretary Bai paused, glanced at Mr. Hu was chatting with customers in the office. "You hid it." "Forget it, you don't bother to hide it." Su Xiaokai smiled and said, "Look, I came to you as soon as I had a clue." Secretary Bai said, "Business. Selling alloys is not profitable. Contract the parts to me." Su Xiaokai, you have a mind. Selling alloys will definitely make money. We want to make money from parts. Secretary Bai was just testing whether Su Xiaokai could give up the outsourced parts. Parts are more difficult to replace, so Secretary Bai certainly wants to have a long-term cooperation. How about we meet and talk? I can't give you a definite answer here, so we need to study the price. Making parts is like being tied to the same boat, and they won't be easily replaced. Su Xiaokai tapped the table with his finger, and it was not a problem to give the right to produce parts. Boss who is a miner, and his price is cheaper than many mineral acquisitions, but the price must be set. Mechanical limbs don't make much money, and technically, it's more troublesome than making mechas, with too many delicate parts and confidentiality devices. Send someone to talk to our factory director. Su Xiaokai didn't want to come in person. If they couldn't reach an agreement, it would hurt their feelings. Wait, Secretary Bai is Bai Fu's elder, Grandpa Bai, don't come in person, you are too old, our factory director is Bai Fu. Secretary Bai laughed, then I have to come in person, I haven't seen the younger generation for a long time. The laughter from the communicator was too loud. Bai Fu heard who it was, and said helplessly, you really gave me a big problem. Next, you can work it out by yourselves. Mr. Hu is a mine, so don't be polite to lower the price. There is a large demand for mechanical limbs, and outsourcing parts is also beneficial, which can increase productivity. Su Xiaokai helped the factory optimize the production line, and took 5 trainees on a tour before leaving. She spent most of the day, and seemed to have done nothing. The old guys learned a lot. Ziz's Hata asked Su Xiaokai to take them out more often to see the world. Su Xiaokai felt like a junior who took the elders out for a trip. In the evening, Bai Fu told Su Xiaokai that the parts supply had been settled. The parts from the Hu family were cheaper than those made by themselves, and there was a factory on the capital star, so transportation was more convenient. Su Xiaokai solved the big problem as soon as she arrived, which was much more useful than her brother. The mechanical limb factory had good news, and Su Xiaokai felt relieved and wanted to go to bed. The account received another message asking for help, and Zia Wanzi told her that there was another video evidence delivered to her door. Since a large game company went bankrupt, the mercenaries who committed criminal cases were also sent to the execution ground. Wu Ai Zhongzai's private messages were filled with a lot of such messages asking for help. The most common one was Xue Hui's complaint letter. One of the characters that Su Xiaokai has announced to the public is that she is an enemy of Xue Hui. So people who have suffered losses from Xue Hui have complained in her private messages or provided evidence. The evidence chain of these people is often incomplete, and it is difficult to successfully sue Xue Hui. However, the latest letter has completed this chain of evidence. This is provided by Luo Lianliang, who is a family with a grandfather with a broken arm. The gangster who harassed Luo Lianliang's family is not a bad person. He harassed and threatened the Luo family before because he wanted the Luo family to move away. The grandfather of the Luo family had done him a favor. He had thought of protecting the Luo family in his own way. Later, when he got this evidence, he knew that Luo Lianliang's chance to turn things around had come. This was a video and recording, as well as a forged gambling document. The gangster had never gambled with the Luo family. He was collecting debts for others. But he had no idea who was behind the scenes, so he pretended to be a bad guy to investigate. These things were given to him by a former nanny of the Xue family, and the person close to the gangster taught him how to operate. The gangster didn't understand this, so he handed it over to Luo Lianliang. Luo Lianliang said, I know you are looking for me, and I also know that you asked someone to get close to that person. Please, I hope you can help us. I have some evidence of people being bullied. I have learned that it cannot be submitted to the court as evidence. But if there is a need for witnesses, we are willing to appear in court. Luo Lianliang thought he couldn't defeat Xue Hui, so he handed it over to Su Xiaokai, hoping that Su Xiaokai could redress his grievances. He already knew that it was his blind collection of evidence that caused his father's death. He didn't want to do it again, so he could only rely on other powerful people. Okay, you will see the day she goes to jail. Su Xiaokai handed the evidence to Fei. After Fei, who was still working overtime in the middle of the night, got the new evidence. She read it all over despite her sleepiness. The more she read, the more shocked she became. She almost vomited. Is this a human? This is a devil. He tortured a person like that, and still stood by and watched. Even if she did nothing, she could not escape the charge, because the forged IOU and the money paid back by the Luo family, after several rounds of circulation, still fell into Xue Hui's pocket, suspected of extortion. In the early hours of the morning, before the second round of team competitions began, A speech by Su Xiaokai in the New World classroom the day before yesterday was quietly put on the hot search. In less than a few minutes, it caused an uproar. Su Xiaocai's remarks against Xue Hui were taken out of context, saying that Su Xiaokai manipulated the backstage and affected the players' scores. Everyone likes to watch the game to kill time, and there are still people watching in the early hours of the morning, which caused the hot search to soar. Mei Lan was pushed up by her family in the middle of the night, and she was almost angry to death when she saw the video. Looking at the location of the video, he knew clearly that it was taken by Xue Hui. He had good intentions, but ended up doing something bad again. I didn't expect Xue Hui to make trouble at this time. No wonder Su Xiaokai wanted to kill her. Fire and water don't mix, and the two wanted each other to die. Xue Hui chose to post it at this time because she wanted the organizing committee to intervene, stop the Fifandeo company's competition, and let Su Xiaokai be questioned by the organizing committee and law enforcement agencies. Su Xiaokai also woke up at 3 o'clock in the morning with Xia Wanzi's attentive service. Yu Haiming asked Su Xiaokai if she needed public relations treatment. No, let it ferment for a while. At 4 o'clock in the morning, someone was outside the door, claiming to be from the organizing committee. After the security guard saw their work permits, he notified Su Xiaokai and let them in. These people walked quickly into Fifan Island's office, and the leader ordered the people behind him, "Move all their servers here, we need to check." There was no one at the front desk, and the servers were not in the office. There were only a dozen people on duty in the office, and they didn't look panicked. Yu Haiming walked out of the office with big strides and stopped them. "Who are you? Who called you here?" "We are from the organizing committee. You are suspected of falsifying data and unfairly competing against others. We are here to take over the competition system." Yu Haiming looked them up and down, then put on a headset. "Bodyguards, go in and catch them." If they were people from the organizing committee, they would have known that the server was not in the office building. All bodyguards come in. These people look super strong and powerful, but in fact they are not strong enough for 2 bodyguards to fight. In less than half a minute, they were all knocked down and tied up. "What do you want to do?" "We are members of the organizing committee." "Do you dare?" "Even if you are members of the organizing committee, it is not your turn to take over the new world. You have no skills and only talk big. You are all strong-limbed but simple-minded people." Yu Haiming rolled his eyes. "At least bring a scholar to take over. They are all brainless people. Can they understand the source code of the new world?" At 9 o'clock in the morning, the competition went on as usual. The vegetable farmers were very worried that Su Xiaocai's reputation would be damaged, but Su Xiaokai asked them to compete first and watch the fun after the competition. Seeing that she was confident, the vegetable farmers thought that Su Xiaokai would not be holding back a big move again. She was not holding back a big move, and she was operating normally. When the military students heard that Su Xiaokai would be suspended for a day today, they all came to express their opinions. "Teacher Su, do you need any help? We all know who you are. You are so busy all day long, and you don't need to use despicable means to target people." Yes, these old men all know Su Xiaokai very well. It is difficult for ordinary things to make her angry, and she rarely gets angry when she scolds people. In terms of knowledge, she is selfless and unparalleled. They don't believe that Su Xiaokai would do something special behind the scenes. Admiral Bai was told not to bother, and let the incident escalate. At noon, more people left messages, asking why Su Xiaokai didn't refute it, whether she was guilty, or whether she didn't dare to admit it. She manipulated the farmers in secret, so why didn't the police arrest her yet? A group of people quickly gathered in front of Fifandeo Company. They were old and young, and all looked angry. "We should seek justice, and we cannot let a student influence the fair competition. Open the door, you dare to do it but not take responsibility. You think you are great just because you have high technology. I have been annoyed with you for a long time. You are always being mysterious. Isn't it just a company opened by a student? If she doesn't open the door, break it for me. Today I will destroy her company and all the servers. Let's see if she dares to do it again." A group of young people took the brunt of the attack, holding knives, iron rods, and other weapons, and smashed the door fiercely. The clang 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 sound is frightening. If you don't explain the matter clearly today, and tell me why you are targeting my goddess Xue, you will have a hard time. You bully the good and fear the evil, and today we will enforce justice on behalf of heaven. No one responded inside, and the leader winked. "Build a ladder and climb the wall." Seeing one person succeed, the others followed. After climbing over the wall. Ouch! Fuck! Aw, stop it, stop it! Punches hit flesh, screams came, and then there was no sound. The people outside the door dared not move. The leader entered the wall, and there was no follow-up. They looked left and right. Call the police. People went in and out. Why don't you call the police? The people around kept shouting to call the police, but no one dared to call the police. To call the police, you need to prove your identity. Whoever calls the police has to go through several procedures to register. The first thing they questioned was the person who called the police. Why did they call the police? Did they say that a brother followed them to make trouble? Then the brother trespassed into someone else's territory, and his life and death were in danger? Finally, an eliminated contestant called the police. He thought the competition on Fiefin Island was unfair, and that he was not strong enough to be eliminated in the first round. He lost and thought it was due to the shady manipulation of Fiefin Island. As soon as he called the police, and the call was transferred to the nearby police station, they sent a message saying, "We have sent people to the police station. Fiefin Island has already called the police. You must be at Fiefin Island. There are more than a dozen of our colleagues there. I will forward the message to them, and let them handle it for you." At this moment, everyone was dumbfounded. What? More than a dozen policemen are inside Fiefin Island? Doesn't that mean their every move is under the eyes of the police? In any case, their violent behavior is the wrong way to vent their anger. Although the gate of Fiefin Island was not damaged, the damage was real. They can't deny it. If Fiefin Island wants to change the gate because of this, they looked up at the gate, which is worth at least 100,000 yuan, and they will share it. I can't afford it. Is it too late to sneak away now? The gate slid open quietly, and several policemen stood inside the gate. Their eyes were scary, and 2 of the policemen were detaining 5 suspects who were climbing the wall. The drones overhead recorded their crimes. Some people retreated secretly, and a policeman spoke first, slowly saying, "You better stay where you are. If you escape, we will find your residence through facial recognition." No one dared to move. After a while, someone said, "You police must be in cahoots with Fiefin Island. What does it mean to be in cahoots with others? Have you studied Chinese? Are you free? You don't look like contestants. The contestants aren't anxious, so why are you so anxious?" The person who said this was Fanchi. It's not that Fiefin Island won't give an explanation, but it will sue Shuehui. Do you understand the process of suing people? You have to file a case first. It's only trending in the early morning. Who instructed you to come to us so quickly? The scene was extremely quiet. I didn't dare to leave, and I couldn't refute it. You said no one instructed me? The protest organized by the boss is true. We just want fairness. The eliminated contestant, who called the police, yelled. That's right. We just ask for a reasonable explanation. The booing became louder and louder. Do you think we should explain it to you in a nice way? It would be better to make the code and technology public to prove that Fiefin Island has no shady operations. Fanchi thought they were ridiculous. So what if we make the technology public? Can you get the bonus? The beneficiaries are not all the giants behind you. You will only become leaks in the end, and you will be cut again and again. Chapter 142. Technology is in the hands of Fiefin Island. At least it won't be too harsh. Try to meet the needs of the people, and make the company profitable. For other companies, they will be slaughtered like pigs, bleeding, removing internal organs, skinning and bones, and ensure that every penny that can be scraped is scraped clean. Fanchi didn't say anything to them. The police pointed at them and registered their identities. After that, they were dejected and went to the police station to record their statements. The spectators were scared to death, so stay away next time. Deliberately destroying other people's property, making trouble for 5 minutes, losing half a month's salary, losing money. The organizers did not expect Su Shaokai to call the police. He was a die-hard fan of Shuehui, and one of the fan leaders. When Shuehui cried in front of him, he got angry. He did not regret what he did, but only regretted not hurting Su Shaokai. The internet spectators thought they were hilarious. They seemed to have amnesia, and completely ignored the existence of the supervisors. With so many respected professors supervising in the company, Su Shaokai would not dare to cheat even if he had 10 guts. I don't know what these people think. Su Shaokai is too famous now, so it is not appropriate for her to go to the police station. So she simply asked Fei to come over and report the case to the police directly. The police came early in the morning to deal with those malicious organizing committee members. After interrogation, those organizing committee members did belong to the organizing committee, but they were just marginal figures. There was a person named E who usually made great efforts and gave them orders. The position of the person named E was a little higher than theirs, so they came to please the E family. There was almost no need for interrogation later. The police reported it in the morning, and the person was dismissed in the afternoon. The organizing committee wanted to make a big deal out of a small matter. The Yi surnamed person was fired and apologized, saying that he was not rigorous enough and recruited someone with ulterior motives to join the organizing committee. In order to clear himself from the matter, Mr. Yi even called to say that the matter had nothing to do with the Yi family or the organizing committee, and that the Yi surnamed person acted on his own initiative. Why did he act on his own initiative? Of course, he was asked by Xue Hui. But Mr. Yi was not that stupid, and he would never reveal the trouble caused by his granddaughter. He told Su Shaokai that the Yi surnamed person was just a branch of the Yi family branch, and the relationship was very distant. He didn't even know there was such a person in the organizing committee. Old Yi himself found it hard to convince people with these words. The Yi people were introduced to the organizing committee by acquaintances. It was nonsense to say that there was no relationship with Old Yi. Therefore, Old Yi only publicly expressed his support for Su Shaokai and did not explain much. The organizing committee will wait for the follow-up investigation and will not intervene. If Xue Hui succeeds in the lawsuit, they will add insult to injury and let the family behind them divide up the huge wealth. If the balance of victory is obviously on Su Xiaocai's side, they will keep their mouths shut and hang high. After talking to Su Shaokai for a few words, Old Yi turned around and called the head of the Yi family to scold him. Hurry up and go to the Xue family to find out what's going on with Hui. Why is she targeting Su Shaokai for no reason? Even if she wants to target her, it's not now. Are you crazy? The head of the Yi family. Things have happened. Although some clips were captured in the video, Su Xiaocai's point of view is very clear. She will definitely be an enemy of Hui. Why don't we use her own trick against you? Have you lost your mind after being tricked by the mistress? If Su Shaokai is easy to deal with, she can be eliminated by using her own trick against her. It must not be someone related to the Yi family who does it. Do you understand? Now, immediately, stop Xue Hui's adopted daughter from escalating the situation. Old Yi almost yelled. He thought that this storm would soon be quelled by his intervention, but it was far more than that. He could never have imagined that Su Shaokai would take advantage of this opportunity to completely bring down Xue Hui. Fei, who had been promoted to a full-time employee, officially sued Xue Hui on behalf of the victim. Since the victim and the suspect in the case are both adults, some details can be made public. Su Shaokai used her own account to forward Fei's notice of prosecution, which listed countless crimes that Xue Hui had committed. There are also 2 videos that the victims wanted Su Shaokai to help make public. There are a total of 3 public collection videos. The first video, 5 victims hold up their ID cards and report Xue Hui's bullying in their real names. They all had their injuries checked and have injury certificates from the hospital. When they talked about their bullying experiences, almost everyone didn't know how they offended her. One person once asked someone with connections, and the funny thing was that it was just because of a sentence. There are many boys around Xue Hui. Isn't she afraid that Ji Hung will misunderstand? Xue Hui heard this sentence. 2 of them couldn't control their emotions and cried. The mental blow Xue Hui inflicted on them still exists, and the shadow cannot be erased. The 2 crying people are still unable to enter the society normally. They are afraid of crowds. Whenever they see a group of people passing by, they always see hallucinations and see the lackeys behind Xue Hui. Xue Hui never bullies people herself, and the leaders of the school where she used to study also protect Xue Hui, so they cannot get surveillance evidence to sue her. Even so, they tried their best and still found some evidence outside the school. The reason why she has endured until now is that there is finally a public figure who is willing to help and collect evidence to prosecute her. The second video. It is a recording of these victims looking for evidence everywhere. Some people even risked their lives to enter the bar to eavesdrop on the conversation between Xue Hui and her friends. Every word is vicious and heartbreaking. Without a strong mentality, I don't know how the person involved recorded this audio. The third video. Yi Suelu abused a person wearing a nanny's clothes. The nanny was covered with scars and looked terrified. Xue Hui was watching from the side, sitting on a stool, saying don't do this, and yelling at Yi Suelu not to do this again, but her expression was about to cry. If it weren't for the video angle, it would be impossible to capture her sneer. She was not restrained the whole time, and anyone could tell she was fake just yelling. In the second and third videos, everyone's eyes were blurred, and the videos were not altered except for the blurring to cover up the truth. In the 3 videos, every victim was helpless, so helpless that it made people want to cry. Xue family is so powerful, can they bully others like this? The evidence given to Su Shaokai was collected by dozens of severely victimized male and female students after graduation, but they were too weak to compete with Xue family lawyers. After learning that Su Shaokai also hated Xue Hui, They entrusted Su Xiaokai to help and asked lawyers to sue her. Su Xiaokai said in the comment area, "I know that your Shui family is powerful. Maybe the video has been tampered before it goes to court. But the original video is in my hands. If you have the ability, come and challenge it." One sentence can also stir up 1,000 waves. The Shui family has this technology, but it doesn't mean that they can cover up many crimes. No, they have to watch all the videos first, then record them, and then save them separately. Save the entire galaxy, and ask the master behind you whether he can delete and modify them all. Is Shuehui really so hateful? She looks so innocent. Will Su Xiaokai wrongly accuse someone? Didn't you see it? 5 witnesses willing to go to court, and the brain circuit of throwing money is very strange. The Shui family does so many good deeds every year. I really don't want the Shui family to get into trouble. I like their mechas. If something goes wrong, will the mecha technology regress 20 years? Do you really think that Shui's technology is irreplaceable? Even if it is irreplaceable, it is the talents of Shui's enterprises that are irreplaceable. How much does it have to do with Shui's family? They are suing Shuehui. Shuehui committed a crime. Can she represent the Shui family? Besides, Shuehui is just an adopted daughter. The adopted daughter's bloodline is problematic. Ji's mother, who went to Su's planet, wore a vest and trousers and gossiped with the ants under the tree. The ant pulled her to watch the latest update of Su Xiaocai's attack on Shuehui. Is this the snake you mentioned? You didn't have good taste before. If you wanted to find a wife, you had to find someone like our Kai Kai, who is sweet-mouthed and filial. With so many eyes watching us, she has no flaws except that she is a little naughty. She makes a lot of money, and can grow vegetables. The old men looked at these ants sideways. They didn't say that before. They all said that if you marry Su Xiaokai, you will be a bad mother-in-law. She is naughty, and unwilling to study. She also instigates the children in the whole village to play with the simulated simple mecha cabin. How can the children in the village be as rich as her? Blah blah blah. In short, Su Xiaokai has no advantages. Some time ago, they skipped so many steps and went to military training. They gossiped that it was difficult for them to integrate into society, and they didn't know what the future would be like. Now that they have truly become leaders with their own strength, they are afraid that others will know about their past remarks and start to make up for it. Ji's mother was so happy that she almost jumped up, but in front of her aunt, she maintained her elegant personality and admitted openly, "Yes, I didn't have a good vision before, but I was too pampered and spoiled by my husband and son." The servant beside her promptly handed her a bottle of coconut water to moisten her throat. The ants gnashed their teeth and complained that she had a good family. Ji's mother's sense of superiority rose. But she couldn't lose the ants, the source of happiness, so she generously shared the coconut water. The Su's farm is not a tropical area. There are few coconut trees, and there is coconut water in the supermarket, but who would complain about free things? The ants happily accepted Ji's mother's reconciliation and continued to chat with her about all kinds of gossip they heard from others, while also paying attention to Shuehui's news on the shore. The case was filed and the prosecution was completed, and Shuehui became a suspect. However, she was not prosecuted as a murderer, but for campus violence, the underworld outside the school, and the pain that the victim could not forget until now. The prosecution is different from the lawyer's letter. The lawyer's letter is at most a warning. As long as the prosecution is not withdrawn, it must go to court. In the evening, Ji Li came to her laboratory to see the turtle. The police were still guarding outside the laboratory. He whispered to Su Xiaokai, if she is not imprisoned for murder, she will easily escape. He knew a little bit about the ways of the rich. If it wasn't a serious crime, he might only have to serve a few years in prison, and then be suspended for a year or two, which would just be a bad debt on his resume. Su Xiaokai fiddled with the turtle, put it in the water, and watched it crawl onto the sand repeatedly. Don't worry, I know. It's still a long time before going to court, and why do you think I'm dragging it on? Of course, I want to prepare for a rainy day. Some ropes need to be let out longer to catch things. There hasn't been much progress in the news from Xiangqian recently, but he learned one thing, and reported it. Shuehui and she, that is, the original Yu Li, came from the same orphanage. Shuehui, like Yu Haiming, is a relative of Yu Li. Yu Haiming is a cousin, and Shuehui is a cousin, the daughter of Yu Li's mother's cousin. The blood relationship is not very close, but they are still considered relatives. Su Xiaokai thought it was absurd, but not strange. Shuehui once looked at her with a complicated look, as if she was looking at an acquaintance. It is conceivable that Yu Li. In the previous life, it is very likely that she had a relationship with Shuehui. What kind of relationship could allow a very talented adopted daughter and an ungrateful person With a poor upbringing to become acquaintances? Of course they were relatives. So what if they were relatives? Even if she was her biological sister, Su Xiaokai would still be killed. Xiang Qian didn't know about this matter. He got it from the two investigators, or the investigators might have leaked the information deliberately. The Xue family originally wanted to adopt a younger child, that is, someone of Yu Li's age at the time. Later, because Xue Hui was extremely intelligent and well-behaved, the Xue family adopted her. Afterwards, Yu Li was thrown to the garbage planet. And Su Xiaokai finally remembered the image that appeared in her mind when she first crossed over. A girl said she wanted to replace her. This person should be Xue Hui. It's a replacement. Su Xiaokai doesn't think it's a big deal. But it must not be Xue Hui who threw people to the garbage planet. She had to act well-behaved in front of Xue's parents. How could she get rid of so many people and kill Yu Li under the watchful eyes of Xue's family? The answer is, there is someone else. From this, Su Xiaokai established a second set of conjectures. Xue Hui, as Ji Li thought, was not reborn. She was a chess piece from the beginning, a chess piece that thought she was reborn. Perhaps when she was a child, she was influenced by some supernatural power, or she herself had this potential supernatural power, and saw a certain line in the future, and regarded this line as her previous life. Then what is the point of letting Xue Hui play the role of Xue's daughter? Su Xiaokai drew a mind map 2 days ago, erasing Xue Hui and replacing her with Yu Li. Yu Li's IQ is very good. According to Xue Hui's method of replacing her, Yu Li should become a mecha designer. This mecha designer will have great achievements in the future, and may become something, or a key point in fate. So someone killed Yu Li and used reborn Xue Hui to fill this point, so that the future will go the way the planner wants to go. Reborn Xue Hui. Why she is so resentful towards her is also explained. As relatives from the previous life, it is inevitable to make comparisons when they meet. In contrast, I live like a piece of trash, while Yu Li is the daughter of the Xue family. Her knowledge, status, family, and even her husband are better than mine. How can I not be jealous? Since I am reborn, I will naturally take everything away. Then the filling plan will be smoother. Of course, the middle part is just guesswork, but it is enough to complete the filling in the end. And the person who wants to kill Yu Li, or the organization, must know the future. After Su Xiaokai had contact with many superpowers, she finally understood that some superpowers cannot be judged by common sense. Even worse, it is not a superpower, but a bugman. The chess piece that has been laid out with great effort must not be easily abandoned. Ji Li, aren't you afraid that she will come back? She will die without a burial place, and it will not dirty my hands. Su Xiaokai stopped tossing the turtle. I won't tell you the details, you have a good brain. Guess it yourself. Ji Li knew that his worries were unnecessary, and he just went with the flow, as long as Su Xiaokai was confident. Don't bother the turtles, I feed them. Su Xiaokai rolled her eyes. I've raised them to be plump and healthy, and you're still complaining about them? Ji Li, if they were really plump and healthy, that's not called healthy, that's called posthumous giants. Su Xiaokai, you're a professional at arguing, I can't argue with you. Ji Li, He was telling the truth. Fei Yi's lawsuit directly hit the hearts of many ordinary people. How old were these girls in the video at the time? Some of them had even been abused. After the victims of bullying came forward, many of them felt that their works were stolen, and they could not appeal. They also expressed their grievances in the comments section of Su Xiaokai. I don't know Xue Hui, and we are not in the same school, but I once had a few design drawings that I had drawn and kept at home, but I don't know why they appeared in Xue Hui's entry. I can't understand it, so I really want the police to help ask what's going on, please. Me too, although the mecha designs are similar, how can I not make fun of the works I submitted for the competition? I worked hard for 3 months and discussed the work with my tutor over and over again. The organizing committee judged me for plagiarism, and actually judged me for plagiarism, while the real plagiarist got extra points in the exam and entered the military training. Me too, one of my safety cabin technologies was also stolen by Xue Hui, the plagiarist. How should I put it? Although it's a bit of hindsight, when I started to draw a design, Xue Hui came up with the mecha style I drew. At that time, I felt like a bolt from the blue, but I also felt that Xue Hui was indeed a genius, so I followed her and became a fan. As a result, so many people in the comment section came out to claim that their works were stolen, and I really didn't know whether I was following a human or a ghost. Let's cancel my fan status first, and wait for the results of the investigation to come out. There were many similar remarks in the comment section, and at this time, everyone knew that it was not a coincidence. When all the evidence was focused together, Everyone knew what was going on. Su Shaokai warned the commenters in the comment section that some things really happened, so to speak. Some of them are just making up stories to add insult to injury. There is no need to do so. The police may question them as one of the victims. Just won the case, and a new round of lawsuits was filed. In the private messages and comment area, some people really think that Su Shaokai is a person who upholds justice or a victim. They told her that they were wronged and hoped that she could also pay for a lawyer to help them. Su Shaokai was so embarrassed by these people that she could only issue a new announcement. If you want to sue others and find a lawyer, please contact Lawyer Zhang. If you have a grievance, please contact the police. Except for Xue Hui's complaint letter, she did not accept any. Don't take her as a teacher of justice. Chapter 143. Ms. Xue is in big trouble this time, and my Kaibao has finally taken action. Those who said that Kai should be suspended and investigated come and see. Why did Kai target the Xue? This is the evidence. You have caused public outrage. Su Shaokai has a reason to target you. Instead of reflecting on yourself, you spread the news that Su Shaokai is suspected of cheating. If she really cheated, how could the professors who stayed in the Fifen Island office building not know about it? Yes, I checked. The academic level of those professors is real. Over the years, they have a good reputation. There are several graduate students who have delayed graduation. They all say that these professors did not delay graduation on purpose, but their graduation results were indeed not good enough. If there were only 1 or 2 people bullying, there might be deception, but with so many people reporting with their real names and so many videos of evidence released at once, it's normal for Miss Xue to be disliked. I was just passing by and watching the show. When Su Shaokai herself was being bullied, I thought it was unlikely. She has achieved a lot. Why would she be unhappy with her classmates for no reason? I'm a small internet celebrity. I used to be able to beg for food online. Just because I said something bad about Xue, it wasn't a bad word, it was a fair word. I'm an honest person, and do manual labor to survive on a remote planet. Screenshot as evidence. The screenshot shows the internet celebrity's doubts about Xue Hui's design drafts. The design style has changed too much. Different periods have different styles, but the works must have traces of the style of the same author, so he thinks Xue Hui's academic qualifications are questionable. After that, he was fired by a company for no reason, and had to go back to his hometown to help others raise fish and farm. It was hard work. God just said that Xue's knowledge is questionable. You have doubts, and you have to provide evidence. You are targeted by Xue, it's not unfair. It's all fate. It's a bad fate. Xue and Su were unhappy from the beginning. There are still many people who support Xue now, and think that their genius goddess can't do evil things. Wait for the results of the investigation. With so many incidents combined, Xue Hui can't participate in the competition. Not necessarily. If she is not convicted of a crime, she can still participate in the competition. But she only participated in the team competition. I only saw her play once. I saw the time you mentioned. She stood aside the whole time, and didn't do anything. I saw it too, I'm embarrassed to say anything about her, arrogant, cold-faced, like my boss face, too arrogant. Xue Hui, who was planning to cause some trouble for Su Shaokai, was completely defeated and paid a heavy price for it. Her reputation plummeted, and a large number of fans quit and abused her viciously below. How much they liked her before, how much they hate her now. Only those brainless fans and die-hard fans firmly supported Xue Hui's comment area, so that it would not fall completely. Perlin was helpless. Su Shaokai didn't look like someone who was obviously resentful. Perlin didn't go into the laboratory. He didn't dare to go in. The imposing security guards strictly controlled the entry and exit of outsiders like them. There must be great technology in the laboratory. If any news leaked out, it would be bad for him. When Su Shaokai came out, Perlin said, "I take your statement. I don't know how many times you've encountered this. Wouldn't it be better to have less trouble?" Su Shaokai retorted, "Wouldn't it be better if you were more efficient at work?" Speaking of work efficiency, Perlin was angry and wanted to quit. With limited manpower, he couldn't always ask colleagues in the team to help investigate every day. He found out that the vice president of Junior College had colluded with several big businessmen and planned to send interns to work illegally there. There were also corruption, a series of mental control on students, and so on. There were so many charges that he dared not announce them to the outside world. The main reason was that the vice president was unwilling to speak up and let them convict him. They convicted him of whatever they found. He was unyielding and very skilled in pretending to be bad. As time goes by, he is about to become Su Xiaocai's exclusive policeman, responsible for all her affairs. What is a bad fate? This is a bad fate. The little ancestor is like his father. You shouldn't post it online like this. If the content is not true, you will be in trouble. Perlin naturally knew that Su Xiaocai was a technical expert, but after the last fake video incident, their authenticity and trust in the video were greatly reduced. If you don't upgrade your artificial intelligence and can't find anything unusual, don't question my professionalism. Su Xiaocai had a lot of questions about the previous identification of the video as real. The video was not given to her, and Wisdom 03 for identification, so she couldn't tell whether there was no trace at all. How to prevent it is also a technical problem. Let's get started, don't waste my time. Perlin took a deep breath, and his questioning was very detailed, even talking about the grudge between Su Xiaocai and Xuehui. Su Xiaocai told him how the grudge came about. It was a very ordinary beginning, and it could even be said that there was no solution, because one party took the initiative to target him. That is to say, Xuehui took the initiative to provoke you. Have you seen it before? If you have, do I still wonder why she hates me? At first, I thought she was afraid that I would steal her man. You haven't? Ji Hung is already in your hands, but this kind of stealing. Wei is the first time that Perlin has seen it, and it is absolutely impossible to snatch him back. Later, I felt that she seemed to have supernatural powers and could predict some things. Su Xiaocai said that Xuehui had been persistent and provocative on certain things many times. She seems to have a strong obsession with me. After the interrogation, Perrin leaned back in his chair, his expression vicissitudes. His subordinates were in police uniforms and remained silent. Their team also sent people to investigate Xuehui and analyzed her from the perspective of superpowers. Besides this, there is nothing else, but convicting a superpower is a very complicated matter. First, you have to prove that she really has superpowers. Second, how do you judge whether this person, who can predict the future, has infringed on other people's intellectual property rights? It is impossible to judge. Even if you want to judge a person with such superpowers, you can only determine that she has criminal consciousness. I'm afraid that before the verdict, the state will take her to secret detention and then pry open her mouth to see what information can be obtained. According to current observations, the person who saw the future, as speculated by the higher-ups, is more likely to be Su Xiaocai, not Xuehui. The gap in scientific and technological strength is too big. Fortunately, Su Xiaocai can withstand the test, and the professors have also tried it many times under the instruction of the higher-ups. She is like a real hermit, with her own set of logical theories and her own code of conduct. When talking about some technologies that have not been made public, she would be confused. The professors had mentioned these things before, but she didn't understand them at all. Only when they told her the approximate functions and listed the formulas did she understand what they were. After thinking about it, she could extend more ideas. This is not like a reborn person. More like a person with a super brain. The people above dispelled the doubts. Su Xiaocai also explained her special ability here, which is not really a special ability, at most a great talent. She won't get tired, can stay on call for a long time, she can stay awake if she doesn't want to, and it won't affect her sleep if she wants to sleep. It's just an ordinary ability, very suitable in actual combat, and she is a good material for being a soldier. It's a pity that she became a businessman. After Perlin learned about the grudge between Su Xiaocai and Xuehui, he tried to keep a normal mind and be impartial. But Xuehui's behavior is hard to tolerate. It's bad luck to make friends with such a person. Su Xiaocai's words are relatively pertinent, and she didn't exaggerate her experience. She explained the several experiences with Xuehui very clearly. At the police station, Xuehui's confession was different, and it was difficult for her to explain everything. The memory is always a bit confusing. When asked when she started to have conflicts with Su Xiaocai, she first said it was after Isuilu was arrested. Later, after a little hint, she said that Su Xiaocai seduced Ji Hung when she was in contact with Hu Ping. Then she said she couldn't stand Su Xiaocai skipping classes by irregular means. Later, she finally remembered the first time they met. She said Su Xiaocai's eyes were not honest, and she always looked at Ji Hung. Her description of the incident was very subjective, which made the police feel malicious. Afterwards, she didn't want to admit the intentional injury that others accused her of, but she couldn't refute it. The questions raised by the police were very sharp. The interrogation lasted for a day and a night. She was not allowed to drink water during the interrogation. They took turns to interrogate her. She was tortured like a hawk, and her mental breakdown came. She confessed to many crimes, some of which she couldn't remember at all. In the list of people Xue Hui confessed, there were several people who were not prosecuted against her, and they were not in the evidence provided by Su Xiaokai. I checked the background and found that these people were dead. One of them died tragically. He was found in a garbage disposal site. All his internal organs were hollowed out, and his eyeballs were also dug out. The deceased's family also died of illness a few months ago. After careful consideration, Perlin decided to conduct a mental evaluation on Xue Hui to prevent her from using mental illness as an excuse to reduce her sentence. Anyway, the evidence submitted by Su Xiaokai was enough for Xue Hui to go to jail. The only thing missing was what crime to be charged. Intentional injury, insult, provoking disturbances, etc. were all confirmed, and the other charges depended on how the judge sentenced them. Xue Hui was allowed to see a lawyer the day after the interrogation. The suspect could not meet with relatives, so Xue could only entrust a lawyer to go in and see her daughter. The lawyer sat in front of Xue Hui. He was the chief of Xue Feichuan's legal team and had handled several compensation matters related to Xue Hui, all of which were committed when Xue Hui was younger. He knew that the eldest lady was not a kind person and would definitely continue to bully others. She could not have imagined that the harm behind the scenes would be so shocking. The lawyer's glasses reflected Xue Hui's still arrogant demeanor. "When can I be bailed out?" Xue Hui asked. "You can't bail me out," the lawyer said coldly. "Aren't they just some civilians? You can go to mediate. You can go to compensate. You can't bail me out. What's the use of you lawyers?" Xue Hui's legs trembled. Is her life going to be ruined after starting over? You have admitted that you did all these things. How much can our act of mediation help you? Even if we mediate well, and the other lawyer withdraws the lawsuit, you still broke the law. The law enforcement department can't just pretend nothing happened. You will be in jail for a few months at the shortest. Xue Hui's heart tightened. They can't do this. I didn't do it, and I didn't give instructions. The lawyer took a deep breath. Xue Hui actually felt that as long as she didn't do it, her hands wouldn't be dirty. She was naive and scary. The evidence is conclusive. Su Xiaokai and the victims teamed up to hammer you to death from the beginning. Do you think you can get away? Xue Hui's life is over, and the Xue family may give up on her at any time. You should understand that you have to seize the moment, while your family still cares about family affection, and tell the truth about everything. Did you participate in the previous murders, and how much did you participate? The law enforcement department is looking for Isuelu everywhere, trying to pull him out and prove your crime of intentional homicide. You don't have much time left. You must explain clearly, and tell all the details. In that attack, if Isuelu is found, and you are accused of Xue Hui instructing him to hire a killer and kill him, you will be sentenced to death. The former affected too many innocent people, and was already considered a terrorist attack. The lawyer could get more information to the Xue family before the law enforcement department found evidence. Do you understand the seriousness? If you did it, you must tell me the whole process so that we can help you clean up the mess. Xue Hui was afraid of death, extremely afraid of death. She clasped her hands tightly, her pupils shrank uncontrollably, and her back was covered in sweat. She wanted to deny the lawyer's questioning, but she knew that the lawyer could not come in to see her often. Xue Hui was very afraid that her adoptive parents would find out that she really wanted to kill someone. On the other hand, she was still hesitant to confess. If Isuelu was caught, she would die. Seeing her struggle, the lawyer was 100% sure that she had indeed killed someone. I hired someone to kill someone, Xue Hui said with difficulty. As long as she started talking, she would confess everything. The lawyer listened expressionlessly. You are really looking for trouble. They were about to cancel the engagement, but she still used crooked means to prevent the cancellation of the engagement. If she wanted to attack, she would attack. She was not smart enough to clean up the mess. The true face of this young lady was not only scary, but also stupid. He used up all his IQ on cleverness. He believed what others said on the internet, that many of Xue Hui's mecha designs were plagiarized. Xue Hui admitted to murder, which has greatly increased the difficulty of defense. Now we can only hope that the police can't find evidence, or that the Xue family will do their best to clear it up. Otherwise, the adopted daughter committed murder, which is also a serious blow to the Xue family. He will still defend, but how to defend depends on what the person who hired him means. Xue Hui stretched forward and said eagerly, You are Uncle San's man. What did Uncle San say to you? Nothing was said. Just stay in the detention center, and don't have any bad ideas. We will try our best to help you. After the lawyer left, Xue Hui clenched her teeth and prepared herself mentally. She would be in jail, but with her understanding of the future mecha, she could still rise. She comforted herself in an awkward way. If the Xue family didn't give up on her, she would tell them the future mecha models when she came out of jail. She had to get through this difficult time first. After that, she still had a future. At this moment, Xue Hui prayed that Isuelu died in a corner, with no remains left. In this way, the lawyer could help her try to shorten her sentence. You must help me. I can bring greater benefits to the Xue family. The lawyer put on a happy smile. I understand. I will tell you this. Turning around, the lawyer restrained all her smiles. No matter how much benefit she could bring, it would not be as great as the loss caused by the scandal. I don't know where she got her confidence from. Because Su Xiaokai, the big boss, paid all the lawyer's fees, people kept coming to Fei to submit evidence. Some people who were hiding, even from small wealthy families, also gave help without any burden. Maybe they wanted to please Su Xiaokai, or maybe they were frustrated enough. Although this information was not enough to be submitted to the court as key evidence, it was equivalent to everyone pushing down the wall, and Xue Hui was an adopted daughter, which made the situation worse. Even if Xue Hui was released from prison safely, she could only hide her name. Of course, Xue Hui could not be safe and sound. Su Xiaokai was very satisfied with the current result. Fei, according to the current evidence, Xue Hui will probably be sentenced to 30 or 40 years. Are you sure this is enough? Of course. Su Xiaokai would not let Xue Hui escape the fate of being buried without a burial place, but there is no rush. To do things, you need to be patient. The death penalty in court would be a bargain for Xue Hui. Besides, she has not gone to court yet, so just wait. Xue Hui was arrested and put in the detention center. The school coach was angry and anxious. The school forum was full of people mocking him for not being able to pick out the best. His good reputation was completely ruined because he insisted that Xue Hui could play a big role in the team. The big role, he meant, was that Xue Hui could provide full financial assistance in the last round. She was detained, but the training status of the team members was greatly affected. No matter how bad Xue is, she is still a mecha designer who can give suggestions for modification. Without her, the maintenance engineer in the team, that is, Xue Hui's follower, always can't make up his mind. The team is not far from breaking up. The leaders of the military training school are secretly glad that the school did not set up a team under the name of the school, otherwise it would be terrible. How embarrassing. The outside world will only think that the school has failed to do its job, and most people will accuse and blame the administrators for not taking action. The principal and Mei Lan sat together inside. Mei Lan was shocked and regretful. I was so scared. I was afraid that something would happen to Su Xiaokai at this time. Su Xiaocai's accident was much more serious than Xue Hui's. Xue Hui was just an internet celebrity student with some ability and family background. Su Xiaokai was the core of the competition. Mei Lan still remembered what Su Xiaokai said, "Don't invite Xue Hui to any occasion she appears." This sentence made sense. Xue Hui and Su Xiaokai were born to clash. Xue Hui is determined to kill Su Xiaokai, and Su Xiaokai will never compromise and fight back against Xue Hui. But the winner usually goes to the one who is prepared. Su Xiaokai is obviously the victorious general in the battle against Xue Hui. Principal, tell me, did you know that Xue Hui would be involved in a lawsuit, so you didn't let the coach use the school's name? Who would have known that Xue Hui would do such a thing, and even cheat Su Xiaokai? The principal thinks Xue Hui must have been brainwashed by something, and she is making trouble at this time. I only know that Su Xiaokai has formed a team, and the vegetable farmer team doesn't even use the school's name, so other students don't need to. Military training did not hold a competition to select elite teams. It did not happen before, and it is even less necessary now. Mei Lan said. The principal still has a long-term vision. The principal felt guilty. It was unexpected. He just felt that there were too many variables in the online competition, so he would wait until the finals to choose the team he supported. The situation is different now. Many schools pile resources on the same elite team, but often fail to get the desired results. Letting the children go on their own can have unexpected results. Chapter 144. Currently, everyone who stands on Su Xiaocai's side is just watching the show. The boss has already paved the way for her, and we just need to wait and see the final result. Those who are on the opposite side of Su Xiaokai are different. Just because of this untamable daughter, the Xue family's stock price plummeted. Fifen Island is not a listed company, and public opinion does not cause much damage to Fifen Island. It's different for Xue's listed companies. The stock price should have risen a little at noon, but it fell below the bottom and hit the limit. Xue fighting jumped back and forth between rage and calmness. The victim's accusations, mixed with bitter tears, put the Xue family on the fire. Unable to resist the anger in the chest, explode, die, never mind. Yi Xue stroked Xue Fighting's back. Don't be impulsive. Let's think of a way to reduce Xue Hui's crime. You are still thinking about her. She is about to tear down this family. Otherwise, she is still our daughter in name. One less crime on her, one less sin for us. What did she rely on to commit these crimes? We supported her. Yi Xue also notified her family to take care of Xue Hui, and not let her live too badly in there. Xue Hui tends to talk nonsense when her life is bad. Xue Hui knows the family situation very well. If her family doesn't help her, and doesn't let her live well, she can say anything. Xue Fighting, I regret adopting him. I just wanted a son despite the pressure. If we only have a son, we can give all the family business to Xue Feichuan and stay away from this position. Without being the big brother, he can spend more time with his son. Yi Xue gently pushed him. I don't believe you, you just say it. If Xue Fighting didn't have the social status he has today, the Yi family would just treat him as an ordinary relative. Without even a second glance, Xue Fighting was also very proud. How could he be willing to give up his status as a major shareholder? But did Hui really steal someone else's mecha design? Yi Xue didn't think so. I watched Hui draw many of her designs, and they were slowly constructed on the computer. How could she steal others? People on the internet are too irresponsible. Who knows what's going on online? Hui has a good knowledge base. Lao Er said that she shouldn't steal other people's designs. Lao Er just doesn't recognize Xue Hui's talent. It doesn't suit his personal preferences. He doesn't deny that Xue Hui is well educated, which is enough to prove that Xue Hui has some skills. There was a noisy sound outside the door, and Yi Xue looked up. I go see what happened. Yi Xue went downstairs, and saw many policemen in formal attire. They were carrying boxes, and holding up search warrants. They were here to collect evidence. To prove whether Xue Hui stole someone else's future design, it is very simple. Just seal up the design drawing she drew but did not publish in advance, and see if there will be an identical one later. One picture may not be comparable, but there are many. So the police divided several groups to search. Yi Xue was speechless when she saw the search warrant. Even if they are rich, and have the support of the Yi family, they cannot resist this piece of paper. This represents the power of the country, and the power of justice. Yi Xue took a deep breath, and invited them in. Of course, the police could not just search for Xue Hui's design drawings. Since they had come here for a rare visit, they could not let go of any clues. They had to question the servants and nannies of the Xue family, and they also conducted a carpet search of the garden. Every time they searched a place, they had to let Yi Xue watch to show that they did not take too much. All the items that needed to be packed were registered. Tell Yi Xue, after we check these items, you can take them back. We will come again if needed. Yi Xue's ugly face froze. Still coming? They packed up a lot of electronic products. Are they determined to prove Xue Hui's crime of plagiarizing designs? The verdict of the supernatural person can't be made public. Yi Xue wanted to smile to let outsiders see that the Xue family was not panicking, but she couldn't smile after all. How could Xue Hui be raised like this? She was so cute and well-behaved when she was a child. After the police left, a middle-aged maid handed Yi Xue a glass of water. Madam, don't worry too much. Let the lawyer handle this matter. Yi Xue choked up. Thank you, Aunt Li. I just don't understand how a child could become like this. How could she be so bad? The middle-aged maid said tactfully, Madam, it's possible that she is bad at heart. What do you mean? Madam, there are some things I can't say. When the young lady was a child, she took mastery to catch ducks. They didn't catch ducks for food or for fun. If you don't play or eat, what else can you do? At that time. Aunt Li, what are you talking about? Xue Feichuan and Xue Feijuan walked in from the front door at this time. Sister-in-law is already upset enough. You should stop talking about the children, otherwise you will be in a worse mood. Aunt Li shut up and turned away. Why did you come back at this time? Yi Xue's eyes were red, and she wiped her nose. I came to talk to my brother about something. Xue's stocks were affected, and they couldn't just sit back and watch. Xue Feichuan was elegant, and his every move was very imposing. Yi Xue felt relieved by the caring words. On the other hand, Xue Feijuan was unkempt, with long hair tied up casually, still looking messy. He looked cold and expressionless, and it was hard to tell what he was thinking. Fighting is in the study upstairs, you go find him. He will probably have to go back to the company to work overtime later. In order to stabilize the stock market, Xue Feichuan has been injecting money to buy, trying not to fall too much. Yi Xue never participated in the conversations of the three brothers, and went back to the bedroom to rest, but tossed and turned and couldn't sleep. I always feel that the Xue family is about to be in trouble, and the Yi family may also be affected. I don't know if I can talk to Su Xiaokai. If she wants anything, the Yi and Xue families are willing to cooperate. Xue Hui temporarily withdrew from the competition and was arrested and detained in the detention center. The popularity did not last long. Her fans shouted for several days, but they could not change the result. So they went to Su Xiaocai's account to beg her not to rely on force to detain people, and not to do whatever she wants. Everyone knows whether Su Xiaocai has power or not. Seeing their mindless demands, Su Xiaocai almost laughed to death. If one plan fails, these fans will come up with another one. They began to attack Su Xiaocai from a weird angle. In the name of feminism, they said that Su Xiaocai's name was perfunctory, saying that this name was degrading to women, and any adoptive parents would not give such an ugly name if they were thoughtful. Then, they said that Su Laudi had bad intentions, he was just a small planet owner, and he was a farmer, and the daughter he raised had problems. Su Xiaocai ignored it directly. Names have nothing to do with perfunctory and feminism. Her original name was Yuli, and it was Su Laudi who asked her if she remembered her name and whether she wanted her old name. Su Xiaocai didn't want it, and she said her name was Su Xiaocai right away, so Su Laudi changed her name. When registering her household registration, Su Laudi wrote Su Xiaocai. Xiao means beautiful, and Kai also enhances the beauty of Xiao. As a result, Su Xiaocai strongly opposed it, and filled in Su Xiaocai herself. That's how she got her current name. Xiaocai and Xiaocai, which one is easier to write? Of course Xiaocai. So the name Su Xiaocai means Su Xiaocai, and it's all her own fault. If children have a choice, they will choose the one with simple strokes. Anyway, there is no need to even look at such brainless comments. Just block them, and that's it. Once you refute, it will be an endless confrontation, which is unnecessary, not necessary at all. Su Xiaocai stated that she likes rational fans, and does not engage in fan circles, so fans rarely pay attention to such obviously problematic statements. If it is a bad comment, just leave it to the company's public relations. Gradually, these comments also subsided. Su Xiaocai's purpose is to deal with Xue Hui, and she will criticize Xue Hui for a disagreement, just for Xue Hui to create a hot search for herself. Use the public to force the police to investigate her. As long as more people watch the video, the person hiding behind it will not be able to do anything tricky. She doesn't believe that a superpower, no matter how powerful, can change the 10-star video again. Unknowingly, more than 3 weeks have passed in the competition. The Extraordinary Island project and the Extraordinary New World are on track, and the workload has decreased. It happened that Yu Haimin could take over alone. Su Xiaocai asked Zhu Yang to do the preliminary work of the simulation cabin and the mecha factory, and finalize the company name and information so that the application can be completed within 3 days. The individual competition is about to enter a new round. At present, Ji Heng, Hu Ping, Wu Qingqing, Wu Feiyang, Lu Sun and Pan Ningjie have never lost, only Li Shanchun lost 1 game, and his situation is more dangerous. He can't lose next time, otherwise it will be difficult to keep the ticket. Don't think that there will be 10 million players in the second round of individual competition, which is a lot. But this is from 300 million people. There are only a few hundred people who have never lost, and there are about 100,000 people who lost 1 game. The number of people who lost 2 games soared to more than 10 million. He was the day after Ji Heng, and the others entered the next round. He had to start the game at midnight, competing with those who had lost less than 5 games. Whoever won faster and accumulated 200 points faster would be able to enter the qualifying round. Even if he only lost 1 game, there was no guarantee that his opponent on the last day would be able to restrain him and delay time, making him unable to enter the next round. So, he couldn't lose again, otherwise it would be very dangerous. Li Shanchun didn't even dare to delay eating now. In the cafeteria, he shoveled rice into his mouth with all his strength, eating until his cheeks bulged, fighting for every minute and every second, and then going to training. Chef Li couldn't bear to see him sweating and smelling, so he immediately gave him a towel to wipe his sweat, and said disdainfully, "Eat slowly, or I beat you up if you spit out your food." Su Xiaocai was eating fried chicken wings, and silently pushed her plate away. "Uncle, you have to encourage me." The coach said, "I need encouragement to improve. Don't spoil my fun." "I'm wiping my sweat, and you're saying I'm spoiling my fun." Chef Li muttered quietly, but didn't say anything negative. The 2 uncles and nephews get along very warmly. Su Xiaocai missed her father a little. While she was sighing, Wu Qingqing next to her tried to steal the fried chicken. Su Xiaocai quickly protected the food. "Go away, you unfilial son," Zia Onesie made it for me. No one else can eat it. At this time, the communicator rang, and Yu Haiming sent a message to tell her that someone from the organizing committee had arrived. It was terrible. She couldn't protect her fried chicken. Wu Qingqing and Hu Ping's invisible hands rushed over and took a piece each. Su Shaokai probably wanted to see the friendly match list. You must see me? Yes. Su Shaokai pouted, finished the chicken wings, sucked the bones clean, divided the rest among them, and then went to the office. Entering the meeting room, Su Shaokai saw two old men. Old Yi and an old man named Qin. What does Old Yi mean by coming here at this time? Yu Haiming sat on the left side of the top seat. Su Shaokai glanced at Yu Haiming and said, "You are the president. Why do you give the top seat to her?" Yu Haiming, "They specifically asked to see you, so of course I have to put you first." The boss, who didn't care about anything, sat down and flipped through the meeting content handed over by Yu Haiming. It was indeed about the list. To play a friendly match, you have to have people who are free to play. There are not many soldiers on vacation, and the students' opponents cannot be too high-ranking, and they have to ensure that they can win the students, which is also a headache for them. The military provided a list of 50 people. The organizing committee provided the players who won the championship, runner-up and third place in the previous session, and finally the names of some retired generals. Why are the old seniors joining in the fun? If they lose, will they complain to me? Su Shaokai joked. Both old men laughed. Not really, not really. I just want to fulfill the dreams of the younger generation. You should also know that our organizing committee organized the voting. The first 50 people were provided by the military. Playing against these people will definitely make great progress. But some people think that friendly matches should be easy, so the top 100 players can play 2 games. They hesitated. Su Shaokai said for them, "So you came here to let me play in the friendly match?" "Yes." "You are ahead of others in the voting." Su Shaokai, "I'm not interested. It doesn't matter whether I participate or not. How can it be meaningless? It encourages all people to exercise. Please don't refuse, Mr. Su. It's our fault. We wrote it on the voting that as long as the top 10 votes are voted, we will try to include them in the list." Mr. Yi said gently, "Our organizing committee can give you a reward. What do you want?" The room was quiet. They were all smart people, so they couldn't help but think too much. Su Shaokai pondered. Mr. Yi was from the Yi family. He wouldn't give her something in the name of a friendly match. I hope she doesn't have a bad relationship with the Yi family. Everything is possible. Su Shaokai is not a strong character, but she doesn't like to lose the initiative when she is strong. I can participate in the friendly match. Your organizing committee should have the peripherals for this competition. If I want peripherals, can you give me 10 or 20 sets? Since it is the result of the public opinion survey, Su Shaokai can't be too tough. Is this the only request? Yes. This is too simple. Yi Lao is a little unsure of Su Xiaocai's attitude. He came here to test Su Shaokai. A rising star, the Yi family has no intention of being an enemy. Someone in the Yi family can become a general, so their vision cannot be so short-sighted. After the competition, Su Shaokai will teach the second batch of students. From the feedback from the first batch of students, we can understand that Su Xiaocai's future achievements will reach a height that ordinary people cannot reach. Now she has been listed as a top-secret person registered for protection by the state. In the future, maybe she can dominate the military and political circles with her technological strength alone. Admiral Yi will probably be in the position of admiral for only 5 or 6 years, and Admiral Yi has no successor. Among the younger generation of the Yi family, only Yi Wensi is capable, but not enough. Her achievements alone are not enough to sit in the position of admiral. If it was just a fight between humans, it would be fine for Yi Wensi to be the general. However, the core of the war is the battle against the insects. General Yi is old, but Su Shaokai is very young, too young. He might be able to rule the academic field for hundreds of years, which is terrible. Nothing you want? Su Shaokai is almost certain that Mr. Yi is here to show his position. Then let's have some good tea leaves. I heard that some old trees can be grafted. Can the organizing committee help find some? My family is in need of good tea trees. 1 or 2 will be enough. It means you can give me good tea, but just this time. If you give me tea trees, you don't need to give me tea anymore. She cut off the way for others to give bribes from the root. Yi Lao laughed. Okay, I also like good tea. My family happens to have a tea garden and has cultivated several old tea tree branches. I will give them all to you. You have to accept my favor. Giving things to you means that I will not throw resources to help Shui Hui get rid of the crime. Don't have a grudge against us because of Shui Hui's crooked neck tree. The two of them exchanged words, each with their own thoughts. One sentence can have multiple meanings, so don't go around too much. Yu Haiming also had to think about it several times before he understood what Su Xiaokai and Yi Lao were talking about. He was amazed at how smart the boss was, and how good his words were, not like a teenager at all. Yi Lao also had this feeling. When he really faced Su Xiaokai, he felt like he was facing General Bai, treacherous, seemingly straightforward in words, but actually very cunning. Even the experienced ones are not as skilled as Su Xiaokai. Not easily angered, not taking out anger on others, this aspect is far ahead. After Yi Lao left, Yu Haiming whispered, "Boss, you don't really believe that the Yi family won't help the Shui family, do you? Your boss is not that stupid. I wish they would help Shui Hui. I have my considerations. You and the deputy manager should pay more attention to the movements of the Non-Human Research Institute. I am a little annoyed by them, like a bunch of flies in the new world, chirping and wagging, like a stubborn moss, digging it out and growing again. If the account is blocked, find someone else to continue." Su Xiaokai asked General Bai again carefully whether the Non-Human Research Institute had a military and political background. It turned out that it did, but it was not complete, and the business community also intervened. Anyway, the composition is very complicated. If you don't have 100% confidence in destroying it, don't touch it for now. They have indeed produced many effective drugs for diseases in recent years, and they have contributed to the treatment cabin. The concept of nutrient supplements was also proposed by the founder of the Non-Human Research Institute. They are very low-key in some aspects, otherwise such an organization would not be closed down. General Bai's reminder made Su Xiaokai understand. It's a gradual process. The Inhuman Research Institute has existed for so long, and there are reasons for its existence. It's just that it's difficult to defeat it. Unless there is a research institute that can replace it. It may be good at the beginning, but it has changed beyond recognition after a long time, which is understandable. Develop yourself well. Su Xiaokai is now annoyed by having to play friendly matches. She told the vegetable farmer the bad news with a sad face. Wu Qingqing, "Master, don't worry, I will try my best to get into the top 100 and take a place, and I will never challenge you." She will not challenge Su Xiaokai. She won't be abused like this. Hu Ping smiled, "The list is out. I don't know how many people will challenge, Coach Su. Just tell them directly, you all go together." Chapter 145. TSK, there are so many retired generals. I believe Su Xiaokai will not be so unlucky. Xingmu hugged Kaikai lovingly. "We Kaikai have lost weight. Eat more, you haven't finished General Bai's snacks." A whole truck, but snacks have a shelf life, especially a considerable part of them are handmade. These handmade snacks do not have messy additives, which are very suitable for them to eat, but the shelf life is relatively short. No matter how delicious they are, they will get boring if you eat too much. Only Su Xiaokai, who has a dimensional stomach, can digest more. Su Xiaokai held up a small mirror to look at her face. Her thin face returned to its natural baby fat state. She was fat, not thin at all. Star Mom opened another bag of dried meat to feed her. She could eat as much as she wanted. She wouldn't be too full or fat like a pig. She was not as easy to pet as a pet. Su Xiaokai petted Hua Hua. Hua Hua was so heartless that she felt a similar melancholy to her mother. Looking at the company layout, she suspected that there was something wrong with the feng shui here. According to Yu Haiming, the company is full of young people, but there are no men and women who like each other. The same is true for vegetable farmers. It should be easy for handsome men and beautiful women to fall in love over time, but there is no pair of them who are ambiguous. Hua Hua is also unwilling to have a partner. When science cannot solve the problem, use metaphysics. Should she go and get a peach blossom to add to the romantic atmosphere of the park? She wants Hua Hua to have children, but she doesn't want to force it. When will Hua Hua's excellent genes be passed on? Su Xiaocai's mood was like those parents who couldn't wait to hold their grandchildren. Hua Hua's bloodline really needs to be passed on. The day before the end of the individual competition, Li Shanchun nervously waited for the arrival of the early morning. He was afraid that he would not be able to enter the second round. It would be too embarrassing to lose the qualification for the finals because of mistakes. Su Xiaokai asked him to rest first, stop training, and get enough rest. At this time, they came to Su Xiaokai with a lot of patent documents. She was the one who handled the patents, so naturally she brought them over. "Your patents are all down." She pulled out a pile of patent certificates from the space button. There were so many that Faye could hardly count them. Under pressure, the patent office worked overtime and finally completed all the procedures within 3 months. Lieutenant General Bai asked more than once when his mecha would be ready. Su Xiaokai also wanted to hurry up and teach all the techniques to this group of students, so that they would not have to come to her for repairs. Now that the patents have been issued, she can finally start delivering Lieutenant General Bai's mecha. Do you know? There is another death in an abandoned community not far from here. Try not to act alone. It's a bit dangerous. The news spread all over the law firm. Faye sighed. Another person died. How could such a good piece of land not be developed? More and more people died. The suspects caught were all small fry, and they didn't know each other's identities. Whenever she saw these unsolved cases, Faye was anxious for the victims, but she was not in charge of criminal cases, so she was anxious. Her sense of justice forced her to be indignant. Su Xiaokai, who died? I don't know who it was, I just know it was a woman. I heard that when they were found, they were all dismembered. The scene was terrifying, probably caused by believers. Faye showed disgust. She read more books, so she naturally understood more truths. Some religions really don't need to exist, and they hurt people a lot. Su Xiaokai is her big client, and will be her big client in the future. After getting her lawyer's license, she officially signed a contract with Fifendeo Company, and will be a lawyer for Su Xiaokai Company in the future. Although she is still working in the law firm, she will give priority to helping Su Xiaokai solve any legal issues. She now has an assistant. After meeting Su Xiaokai, her future is smooth. She is a noble among nobles. Faye was really concerned about Su Xiaocai's safety. Yes, thank you, Sister Faye. I definitely won't go. I don't have the spirit of adventure that young people have. Listen first. When it comes to fearlessness, Su Xiaokai is the first, and no one can be second. After getting to know each other, Faye and Su Xiaokai talked very intimately, and without being polite. By the way, this is what my mother said to give you: some dried fish, dried cuttlefish, dried abalone, and seaweed. And our local specialty, pickled duck eggs, 3 boxes. So many? Su Xiaokai didn't know whether to laugh or cry. She hadn't finished her snacks yet, and so much food came. I know that others like to give you food, so I especially gave you some long-lasting food. Faye's mother was very grateful to Su Xiaokai. Su Xiaokai played an indispensable role in her daughter's rapid promotion, and the money she sent back to build a house and buy a large yard. Do you like it? Faye was worried that Su Xiaokai would dislike it. I like it, but don't give me so much next time. My dad also gives me a lot. Su Xiaokai pouted. It would be a waste if she couldn't finish it. They came to apply for another patent for Su Xiaokai. Su Xiaokai wrote the briefing for the mechanical spiders and transforming drones with various functions on a whim. She didn't want to produce the space button because it was too eye-catching, but for the sake of the future, she wrote the patent for the space button. Her patent for making the space button is somewhat similar to the current technology. The cost is lower, and it is more advanced. I don't know if it will pass. They wanted to shake Su Xiaokai and shake out all the things in her mind, but she finally held back. Tell me, how much more is in your research pit, and how many days and nights I have to endure? Su Xiaokai turned her head away without answering. She had asked Zhang Ruikai to apply for the patent of Chenglu. Weapon design and weapon materials must be subject to special approval. Su Xiaokai applied for all types that Chenglu could involve. The only thing missing was Huahua's reproduction. Red Enchantress could also be extracted, but the content was too small. Su Xiaokai still liked Huahua, which was ready. It can be used for fighting and raising, and as a pet. Faye raised her eyebrows. It seems that I don't have to worry about my salary for most of my life. Of course, who am I, a genius girl? Su Xiaokai raised her chin. Faye handed her a stack of bills. Settle it first, genius girl. It was time to pay again. Vampire, come here to suck my blood. Su Xiaocai's eyes were full of tears. The company made money, but her personal savings had not increased. She had paid all the money to the patent office and the law firm. Poor wallet, it never had a full day. Don't cry, you will have to suck more in the future. You can only blame yourself for being too capable. Faye poked Su Xiaocai's face with her fingertips. Small and cute, if she was her little sister, she would be happy every day. The film was almost ready with the actors. Yu Haiming knocked on the door and showed Su Xiaokai the cast list. Su Xiaokai didn't watch TV dramas or movies very often, so no matter how famous the stars were, they were just familiar to her. I don't know the other stars. Su Xiaokai saw that the 2 young female stars, who had been actively gossiping, were on the list. Faye, is your company also starting to blossom? I just want to invest when I have extra money. I plan to open a mecha factory to produce low-end mechas and the highest-end custom mechas. Low-end mecha? Faye is just a lawyer and doesn't know much about business. She doesn't know what kind of technology is needed for low-end mecha, and think Su Xiaokai plans to reduce costs to make mecha. You have so many powerful patents, but you only make low-end machines? Low-end machines can enter any market, and I also plan to make cheap exoskeletons. You don't know if you have played Fiefin Island and watched the unarmed people quietly waiting to die. She can watch them die calmly, but she can't be completely indifferent. If civilians can also wear harmless exoskeletons to escape. When the Zerg invade, they can at least save some population. Huangyang Star is the worst example. In battles commanded by Zerg warriors, the survival rate of civilians is too low. High-end technology cannot be popularized because the price is too high. Kai, do you know? You don't look like a businessman. You are more suitable to be the leader of a place. What leader? I am a conscientious entrepreneur who serves the people. The Republic of 10 Stars is similar to this political model, and will not exclude the people. In her previous life, many countries fought each other, and the political system of her country was even more problematic. When the Zerg people came, the generals could still shirk their responsibilities, and not want to go to the battlefield. It was absurd to the extreme. Developing so many high-techs, but in the end no one went. It was shit. I don't want to think about it anymore. There were too many troubles in my previous life. This life is better. I have Father Su to love me, and I can do what I like. I can't make low-end mechas by myself. The parts alone are a big problem. Making low-end mechas can also avoid the Shui family's market. Brother Yu, please call a shareholders meeting. We should start the next round of investment plan. Yu Haiming, okay boss. Look, your money is gone just like that. Fei Yi laughed at her. Su Xiaokai snorted. The parts of low-end mechas need to be completed in steps. Su Xiaokai has already drawn several mechas that can enter the market and cost no more than 100,000. As long as the patent of the space button can be obtained, the freight can be reduced, and the tax is calculated. After all, a mecha plus a space button can be sold to a remote planet for only 400,000 or 500,000. Compared with the mechas that cost millions nowadays, this price is just a bargain. Even if not everyone can afford it, it is completely okay for each small place to provide one or two for the police to be on duty and ready for battle. Even if there is only one in a town, it can still play a role at a critical moment. Su Xiaokai said that she would hold a meeting, and all shareholders responded in the afternoon. The content of the meeting was to open a mecha factory and only cooperate in low-end business. For customized ones, Su Xiaokai had to come in person, so there was no cooperation model. She asked the 3 shareholders if they were willing to follow. Follow, I will. Wu Zhaoxiang tasted the sweetness brought by Fiefin Island, and finally got to the industry he wanted to touch the most. He would give up half of his wealth to follow. Secretary by beside Mr. Hu nodded, we support any decision made by Mr. Su. Secretary Bai knew how profitable the mechanical limbs were. Bai Fu did not force the price down, but just controlled it within a reasonable range, so Mr. Hu's net worth could be said to have increased several times because of Su Xiaokai. The low-end market has small profits and quick turnover, and can occupy the market share without competing with several large companies that started with mecha. And with Su Xiaocai's technical support, there is no need to worry about quality and function. Geely, I don't make parts here, but I can take over space buttons. In everyone's puzzled eyes, Geely said lightly, because I have a mind for space buttons, and I dig it legally. Do you have one? Space button mines, unless you have your own planet, and then dig out resources. These resources do not belong to you completely, and it is illegal to mine privately. You must also have a special company to apply for excavation, and report how much you have dug every month. Prevent the minerals from flowing into the black market, and being shipped abroad or sold to space pirates. Mr. Hu took a deep breath. Why didn't he have this luck? It's not difficult to mine the space neutron mines, but you don't have the relevant production technology, so you can't mine them. It's very dangerous to study them privately. He runs so many mines, including space neutron mines, but he can't get the documents. All the companies under his name don't have the qualifications. So you have a space neutron company? Then why are you still with? Isn't it good to sell more than 1 million space neutrons? No way, your technology is better. Technology can only improve, not stand still and make money. Besides, Geely's company is just an intermediate processor. Every time he sells a space button, he has to give the patent to others, and the patent fee is very high. Su Xiaokai asked for less patent fees, had a high market share, and was equipped with more advanced instruments to inspect space button items for bundle production. Why not? After a meeting, only a rough business plan was discussed, and the cooperation model and distribution issues had to be considered in detail later. When leaving, Mr. Hu put his arm around Ji Li's shoulder and said, Brother, Do you need any ore? I sell it to you. The ore in space new is too hard to sell. Other companies are trying to lower the price, but they are not sincere in doing business. Mr. Who doesn't want to give others a bargain, so the ore in space new has never been moved. Let's talk about it later. You can keep it. Okay, brother, you are indeed a big money maker. I deserve to make a lot of money when I meet you. Ha ha ha. The whole company was filled with Mr. Who's hearty and deep laughter. People in the office looked up, looked around, and whispered, "It seems that the company is going to expand its business again. I will ask my cousin to do part-time work first, and once the recruitment is expanded, I will submit my resume." Not only is Fifandeo's company getting bigger and bigger, but the boss will also give out a lot of shares to the people below for dividends, and the benefits are so good that people in the industry are jealous. The most hateful thing is that Su Xiaokai has blocked the company's path to listing, and those who want to get a share of the pie outside can't get a share at all. If you can't get a share, it's easy to get jealous and suppress its development by any means. Su Xiaokai smiled. It doesn't matter. She is good at seizing every opportunity. Unknowingly, the individual competition came to the last day. Other vegetable farmers had already accumulated 200 points and advanced to the top 1,000. Only Li Shanchun stepped on the last game at midnight. Perhaps under pressure, he exploded, and in less than 2 minutes, he won the game and ranked among the top 10,000. After he entered the top 10,000, he was so excited that he woke up Lu Sun in the same room in the middle of the night. Lu Sun's short hair stood up in a mess, staring at him blankly. "Can you go find Brother Hu? He must like you to chat with him." Hu Ping and Ji Hung were in the same room and were woken up abruptly. "Thank you, Lao Lu," Hu Ping said resentfully. Lu Sun, who could no longer sleep, scratched his hair embarrassedly. It is better to share happiness with others than to enjoy it alone. Being woken up and unable to sleep, Hu Ping had to bring back a takeaway midnight snack to celebrate for Li Shanchun. This guy was well fed and slept soundly, but it was hard for the grown men to bring the leftover midnight snacks to Wu Feiyang and Pan Mingjie in the middle of the night. Successfully woke the two people up from their sleep again. Wu Feiyang was half asleep. "Are you sick?" He didn't forget to put the skewers into his mouth. "Why is it a little cold?" Pan Mingjie chewed a grilled sausage in his mouth and silently touched a skewer of grilled beef. Around 8 o'clock in the morning, all the top 10 million single players advanced. The people behind regretted not falling, just a little bit, and missed the next round of the game. The last day was to give those who lost 3 or 4 times a chance, and if they got enough 200 points, they would have a chance to enter the next round. But you can't blame others for this kind of thing. You have been given so much time. If you don't seize it, who can you blame? Those who lost only 1 game all entered the game. More than 80% of those who lost 2 games entered the second round. Li Shanchun was very happy, and showed Su Xiaokai his results. Su Xiaokai had to give him a positive response and encourage him to keep working hard. The top 100 soldiers have come out, ranked by the time to complete 200 points. The highest ranking is Ji Hung. He deliberately controlled the time and ranked 50th. Hu Ping ranked 55th, Wu Feiyang ranked 58th, and the rankings of the 3 were very close. It was enough to let everyone know that they just didn't compete for the first place, not that they didn't have the ability to be the first. Others did not participate in the top 100, retaining their strength and not showing it. However, their rankings were closer. Wu Qingqing ranked 101st, Lu Sun 102nd, and Pan Mingjie 103rd. They took the top 3 after the 100th place. Feng Wansha and Li Lele also entered the second round, but their rankings were much lower than Li Shanchun, ranking more than 5 million and more than 9 million. Xing Miao was unable to enter the second round because she lost more than 5 games. But she was the only one in the team who received an invitation from the military to join the army after the competition. She had already been arranged before graduation, and she could join the team after graduation or immediately. But this invitation was risky. Others might think it was an honor, but Su Xiaokai told her that it was most likely a trap. The invitation did not indicate which barracks she would join, so whether she could be assigned to the command department was unknown. Xing Miao's command is similar to Su Xiaocai's, but she also has her own understanding. As long as she enters the leadership, she will take off. But she lacks the skills to drive a mecha, and she has not shown others her aircraft carrier confrontation, which reduces her chances of merit. After being assigned to the recruit camp, if someone suppresses her, she will never stand out. If she enters with Ji Hung and others after the game, she will have more advantages. After the game, there will be many recruits who enter the army through the competition, and these recruits will be more convinced of her. So Su Xiaokai suggested that she ignore the invitation. Of course, this was not just Su Xiaocai's guess, she also asked General Bai. General Bai said that there was no invitation for formal enlistment. There were indeed new recruits who joined the army, but those new recruits, in layman's terms, were children from rich families, and it was difficult for them to move up. After a year or two, those who became mentally better and went to the battlefield a few times without meritorious service would be kicked out of the army. Don't join any military recruitment that is not a large-scale screening. Chapter 146. With General Bai's accurate reply, Su Xiaocai dared to tell Xingmiu that the invitation had no future. Xingmiu was very grateful to Su Xiaocai for explaining this to her. She had considered joining the army at first, but she thought that the team had not won yet, so she and her friends finished the competition first. The person who sent the invitation promised a lot of benefits. Fortunately, she did not agree to it at that time. After all, she was not a technician like Professor Ai Shenping, and if she was invited to join, she could only start as a recruit. There are strangers all around. It's better to be with Qingqing Shasha. Even if they are not assigned to the same barracks, they can communicate with each other. Knowing that there are partners working hard with her, she will feel more at ease. After the game, the most attention is paid to the battle ranking. Yunji is still in the first place, and the vegetable farmer, who is desperately playing tricks and annoying other teams, is still ranked in the top 3. It is rated as the team that plays the least according to common sense. Every game is full of entertainment. Next, the challenge list is released, and the organizing committee and the New World have released it. 50 active mecha division officers and retired generals who are interested in entertainment, seniors from the previous session, and Su Xiaocai are all on the list. The top 100 players can choose any 2 people to play friendly matches in different time periods tomorrow. What did I see? I can't believe my eyes. At the end, there is Su Xiaocai's name. Is Kai Bao really on the field? The organizing committee is really amazing. They said they had a way to let her play, and she really played on the field. But who will challenge Kai Bao? I secretly asked Jun Pei how good Kai Bao is at driving a mecha. I don't know how many games Kai Bao will play. I'm afraid to see Kai Bao lose miserably. I don't understand why Kai Bao wants to participate. Isn't it good to be a big boss? Is it possible that she won't lose at all? I'm from the military training. She won't lose. Go and watch without worry. As a coach, she must be very capable. Then I'm relieved. Why can't I see Kai Bao lose? I obviously like the contestants too. It's funny. I want to see if anyone challenges her. Don't let anyone choose her. Do you have the nerve to show up on the field with lawsuits? The lawsuit was already over and we won. The rest are all lawsuits filed by other victims, and they are ignorant of the law. That is, in the subsequent lawsuits, she only helped to pay for the lawyers. The victim and the suspect were not clear, and they were black for the sake of black. Su Xiaocai wanted to play, but of course she couldn't just play. The organizing committee gave her a chance, and she must not let it go. She accepted the surroundings and tea seedlings, but how could these things satisfy her? She wanted to advertise the low-end mecha that was about to be sold. If it was a normal competition, she couldn't insert an advertisement. After all, in the process, all advertisements must be reviewed and can't be put in at will. It's a friendly match. You can do whatever you want. Su Xiaocai thought that at most 1 or 2 people would pick her to compete. In the end, out of 100 people, 20 people wanted to pick her. When the list came out in the evening, Su Xiaocai, the vegetable farmers, the professor and Ji Li held a small celebration party in the back garden of the laboratory. The refrigerator in the laboratory that stored food was really full. She urgently needed someone to solve the pain of not being able to fit in the refrigerator. Many people can understand it. It has reached the point where they have to digest it. They just want to celebrate a little just right. Su Xiaocai does not accept the tributes from apprentices and students, and only eats what is made by Xia Wanzi. Their barbecue masterpieces, cooked with the most primitive charcoal, are either gray or burnt, and some even ooze blood. He does not eat them himself, but gives them to her one by one as if to take credit. Thank you, you must think I can't enter the simulation cabin tomorrow. Hee hee. Wu Qingqing cut off the black part and continued to grill under Xia Wanzi's guidance. While eating skewers and looking at the list of challengers for the friendly match, Su Xiaocai felt even worse. Are the top 100 so boring? Hu Ping walked over to Su Xiaocai and said, "It is so boring. Otherwise, how do you think your voting ranking came out?" Su Xiaocai didn't know as much as Hu Ping about the gossip about various schools. Hu Ping sent her a link and pointed the way. Look, this is organized by other schools. Their coaches want to know your strength, so they call on the players to initiate your vote on the forum. At first, I thought you would never participate, so I didn't care. Hu Ping was rarely so serious, and then, Su Xiaokai saw him and naturally took a skewer from her to eat. It tasted much better than what he grilled himself. Su Xiaokai had a blank expression. These coaches are really boring, and you are boring too. Hu Ping shrugged mischievously. They are not boring. Coaches usually have past records, either the top 5 mercenaries in the 10-star systems, or retired generals. They must have brains and strength. Geely patted her shoulder. You have nothing. So naturally I want to test you. It would be best if the students came forward. The coach didn't know about the insect warriors, and only felt that what he heard was untrue. Su Xiaokai took a big bite of the roasted squid, which was salty, fragrant, and a little fishy. It tasted so good. What's wrong with it? You are just gloating over other people's misfortunes. Geely came here often recently, not to feed the turtles, but to help her manage the laboratory. Su Xiaokai had inside information, and was afraid that she would really have to leave for a while, so she found someone trustworthy to look after her. The final decision of whether to leave or not depends on what reward General Bai will give. He will probably give her something she can't refuse, so make preparations in advance. Before, she was the one who entertained others, but now Su Xiaokai has become the object of entertainment. Su Xiaokai will have 10 consecutive competitions on the first day, which happens to be Saturday and Sunday. She doesn't pick the time either, and will start at 10 a.m. at the earliest. Before the competition, there is another activity, which is the formal interview by reporters. Only reporters from serious newspapers can participate. Finally, I can openly enter the new world to interview the players, which is exciting for the reporters. Today, the top 100 players will go on stage and answer questions from reporters. Those who are challenged to play friendly matches will be interviewed on the other side of the venue. The venue is very large, and more than 1,000 people are crowded in the venue without being crowded. Any venue in the new world can be built overnight. It is also decorated in a simple and elegant manner, which is the awesome thing about the new world. There is an inexplicable kind of social dead bustle in the venue. Many contestants were crazy and domineering on the field. The reporter's recording microphone was pressed against his mouth, and he was collectively socially phobic. There were more than 1,000 reporters in the field, and 100 of them were assigned to interview one person. Try not to ignore any contestant. The rest, each of them found a favorite to interview. Captain Yanji and Ji Hung were the most popular, and Hu Ping, the little devil, also had many reporters in front of him. Wu Feiyong squeezed next to Hu Ping, and pushed all the questions to Hu Ping. In front of his peers, he was like an extroverted monkey, making all kinds of coquettish gestures. In front of the reporter, he spoke much more cautiously, which was quite a contrast. He made the audience in front of the screen laugh. Hu Ping was the best at livening up the atmosphere, and the reporter interviewed him very easily. What do you think about entering the second round of the individual competition? Thank you, parents. Thank you, Coach Su. Thank you, everyone. Any other thoughts? That is, I have gained a lot of fans, and I feel that my charm has been improved. I didn't expect you to like this one. I will contribute more classic scenes to you in the future. Hu Ping blew a kiss to the camera. Shameless people eat it too. You have a unique taste. The reporter choked and suddenly wanted to leave. What's going on? The comments were full of laughter. No matter men, women, young or old, they all liked Hu Ping, who was approachable. Especially when he squinted his eyes and smiled, his almond eyes were moist, and his thick eyelashes formed the effect of eyeliner, which gave him a natural evil charm. Someone kept shouting husband. Unlike Hu Ping, Ji Hung seemed much more serious. Ji Heng's answers were very standard. When others asked him about the privacy of breaking off the engagement, whether he regretted the engagement, and what he thought about Xue Hui's current detention, he replied, "It has nothing to do with the competition and myself. There is no need to mention it. If you mention it again, I will not answer any of your questions. Xue Hui is a thing of the past." In the interview, the focus is on oneself. Any mention of others is just to make fun of him. After that, the reporters who interviewed Ji Hung consciously avoided Xue Hui, and asked him if he had the confidence to enter the finals. I believe that every contestant hopes to enter the finals, and so do I. I will cheer myself up for entering the finals. Reporter, are you dissatisfied with your current ranking? How many places do you think you can get in the finals? The current ranking does not represent my strength. I am confident in my strength. I will try my best to get the final ranking. Ji Heng's answer was quite standard, and he did not step into any traps. But he was a hot favorite, and we could not give up interviewing him. The more this happened, the more we wanted to find his flaws, so Ji Hung was questioned for half an hour. Some reporters gave up on Ji Heng's stubbornness, and took advantage of the opportunity to interview the players who signed up to challenge Su Xiaokai. When asked why a player wanted to challenge Su Xiaokai, I played against Ji Hung in the team competition and lost. Since I couldn't beat Ji Hung, I wanted to defeat Coach Su to save face. There were countless question marks in the barrage, and after reacting, there were all kinds of ha ha ha. The reporter asked again, aren't you afraid of losing again if you fail to save face? That's okay. If I lose, I just treat it as a demonstration match. My coach wants to see what Coach Su's limit is. For a moment, he slipped up and exposed his coach. The contestant pretended to be calm, but his hands betrayed his inner thoughts, and he was so socially dead that he wanted to be an ostrich. Su Xiaocai's side was more lively, and the contestants were not as popular as her. She sat behind a tea table, and dozens of reporters in front of her wanted to squeeze in. Compared with other officers participating in the friendly match, she was too conspicuous. Because it was too chaotic, with so many people talking at once, Su Xiaokai chose to randomly point out a reporter to ask questions. The reporter who was pointed out had a blush of excitement on his face. Hello, Mr. Su, what do you think about so many contestants challenging you? It's all their personal choice. A bunch of cute little guys who don't know their own limits. She couldn't say this. If the organizer wasn't Fiefan Island, would you go to the competition? There's no such assumption. Okay, next reporter, please ask. The reporter regretted it, and it was the next person's turn. Su Xiaokai had too many things to be curious about, and a reporter mentioned her next plan. I will make a mecha style with a more affordable price. The budget for an ordinary mecha used for daily combat can be as low as 500,000. I will popularize mechas so that each planet can be equipped with a few more mechas to resist foreign enemies and for monitoring. This is my next plan. The cheapest civilian mecha currently costs millions, and that kind of mecha is like a toy. It can't even withstand a blow from the greedy, so it's undoubtedly a pipe dream to want to resist foreign enemies. The cheap mecha Su Xiaokai mentioned is different. She is a mecha that can really be used for combat. A simple introduction pushed the heat of the interview to a new height. The reporter seized the opportunity and asked again, when is it expected to be on the market? Can we take a look now? This reporter is very capable. Su Xiaokai glanced at him and said, in the friendly match later, I plan to use the deluxe version of this mecha to fight against the players. In the next game, you can use the cheapest one. The data is absolutely consistent with the finished mecha. The launch time is yet to be determined. A stone stirs up 1,000 waves. Su Xiaokai plans to enter the mecha industry and kill all his peers. Oh my god, the mecha industry is going to change. Ha ha ha, as long as the thinking does not slip, there are always more solutions than problems. Su Xiaokai is our solution. The remote and poor planets are blessed. You are worthy of being the most ideologically conscious entrepreneur. Many mecha manufacturers sneered. This little brat wants to disrupt the mecha industry. Ridiculous, ridiculous, and without self-awareness, she can't even make a shell. The mechas aren't even finished yet, but she dares to boast that the price will be reduced to around 500,000 yuan per unit. I'm laughing. Let's see how she covers up her lie. They laughed, but they notified every part supplier and asked them if they had cooperated with Su Xiaocai's company. If they did, they would definitely cut off the source and not let Su Xiaokai rise. She didn't follow the market rules. 1 yuan for 10 games, small profits, but quick turnover, completely lowering the threshold for competitive games. The mechanical limbs made many medical device companies want to cooperate with her, and if they couldn't cooperate, they all planned to transform. The Extraordinary Island project, a cross-era game work, has a relatively mature artificial intelligence at its core, but it cannot be obtained through any other means except her. Many large game companies are eager to steal it for their own use. The New World, a place for national entertainment, has huge consumption, providing a lot of income for the New World. Now she wants to make cheap mechas again. The patent alone is enough to make her suffer. How dare she do that? All these investors have no way to survive. Of course Su Xiaokai dares. The military and the government support this kind of healthy competition. She is not deliberately losing money and lowering the price. While making money, she can also rectify the market where the mecha prices are too high. Why not do it? Mr. Who has natural resources and mineral smelting plants, so it is easy to manufacture alloy materials. Wu Xiaoxiang has a parts processing plant, which can manufacture delicate things like lenses. With workers, the production line can be slightly modified and it can be used. Moreover, both of them are eager to join the mecha industry, but they have no technology and no one gives them patents. When they chose the two of them to cooperate, there were several considerations. Su Xiaokai has the technology and sales channels. And Geely added icing on the cake, providing space hubs for transportation. The closed loop has been completed. Watching the live broadcast, the audience who heard Su Xiaocai's speech spread the word that Su Xiaocai was going to start an era where everyone could use mechas. Fans all believe that Su Xiaocai does what he says. You will see the mecha soon. Ahem, everyone, be prepared after seeing the mecha. Be patient. My Saibao's aesthetics are not very good. This is the first time that Saibao's mecha has appeared in the public eye. With this as a reference, it is a little ugly. It will still be ugly after watching it for a long time. The whole mecha is always the god. It's so funny. Ha ha ha. When was this video? The mecha is so ugly and cute. Su's black history. Su will not take this as a black history. She is very proud. You can tell what kind of person Su is by looking at the thick skin of the vegetable farmer. Yeah, I'd be angry with anyone who says that President Su has a problem with his aesthetics. Look at the vegetable farmers, and then look in the mirror. Soon, the public will have many strange preferences. The ugly and cute style will be popular again. She was poor at that time, and the mecha she made was like this. She got rid of poverty, and became rich in 1 year, a role model for our generation. When can I have such a dream? I just want to ask, is she reborn with the memory of her previous life? Yes, Su Xiaocai, will be reborn in the future. The sequel will be handed over to the novelist. I can't imagine how high her achievements will be. The interview is over. The reporters thanked Su Xiaocai for providing the explosive point. It was Su Xiaocai's turn to play next. At the same time, several officers and 2 retired generals also started fighting with the contestants. Su Xiaocai's first match was against the squirrels from Yunji. In Yunji, the one who resented the vegetable farmers the most was undoubtedly the squirrels. The only thing he won was the chase with Feng Huasha, where he fell into such an obvious trick. Until now, the audience often mentioned his embarrassing things, which made him feel ashamed. Whenever he thought of the past, he wanted to punch himself twice. The battle site this time is fixed, without complicated terrain, which means there is no hiding and chasing, just fighting. In a friendly match, of course, no matter who wins or loses, the opponent loses his fighting power. The top 100 players are not allowed to admit defeat regardless of their pride and will. Officers and retired generals are even less likely to surrender. As for Su Xiaocai, she is confident that she will not lose at all. There were no advertisers in the previous matches, but it is impossible now. Without advertising, the organizing committee cannot afford the appearance fee of the retired general. It would cost a lot to make these old men go down. In the match between Su Xiaocai and Song Shu, the host in charge of the commentary announced a total of 5 slogans. After entering the field, Song Shu's mecha changed. Perhaps it was to make up for the omission last time. The black matte texture slender fuselage occasionally reflects sky blue at an angle. It can be seen that a lot of star gold is used in the paint, and the sense of luxury is instantly full. Since there is no limit on weapons, Song Shu let go of his hands and feet, and used his most proficient armor-piercing sniper rifle. The close-range chain ring knife is different from the traditional cold weapon. The chain ring knife, like the magnetic blade knife, combines high technology. There are 3 in total, which can be hovered in the air, can also be commanded to rotate, and can also be used as a temporary small shield to cooperate with the opponent from multiple angles. Chapter 147. When Squirrel appeared, the audience whistled excitedly. The 3 ring knives on the mecha arm flashed with deadly cold light, capturing the hearts of many weapon fans. The mecha will show some data to the audience. Climbing, acceleration, energy endurance, etc. Seeing those data, the audience applauded again. Squirrel's mecha is a high-end model, under the name of the Shui family. After a little modification, it is very suitable for Squirrel's driving habits. Although the Shui family's reputation has fallen like the stock market because of Shui Hui's incident, the Shui family has always been the leader in the mecha market, and the quality is very stable. People who buy high-end products still choose his store. Everyone envies Song Shu for having a good mecha. They may not understand the data very well, but the price is good. There are so many zeros before the decimal point, so it must be a good thing. It was Su Xiaocai's turn to come up. When her mecha appeared, everyone fell silent instantly. Oh my god, this is a custom mecha. I don't believe it. How much is this mecha? The appearance of the mecha follows the design of the black wing, with a silver-black fuselage and 6 wings spread out behind it, which looks more agile than the smaller fuselage of the black wing. The overwhelming beauty shocked the audience. The weapons on the wings did not affect the balance, but made it lighter. A mecha different from this era. Small, but still domineering. What kind of mecha is this? Many people stuck to the screen and kept zooming in with their fingers to see the structure of the mecha. It's so beautiful, I wonder what its data is. Soon, the data was also displayed. All the data was higher than the squirrel mecha. Only one data was worse, and the weight of the weapons carried was slightly less. But this factor does not affect its strength at all. Su Xiaogai walked around the scene, doing free advertising, half-jokingly said, "This is our popular luxury mecha, dual-purpose version, worth 988,000 yuan. Welcome to pre-order. The pre-order link only indicates your intention to buy, not an agreement to make the goods. Delivery time is undetermined, thank you." Squirrel suddenly looked a little emo. Why is this guy like this? His real mecha costs more than 10 million, more than 10 times. And you told me that the weapon load capacity is only a little different. Oh my god, is this data real? Does Mr. Su plan to lower the prices of all mechas? I support it. When will it be released? Where is the reservation page? 980,000. My car is more expensive than hers. My family has always been against me buying a mecha. I want to know the performance of the cheapest version. If a mecha that costs less than 50 can be half of the performance of the mecha in front of me, I am willing to buy it. You are worthy of being my big vegetable, daring to challenge everything impossible. I can have one if I work hard and earn some money. But then again, you can't drive a mecha on the capital planet, so why buy one? Shui Fighting, who had been following the live broadcast, stood up and said, "Impossible? At this price, Su Xiaokai would have to own all the patents for the mecha, starting from the origin of the materials." Thinking of the shareholders of Fifen Island, Shui Fighting clenched his fists. This little brat had paved the way for himself from the beginning. The Fifen Island plan began, attracting 3 shareholders from various industries. No matter what you do, you will be invincible. Of course, Su Xiaokai did more than that. She got off the mecha and pressed a button on the communicator. The mecha quickly transformed, and the weapons automatically fell off. She put the weapons into the space button. In less than 10 seconds, the mecha turned into a wider car. Everyone was silent. It was so dramatic. In the future, if you want to turn your car into a mecha when walking in the city, you may need to apply for unlocking, but think about it. Luxury cars are all mechas. With the arrival of the insect people, there is no shortage of mechas. Even if civilians can't do anything, the army and police can requisition these mechas to fight at any time, so there is no need to worry about the shortage of mechas. This move, this advertisement, caught everyone off guard. In the previous price war, we could still fight her and scare her. For this one, we can only cooperate with her. Whether it is car dealers or mecha merchants, they can only find ways to cooperate with her. The mecha industry is really going to change. The high-spirited Su Xiaokai almost made the mecha merchants bite their silver teeth, but they had to swallow their tongues. Transformable mechas are a topic that many people cannot overcome, not because of cost issues, but because it is impossible to turn such a large mecha into a car that can be driven on the road. The width is controlled within the range of the same car, and she actually did it. And it seems to be very successful. With such a showy appearance, it is no wonder that the average vegetable farmer is stupid. She threw all the weapons from the space hub again, turned the car back into a mecha, and went to the cabin. When she went to the cabin, everyone saw the difference in the cabin. What is her cabin? That. I feel a little confused. It must be a brand new mecha cabin, it must be. Bombs exploded one after another. I finally know why she kept the New World food store. This mecha cabin must be related to the new simulation cabin. When will it be released? When will it be released? I want to say it 3 times. When will it be released? Su Bao, I love you. I can't afford it if it's too expensive. If it's too cheap, it's an insult to you. Can I give it to you as a gift? This is not over yet. The weapons on the ground automatically return to the back as if they have traction. All operations are smooth. General Bai, who is always paying attention to Su Xiaokai, smacked his lips. He also wants it. To hell, Su Xiaokai is too thoughtful. We have considered unloading and reloading weapons. This is not giving them any chance to survive. The mecha manufacturers staring at the mecha were so shocked that their eyes bulged. Before, they laughed at Su Xiaokai for being so suicidal and spending a lot of money to build a database. The slap in the face came quickly and hatefully. The database of the extraordinary new world is completely independent and cannot be snooped. Organizing committee. Stop showing off. They know they are wrong. This friendly match has become your personal show. Yi Lao's face turned red, and he regretted pounding the table. He was just delivering the opportunity to his door. I thought Su Xiaokai was afraid of compromise because of the power of the Yi family, so she promised not to implicate the Yi family. In fact, she didn't care what the Yi family did, because no matter what they did, it would not affect her next plan. If you can't change the environment, adapt to it and use it. It's better to exercise a strong heart and turn all unfavorable factors into your own advantage than to get angry with others. Deal with people like Yi Lao and big organizations like the organizing committee. What can you get if you get angry and retaliate immediately? If immediate retaliation does not make the other party know their mistakes and know to give in, then of course some tricks will be used. The Yi family is not hers, so it is impossible for them to suffer losses. Not to mention that Yi Lao is confused. Song Shu is also confused. He is a mecha fan and likes all kinds of mechas. As soon as Su Xiaokai listed the data, he wanted to buy one. A mecha worth only a few 100,000 yuan can be bought with his pocket money. As the countdown ended, the two of them prepared for battle at the same time. No one in the stands dared to blink. Song Shu was already fast enough, and he had strong explosive power, and wanted to break through the defense line at the first blow. All armor-piercing shells were aimed at Su Xiaokai. After firing 5 armor-piercing shells, the people of Yunji team felt that they were stable, because the target of the armor-piercing shells did not deviate, and Su Xiaokai did not install any thick shields or jammers. Unfortunately, they were stable too early. Su Xiaokai did not intercept all of them, and her way of interception was particularly unexpected. She fired in anticipation and countered the armor-piercing shells. Just a week ago, Su Xiaokai entered level 5. As long as she took a little breath, her physical fitness and reaction ability improved a lot, entering a super state, a bit like the heyday of the previous life. This time, God's vision and the naked eye can no longer capture Su Xiaocai's movements. There were several explosions in the air, and the interception was completed. It perfectly demonstrated the reaction speed of the mecha and the smooth movement. The tail end of the engine dragged a blue light, and the distance with the squirrel was shortened in the blink of an eye. The squirrel's heart clenched, and the chain ring knife flew away from the fuselage. The knife, as thin as a cicada's wing, was like a fluttering butterfly, carrying a fatal energy fluctuation. If it hits the weak point of the fuselage, it can cause the body to be paralyzed. The work of a master weapon designer, the audience was looking forward to the damage of the chain ring knife. However, Su Xiaokai directly slammed into it with a plain short blade in black with a hint of blue. The two collided. The short blade obviously had no technology, but it actually tore the ring knife apart, breaking it into 2 pieces and losing its function. Su Xiaokai made a knife flower to show off. She showed off her little treasure. The insect-killing alloy was her masterpiece. Squirrel, this ring knife. Although it is just a virtual product, it is too lame. Who said this weapon can target any mecha? Su Xiaokai sighed. The high-purity insect-killing alloy weapon is specially used to treat fancy people. Just like Hua Hua, all insect people are food in its eyes, regardless of race or level. Both weapons are useless in front of Su Xiaokai. Squirrel can only fight in close combat. After 2 rounds, Squirrel found that Su Xiaokai was using him to show the performance of the mecha. Can you believe it? He saw flexibility in a mecha. Not only the data performance is amazing, but also its diverse functions and unparalleled connection. Su Xiaocai's mecha can achieve all the actions that humans can do, and can also do actions that humans cannot do. He wanted to cry. He went back and cried to the captain. He wanted Su Xiaocai's mecha. It was amazing. Song Shu thought of surrendering for the first time, but before he could say it, Su Xiaokai sent him home. Little friend, don't give up so easily. You have to compete with our vegetable farmers. You have to play with me as a coach. You have to play with some sparks. Squirrel, Who is the little friend? You are the little friend. I am 21. You are only 17. After dying outside the venue, Song Shu understood why the vegetable farmers were shameless. Because their coach has already worn them out of face, they have no face left. Why would they care about losing face? Captain, I want Coach Su's mecha. It's less than $1 million. Get it for me. Squirrel hugged Captain Yunji's thigh and refused to let go. Snot and tears flowed together, making Captain Yunji sick to death. Captain Yunji had no way to bully others with this. I asked Mr. Yu from Thiefen Island, but Mr. Yu didn't know when this mecha would be released. Or, you go to the capital planet to sell yourself? Being a mercenary, at best you can see the stars and the sea every day, at worst you can make the world your home. Go to the capital planet, buy a house, and maybe you can catch the moon. Squirrel also has a house, but it is not on the capital planet, but on other commercial planets. Is it too late for me to sell my house and buy one on the capital planet? Get lost. Captain Yunji kicked him away, so even if he went to buy one now, he couldn't buy it back. All the houses near Su Xiaocai's office building have been bought. Yunji also felt that it was a mistake. He had considered buying a house in the capital planet, but he gave up the idea of settling in the capital planet after listening to the agent's boast that the housing prices in the commercial planet would rise a lot in the future. Yunji accepted the task, so why not accept it in the capital planet? Why not go to other planets to play? After 10 friendly matches, no one dared to question Su Xiaocai's identity as a coach, and all the audience at the scene became her die-hard fans. They understood why she didn't participate in the competition. The all-round Kaibao, whose strength is untraceable, other players can only admit defeat when facing her. Facing an unstoppable blow is a matter of willpower. Those who are watching the friendly match know that if Su Xiaocai joins the army, she will be in power for the next 100 years. She is almost certain to be a general. She has command ability, coordination ability, technology, brains, decisiveness, and people-orientedness. She can be called a general. Fortunately, she became a businessman. All the coaches of the schools also understand that the vegetable farmers have hidden their deep strength. Before the real game, they must roll everyone to death. Su Xiaocai's mechas of any popular model are more powerful than ordinary mechas, and the customized mechas will definitely crush everyone. The vegetable farmers have their own customized mechas, and they are likely to be star level because of the display in the friendly match. Many schools or sponsors of the last competition asked if they could prevent the new mechas from entering the competition. There were not just one, but many such inquiries. The performance is so much stronger, and other players are at a disadvantage. This is unfair. The audience also has this question, but they think more about wanting to continue watching more, and watching even if they can't buy it. The organizing committee received many complaints, saying that Su Xiaocai's provision of customized mechas to vegetable farmers would cause imbalanced strength and unfair competition, and they would resist to the end. The organizing committee had no idea where to start in the face of the unanimous attitude of those sponsors. Their mechas are superior and powerful, and will crush other players, but they are legal and have completed their patents. The bandit logic does not work. Why don't you say that they have been using standard mechas to compare with the mechas bought from your Shui family? The data comparison of standard mechas is far behind those mechas. But the school and the sponsors are huge power groups, and the organizing committee is caught in a dilemma. They were tricked by Su Xiaocai, and now lobbying others not to use the new mecha is no different from delivering vegetables to their door. After the first competition, Su Xiaocai has more fans, exceeding 100 billion. It can be said that even if you don't watch her works, you should keep up with current affairs and pay attention to the boss who developed the new mecha. Although her videos are all about food and vegetable planting, it doesn't matter, there are links on the account. First, click the link to book the mecha, sign up, and reserve a seat. Maybe you can become a scalper who makes money out of nothing. After Su Xiaocai finished 10 consecutive games, Admiral Bai called her, "Little friend, you are not honest again." Su Xiaocai, who had just left the simulation cabin, leaned on the sofa. The trainees and vegetable farmers were about to listen to the instructions. Su Xiaocai looked at their gossiping appearance, and her eyes hurt. "Do your own thing." Waved her hand, and let them play. Seeing Su Xiaocai straighten her face, she knew that she had something serious to discuss. Wu Qingqing caught Hua Hua from under the sofa, and threw her into her arms, and then everyone left the entertainment area. Hua Hua was picked up and thrown down by a familiar person, and tilted his head to think, has it done something bad recently? I can't remember, there are kittens raised by shit scoopers. So it must be the shit scooper's fault. What does it have to do with ignorant kittens? Su Xiaocai had just finished fighting, and his momentum was not completely restrained, and the surrounding air pressure was very low. That's why the vegetable farmer retreated so obediently. Only Hua Hua and Xia Wanzi didn't feel anything. Su Xiaocai needed to eat something to replenish herself. After stroking Hua Hua, she wiped her hands with a wet tissue, picked up a piece of chocolate and ate it, then slowly answered General Bai, "Is there anything? I'm about to return to the army, and then it may be my nephew's turn to take a vacation. You can find a way to help him improve his chi level. Whatever you want, you can ask for it. I can get it, and I will give it to you." "Why, do you want to retire?" General Bai's strength is good, there is no need to rush to promote chi. Su Xiaocai does not think that speeding up the improvement is a good thing. After Ji Hang's chi reached level 6, Su Xiaocai stopped and let him consolidate. His chi was a little floating, and he didn't have the feeling of being on the ground, so he couldn't maintain his ability for a long time. Su Xiaocai didn't want him to overexploit his potential. Any shortcut has a price. "General Bai, I'm old too. The insects are moving more and more. Maybe he will die on a battlefield one day. My nephew has a good brain and a good personality, but his chi is a little weak. He has been at a bottleneck for 7 or 8 years. He wants to be promoted to level 12, but he can't do it. Level 12 and 11 are the watershed, which can easily cause genetic collapse. If you can't bear it, you will decline rapidly. Lieutenant General Bai really wants to advance, but he is afraid of genetic collapse. Admiral Bai knows the danger, so he wants to ask Su Shaokai for help, and the reward is negotiable. Su Shaokai made a request without saying anything. I want the extra red enchantresses on Huangyang Star, and they must be dead. In the next 10 years, they must belong to me. Also, my father only has the right to use Su's planet for 80 years, and it will be extended to 150 years. The longest period of use is 150 years. Although the Su planet belongs to Old Man Su, he is not the permanent owner of the planet. The value of the Su planet has been rising, and many people covet the Su planet developed by Old Man Su. Capital hates Old Man Su for not knowing how to develop and not making money. So what? Old Man Su is happy. So Su Shaokai wants to continue this right of use. General Bai, I will give you an answer in 2 days. What else do you want? Regarding the mecha, my team has reserved 2,000 black wings. When the time comes, please send a form to us to find out what resources, or how much money you need. Su Shaokai liked General Bai's generosity. I will definitely think about what I want. By the way, what do you want those flowers for? If I tell you, this deal won't work. Su Shaokai gave a fake smile. General Bai knew, forget it, it's only 10 years. If he gave it to his own researchers to study, he would have to set up a project team and invest money in it. Just setting up a project team would take several months. Chapter 148. More importantly, if we can get the basic information from the survey, why spend money? Su Shaokai is not the kind of person who only cares about benefits. It is better to send more professors to learn. General Bai believes that Su Shaokai can't hide it, and will make all the technology public one day. No, wait a minute. Just after making the request, the other party hung up the phone. Su Shaokai stared at the communicator. Didn't General Bai say this before? It seems that he asked her to follow the team to the finals, so the plan has changed. That's not right. Is there something wrong at the front? I always feel that General Bai is digging and digging a big hole to pull her into the game. Su Shaokai didn't have time to think about it. With the good news, she immediately contacted Old Man Su. Dad, am I really smart? I bought the place for you to live in after retirement. Old Man Su scratched his ears. General Bai is very quick. You just agreed on the conditions, and his people have already come to me. I thought it was a scam. Since you got the reward, I signed it. So soon? Su Shaokai wondered what General Bai meant. Dad, don't sign yet. The more she thought about it, the more it felt wrong. If Dad signed, it would mean that General Bai had held a promise from her. What? Do you have leverage over General Bai? No, I don't have leverage over you. I'm an upright young man. I'd definitely be included in the selection of the 5 good young people next year. What did you promise him? Help him with something. Okay, help him. I happen to owe him a few favors. I pay my father's debt. Father Su smiled cunningly. I signed it, you do your best. I am your little cotton-padded jacket, Dad. You can't cheat your daughter like this. What little cotton-padded jacket? You are an iron cloth shirt and a steel pillar. Father Su snorted coldly. If Su Shaokai didn't want to help, he wouldn't put forward conditions. After so many years of getting along, how could he not know Su Xiaocai's character? No matter what pit Su Shaokai was waiting for her to jump into, Su Shaokai had the ability to climb out. He also believed that General Bai would not harm Su Shaokai. What a great opportunity! The Su planet will be under his management for the next 150 years. Even if Su Shaokai encounters difficulties and really wants to retire, she has a way out. The staff sent by General Bai to the Su planet felt relieved when they saw the name of Su Dad signed. The next day, those players who challenged Su Shaokai swore that they could last for 5 minutes, but they were like dead fish in 2 minutes. Use the cheapest mecha to play with the momentum of a grand slam. Miracle Patch's coach looked at Mutant's frustrated look and said, Are you convinced by watching her game? Mutant said with emotion, Monsters are born around monsters. I don't accept it, so what? Coach, why can't you learn from Coach Su? Miracle Patch's coach, My students must be crazy. If every coach is like Su Shaokai, ordinary people will become jealous. He is also jealous. He really wants to know how she arranges training. Ji Hung and others have made great progress. Technology and hard work, He only thought of taking drugs to stimulate potential. But this way will completely cut off the way to enter the army. Su Xiaokai and the vegetable farmers are not that stupid. Su Xiaokai left the cabin again. The internet was full of praise for her. She was no longer called Kai Bao, but Su's Hin. I wanted to call her Kaishan, but it was a bit ambiguous, so I started with her last name. Both technology and force conquered the audience and the contestants, and naturally brought a little shock to the old principal. He thought that Su Xiaokai could graduate, and it was meaningless to stay in school. It would be better for her to go out into society and make contributions early. The principal called her and started by asking her about her current life as if he was chatting with her. Knowing that she eats well and drinks well, and is in good health. The old principal asked her when she wanted to graduate. Dad doesn't want me to go back so early. Su Xiaokai also doesn't want to go back to Su's planet for the time being. Old Su's current living environment is not turbulent. If she goes back, it will be equivalent to causing trouble for him. The villagers all know that she was forced by old Su to come out and make a living. As an adopted daughter, many people think that she has an ordinary relationship with old Su. Even though she has done live broadcasts on Su's planet before. Now she is too famous, it would be better to go home after fading from the public eye. I will finish my studies next year and take the graduation exam next year. You can go anytime you want. If your elders don't let you go back, I go and scold them. Su Xiaokai chuckled, I won't bother you, but can you send me the study materials? I finish all the courses next year. The principal wanted to say that you don't have to take the courses. It's more convenient to take the exam directly. The military training with Su Xiaokai is too eye-catching, and he is afraid that Su Xiaokai will get into trouble again in school. This sentence was never said. Su Xiaokai is a student, and it is the school's responsibility to protect her. The principal likes Su Xiaokai very much, not only because they are relatives, but also because Su Xiaokai is very hardworking and a very cute girl. Okay, I wish you a smooth graduation next school year. The principal's kind smile came from the communicator, and Su Xiaocai's eyes became gentle. The elders around her are all very good people. I don't deny that everyone has their own little thoughts, but they are not fake about their relationship with her. They are all human beings, and Su Xiaokai herself has selfish thoughts. But because of these lovely people, Su Xiaokai feels that this world is so beautiful. Less than 2 minutes later, the communicator rang again. There were a lot of people looking for her today. I don't know which stranger got her contact number, but it was a stranger's number, so Su Xiaokai answered first. Hello. The person who called spoke slowly, as if reading a script, very formally. Hello, Miss Su. I'm recommending myself. I'm Wei Pulley. I used to work at Wing Light Games, and I participated in the production of games such as Trek, Cataclysm, and Gray Zone. I want to ask, are you hiring? Hiring the entire studio, 15 people. Su Xiaokai, ? Interesting. Su Xiaokai hugged Hua and didn't give it a chance to mess up the table. Hua liked to push things off the table, like a hyperactive child. She took a cat teaser and teased it. The bright round ball hung on one end of the cat teaser, making a very light bell sound. Hua pounced hard, and Su Xiaokai lifted the cat teaser insidiously, causing the cat's face to hit the back of the sofa. Su Xiaokai put her legs on the table. People from the company that was once a deadly rival actually came to work as technicians. You should know that the technicians I require are a very high level. A team of 15 people. What can you do to convince me? Can we meet? No, you tell me now. Wei Pulley prepared for a long time, and many people knew that he was ambitious. If he wanted to go, he would go to the best company, not be kicked around by an unscrupulous company. He knew that working in Shui Hui's company before might cause Su Xiaokai to be disgusted, but he still wanted the team to get better treatment. We know that we have no advantage in large-scale games. So we made several love game plans and farming game plans. Farming on the internet is not the same as farming in real life, so we divided the fields into pieces, gave people seeds, and simplified some steps, so that people can understand the planting process by planting, watering, fertilizing, catching insects, etc. There is also an upgraded version. Su Xiaokai smiled lightly, which was in line with her concept. I have thought about what you said. How can you guarantee that someone will play it? It is difficult for someone to play a standalone game on purpose. It is not interesting to do it as a mini program. Yes, this may require Ms. Su's new world platform to carry out. And we also have a plan to help farmers, daily tasks and the like. After listening to Wei Pulley's thoughts, he became uneasy, fearing that Su Xiaokai would reject his ideas and then make her own game, thus destroying the bridge after crossing the river. If he were the boss, he would most likely do so. Not sticking to any form, Knowing that farming games are niche games, but still trying to make them, Su Xiaokai admires such talents. He really understood her as a person, and catering to her preferences was also a different approach. Your proposal is very good, but I don't accept studios. You can bring your team to interview within 3 days. Even if you pass the interview, you can't start work immediately. You need to undergo a period of training. Wei Pulley was embarrassed. I can't accept all of them at once. They are all involved in my proposals. Don't say that. I don't know your team members, and I don't know if they can integrate into the work environment. We don't accept traitors here. You must understand what it means for me to train you. Wei Pulley knew it. It means that when they leave Fifen Island, many people will come to snatch them. They will become very popular, and their value will increase several times. I will tell them to think it over, and come over within 3 days. Wei Pulley hung up the phone. People stood around him, and heard what Su Xiaokai said. After a moment of silence, Wei Pulley said, "What do you think?" "No idea. The most promising game company at present is it? Even if our entire team can't go there, someone will go there to try. The team of 15 people, if all of them can be selected, it would be the best. But Fifen Island Company is not short of talents. Recently, they have been suppressed by the crazy Xue Hui. It is better after Xue Hui went to jail, but it is not much better. The influence of the Xue family is still there. They act as a team. Except Fifen Island, no one in the capital star dares to compete with the Xue family. I was too impulsive at the beginning. I'm sorry for you." On the one hand, Wei Buxing felt sorry for his companions, but he had to consider the future. Many people here have families. In the previous company, it was not a problem to support their families. But they resolutely followed him, and left. Wei Pulley didn't want to let down this friendship. But they had persisted for more than a month. They couldn't develop games by themselves. They had too little money, and couldn't get investment. The money in the hands of the workers was counted clearly, and they couldn't support it at all. They didn't want to sell the plan or the game, so they could only find a big company to rely on. "Boss, go to Fifen Island. It doesn't accept teams." It's understandable. Fifen Island is in a state of technical protection and can't accept studios. Anyway, we are not even a studio now. It would be nice if a few people could join us. I heard that the benefits and atmosphere are very good. Now we don't have to work overtime often. It is very suitable for you married people. In the previous company, I was busy all year round, and the salary was only enough to support my family. Why not go to Fifen Island? You don't have to work overtime, and you can get a high salary. It's a rare opportunity. Let's go in first. Yes, boss, others want to interview but don't have the opportunity. You fought for the opportunity for us. Let's try first. Maybe we can all get in. These subordinates persuaded Wei Pulley. Wei Pulley looked up at their sincere faces and said, "Okay, let's go tomorrow." "That's great. Even if we can't get in, we can still see what kind of talents Fifen Island really needs." The team members were nervous, but there was no objection. They were relieved that the economic pressure was not so great. At night, the streets were full of red lights and many vendors shuttled through the narrow alleys. One of Wei Pulley's subordinates bypassed a grocery store and returned home. The children at home were watching videos blankly, and his wife prepared the meal. He happily shared with his wife that he would go to Fifen Island for an interview tomorrow. "Sure enough, you are right. It is right to suggest that the boss contact Su Xiaokai. Only she can appreciate our idea." After hearing this, his wife's eyes flashed with a strange light. She helped her husband's shoulders and said, "I will help you prepare clothes for tomorrow. You go take a shower." "Okay, you are still considerate." The man passed by his son, and the son grabbed his hand. "Dad, I will take a shower too." The son was wearing pajamas, and had the fragrance of a shower on his body. Why did he take a shower? "You go to bed." The woman suddenly turned her head, and said sternly. The child clenched his fists, and looked at the man stubbornly. The man protected the child. "Why did you suddenly scold him?" "It's just a shower." "Let's go, and take another shower." The child hurriedly followed the man into the bathroom, and waited for the sound of running water. He held the man's hand tightly, looked around nervously, and mustered up the courage to say, "Dad, call the police quickly. Mom came back very late the day before yesterday, and scolded me loudly for no reason. She is not my mother anymore." The man touched the back of his hand on the child's forehead, and said with a smile, "You have watched too many suspense movies. You even dare to make up stories about your mother." The child panicked and said anxiously, "I didn't lie. Mom believed in a religion before. I was young, but I knew that those religions were not to be believed. Mom went to a rally that day, And then I asked my classmates to help me check. Someone died in the abandoned villa area. The child is 7 years old. Age and cognition are not equal. Some people are precocious and have a sense of right and wrong. The school he attends is the best elementary school in the capital star. He has a rich imagination. He thinks his mother must have been killed and someone replaced her, otherwise she would not have changed. The man listened to the child and was surprised by his logic. He didn't think his wife had changed. She was definitely still the same wife, but she was influenced by religion and her temperament might have changed. Do you know how long your mother has been in that religion? 2 or 3 months. The child counted on his fingers. It's been so long, just when he changed companies and was busy with work. He asked his son what had changed about his wife. My mother picked me up later and later. She didn't like me watching mecha competitions. She said it was just for show. She asked me to pray with her during meals. What's the prayer? The child scratched his head. He didn't listen carefully and could only recite it with some hesitation. The omniscient God loves the world. Thank you for giving us food. I don't understand. Food is grown by farmers. Why should we thank a psychopath? Man, it's quite crazy. In the eyes of atheists, those religious people are all psychopaths. If you want to believe in the God of wealth in the new world. He doesn't need people to worship him, and he can bring wealth. This is a normal God. But some people have no spiritual sustenance and want to believe in something illusory to live, which is understandable. Recently, he has been under great financial pressure, and his wife has also been affected. Don't say anything later, Dad will handle it. Just go back to the room. Yeah. Back in the bedroom, the man talked to his wife, asking her where she had been recently and if she had anything to share. But his wife seemed not to hear, and closed her eyes and fell asleep. The man frowned and pushed his wife, but she didn't wake up. Let's talk after the interview tomorrow. Things that can be solved immediately, but because they can be delayed, they choose to delay. But this delay almost caused a disaster. Early in the morning, Su Xiaokai came to the meeting room with Hua Hua in her arms. The interview process only asked a few questions. If there were no surprises, all 15 people would be accepted. Su Xiaokai and Yu Haiming had read their resumes. They were all highly educated talents. The 6 painters and musicians all had their own unique painting styles. Su Xiaokai liked it. Even if they were not a member of the team, they could stay and add more new artistic elements to the new world. Yu Haiming also agreed that if these people joined the publicity could be done better. When it was the turn of the Real programmers to be interviewed, Wei Buley was very professional and capable, and a very comprehensive person. For such a manager of a large company to work as a clerk, isn't it a bit of a waste of talent? Yu Haiming thought. Su Xiaokai didn't think so. Thiefin Island's technology was too advanced, no matter how awesome Wei Buley was before. Facing Thiefin Island's back-end programming, he could only fumble around. However, Su Xiaokai still chose to accept him. She and the artificial intelligence couldn't always look after all the software of Thiefin Island. A technician was needed. Wei Buley might be a good choice. After interviewing Wei Buley, when interviewing the second person, Hua Hua was fine, but suddenly stood up, crawled under the table, pressed a bug with one claw, and then bit it in his mouth. Before he finished eating, another bug crawled out. Yu Haiming only saw a small black shadow from the corner of his eye. The bug clearly got into the crack of the door and fled out. Yu Haiming, call the police. Don't stay in the same room with this person. Wait until I come back to deal with it. Su Xiaokai went to chase Hua Hua, and it opened the door and went out. Smart little fool. Su Xiaokai adjusted her breath and ran. The company employees watched her fly by with their mouths wide open. When they watched the boss's full-scale fight on the internet, they just thought it was exciting, really exciting. After it really happened, they had countless question marks on their heads. Is it human? Can people do it? Running a race with a cat, it's actually more agile than a cat. Hua Hua wanted to chase the bug and ran directly outside the building and toward the wall. Bodyguard, catch the bug. The red cubes placed around woke up when they heard the call from their master. Quickly identified the target that Su Xiaokai wanted to intercept. Activated the flying device to intercept. This bug seemed to have an escape device installed, and so many people couldn't catch it. Hua Hua and Su Xiaokai ran around the yard. When the bug climbed up the wall, Hua Hua also wanted to jump up, but Su Xiaokai grabbed it by the back of the neck. Xia Wanzi calmly switched to Wisdom 01 mode. Wisdom 01 picked up a stone and stopped the bug rushing forward. Chapter 149. Su Xiaokai made up for it in time and held down the bug with Hua Hua's claws. Hua Hua, question mark. Did the shit shoveler forget that I am the master? Hua Hua, who couldn't resist Su Xiaokai, stared at the bug under her claws. The bug was struggling violently. Its human-like features were distorted, and it screamed, which was very embarrassing. A strong and pungent smell spread out. Su Xiaokai smelled the danger and retreated cautiously while holding Hua Hua. The next moment, the bug exploded, with the power of a high-explosive grenade, sweeping around. Dust was flying, blocking the view. Fortunately, there were many Rubik's Cube robots around to set up protection. Hua Hua and Su Xiaokai were safe under the protection of the robots. A bug blew up the 30-centimeter thick wall. From the gap in the wall, 3 people walked in calmly with guns. Behind them, there were people holding guns, pointing the guns in this direction. As soon as the 3 people came in, they swept the ground and saw Su Xiaokai, who was unharmed. They were stunned. Raising the gun, bang 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 gunshots. Su Xiaokai stood calmly in place, and all the bullets were intercepted by the Rubik's Cube bodyguards. The thief fired a few more shots, but it didn't work. Shit! Why didn't the boss tell them that the mechanical bodyguards not only have the alarm, but are also very defensive and invulnerable? Is he using them as a test? To scout the way? If I say we went to the wrong place. This thief is quite good at making excuses. Su Xiaokai stared at them and sneered. Why didn't you shoot somewhere else when you shot? All shot at her. And it's illegal to carry a gun in a residential area. Knowingly committing a crime, he had the audacity to say he went to the wrong place. The thief had no choice but to draw his dagger and rush forward, but the 2 people behind him pulled him. Boss, are you sure you want to get close? The police will be here soon, let's run. Another thief added, Boss, we can't beat them, let's go. Many professionals say that Su Xiaokai is as good as a general in close combat. The boss saw several agile figures rushing over from the corner of his eye. The security guards came so quickly. He looked at the cat in Su Xiaokai's arms with reluctance. The evil creature has not been eliminated. I will be punished when I go back. Let's go! The 3 were not afraid of Su Xiaokai, who had no weapons, and did not think she had the ability to catch up with the 3 of them. Su Xiaokai rolled her eyes and hesitated. Has she been poisoned by TV dramas? She thought she was a messenger of justice, and good could not prevail over evil? Bah, she got it wrong. She was not a villain. Haven't you said enough? Do you think you can still get away? He pointed forward and waved lightly. More than a dozen Rubik's Cube bodyguards rushed forward to catch people. Seeing this, the 3 hurriedly turned around and wanted to run. The Rubik's Cube bodyguards were designed to deal with humans, and running away was futile. Wisdom01 walked up to Su Xiaokai. Damn, you can't even stop this bug. I don't want to stop it. Su Xiaokai certainly wanted to see what tricks the other party would play. She took a few steps forward and saw animal traps scattered on the ground, as well as 2 different types of animal cages. Hua Hua is currently the only creature that can quickly identify bug people with 100%. The method of identifying bug people in the simulation cabin is not as accurate as it. Hua Hua's breeding plan is imminent, and someone has already targeted it. After the explosion, Hua Hua was not panicked. He looked around bravely. Su Xiaokai pointed at his forehead and said, Cat who likes to watch the fun, curiosity will kill the cat. Can't you wait for me to be curious? Hua Hua squinted his eyes, shrank his head, and continued to watch. Is it so easy for him to get into trouble? With just 2 cages, he can tear the cages and escape at any time. Wisdom01. Oh, we are all civets in the melon field, and we are the same. On the other side, the Rubik's Cube robot and the suspect staged a street chase. The 3 who had just escaped were pinned down in an instant. The other 2 suspects were not as stubborn as the 3, and immediately got into the car and tried to fly away. As soon as the anti-weight was turned on, the car body floated in the air, and the Rubik's Cube robot pressed its body, bounced up, and jumped into their car. The huge noise scared the 2 suspects. The car drove in a zigzag shape and crossed the street. Many vehicles were forced to turn on the emergency protection brake and stop on the roadside. The Rubik's Cube robot turned on the laser weapon to heat the metal plate on the roof, and then punched it through with 1 or 2 punches. A cold hand reached in, pulled the 2 out, and tied them up. The driver's seat was without a driver, and the car stopped in the middle of the road. The driver wanted to scold the driver in front for not following the rules, not even stopping on the ground. The driver looked out and was dumbfounded. Wife, did you see it? There are strange robots kidnapping the car. The red Rubik's Cube robot twisted its body and got into the car in an incredible posture, dragged the tied-up people back into the car, started the car, turned around and drove away. The driver's wife was worried. It's fine if artificial intelligence is taking our jobs now, but will robots also take our jobs? You're actually thinking about this? The robot kidnapped people, not cars. Call the police. Officer Perlin had been numb to the countless times he had stepped into Fifen Island. This time he asked for another team to assist. The investigation of Xue Hui's case was nearing completion. All the evidence was in hand. The case of stealing someone else's design could not be brought to court. However, there were more than 30 other cases, and the compensation required was more than 3 million. Several families were torn apart, and it was worth this little money. The police sighed for a long time. But Xue Hui in the detention center still ate and drank well, as if it was not affected at all. Officer Perlin was a little worried that Su Xiaokai would be dissatisfied. Su Xiaokai didn't know the situation in the detention center, nor did she care about Xue Hui. She was more worried about who sent the 5 people in front of her. The 5 people caught by the robot were tied up and kneeling on the ground, looking very miserable. Their mouths were stuffed with dirty rags from somewhere, and their hands and feet were tied with hemp ropes. The ropes were very clever, and struggling would only make them tighter. Su Xiaokai stepped on the face of one of them. She was afraid that her hands would get dirty. After all, these people looked like they were seriously ill because they were short of energy and blood. If they had an infectious disease, it would be a matter of changing a pair of shoes at most. The tip of the shoe pushed the suspect's face to turn left and right, and looked at it. The facial features were unfamiliar. I had never seen it before, and didn't recognize it. Perlin felt that Su Xiaokai at this moment was a complete villain. Wearing sunglasses would make her look more like a villain. Wei Buley and his colleagues were ordered to stay where they were, and they were very nervous. Yu Haiming was also frightened. Some people spared no effort to infiltrate. If Hua hadn't been there, there might be many similar insect people hiding in the corners of the company, salivating over passers-by every day, or waiting for the opportunity to explode. He was glad that Su Xiaokai didn't lead Hua around on a daily basis, letting it act as a scout to observe every corner of the company. When he didn't know, Hua might have caught many insect people. Wei Buley asked Yu Haiming what happened, and why he was holding people. Yu Haiming said concisely, "There are some problems with your people. We have called the police. You can't leave either. You will be questioned later." Wei Buley was shocked. Is it Ah Qing who went in for the interview? It seems so at the moment. I don't know if there are any more among you. I need to check. Ah Qing doesn't look like that kind of person. He is a veteran employee of our team. It's not up to me to decide. We need to ask the police. You stay here for now. After the investigation, we see what Mr. Su says. The whole team fell silent. The interview was definitely not going to happen. How could Ah Qing be so confused? Maybe it's not Ah Qing. Don't jump to conclusions. If I don't pass the interview, I may have to go back home. The cost of living in the capital star is too high. I didn't save much money before, and can't afford it. Everyone had been able to live in a temporarily rented office building before, but the unsuccessful interview at Fifen Island meant that they had to disband and go their separate ways. The 15-member team was filled with worry. They wanted to join a big company and learn the most advanced technology, but accidents happened every other day, and it seemed quite dangerous. Ji Hung and the others came out of the entertainment area and saw the police car, and so many people in the building. They knew something big was going to happen, so they hurried to find Su Xiaokai to eat melons together. Before they even got close to the scene, the 5 tied people began to twitch, their eyeballs rolled back, and something in their chest bones seemed to be bulging. Bones made a crackling sound. Su Xiaokai jumped away and walked a little further away, not wanting to be affected. A policeman rushed forward to rescue them and held them down. It was impossible to hold them down. They stretched and curled up like maggots soaked in concentrated salt water. They screamed inhumanely from their throats, and the cloth stuffed in their mouths only reduced the volume a little. The police forcibly sedated them. After the sedatives were injected, they were quiet for a while, and then continued, with the area in their chests surging rapidly. "Don't get close." Perrin raised his gun. "Stay away for a while." Hua stayed in Su Xiaocai's arms obediently, and it was most likely not a bug man. As everyone moved away, they witnessed a disgusting scene. The thing in the suspect's chest broke out of the shell. A flesh-colored parasitic wasp crawled out of their bodies. They were a little different from ordinary parasitic wasps, with 2 tentacles on both sides of their bodies. It seemed to be a mutant species. Before they flapped their wings and flew up, the police shot them, and it took several shots to smash them. The shooter took a few breaths and asked Perlin now. "What should we do?" Perrin observed for a while, then walked forward slowly, but found no similar insects. He slowly stepped back and directed the identification team members to move forward. Can you confirm what it is? Be careful. The identification officer did not look carefully and could not be sure, so the two identification officers who arrived at the scene, who were similar to forensic doctors, put on protective clothing and walked forward with sharp scalpels. Seeing the insects on the ground, they couldn't help but feel a little dizzy. Add 5 human corpses that had lost vital signs, and the workload should not be too much. The employees who were watching the excitement upstairs were driven back to their posts by Yu Haiming. Don't watch it, you won't have nightmares at night. The employees were still scared and couldn't watch it anymore, it was too scary. Phi-Phen Island is technologically advanced, but it also has its downsides. Too many people covet it. 5 people died in front of me today, and I don't know who will come tomorrow. Even so, it's impossible to resign. Phi-Phen Island has a future and stable jobs. At least for the next 10 years, there is no need to worry about being unemployed. Vegetable farmers have basically seen dead people, and they have also come through the mountains of corpses and seas of blood. They look normal. It's just that people were killed by parasitic animals, and their bodies were dismembered and eaten on the spot. They have seen it all. Except for Li Shanchun, who covered his mouth and ran to the trash can to retch, in a trance. Su Shakai asked them how the competition went. We all won. The elimination round was a random draw between the top 10,000 players and the people behind them, so there was no pressure to win. As long as they didn't play against the top 10,000 players, the vegetable farmer said it was very easy. What happened? Wu Qingqing pointed at the corpse on the ground. I wanted to steal the cat, but I couldn't steal it, and it destroyed my wall. There were Rubik's Cube robots on duty on the edge of the wall. Several times, some thieves who thought they were stealing the sky and stealing the day had visited, and none of them escaped being caught. How dare you? Wu Qingqing shook her head. How dare a mob of people break into Su Xiaocai's base camp? They don't know how to write the word death. Perrin nodded. He knew the strict security of Phi-Phen Island. All strangers who came in would be unable to escape. Since they kept trying to break through the defense system without any results, they wanted to break through from the inside? Using insect people to lure Hua, they must have intelligence about Hua's situation. The identification team checked the chests of the 5 people and the parasites that were killed, and analyzed. It is preliminarily determined that it is a parasitic wasp from the life planet E601, which has undergone species transformation. Parasitic wasps usually hatch in 3 days, as long as the temperature is right. Su Shaokai remembered where the life planet E601 was. Professor Li mentioned that he would take students to do research this semester. She was delayed because of the competition. The planet is full of magical plants, and along with the magical plants, there are many terrible animals and insects. It's hard for this kind of thing to enter the body. It's so big, did you eat it? Officer Perrin asked the forensic doctor. The forensic doctor looked at him like an idiot. Don't underestimate the digestive ability of the human stomach. You can't hatch it if you eat it. The eggs will be very small at first, and must have been implanted by someone on purpose. Humans are different from other beasts. It is almost impossible for them to be parasitized by such creatures. Even if they are stung, they know to go to the hospital. Even if they don't know to go to the hospital, humans are usually parasitized in the arms or thighs. And the implantation must be deep enough, and it is not possible to successfully parasitize by piercing the epidermis. They all hatched from the chest, which further proves that the implantation was intentional. Feng Wansha, in other words, someone sent dying people to attack Phi-Phen Island. Everyone tacitly agreed that there was no other possibility except human error. 5 people died at the same time, and their deaths were miserable. If there weren't so many eyes watching the scene, Su Shaokai might get into trouble again. Perlin asked his colleagues to continue looking for clues. Su Shaokai stood there in deep thought. She held Wisdom 01 and stopped it from running around. If no one was watching, the little guy would say your uncle everywhere. Wisdom 01 looked up at Su Shaokai, then looked at his hands. He was suddenly in a good mood, because he was woken up by Maruko. It shook Su Xiaocai's hand. I want that. Su Shaokai turned around, and saw a clown holding a bunch of balloons standing outside the wall. The Republic celebration is coming soon. Many people are wearing strange clothes recently. There are also many people dressed like this nearby. After all, there are large hotels and factories related to the celebration here. Okay, call someone to help you buy it. Su Shaokai called a female police officer and pointed at the clown, saying that she wanted to buy balloons. As a result, the clown tried to run away after pointing, and the police immediately sent people to chase him. If he wasn't guilty, why would he run away? Su Shaokai looked down at Wisdom 01, which was dazed and seemed a little sad, Does he dislike me and doesn't want me to buy his balloons? No, it's because you are wise and powerful, and you can see that there is something wrong with him, so he wants to run away. Wisdom01 was stunned for a moment, then put his hands on his hips. Yes, I am so powerful, worthy of being my partner, and I can see through my plan. Perrin looked over suspiciously. When did the robot beside Su Xiaokai become so talkative? Su Xiaokai looked at his nose and his heart, looking calm and composed. The police successfully caught the clown and detained him. His balloons were not lost, but in the hands of the policewoman. Su Xiaokai asked, "Can I buy them?" The policewoman looked at the detained clown and asked him, "How much are these balloons?" The clown said, "Officer, what did I do wrong to arrest me? I'm asking you how much the balloons cost." 100, give me 100, all yours, can you let me go? The clown looked timid, but his eyes were observing restlessly. After getting the balloon, Su Xiaokai tied the balloon to Wisdom01's hand, and then put Hua on its head. Get along well. Hua squatted, looked up at the balloons, and stretched out her claws curiously. Wisdom01 surrounded by balloons looked like a scene in a dreamy cyberpunk. The corpse was not far away, and Wu Qingqing took a photo of Wisdom01 with her back to the corpse. Wisdom01 raised 2 fingers in a silly way, and Hua also raised her claws, but it wanted to pull the string of the balloon. 2 round faces formed the cutest childlike photo. After a while, Wisdom01 fell asleep again with satisfaction, and Chibi Maruko returned. Chibi Maruko turned her head and looked at the balloon in her hand. Her brother also received a gift, which was great. He had been a little jealous of her skin before. Don't stay here. The identification department is conducting a preliminary inspection. It's not suitable for children. Go back quickly. Even other people's eyeliners were caught. There was really nothing to see. Su Xiaokai was about to leave, but she was sharp-eyed and saw a familiar pattern printed on the side of their ribs. Wisdom03 searched for a long time, but only found a similar pattern. Now it appears before her eyes again. Before, she observed this pattern in the video of the physical store where she stole the dissection of the insect man, but the pattern was incomplete at that time. An arc-shaped and curved snake, and very thin scale lines. This figure looks like a simple insect from a different angle. The complete one finally appeared before her eyes. It was very light in color, like a pink birthmark. In addition to the above, there was also a hideous eyeball in the middle, vivid and lifelike. The snake-like pattern is distributed around the eyeball, like some kind of strong spiritual suggestion. With the complete pattern, Wisdom03 found the source with almost no effort. The Eye of All-Knowing, a religious pattern. Su Xiaokai said to Officer Perlin, "I have seen the tattoo on this person's body on the insect man I killed in the square. Is it religion? Why can evil religions be active in the capital planet?" Perlin was annoyed. People are not all good, and bad people can never be caught. If we want to catch them, of course we have to hit them in one shot. If we don't find the religious leader, we catch those small shrimps. Won't it alert the snake? Su Xiaokai did not accept this reason. The top leaders must have caught a few. Don't worry about it. It's confidential, our police duty. Perlin put on gloves. If it weren't for the whole video recording, it would be hard to believe that people could die like this. Chapter 150. Even if some minions are caught, not much information can be found. The top leaders all know that religion is just a tool for profit, and keeping it secret is their style. Formal religions need to go through many audits and develop believers under government supervision. Once a certain bottom line is exceeded, then there is no need for this religion to exist. The all-knowing church had a formal identity, but later did not know how to restrain itself. 1 month after officially obtaining the formal identity, it was kicked out. The fact that it can continue to develop secretly is also due to this identity, so now the government does not issue certificates. In other words, they are not the core people, but the most loyal to the religion. The desires and needs have been satisfied, and they have deepened again and again until they are put into spiritual shackles. All the efforts have become sunk costs, forcing believers to offer fanatical feelings. They are like spies, so they will keep secrets for the sake of faith. There is only a thief who can steal for 1,000 days, but there is no such thing as a thief who can guard against thieves for 1,000 days. Su Xiaokai folded his arms, stood still, and asked Perrin, "Are the religious activities of those people concentrated in the villa area next door?" Perrin was silent. The answer was no, that was too polite. They were so familiar with each other, and she had provided assistance to the police many times, catching insects twice, helping to capture mercenaries in terrorist attacks, and not making a fuss with the police when her things were stolen. For a good citizen to do this, she was unique and not easy to fool. If he said yes, He was suspected of violating the rules. Just acquiesce. The place was very large, and they had tried their best to prevent outsiders from entering, but they still couldn't do everything, and someone would die inadvertently. Too many dead people, unlucky, gradually became a hot potato. Today's developers can't throw it away even if they want to, and it's hard to resell it after buying it. If they want to resell it, they must deal with the more than 10 villas that have been sold. The person who takes over can either buy the rooms again and plant it separately, or catch the leader of the all-knowing cult and take it down, otherwise it will just be a waste of money. The real estate developer who bought the land also thought about driving this evil cult out and swept the surrounding area. As a result, he and his family got into an accident and were beaten to a pulp. Their police checked every day, and also followed up with drones and detectors to search, but there was no result. Watching all day and night was not a solution. A policeman even died there. It was terrible, but they could not catch the tail of the top leaders. Eliminate the believers once, and there will be the next batch of believers, as if there is no end. In a high-tech society, how can we not catch people? It can be explained as you have a plan. I have a ladder to climb over the wall. There are criminal masters in every era. The all-knowing church is obviously composed of multiple huge forces, otherwise how can the real estate developers keep silent? There are too many ordinary people in the religion, and it is impossible to catch them all. I don't want to live in fear every day. If you can't find out the truth within half a month, it will be my turn to take action. When I take action, no one will die, but someone will live a life worse than death. Parent beg for mercy, little ancestor, can you take it easy? It won't implicate you. Su Shaogai smiled, and her dimples showed. Wu Qingqing felt that someone was going to be in trouble again, so she pulled Zai Wanzi away. Let's go back to training. There will be no result in a short time. If you want to find someone to blame, you can't rush. There is another person locked in the meeting room. Ah Qing, who was in the meeting room, leaned back in his chair woodenly and called home, but no one answered. He wanted to go back to see, but Yu Haiming refused to let him go, and said he had to wait for the police to come. It's dangerous outside. It's not that I don't want you to go out, but our outer wall has been blown up. There's no need for me to lie. If Ah Qing leaves now, there is no guarantee that he won't encounter an accident. When the police came, Yu Haiming repeated Ah Qing's request. Ah Qing nodded and said incoherently, Officer, please, come to my house, my son is still at home, my wife is from that religion, the bug came out of my pocket, she helped me pack clothes yesterday. I'm afraid something happened to my son. Some believers are very extreme. After the mission fails, believers will burn all evidence, including themselves, for the so-called doctrine. Ah Qing does not think his wife would be so extreme. In his heart, his wife has always been gentle and generous, and knows how to act. So he was afraid that other believers would be extreme towards his family. Perlin thought about it, and asked someone to go to Ah Qing's house to check. Fortunately, the two policemen arrived in time. Ah Qing's wife had already fed the child sleeping pills, and prepared an explosion to blow up the house. She had wanted to die 10 minutes ago, but she hesitated when she saw the child's tender face. When the police forcibly opened the door, she showed relief on her face. Being controlled by the mind made it impossible for her to disobey any instructions of the religious organization. Perhaps to eliminate hidden dangers. Something was implanted in her body. She seemed to have known that this would happen after failure. Why did she join the religion in the first place? She was confused until her death. Before she died, she wrote 2 words on the ground, security guard. The security guard in the community was the culprit, and he dragged many people into the community. Once you go, you can't turn back. Some religions are truly terrifying. It controls your life, and you can't get out of it. You can only get deeper and deeper. The policewoman kept covering the child's eyes. When the child heard his mother's screams, he trembled and cried, but never struggled. Su Shaokai felt a great sense of crisis after knowing that Ah Qing's family was also plagued by religion. Religion has infiltrated silently. It's too crazy. She was in the office building, watching the robots and people repair the wall together. Her eyes were dark. Su Shaokai ordered Yu Haiming to investigate the families of employees, asking who in the family believed in religion, or who had just started to believe in religion recently. As expected, the employees found that some of their families had joined some church and started to cheat the elderly. The main activity place of these people is the abandoned villa area. A suburban area that no one is developing anymore. Because they need to ensure greening and then resell it. If they want to make money, they can only build a villa resort, otherwise, they will always lose money. Religion entrenched, using ordinary people as guns, incompetent and shameless. The previous developers had no way to deal with them, But it didn't mean that she couldn't do anything either. Su Xiaokai likes to be ruthless. They like to move around near her, right? They like to play dirty, right? Anyway, she is rich now. It's time to show her financial strength. And the law enforcement department, because of Su Xiaocai's words, worked harder to investigate and crack down on illegal gatherings, fearing that Su Xiaokai would not play by the rules and give them a legal trump card. The Law Enforcement Bureau worked overtime and stayed up late every day. The new world entered a carnival moment. From the start of the game to now, a month has passed. It's time to settle the money. New World's income has already been calculated, and then it is the money that is distributed to everyone. Electronic transfer is still fast. All the popularity tickets and live broadcast rewards are deducted from taxes and sent to others. The transparent calculation method allows people to see their approximate income every day. Ji Hung actually earned more than 50 million in a month. You can imagine how much he is loved by fans. Xing Miao, who ranked second, earned 30 million. Li Lei, who earned the least, earned several million. As soon as the transfer was successful, Xing Miao was stunned and was shocked by his income. Did I calculate it correctly? You calculated correctly. Don't you see how many people in the 10-star systems are watching the event? Even if only 1% of the audience watching the event give you $1, it's enough to live a good life. Besides, you can also give rewards and popularity tickets in the replay video, and the total will be so much. The star system-wide event is exciting. Besides, there are big guys from all sides who are willing to give rewards and spend money. Every member of the vegetable farmer team is a top anchor, so it's normal to have so many. Many poor teams and players felt that their hard work paid off and cried when they saw the salary they received. Among the 300 million players, the one who got the least money had only 200 yuan, not to mention Yunji, who ranked first. Their entire team had an income of 200 million. Songshu looked at the money he received and said, "Captain, let's move to the capital star together. Su Xiaokai will bring me good luck." Although he had been suppressed, it is undeniable that Su Xiaokai is particularly good at making money. With such a good position, he might be able to get most of his life's work. When the captain saw the income this month, he thought it was really a lot of money that could not be snatched away, but he made it in 1 month. Not only the players made money, but the merchants also made money. They could hardly count the money. Can we do more platforms like Su Xiaokai to promote consumption? It is too profitable. Since the day when the money was distributed, Su Xiaokai has become the real god of wealth. People hold oranges and apples as offerings everywhere, praying for continued wealth next month. People on the internet also suggested that the statue of the god of wealth be replaced with the image of Su Xiaokai, which may make wishes come true faster. It's outrageous. Su Xiaokai firmly refused to allow it. The god of wealth has divinity, and she can't compete with him for position because she also wants to worship him. What's the point of setting up a statue of your own image? You can worship yourself? Terrible association. As the new world is open for a long time, there are more and more fun things. The Waibuli team officially joined Fifen Island. They originally thought that Su Xiaokai would definitely hate them for causing trouble, but Su Xiaokai would not vent her anger on Waibuli. In the end, it was found that Ah Qing had nothing to do with religion, and he was completely implicated. Ah Qing and his son have moved into the dormitory of Fifen Island. During the summer vacation, he can bring his son to work, but he needs to control his child's words and deeds, not to wander around, and not to tell anything about the company. How can a child keep secrets? Su Xiaokai has humanely built a small playground under the big tree outside. As parents, they can send their children there to play, and there will be a blue Rubik's Cube robot guarding it. They can teach them some martial arts to consume energy, and there is also a teaching mode to tell stories to children. Like a nanny, Chibi Maruko sometimes goes over to play with the children. It has become the best company in the minds of many young people who are married and have children. The farming game and the love game are being developed simultaneously, and the Waibuli team is in charge. With a manager like Yu Haiming who is in good spirits and has a stable personality, and a boss with a lot of money, the Waibuli team can live a relaxed life making games, and sometimes they will take the initiative to work overtime. But Yu Haiming doesn't want to work overtime with them, and always advises them not to work overtime. It's not like there's no rotation, no overtime application, no overtime pay. Why do they work overtime? Yu Haiming doesn't advocate overtime. But Waibuli and his people don't have confidence. They are the only technical team in the office. Su Xiaokai opened part of the source code to them, and they have only learned a little bit now. Except for the artists and musicians, the whole team needs to absorb knowledge into their brains first. They don't take the initiative to learn the free knowledge. They are too ungrateful. After learning, they have to work with artificial intelligence. This is their first time to work with artificial intelligence. If they can't adapt, they will leave after the 6-month trial period. They must learn and achieve some results within 6 months, otherwise they will be embarrassed to stay. You know, decadent workers are more uncomfortable than procrastinators. Working is not only for making money, but sometimes also for proving that you are a useful person. Yu Haiming persuaded them several times to no avail, so he just let them go. Wei Buley ate the fresh egg tarts made by Chef Li, and almost scratched his scalp. Su Xiaokai had taken classes with him, but this kind of language is too difficult to learn. No wonder people outside can't understand it. The new computer language is not only well integrated into the field, but also can avoid many language vulnerabilities. They have someone to guide them, and it feels like they need to learn for 2 or 3 months before they can get started. The people in the team are already top students, but they are still overwhelmed by the new knowledge. I think it is impossible for us to change jobs in the next 5 years. Ah Ching is very clear about his own situation. If you want to learn these things outside, it will take at least 3 years. Developing does not mean that it can be used. It still needs testing and subsequent polishing. 5 years have passed. After 5 years, I don't know what the environment is like. The flowers are all gone. The boss is a genius. Just work here, and don't think about changing jobs. Wei Pulley said, I have never met a company more conscientious than this one. If you are upset, don't drag me down. No, I just admire the boss's advanced technology. It was evening, and there were only a dozen people on duty in the office. They didn't have to deal with technical issues. They only took care of some things between merchants. There is also the issue of after-sales service for the game. The participation of artificial intelligence makes their work much easier, and if they want to sleep at night, they can take a nap. Look, the people in the vegetable farmer team are too hard-working. They are just getting off work now. The employees glanced at the vegetable farmers, who were walking out of the entertainment area. Their condition after training was not as good as their duty dogs. The 10 young people were like dead dogs, with numb and dull eyes. Su Xiaocai's goal was to let them experience as much war as possible before the finals. Wu Qingqing lay on the table, talking incoherently. I have to play against senior sister Fu tonight. I'm so tired. Why don't you come tonight? I go back to bed early. After the 4th round of team competition, there is only 1 week left. After 1 week, the team competition will end. There will be exactly 10,000 teams left. The battle power list now has Su Xiaocai's explosion some time ago, and the vegetable farmers are ranked 2nd, still behind Yunji. Even if their skills are really good, professional analysts generally think that the vegetable farmers are too young, with an average age of only about 18 years old, and they don't have as much experience as Yunji. The fans were not convinced, and the two sides even quarreled. But the matter did not get out of hand, as both sides knew that Su Xiaocai did not like the fan circle to do extreme things, and did not like mutual blackening, so at most they kept talking about the performance of their own fan team. Xing Miao sat on a chair in the cafeteria and kept breathing in and out, adjusting his breathing. For hours represented that they had fought in the new world for 4 days, a full 4 days and 4 nights. Su Xiaocai gave them a Bugman scenario, requiring them to escape with 10 people on a single aircraft carrier, isolated and helpless. As a member of the battle, Wu Qingqing was very tired, and Xing Miao was even more tired. In the end, they were defeated miserably. The 4 days in the new world had tortured their body and mind to an inhuman level. They resisted to the end, but were still killed in despair. It's so bitter. Feng Huaxia drank a sip of black coffee. She would review the game with Xing Miao and Li Lei in the evening, and analyze it with them tomorrow morning. Chef Li served the dishes. Seeing that they were in a bad mood, he told them that the venue of the finals had been announced, so they could go and take a look. So soon? It's not even the finals yet. Xing Miao checked online first. The general idea is that their finals will be held on the front line, on a route occupied by the Zerg. The specific planet, as the venue for the competition, has not yet been determined. Many people are against it. If the finals are held there, there will definitely be sacrifices. No matter how good the contestants are, they have never experienced real combat, so why should they compete in such a dangerous place? Haven't you learned the lesson from last time? Xing Miao also frowned. When they were reading the notice, Su Xiaocai appeared with Hua Hua, followed by Xia Wanzi. She said casually, Are you looking at the venue of the finals? Yes, Kai, what do you think? I haven't looked at it much. I guess you 100,000 people will enter the army for training, and won't have to go to school next semester. Didn't you notice? The time of the finals has not been determined. The military will not let you go to the battlefield all at once. It will probably take you 1 or 2 months to adapt before starting the competition. Huh? Then? Not going to school, joining the army right here? That's about the same. It's a semi-enlisted state. If someone can't adapt, they can still withdraw. Just wait until the finals, and then go. Hu Ping likes the feeling of being famous. Suddenly joining the army and being isolated from the world, wouldn't that hinder him from showing off his talent? What's the point? It'd take a month or 2 to watch the finals, and the audience's enthusiasm will be gone. If there's no, then there's no. The military doesn't care. The organizing committee is anxious. I've already organized daily competitions in the new world to provide a venue for those who want to play mecha. Su Shaokai can already imagine the feeling of money flying into her pocket. She no longer has to worry about having an empty pocket. She can buy whatever she wants and upgrade her mecha. I am so happy. I am so smart. There are many more entertainment projects in the new world, which are compatible with many games. Some people have already bought land and built buildings in the new world. Some people even thought of building a big house and living in it. Su Shaokai is glad that she predicted these people's tricks and took precautions against addiction from the beginning. Otherwise, some people could really buy a cheap simulation cabin and settle down online. Chapter 151. Hu Ping whispered, "Aren't they afraid of being criticized again? The last internship was exciting enough. So many people died. Internship is different from competition. All previous competitions for Mecha Masters were held in dangerous places." Xing Miao said, "In the last competition, 8 people died, but they still competed. Risks and opportunities coexist. Those who are willing to participate in the competition represent their willingness to fight against insects. If you are willing to fight against insects, you have a very high chance of death. If Mecha Masters are afraid of death and look ahead and behind, there will be no peaceful society in the rear." As Xing Miao commanded more battlefields on the virtual network, his mind gradually became free from emotional constraints, and he would think more divergently, thinking more about the overall situation. Human life is the most important, but in the face of war, someone must be brave enough to stand in the front. The competition is a screening. Many recruits only train for 2 or 3 months before going to the battlefield. They, the contestants, have fewer war experiences, and in terms of strength, they are not much different from the frontline recruits. Li Shanshan asked cautiously, "When the finals come, the coach should be able to go with you." Speaking of this, Su Xiaocai's expression was complicated. Not long after Su's father signed the agreement, Admiral Bai informed her that the plan had changed. This time, it was Su Shaokai who took the initiative to walk into the trap. The temptation was too strong. Even she couldn't resist and couldn't refuse. "I not only have to follow you, but also have other tasks." Admiral Bai told her that Lieutenant General Bai received the task in a critical moment and was sent by the superiors to train the new recruits composed of geniuses such as Wu Qingqing. He was also the general person in charge of the route cleanup. If nothing unexpected happened, Lieutenant General Bai would need to stay on the route for at least 4 years before he could be replaced. There is only one kind of accident, death. As long as Lieutenant General Bai does not die, he cannot be replaced within 4 years. He took the responsibility for the mass death of the contestants. He won the first-class merit for successfully destroying the insect people on that route, and legitimately inherited the position of admiral. No matter which admiral retires first, he can take over. The higher the position, the more cunning people are. The military leaders did not fight openly, which was also a chance for Lieutenant General Bai. Lieutenant General Bai had the ambition to be an admiral, so he could not retreat. Moreover, Lieutenant General Bai could not disobey the orders from the top, and he had to take it even if he jumped into the fire pit. If the position was given to someone else, he would be more worried. These children are all future stars. It is better to benefit himself than others. Su Shaokai has already accepted the task, but it was not Lieutenant General Bai who came to her, and she went to the front line. To express his apology, Lieutenant General Bai used the successfully transformed small planet next to Su's planet as a reward, with the right to use it for 150 years. At the front line, she has no restrictions on her access, and can surf the internet and handle affairs as usual. The damn gift, the reward was reported, and it was sent through military channels. Su Shaokai could refuse. But she couldn't refuse, because this small planet still had the mine she wanted. It's not known how much the mine has, but we only need to know that it's more valuable than star gold. How could we miss such a chance to make a fortune quietly? The right to use a planet is not something you can buy with money. Father Su was able to buy it, because he had made significant contributions in the army, and had a quota to buy it. Admiral Bai and Lieutenant General Bai, Both uncle and nephew are old foxes. The right to use 2 planets for more than 100 years is the highest achievement of a winner in life. Even the business giants like the Shui family don't have one. Think about it, she will have her own planet in the future, and be neighbors with Old Man Su, and Old Man Su will definitely be very happy. Old Man Su couldn't be happy. I never thought that my daughter could go home and mess around in this way. Ahem. It's to grow vegetables. Wu Qingqing hugged Su Shaokai. Master, you are so kind. You must be worried about us, right? Su Shaokai was about to speak. Xing Miao covered her mouth. I don't want to listen. Su Shaokai, You really understand me. The vegetable farmers all have their own ideas. Feng Wansha, I feel that I haven't learned enough. I will definitely join the team this time, but I want to join the technical department. Will the military arrange a professor? If not, I want to learn by myself. Feng Wansha is not afraid of hardship, but afraid of having nothing to learn. The more you use your brain, the better it will be. If you don't use it for a long time, it will be useless. Su Shaokai thinks that Lieutenant General Bai will definitely arrange a teacher for him. If he wants to retain talents, some conditions must be met. You will know when the time comes. There is a chance to regret during the training. General Bai only said that he will not force you to stay. Su Shaokai also took on a military project to develop a device that can broadcast live on routes full of insects. They want the audience to see the ugly and restless insects. Everyone lives under the protection of the Republic, so that some people in the capital planet are so naive that they introduce insect eggs. They know it is illegal, but they think it is not a big deal. This case was discovered when the law enforcement department vigorously cracked down on smuggling and conducted nationwide inspections. It can be described as ignorant of life and death. It is very urgent to give the public more knowledge about this aspect and let them know how many soldiers died on the front line to protect them. A generation that has not experienced war will never know the horror of war. They can only know about being tortured by insect people from history, and can only see various cool insect abuse in movies. Just like resisting addicted drugs, more and more people are aware of the harm of insect people, and the whole people will have the intention to supervise. Su Shaokai is not worried about the vegetable farmers. They will enter the finals. She just needs to focus on the live broadcast device. There are many insect people who can naturally block signals. To break the blockade, one is to develop a new way to transmit signals, but in this case, if the receiving party wants to contact, it needs to be transferred. The second is to strengthen the signal so that the insect people shielding will not work. Either way, it is a challenge. Su Shaokai can only try to make it. In the next 2 weeks, she didn't even watch the vegetable farmers competition, and buried her head in the laboratory. The vegetable farmers are showing off in various ways on the field. Fans chose pink-green and pink-purple as their code colors. The colors are sexy enough to express the fans' deep impression of them. In the next game, they played against the second echelon of Junhua School. They were fooled several times in one game. There were so many fake moves, one after another, and the audience watched the whole game with disgust. Losing to such a team, the second echelon of Junhua was disgusted. It was so mean. Xing Miao's command was not like a serious command, but like a circus leader. Every Maoyuo under her jurisdiction listened to her command, but she didn't care about the life and death of the opponent. In that game, the key to victory was to occupy the island. There were a total of 9 islands. As long as you find a specific installation point on the island and install a flag, the island will belong to whoever you are, and it cannot be snatched. Normal people generally think that if they split up and occupied the island quickly, they would definitely fight one-on-one, and maybe a small universe would explode, resulting in many famous battle scenes. That's normal thinking. Are the vegetable farmers normal people? Obviously not. They adhere to the practice of being shameless. They don't fight for islands, but fight in groups. They don't care about the islands at all. They act together, and sweep away thousands of troops. When Junyu just installed the 4th flag, the last person in the team died. The remaining 5 islands all belonged to the vegetable farmers. 5-4, Junhua lost with a humiliating defeat. The vegetable farmers all stood with their hands on their hips, and laughed to the sky. Their laughter hurt. Who would have thought that they could play with time difference like this? The vegetable farmers are like that. No matter what tactics I use, as long as I calculate the time well, and kill you all within the specified time, I will naturally win. Junhua's coach was also annoyed by the vegetable farmers' unique playing style, and didn't dare to scold his own players. It was embarrassing enough for them to lose to such a shameless combination. If they still scolded, they could scold their inferiority. Those who claimed to be fans of the vegetable farmers quietly put away their pink, purple, and green support sticks before leaving the competition venue, pretending to be fans of Junwe. The reporters waiting outside the venue did not meet a single fan of the vegetable farmers. After this news was reported, people almost laughed to death. I can only sigh that they are all a bunch of idiots. Have you heard that the finals may be held in 2 months? So cruel, they are serious. In order to clear the insects on the route, they don't even let the contestants go. What do you know? New recruits are just cleaning up the rear at most. There are a lot of soldiers in the front. What can 100,000 contestants do? I don't think I've heard anything about our Kaibao recently. Since she knew Shui Hui was about to be sentenced, she hasn't made any moves. Who said she didn't make any moves? She spent 30 billion to buy the villa area known as the Graveyard. When did it happen? It was the day before yesterday. It was the land of the capital star. Such a large piece of land, and she bought it for 30 billion? Don't you see what kind of place it is? So many people died there, and it's also a gathering place for believers. It's a big loss for her to buy it. I just want to know what Su Shaokai will do with it. It's likely to continue the real estate legend and have 0 sales within 10 years. There are still more than 10 units sold, but it's hard to say who owns the property now. Perlin's team has a new understanding of Su Xiaocai's ability to act. She keeps her word. If they haven't caught the leader in half a month, she can turn this piece of land upside down. But this omniscience is just a thing covered with skin, and it is difficult to see what is inside. I can only guess that there are several groups involved. This kind of group-style religion has too many big figures in it, and the interest chain is very wide. In order to protect their interests, they can kill people. Because of the frequent in-depth investigations by Officer Perlin recently, one of his team members encountered an accident and is currently recovering in the hospital. Su Xiaocai's attack did not bring back the backlash from the top leaders of the Omniscience, but it was strange. Perlin felt that they were like mice seeing a cat. When Su Xiaocai took a step forward, they began to retreat. It's just that it's hard for a religious organization to escape unscathed. Perlin is in the middle of the situation, so it may be difficult for him to understand the thoughts of the religious leaders. In fact, there's no need to think too much, it's a very simple truth. With Su Xiaocai's strength, no one in the mercenary market or killer organization dares to take on the assassination mission. It's not just a simple counterkill. Su Xiaocai is too smart. If you kill her once, she may turn over your whole family. No matter how long it takes, she will play you to death. For an opponent that you can't estimate, retreating and avoiding the edge is the smartest way. As soon as Su Xiaocai bought the villa area, all the informants planted by the law enforcement department said that all recent religious activities were cancelled, and these informants were only external members of the religion. If all external activities were cancelled, it is conceivable that the internal situation would be even less. Perlin really wanted to ask Su Xiaocai what to do. If the actions did not conflict, she would just do it, and he would just give up. If the religious activities were moved, his efforts for so many days would probably be in vain. Su Xiaocai would not take action until the time was right. The land was bought, but the real estate of some houses did not belong to her, and she had to take back the real estate from others. So she transferred several employees of Fifan Island to do this. Don't worry about Ji Hang's room, just leave an entrance and exit for this guy. In order not to waste more money, the employees first bought all the houses listed for sale online. The next thing is that they can't get it online. The compensation issue for unfinished buildings has always been a big problem. The owners who can buy them are either rich or noble. They wanted to give Su Xiaocai face, and they also thought that Su Xiaocai might live there in the future, so they were reluctant to let go at first. Su Xiaocai learned the reason and told the errand boy to pass on to these people. I will not live there, nor will I use it for real estate development. If they insist on not letting go, it will inevitably depreciate, and I don't have to buy it. I just ask again, if they don't let go, I won't want it. Anyway, no one lives there, not even homeless people, so what can they do with it? If it can't generate value, just redevelop it. Why must they keep it? An owner asked if he could know why Su Xiaocai bought it. The errand boy only said, because the believers there made Mr. Su unhappy. As for how to deal with it, no one knows. Revenge is definitely necessary, and how to retaliate through legal means is what is interesting. After knowing the root cause, the owners sold the abandoned real estate at the market price very quickly. They wanted to see how Su Xiaocai would deal with these ordinary citizens, disguised believers, who even the law enforcement agencies found a headache. The employee was busy for about a week before he was able to transfer the property certificates of the big bosses. The employees felt sorry for Su Xiaocai when they saw the expense. However, Su Xiaocai did not think that such an expense was a big deal. It was not a problem if it could be solved with money. Of course, there were also those who did not believe in evil. One of them was like this. He did not know the situation of this community, and shouted that Su Xiaokai was cheating. If he did not pay a high price, he would not be able to buy it. Su Xiaokai simply did not want it. Anyway, it was just a small piece of land. She was not going to build a house next time, and the government did not allow high-rise buildings to be built. A piece of land that has been drenched in blood is too unlucky. Except for Ji Heng's villa. There are only 2 houses left that cannot be taken back. One of them is offering a high price, betting that Su Xiaokai will bid higher for the land if she needs it urgently. The other one belongs to Hu Tianquan, the eldest brother of Mr. Hu. He will not sell it, and he is determined not to sell it. It is not a matter of price at all. A man who is about to go bankrupt, who usually shamelessly borrows money from Mr. Hu, is so short of money that he refuses to sell it even after borrowing money. Su Xiaokai does not believe that there is no strangeness in it. She handed the information to Perlin. I even gave you the opportunity to make a contribution. Don't let me down. That day, Perlin and his team members, who received the message, were full of admiration for Su Xiaokai. This was the first time they had seen such a bold investigation method. The person who offered a high price was not in the capital star. He was a businessman who started out as a real estate speculator. He now lives in another star system, and has not been back to the capital star for 3 years. Then, there was Hu Ning's eldest brother, Hu Tianquan. Just looking at his name, you can see that the elders were partial to him. He was spoiled since he was a child, and couldn't endure hardships, so his family business fell into decline quickly. He had some family background, and knew many people in the rich circle. After eliminating them, there was no other suspicious person except him. Perlin quickly took his men to wait for Hu Tianquan to see what he had done recently. He applied to check Hu Tianquan's recent movements from artificial intelligence. With the previous fake video incident, he thought of comparing the real movement. He visited Hu Tianquan's neighbors. He got the news that was almost unexpected. Hu Tianquan's movement in the video was different from the real movement. The neighbors knew that every time Hu Tianquan went out, he either went to gamble or to see Hu Ning. Some gossipy neighbors said that they asked Hu Tianquan's wife, with a smile last week, "Where is Hu Tianquan going?" His wife said he went to find Hu Ning. I definitely remember it correctly. It was last Sunday when my kid yelled that he was going to find the vegetable farmers on Fifan Island, and told them not to fight so disgustingly. As for the video, it also showed that he went to Hu Ning's company. The reality is that Hu Tianquan didn't look for Hu Ning last week, and the security guard at the door also said he had never seen him. This situation is similar to the video of Su Xiaokai being injured in the battle against the insect man after the auction. Parent has never seen a superpower who changes the video at will, and there is no such person in the registered superpower records. The clues pointed in one direction. These things were done by the same group of people. Perlin simply combined the case of the insect man of Vice Principal Junya with the murder case of the Chuenji cult, but they still did not make much progress. The video was fake, and there was no way to restore it, so they could only wait. I don't know if Su Xiaocai's action alarmed the organization. Perlin waited until the end of the mecha competition team competition, but he didn't wait until Hu Tianquan had any suspicious whereabouts. Su Xiaokai deeply felt that Perlin was a bit useless, but he worked diligently and helped her, and she couldn't say that he was not suitable for the profession of police. After all, Perlin has a strong sense of justice, which is indispensable for being a policeman. The team competition ended, and the top 10,000 rankings of the individual competition were released. The official final time was announced afterwards. The audience protested that the final was too long, and they could not wait. The organizing committee and the military also listened to public opinion, and could only make a temporary decision. The individual competition will be held on the training planet. After they arrive and adapt for a few days, it will be broadcast live simultaneously, and they will meet at the top in reality. The team competition was postponed. This decision appeased the public. It is unknown whether all the contestants will participate in the training planet. Fifan Island is responsible for sending the ship tickets to the capital planet to the contestants. A total of 100,300 contestants, including team members and individual contestants. Whether to participate depends on personal willingness. Once on board, you can only return on the last day of the finals. If the contestant himself does not participate, it will not be announced on the internet, but he will not be on the final list. If the contestants do not have a mecha, they can apply for a standard mecha in advance. The military will provide a standard mecha for the competition, and the cost of the modification will be paid by the contestant himself. If you join the military in advance, this part of the fee can be waived. Chapter 152. The military is obviously trying to lure players to join the team. In terms of recruiting talents, The military is also talented. Fortunately, the players have earned at least hundreds of thousands of yuan before, so they are not without choices, and can follow their own wishes. But the military will not reject everyone. Those who are willing to join must pass the background check. After sending the ship ticket, there are only 5 days left to rest. That night, the stars were sparse, and Su Xiaokai stretched her muscles and did warm up. Ji just finished helping her with a cell experiment on the insect man, walked out of the laboratory to get some fresh air, and pinched his eyebrows. Have you really thought it through? Yeah, didn't I say that? I'm not in real estate. Let's go to a higher place to have a look. Su Xiaokai invited. Half a month has passed. Perrin made it clear that she could act on her own, as long as she didn't do anything illegal. How could Su Xiaokai do anything illegal? So she planned to blow up the house for fun. Ji looked at her helplessly. You are so rich now. You can buy a few more private cars, and you don't have to ask me to go with you. I just like others to be the driver. It's comfortable to be a passenger when your life is safe. Ji was annoyed and gently tapped her forehead. So you tormented me in the middle of the night? Took him to do the experiment, and arranged a starry sky room for him on the roof of the laboratory. The starry sky room can only be described in 4 words. Bare walls. Except for a bed, and a peep-proof glass on the roof to see the starry sky, there was nothing else. He was not even given a cabinet. He was a real cheap laborer. Hurry up, Hua Hua likes to watch too. Su Xiaokai caught Hua Hua passing by and took it with her. Anyway, you are not sleeping, life is endless, torment is endless, ba, it is endless excitement. She got on the back seat of Ji Li's car, rose into the air, and flew over the villa area. After buying other villas, she declared to blow up all the villas. The employees, who helped her run errands at the time, were all shocked. Su Xiaokai still wants to laugh when she thinks of the employees' expressions. Since the believers want to use that area as a cover, she will blow it up. On a dark and windy night, when the house was blown up, Su Xiaokai sat in the car, and the explosives had been arranged long ago. She had issued warnings for 3 consecutive days, not allowing people to enter. She also used a light detector to detect whether there was anyone nearby and confirmed that there was no one. At 2 a.m., on time, silent shock waves covered the villa area, and the villas collapsed one by one. There was no sound, only dust all over the sky, covering the villa area. Then a large number of robots and remote-controlled excavators entered the site. A large amount of construction waste was moved away, and the big trees that blocked out the sun were flattened. Watching the land being leveled bit by bit was particularly relaxing. The next morning, residents living not far away were shocked. I can't speak anymore, look at the picture to speak. A resident shared a message at dawn. The accompanying picture is a picture of the villa area a few days ago, followed by a picture in the morning, which is flat. On the flat ground, there are only 3 lonely villas and a few main roads. I'm not kidding, she said she would not do real estate, and she really didn't do it. Those who sold their houses to Su Xiaokai were all glad that they believed in Su Xiaokai. Su Xiaokai, a woman who dares to do and take responsibility. When Perlin saw the hot search, it was already noon, and he covered his forehead. What a lot of money to throw around. Everyone was reluctant to destroy the land, but Su Xiaokai destroyed it as soon as she said it. Ji was also amused when he saw the trending search. It was too classic. He dozed off last night. The next day, he found it funny again when he watched the news. I told you not to touch it easily, but Su Xiaokai turned around and blew it up. Su Xiaokai didn't care. A gentleman doesn't stand under a dangerous wall. There is a drug den nearby. How can she leave for a while without worry? Of course, she will solve the hidden danger first. Don't the followers of the all-knowing church like to hide like rats in the gutter? Then blow up all their hiding places. The followers of the all-knowing church saw Holy Land. It was completely destroyed, and everyone was dumbfounded, secretly angry and mad. Why? This is our territory. She is a devil that should not come to the world. A large number of negative news about Su Xiaokai appeared on the internet. There were all kinds of things. Some said that her technology was stolen. Some said that she had bad character and colluded with the military and government behind the scenes. These are normal, after all. Someone has blackened her like this before. It is not a new thing. Fans treat it as a joke, and will tease her under the account, asking her who she has recently blackened, and let people blacken her again. Some of the content is very bizarre. Some say Su Xiaokai blasphemed, and that Su Xiaokai betrayed her country, and that she blew up the villa area to destroy the body and the evidence. What's more, some say that the gods she created in the new world are all means for her to control people's minds, and they are evil gods. Fans were speechless when they saw these. In the New World, it is written under the statue of the god of wealth that it is purely fictional. Please do not take it seriously. Mind control, it's funny. How can someone mind control and remind you that it's fake? In order to anger the believers, Su Xiaokai not only blew up their secret base, but also fenced off the entire piece of land the next afternoon, raised chickens, planted vegetables, and planted bamboo. You have someone who can change the video's surveillance, right? She has dogs, and whenever they enter this park, these hounds will bark. Let's see how long you can hold out. Assembly, religious activities, she will uproot you from the source. Su Xiaocai's move undoubtedly angered the followers of Quan Zijiu. In just 2 days, the canteen experienced many poisoning incidents. Chef Li found that poisonous mushrooms were mixed in the mushrooms eaten that day, and someone threw a bomb into the Fifan Island Park. But the military will not allow any mistakes to Su Xiaokai herself. The believers were facing the army, and all their methods failed. They were anxious like ants on a hot pot. There was no hidden gathering place. Where would they go to perform ritual prayers in the future? Ritual prayers were not only their spiritual support, but also a way for them to make money. They were already familiar with killing people and dumping corpses, and they liked this activity. They killed the termites in this world, the enemies of the church. For so long, they had not encountered any obstacles and had not been caught. It was because the gods were protecting them in secret. Now, Su Xiaokai angered them, which meant she angered the gods, and they wanted to kill her on behalf of the gods. Su Xiaocai's radical means ignited the emotions of the believers. They gathered in a private restaurant, closed the door, denounced Su Xiaokai, and discussed how to kill her. You can't be impulsive. She is now a celebrity in the world. If she dies, she will be hunted down by the whole world. So what? We are the messengers of God, and God will protect us to succeed. As long as we succeed, we can dedicate ourselves and get blessings in the next life. The leader will support it. The leader was a messenger in his previous life, so he got great blessings in this life, a good family background, and so much wealth. They are on par with the leader, and they will take action when it is time. Anger has blinded their eyes, and they don't want to be sneaky anymore. They want to be open and above board. The black-robed man on the stage was shaking his feet. It was scary, and these people didn't listen to him at all. All of them felt that the all-knowing sect was so powerful that it shouldn't be hidden anymore. They have dominated other people's lives and are naturally superior. Su Xiaokai is just a believer of the evil god. She does not believe in their god and does not respect their holy places, so she should be judged. Fanaticism and barbarism are the characteristics of the believers of the all-knowing church. They are ordinary during the day, but when night falls, they will become the most brutal executioners. Of course, not every believer is so obedient. Several people stared at the black-robed man standing tall with resentment. They entered the church only because the community security guard said there was a place to make quick money. With the mentality of being greedy for small gains, they entered the all-knowing church. Unexpectedly, once you enter the church, you can't get out. Making quick money actually requires joint crime. The formal initiation ceremony is murder. Most of the people with resentful eyes are new members who have not been assimilated yet. Not long ago, believers held kitchen knives and forced them to kill. Then each of them killed a kind-looking auntie with a knife. After killing her, someone came to collect her organs and drained all the value of the auntie. In the end, they didn't get rid of their fear from the prophet, and they were still afraid of the crime. When they learned that Su Xiaokai was going to deal with them, they believed in Su Xiaocai's ability more, and were more afraid of the power of the military and the government. And they resented the man on the stage. If it weren't for him, they wouldn't have committed crimes, and wouldn't have been afraid every day. Seeing that the believers were angry, they incited the believers. They forced them to commit crimes, right? They also forced the believers to fight Su Xiaokai. Those who used to make small moves had been cleared out long ago. But there was no time and no energy. The black-robed man standing on the stage was Hu Tianquan, that little trash. He was very scared, and felt that these people were about to lose control. He knew what the consequences would be. All of them would die. The upper class would never care whether they lived or died. He had to hold on to the powerful people, who might be able to help him. As soon as the discussion ended, he hurriedly crawled to find someone. As expected, the leader had never shown up from beginning to end, and he had no intention of showing up. The bishop who managed the faction in the villa area didn't care what these believers wanted to do. He could only destroy the evidence and leave nothing behind. But after doing so many evil things, how can they be cleaned up all at once? He holds the handles of everyone in the church, and these handles are also the handles of the bishop himself, so he can't keep them. They are just ordinary people. There are many in the 10-star systems. If a group is gone, they can be trained again. Mr. Min, you must save me, please. They are out of control. If you don't save me, I will expose everything you have done. How to save them? Tell me how to save them. You are just a fool. I have reminded you many times to be careful and to proceed step by step. What did you do? We are making a big show, afraid that others will not know about our sect. I am too arrogant, I am not good. But the all-knowing sect is so powerful, it must be able to protect me, just me. Hu Tianquan kept slapping his face, hoping to get a little mercy. The protagonist surnamed Min felt cold in his heart. Protecting him, it was really funny. If he protected him, he would definitely have to fight with Su Xiaokai. What's the benefit of going against Su Xiaokai now? She is the darling of the military, and the people's favorite. What's the point of taking action before ruining her reputation? She is too young, and she is calm and decisive enough to do things. There is no black material on her. Such a difficult opponent, the church must avoid her. If the believers really want to kill Su Xiaokai, she can kill them all without getting close to them, and the police will judge her for legitimate defense, which is not worth the loss. Suddenly, there was an alarm outside, and the police car was parked outside. Mr. Min opened the curtains and closed them again. He grabbed Hu Tianquan's collar, his eyes bloodshot, and said fiercely, "Did you come here without notifying me on the software?" Hu Tianquan was horrified. "I was too anxious and forgot. I'm sorry, I'm really sorry. What should I do now?" "No way, it's over, just admit it." The family couldn't make any arrangements either. Officer Perlin finally played a role this time, contacting the brothers in the bureau to catch all the believers in the gathering. Hu Tianquan and Min Qing were also detained on the spot. Min Qing, the person in charge of the chain of private hospitals and 10-star systems, the business empire behind him is almost related to medical care. It's a very old family. It's not to say that it has been operating for thousands of years, but it must have been hundreds of years. At the same time, Min Qing is Xingmiu's stepfather. Su Xiaokai was surprised for a while when she heard Perlin's news. She didn't expect it to be related to Xingmiu's family. Not long after the game ended, Xingmiu was planning to pay for a meal at the private restaurant that Su Xiaokai loved to go to. Just as Su Xiaokai was hesitating whether to tell Xingmiu about this, Xingmiu's mother called Xingmiu and cried that Min Qing was arrested and detained. She didn't know what happened, but she knew that the family's lawyers were looking for a way to bail him out. But it was useless. Min Qing seemed to have made a big mistake. The children in the family were busy fighting for power and dividing the family property, and she, as a stepmother, was helpless. Xingmiu was overwhelmed when she heard her mother crying. Every time she cried like this, it meant that she needed the care of another man, otherwise it would never end. "Meow meow, please help me. Your best friend is so powerful. She must have a way to know what happened to Min Qing. You must help me. The lawyer won't tell me anything. I really have no choice. Mom, can you calm down first?" Xingmiu was so annoyed. Every time Xingmi cried, she would get a little stressed. Xingmi was already 50 years old, but still so naive. "I can't let you ruin the friendship between me and Su Xiaokai. Tell me what happened and when it happened, and I go to the police station to find out." "No need to find out. I was the one who put Min Qing in jail. He was related to a religious organization. Hundreds of people died indirectly at his hands. He can't get out." The account books of the private hospital were also taken back. Min Qing and Hu Tianquan are both birds of a feather, born in aristocratic families. Because the struggle for interests was too intense, they lacked the means and wisdom, and did not want to lose their current status, so they joined the all-knowing church by chance. Min Qing joined early, and kept his status before his family fell into ruin. Hu Tianquan joined late, and his family fell into decline, so he could only enter the middle class, but he could barely maintain the illusion of being in the upper class. As for the other people in the upper echelons of the religious organization, Hu Tianquan and Min Qing knew nothing about them. They really didn't know the kind of people who couldn't even say their names after drinking truth serum. Their organization is very strange. The upper echelons do not know each other. For every action, only one protagonist will be dispatched. The bishop is a person of Min Qing's level. The activities are planned, and he is responsible for organizing the people below to execute them. Every time the leader sends a message, it is an empty number and cannot be called back. The bishop always completes the task successfully according to the instructions. During the interrogation, Min Qing cunningly said that he had resisted, but the leader was omnipresent and seemed to be able to see through his thoughts. Every time he tried to get rid of him, his company would be in trouble. Perlin was speechless. If you don't have the ability to run the business, Don't blame others for the problems of the business. If you don't have too many handles in others' hands, how can you resist? Greed caused the trouble. Perlin continued to interrogate. The Min family alone could not complete the chain of organ trafficking, and they left a list of people who did organ transplants. These people are one of their powers, and even former generals are involved. There are so many people who committed crimes that Perlin alone can't investigate them. It is not easy to investigate similar cases, sometimes spanning more than 10 years. Although the leader was not caught, it is also a gain to knock out a religious den. Because there are still people who have not been caught, the case cannot be made public, and even if Xingmiu goes to investigate, he can't find out any information. Xingmiu, Kai, did you do it? Almost. I just flattened a piece of land, and then found a deep basement. The other party likes to play dirty, so she plays openly. If you deal with people openly, no one can catch them. I can't blame her for being so angry that I exposed my true identity. What did your friend say? Meow Meow, tell me, what happened to your father? Xingmiu didn't hide it in front of Su Shaokai. In front of Su Shaokai, she told Xingmi on the other end of the communicator, he is not my father. I am not even registered in his name. My household registration is separate. Don't confuse me with scumbags. You two, pack your bags now. No, I guess you will be summoned by the police soon. You should write a divorce agreement now, and take the initiative to go to the police station to wait for questioning. Anyway, you married into the Min family as a bachelor, and all your belongings are with me. Don't take anything with you now. I pick you up after the police have finished questioning you, and you can just move out in the future. Xing Miao learned a trick. Since her mother has no opinion and needs to rely on others, she should rely on her. She makes the decision. Her mother can't live without a man, so she will take the initiative to help her choose. She has a net worth of tens of millions, so she is not afraid of not having a gigolo to make her mother happy. Su Shaokai held back her laughter. The gentle and considerate Xing Miao finally knew how to take the initiative. Doing more command will naturally generate domineering. Xing Mi's eyes were filled with worry, but Meow Meow, what about Min Qing? What to do? He has done so many evil things. He is not afraid of being struck by lightning, but I am afraid that lightning will hurt me, an innocent person. Mom, I am about to join the army. Can you think of me once and be independent for me once? You know, if parents have a criminal record, it will bring disaster to their children. So she was chosen by the military, and she didn't want to lose her qualification to join the military because of her stepfather. Before, Xing Miao thought her stepfather was a good man, but after knowing that he was a member of the all-knowing cult, she hated her mother's perspective on people. 3 husbands, one worse than the other, and now this one is even worse, so bad that he is sent to prison, and the death penalty may be the lightest sentence. Xing Mi has the ability to pick the worst among the scumbags. Chapter 153. Damn it, these people are so nice to Xing Mi, they always make Xing Mi can't let go. Too soft-hearted. Perhaps Xing Miao's toughness gave Xing Mi the courage to fight for the first time. Okay, I listen to you. Xing Miao warned again, don't do anything anyone tells you to do. I know you're anxious, but you can't be anxious, so you only have 2 things to do now. First, write a divorce agreement, don't ask for anything, don't touch those ill-gotten gains. Second, go to the police station. If you don't want me to lose anything, just do these 2 things, understand? Explain it quickly. Understand. Understood. Be firm and speak louder. Understood. Xing Mi is very obedient. Her daughter gives her a sense of support and security. So she wrote a divorce agreement without saying anything, as her daughter said. Xing Mi knows how to write a divorce agreement. Download a copy from the internet, delete the property division part, and ask for a clean divorce. After Xing Miao hung up the phone, she was still worried about her mother. Xing Mi was a punching bag at home, and she was very kind-hearted, so it was easy to be led astray. If her stepson cried a little, and asked her to take part of the blame, she might really do it. You are worried about her. Kay will lend it to you, go pick her up. Su Shaokai was still a little embarrassed. She really didn't think that the accident was a family she knew. After all, Aunt Xing had made a lot of clothes for her before, and her love for her could be reflected in the clothes. Thank you, Kai. Xing Miu hugged Su Shaokai and said thank you, and made up his mind to take Xing Mi away. He turned around and immediately took Kay's car to pick up Xing Mi. Wu Qingqing and Feng Huasha said they wanted to go with them. How could Hu Ping be absent in such a lively place? If they stayed here, they would only end up being scolded. So he took the initiative to say that he would drive another car. Ladies are weak, and a few more men can help you block people. We are responsible for defense, and you are responsible for charging and looking for people. Xing Miu, After Hu Ping said it, all the emotions disappeared. In the final analysis, they just love to eat melons. If Su Xiaokai can go anywhere, it is probably the same. They are all taught by the same coach, and their common characteristics are very obvious. Wu Qingqing excitedly waved to Su Xiaokai. Master, wait for me to live broadcast for you. Su Xiaokai stared at Fan Qi and the two bodyguards beside him at the door with resentment. The bodyguards were sent in the name of protecting the professor. In fact, they all meant to protect Su Xiaokai. Su Xiaokai had no problem returning to school, but she had to report to other places so that they could dispatch people to protect her secretly. As for the Min family, they all disapproved of her going there. It was too chaotic. If someone in the Min family fought back desperately, the consequences would be disastrous. I am the legendary genius with a lot of troubles. Even my access is restricted. It's too hard. The bodyguard and Fan Qi ignored Su Xiaocai's complaints and looked straight ahead. If Su Xiaokai really wanted to leave, no one could stop her. She chose to stay here, which showed that she knew the importance of the matter. Xingmi was drafting a divorce agreement in her room. After writing it, she checked it twice, but could not find any loopholes. She didn't understand, so she could only try to make sure there were no typos. Then she packed her luggage. She listened to Xing Miao very much and didn't take anything she shouldn't take. She only took a few changes of clothes and 2 pairs of shoes. When she pulled the suitcase downstairs, the noisy stepchildren glared at Xingmi seeing her fleeing. They were furious. This kind of behavior of running away when disaster strikes is definitely a bad girl. If it were in any TV series, she would be criticized for at least 10 episodes. Where are you going? My dad is not dead yet. You have been with my dad for so long, and you left as soon as he got into trouble. Are you still human? Without Min Qing to restrain them, the younger generation of the Min family is like a pack of mad dogs, biting anyone they catch. Xingmi was unable to explain, full of grievances. Now all my father's assets have been frozen. Do you have any other assets? Spit them all out. You are not qualified to own them. Are you running away with the money? Open your suitcase and let us see. Don't even think about taking anything with you. All my father's things belong to us. Where do you want to go? Don't even think about taking anything valuable with you. I didn't bring any valuables. The suitcase is full of clothes. Xingmi's eyes were filled with tears. I don't want to go anywhere. I just plan to go to the police station. The children of the Min family were collectively silenced. Going to the police station at this time is a brave move. They usually hate Xingmi's good-natured appearance the most. Is she not pretending, but a real good-natured person with a clean record? Impossible. They have been pampered since childhood and have not developed a spotless appearance. Xingmi has been married 3 times and her marriages have been better and better, which is enough to prove that she is scheming. No one in the Min family is not involved in the scandal. Putting themselves in others' shoes, they all think that Xingmi wants to go to the police station to report Min Qing or report them. Don't even think about leaving. We need to see what's in your suitcase. Butler, send someone into the room, lock her up, don't let her go. She's a thief. I didn't. There were really only clothes in the suitcase. Xingmi didn't recognize it. She didn't expect that her stepson and stepdaughter, who usually smiled at her and greeted her in a friendly way, would speak harshly to her. You can't lock me up. You can't wrongly accuse me. She was so good to them. Why did they treat her like this? Xingmi's family background was okay. Her parents were both teachers. They would give her the best within their financial capacity and treat her like a little princess. She has been married to 3 husbands, but she still has never had sex. It is not entirely true that Xingmi is stupid. She just does not think too much and does not touch the ugly side of human nature. She is very self-motivated and thinks that as long as she is good to others, others will be good to her. She knows deep down that she is sorry for her daughter. For her own happiness and a good life, she selfishly lets her daughter accommodate her again and again. When Xingmi arrived, Xingmi was resisting. A weak woman, she resisted hysterically for the first time, like a mad woman, grabbing the railing at the entrance of the stairs and refusing to leave. She had let her daughter down many times, and she couldn't let her child down again for the sake of the impending ruin of the Min family. Her daughter begged her like that. She couldn't remain indifferent. A group of people came in carelessly, and the bodyguards and security guards didn't stop them. They all knew Ji Hung and his group, and knew that the Ji, Hu, and Wu families were thriving and could not be offended. The Min family was in chaos right now, and they didn't want a fight to affect their future. Maybe they would switch jobs to these companies in the future. Mom. Xing Miao hurried over. She hadn't been here for a long time. The home she hadn't been to for a long time was getting more and more smoky. The servant who caught Xingmi upstairs was very strong. Xing Miao had to use some tricks to push the servant away. Xing Miao looked down at Xingmi's arm. Her delicate skin was covered with purple bruises as big as finger marks. Get out of here. Miss Xing, we are also following orders. Xing Miao said coldly. Whose orders are you following? Is there anyone here who pays you? The servants had nothing to say. They couldn't say that they wanted to turn over and become the master and bully Xingmi once. Xingmi hugged Xing Miao and burst into tears. Meow meow, they bullied me. The two beauties hugged each other, with the same long curly hair. One was loose, with tears in her eyes. The other tied her hair into a ponytail, cold as ice. Wu Qingqing silently took out the live broadcast equipment and opened a private channel for Su Xiaokai. It should be said that with these two faces, the atmosphere was sublimated. It's not worth it for the dog blood drama to become a rich family. They want to go back to the fairyland to be fairies. Xing Miao, do you still have the face to come back? Your coach is causing our family to break up. Security, security, where is she? Catch her. The person who spoke was Min Qing's second son. Xing Miao was always too lazy to say anything to the Min family. If they implicated Su Xiaokai, that would be too much. Why should I be ashamed? I don't have a father who is a murderer and sells organs privately. You ungrateful bastard, have you forgotten whose money you used to study? How much money did I use? List it out. Do you have the nerve to list it out? She is the stepdaughter of the Min family anyway. If they dare to dig out how much money the Min family has given her, Xing Miao will dare to settle accounts with them. It's not even 20,000 yuan, just a simple tuition fee. It's so funny to talk about it. The rest is all the savings Xingmi made from secretly making clothes for others. Xingmi used to feel inferior in front of the Min family. After all, she used the Min family's money to study. Not now. Xingmi is not doing nothing. She just does it secretly, and likes to do everything behind people's backs to move herself. It was also because she made clothes for Su Xiaokai that Xingmi slowly realized that Xingmi didn't really take making clothes as a hobby. After Su Xiaokai wore her clothes, Xingmi secretly promoted them in the circle of wealthy women. She has the blueprints for custom-made clothes to make money. Second young Master Min was furious. He liked this stepsister before. She was pretty and powerful enough to make him look good in front of a group of playboys. Now, he just wanted to beat the mother and daughter to death. Security, catch them. Where are they going to die? Security is also a person, and he knows the law. Ji Hung didn't use force, so they didn't dare to move. Xing Miao was right. It was Mr. Min who hired them, not these young masters. It's good to be blind. Master, they just want to take the wife away. We have no right to restrict their personal freedom. You are the bodyguards hired by the Min family. Young Master Min was so angry that he pointed at these people and cursed. The bodyguards just didn't move. They are very dedicated and abide by the rules of the industry. The captain of the bodyguards explained, it doesn't involve the personal safety of the employer. We can't do it at will. Please understand. The wife is a member of the Min family, and the master and the lady are also members of the Min family. The dispute between the wife and the children is a family matter, and they should not take the initiative. Hu Ping looked at these bodyguards a few more times. Where did these bodyguards come from? Their professional ethics are very good. Lu Sun held a different opinion. This was the first time he saw such a unique bodyguard. It was completely different from what he saw in the movies. In movies and TV series, bodyguards always protect their employers at the first time. Why did it come to the Min family? It was like they had taken a brain-dead movie. The bodyguards held their heads high. Bodyguards are not human beings. They are all workers. It is reasonable to do things according to the rules of the industry. The main reason is that they are the new bodyguards of the Min family. They have not yet been adjusted, and the money has not been received. It is also forgivable that they are negative at work, right? There was no other way. The second son of the Min family had to rush over to stop Xingmi, while the young ladies of the Min family went to grab the suitcase. Since you are leaving, leave the house with nothing, and don't take anything with you. Xingmi hugged it tightly, not wanting them to take it away. Mom, if you don't have anything in it, leave it to them. Yes, there are clothes I made for you in it. Xingmi was stubborn and didn't want to let go. The quality of the suitcase was not very good, and after a few struggles, the lock was loosened and the things were scattered all over the floor. Inside, there were only a few sets of clothes, IDs, and 2 leather notebooks. Wu Qingqing and Feng Wansha were very alert and rushed to grab the IDs. The Min family wanted to seize the IDs and prevent Xingmi from leaving, but they were a step too late. Xingmi's eyes were on the clothes on the ground, a very cool military-style black windbreaker, which was a gift from her daughter. There were 2 footprints on it, and Xingmi was super sad. Wow, you all bully me. Xingmu, eh? She squatted down and carefully folded Xingmi's clothes. Don't cry, I take you to see Kai Kai later. Don't you like her very much? She doesn't like people who cry. Xingmi really likes Su Xiaokai, but she never told Xingmi the reason. Su Xiaokai is the person Xingmi wants to be in her life, strong, smart, and heroic. And this person is her daughter's classmate, very close to her, not someone in the sky. She knows that she doesn't have that ability, nor does she have that character. But it doesn't stop her from envying such people. Xingmi knew she was going to see Su Xiaokai, so she wiped away her tears and said, "Let's go to the police station first. I want to divorce Min." The frail beauty was helped up, with tears still on her cheeks and eyes, like a clear pool of water. God has pity on her, and the years have left no traces on her face, which looks pure and natural. After crying, Xingmi looked like she had put on pink makeup, like a goddess of beauty, lovable. Feng Huaxia gave her a tissue, and Li Lei took out another suitcase to help pack the luggage, putting clothes and notebooks into the suitcase. Ji Heng and Hu Ping stood in front of them. The children of the Min family forced the bodyguards to take action. If you don't take action, we won't pay you. The bodyguard looked at the bodyguard captain. Okay, do it. So the bodyguard captain demonstrated and fought with Ji Heng and others in a perfunctory manner. It seemed fierce, but it was actually just playing house. The Min family didn't understand, and just thought that Ji Heng and others should be able to stay. The housekeeper gave up and closed his eyes. A group of actors, who just wanted to get paid, performed better than the drama group. Accompanied by Xingmu and others, Xingmi successfully packed up and walked out of the Min family's door. And under the panicked eyes of the Min family, she rushed to the police station. The family members took the initiative to cooperate, and Perlin was a little surprised, but he took Xingmi's statement very calmly. As long as she was around Su Xiaokai, anything weird could happen. It was nothing strange for a family member to take the initiative to take a statement. As a result, Perlin was slapped in the face again. Xingmi was not a liar. She answered whatever the police asked. She had the habit of keeping a diary. No matter who she married, she would write a diary. Sometimes she would write in detail when Minqing came back late at night, and where he went for social events. Perlin thought Xingmi was only here to cooperate with the investigation, and asked Minqing for a divorce. Who knew she was here to deliver key evidence? Minqing's life was a thorough implementation of the teachings of the Omniscience Church. Those who do evil will have retribution. Xingmi was his retribution. He would never have thought that the habit of the person next to him writing a diary would betray him completely. Xingmiao didn't know this, and was waiting for the result outside. After the interrogation, Perlin smiled like a flower, and the wrinkles on his collar were too late to be smoothed. He praised Xingmi for cooperating with law enforcement, and for being Su Xiaocai's best friend with a strong sense of law. Xingmi was stunned when her hand was grabbed and squeezed hard. "Officer, can you tell me what happened? Your mother took the initiative to send Minqing's whereabouts, which is very important to our police station. It is because the handwritten diary is difficult to be discovered. I am not worried about electronic texts and videos. The possibility of forgery is too low. Now the diary has been taken for identification. Xingmi has been writing about the life of the Min family for 2 years, so it can be used for date identification. As long as the elements match the changes in the date she wrote the diary, it can be used as one of the evidences. Overturn the fake videos of Minqing's many alibis. Of course, the video is only one part, and Perlin has also found a lot of evidence, enough for Minqing to spend the rest of his life in prison. Xingmi is still doing other registrations. She signed her name timidly to confirm that she didn't lie in every word. Her pitiful expression is like a little white rabbit. The female police officers didn't dare to say harsh words to her. This beauty is really beautiful. It doesn't matter if she is stupid. She has a smart daughter. Her beauty is enough, and she doesn't need an IQ bonus. Xingmiao stood there with her arms folded. Her waist and legs were in perfect proportion, and her temperament was cold. Several police officers seemed to see the figure of Su Xiaokai in her and shuddered. It was a bit scary. Su Xiaokai had become a nightmare for the team members. Every time they saw her, a mountain of work would come. All the procedures were done. Your mother may have to go to court as a witness. Can you guarantee that she can come back to testify? Perlin was worried that Xingmu had gone far away. Xingmiao, I plan to send my mother to another planet, but if you need me, I will accompany her or find someone to accompany her to court. Xingmi's mother and daughter stood together, like two sisters. Xingmu felt like an older sister. Her eyes were more mature than Xingmi's, and she was in a dominant position. Xingmi had no objection, Whatever her daughter said was the truth. By the way, is Min willing to sign the divorce agreement? Signed. Xingmi didn't expect Min Qing to be so straightforward. He was very domineering before, and he signed the divorce agreement as soon as he said so. Xingmi was a little overwhelmed. There is no point in being unhappy. Min Qing clearly knows that the building is about to collapse, but he really loves Xingmi. Xingmi is submissive and only relies on him, not in love. He can't communicate with Xingmi. When Xingmi handed over the divorce agreement, he was not surprised, and chose to let go. Maybe it was the last bit of kindness for a dirty person like him. A happy divorce is a kind of care for beautiful things. After leaving the police station, Xingmi asked Xingmi what evidence she provided to the police station. Xingmi hesitated. Maybe it's the diary I wrote. You know, I like to write a diary when no one is around to record my life. There are several boxes of diaries. However, she put the old ones in her previous house and didn't bring them to Min's house. Min Qing didn't live in the same bedroom with her. If the servants saw them, they wouldn't think anything of it. They wouldn't realize that it would be the last straw that broke Min Qing's back. Xing Miao smiled and praised, "Mom, you did a good job." Really? Xingmi blinked and blushed. She was so happy that her daughter praised her. Chapter 154. Wu Qingqing and Hu Ping are the two best at boasting, and they are also professionals in coaxing people. Auntie, this is a stroke of genius. Auntie, this is a good habit, keep it up, and we will learn from you to record our lives with a pen in the future. You and I praised Xingmi so much that she felt embarrassed, and she held her face. You are all good children. Anyone who praises her is a good child. This is the first time that so many people have directly praised her good habits and the details of her life, rather than her appearance. She used to think she was beautiful, but after hearing too many compliments, she lost her judgment. Apart from the skin, she gradually felt that she was useless. Receiving so many compliments from the heart, Xingmi smiled, as beautiful as a rose, attractive to both men and women. Woohoo, Xingmi is beautiful enough, but Xingmi is even more beautiful. Wu Qingqing couldn't help hugging the beauty, and she was as fragrant and soft as she imagined. Everyone wanted to see more of this beauty, and didn't want her to leave. But Xingmi sneered. They were all confused by her mother. As a mother, she could only get along with her for a few days. It's not that Xingmi is unfilial, but Xingmi is like a plaster monkey. Even if there is someone to rely on, she doesn't feel safe. This may be related to the fact that she was almost caught by human traffickers and sold as a child. But this situation is a psychological disease, difficult to treat, and has not been cured yet. Someone must accompany her often. In the Min family, there are many servants and stepchildren. Xingmi takes on the role of stepmother by herself, so as not to be annoying. Xingmi knows that she can't accompany Xingmi, and can't serve as her safe haven for the time being. Let Xingmi's beauty stay in the hearts of her friends. Because Xingmi was afraid that she would meet another scumbag during her absence, Xingmi asked her opinion and asked if she was willing to live on Sue's planet for a while. There are Ji's mother and Sue's father to take care of her, and there are restrictions on entry and exit recently. The personnel are not that complicated. Su Shaokai touched her nose. Sue's father was fed up with her, and he was going to send someone over again. However, Xingmi's personality is really not suitable for living on the capital planet. Yu Haiming and Zhu Yang are just workers, and cannot take care of her. General Bai would never help take care of a woman. Xingmi will probably live in the army in the future, so it will be even more difficult to take her with him. Xingmi was very worried. Will it cause trouble to others? I'm afraid I won't get used to it. You can get used to it wherever you go, Mom. Xingmi didn't believe Xingmi's words. Although Xingmi was a rose, she was a wild rose. As long as there were enough nutrients and the environment was suitable, she could bloom anywhere. Xingmi was too direct. Maybe she was stressed by Xingmi, so her tone was very tough, unlike her usual gentleness to other people. Su Shaokai gently comforted Xing Miao, sat down, and held Xingmi's hand. Auntie Xing, there are many beautiful handmade fabrics on the Su planet. Can you design a few more clothes with these fabrics? When I wear them out, many people will envy me. Xingmi blinked. Do you like the clothes I make very much? Yes. Not only do I like them, we all like them very much. When you arrive in my hometown, can you pick a special fabric and make a set of team uniforms for us? It should be super cool, so that we can wear them out and make others envious. You design a few more styles, and I pick a few more sets to wear in exchange. Xingmi, who was needed by others, suddenly felt relieved. Okay, I make it for you. You're not making it for me, I want to buy it, you have to charge for it. Su Shaokai transferred 1 million to Xingmi without saying anything. This is the money for making clothes, and Xing, Don't think I gave you too little. 1 million, is it too little? In the circle of rich people, it really can't buy a few pieces of clothes. But for Xingmi, it's just the right number. After all, her design drawings can only be sold for tens of thousands at most. Selling clothes can make 1 million, which is really a price she can't refuse. Xing Miao was relieved when she saw Su Xiaokai easily controlling her mother. She was afraid that Xingmi would find all kinds of excuses to stay in the capital. Xing Miao felt relieved after solving Xingmi's destination perfectly. He took Xingmi to the hotel and told her various matters, such as when to come back to officially sign the divorce. The police called to ask questions, and wanted to see her bank statements, check her accounts, and who she should contact. For matters related to the law and divorce, find lawyer Fei, and be sure to ask her what to do. Don't make decisions on your own. If you don't know common sense, go to Uncle Su. If you encounter injustice, Aunt Ji will help you. I have prepared your luggage for you. Take this space button. It is a gift from Brother Ji's company. The space is not very big, but it can hold your things. When you go to other places, don't trust others easily. Xingmi listened carefully, and how much she listened to, probably only she knew. Because Xingmi applied to leave the capital star, Perlin gave Su Xiaokai face and checked Xingmi's files and movements, as well as her daily expenses. Perlin twitched his lips. Looking at Xingmi's past spending, no one thought she was a rich lady. No wonder Min Qing thought she was pure and clean. After marrying into the Min family for so long, her biggest expense was her daughter's tuition. It was so unreal. After confirming that Xingmi was fine, Perlin gave her special approval. As for the rest of the Min family, they couldn't leave even if they wanted to. The Min family used to be wary of Xingmi and prevented her from touching the family business and any property, which just proved that Xingmi was not involved in any illegal activities. This is the most incredible thing, since the Min family broke the news. On the day of leaving, Su Xiaokai called a female security guard to escort Xingmi away. Xingmi was reluctant to leave, but did not look back. She knew that her daughter disliked her a little bit, because she could not be a competent mother. Xingmi always looked at Xingmi's back. She never disliked her mother, she just couldn't control her emotions. She felt immature and her emotions were not stable enough. In the future, she will cultivate her character and get along with Xingmi with the right attitude when she faces her again. With only a few days left, the purchased land was planted with bamboos. Part of it was dug up to plant vegetables, and another part was used to plant sweet fruit. At the same time, high walls were gradually built to block the outside world's view. Not only are bamboo shoots expensive, but the metal blocks required for sweet fruit are also expensive. It is hard to guarantee that someone will be greedy and dig out the metal and sell it as secondhand. In order to prevent this greed, Su Xiaokai fenced it off. As for Ji Li's house, it is in the bamboo forest, with a fish pond in front and bamboo in the back, forming a feng shui situation with a cool breeze. It is very comfortable in summer, and suitable for summer vacation. One of the other two villas belongs to Hu Tianquan. His family quickly transferred it to Su Xiaokai at 1/20th of the market price before the money was frozen. So this villa was also flattened. After flattening, a long tunnel was found under the villa. 50 meters deep, there is a large basement inside. There are several exits in the basement. The other exits are either in the sewer or in some wilderness, which is very hidden. The entrance to the villa's tunnel is difficult to find. Even with professional instruments, it cannot be detected. This group of religious believers simply treat hide-and-seek as a war, armed to the teeth. If it weren't for Su Xiaocai's cost-effective operation, it might not be possible to catch all the believers from the Min family. This time, the police station pinched their noses and gave Su Xiaokai money. Although it was not a fraction of what she had given out, Su Xiaokai accepted it at the fastest speed. The law enforcement department didn't know how much wool they had fleeced from her. When it was her turn to fleece, she would never refuse. The remaining villa of that family was at the edge of the land, and the wall was built together, rejecting the villa outside the high wall, and no one managed it. Su Xiaokai didn't care. Anyway, the family hadn't renovated the house. As long as they could ensure that homeless people didn't enter and occupy the house, it would be fine. The family wanted to sell it to Su Xiaokai, but it didn't work. If you don't sell it at the normal price, it doesn't matter. It has already been stated that they will not build real estate again. If you don't believe it, what can you do? It has completely depreciated, and they still want to sell it at the market price. It's wishful thinking. The government is very satisfied with Su Xiaocai's approach. This piece of land was traded many years ago, and has never been taken back. And Su Xiaokai would rather not make money herself, but make the land green. She is simply an environmental ambassador. As long as no house is built, the land will be returned to the government in a few years and can be used as a green space or park. The mayor specially sent her an environmental protection banner and praised her actions on the official website. Su Shakai smiled but said nothing, hiding her achievements and fame. Others are the ones who don't make money, but in her hands, there is no one who doesn't make money. It will take some time to apply for drugs. The production of mechas and simulation cabins should be put on the agenda. Zhu Yang has left Fifen Island and become the general manager of the company. The factory address is still in the suburbs. This time it is the location provided by Wu Xiaoxiang. The factory he bought to produce mecha models has withdrawn. Before Su Shaokai leaves, she has to sort out some things about the factory first. For example, she needs to select people to engage in mecha production. If nothing unexpected happens, a new round of interviews will come. This time, the selection is very strict. Su Shaokai asked 10 military students to check, and she made the final decision. For this factory, as long as you pass the interview, the contract will last for 5 years, and the background check must be done very detailed. Su Shaokai does not require academic qualifications, only age, self-taught basic knowledge related to mecha, unique thinking ability, and careful work. It is best to have completed works independently. You don't need to participate in the competition. You just need to have had this idea in the past, and put it into action. The above conditions seem to be not demanding, but there is no standard. Things that are not standardized are the most difficult. Obviously, the applicants must have unique insights into mechas and a solid knowledge base. Because the salary is really considerable, this recruitment information was sent to the New World, and tens of thousands of people submitted resumes. Su Shaokai had already prepared a response. Each applicant had to fill out a form and answer a question within half an hour. The question was random. Required to enter the formal test recording mode and complete it alone. If there is an accident in the middle, you can retake the test, and there are only 3 chances. I will leave the day after tomorrow. Su Shaokai is still keeping an eye on this interview while busy. Luo Lianliang, who works as a temporary worker in a maintenance yard in the capital star, did not see this notice, but Su Shaokai personally sent an invitation. She thinks Luo Lianliang is very resilient and has a good personality. Although his education level is low, his knowledge of mecha is still very solid. You can see that he insists on working as a maintenance worker in various automobile and mecha factories. When the communicator rang, Luo Lianliang wiped his sweat. Seeing that it was a private message from Wudi Ai Zhongsai, he almost broke the control rod of the robot arm. What was the meaning of Su Shaokai coming to find him at this time? The two had only contacted each other 4 or 5 times in private, and were not familiar with each other. Could there be a change in the case? He could never have imagined that Su Shaokai was inviting him to an interview. His interview would be conducted by Professor Ai Shinping himself. As a man with a crazy interest in mechas and machinery, how could Luo Lianliang not know Ai Shinping? He took off his gloves, and with trembling hands, he clicked on the details of the text message. Then he looked at the one Su Shaokai sent him, which showed a job opening at Yidiankai Machinery Seiko Mecha Company, Ltd. Unlike the Machinery Company, Limited, this company specializes in mecha manufacturing. Should he go or not? He hesitated. He hadn't even graduated from high school. Would he be rejected before the interview? He hadn't studied college courses. Even if he got into the factory by chance, would he not be able to keep up with others? But he couldn't refuse the invitation. He can meet Professor Ai Shinping. Xiao Yang, what are you doing? If you slack off for more than 2 minutes, 20 yuan will be deducted from your salary. Luo Lianliang was startled and turned to see the maintenance supervisor's 2 big nostrils emitting hot air and a gloomy expression. Are you still not working? Don't you want to do it anymore? If the boss wasn't willing to take you in, would you have been able to get this high-paying temporary technical job? You don't have a high degree of education, and you're always like a wooden man. I'm the only good person. Hurry up and work. The customer will come to pick it up soon. You just want to be lazy early in the morning, a bunch of lazy people. The supervisor cursed a lot, but he cursed skillfully. He didn't curse Luo Lianliang's family, but he cursed Luo Lianliang's education and personality. Luo Lianliang was proud in school, and in society. In order to make money, he learned to endure. Everyone heard it, but they didn't dare to say anything back. This supervisor was the best at controlling temporary workers, especially Luo Lianliang, who was an external aide specially hired by the boss. It's not right to say external aide. The boss was a bit stingy. In order to pay less money, he hired this supervisor to squeeze people. Luo Lianliang, who has good skills, works hard, and is not yet a formal employee, was the first to be targeted by the supervisor. If it weren't for the pressure of life, who could tolerate having their salary deducted for no reason? In normal times, Luo Lianliang would definitely not reply, as if nothing had happened. He lowered his head and looked at the text message. But Su Xiaohai promised him that even if he couldn't pass Ai Xingping's interview, he could work as a clerk in the factory, learn and improve himself. But she believed that he was capable of passing the interview. She hoped that he could come to her company to show his strengths. Luo Lianliang is indeed a genius, the kind of talent that Su Xiaohai likes. After all, he was invited by Su Xiaohai himself, so he must have some privileges. The road ahead of him is now open. Even if he is a clerk, he can learn real cutting-edge technology. Now that the family debt is gone, the responsibility on his shoulders is much lighter. With a better job, who cares about temporary work? He is humble when there is something to do, but he wants to drive you away when there is nothing to do. He is too hypocritical. He would rather be scolded by the professor than be lectured by a useless person with an empty head. Luo Lianliang put down his gloves, took off his helmet, and then his work clothes. I quit. The boss of Fifan Island decided to hire me. I won't come here to suffer your wrath. Whether I pass the interview or not, let's put down the harsh words first. You said that President Su will hire you? You? The supervisor was disdainful, and thought Luo Lianliang was daydreaming. Okay, you better not come back to beg me. If you come back, I will only consider it if you kneel down. No need. I will never come back. I'm not a contract worker, so I can't count as charity. I exchange my skills for wages, and I often deduct them. What's damned is that they let a person who knows nothing about technology and can only flatter and curse manage them. Depressed and angry. Leave now, don't come back. There are many people with higher knowledge than you. Who do you think you are? Luo Lianliang turned around and left. He went to the interview now, and started working now to show everyone that he had no character problems. Su Xiaohai admired him, and he could mix in the highest-end technology workplace without academic qualifications. Luo Lianliang walked very fast, and the supervisor was still yelling. When the people completely disappeared from sight, the supervisor looked at the people behind him angrily. What are you still doing here? Hurry up and work, you are all lazy. A technical worker said. Luo is the only one who knows how to modify the mecha. We are repairmen, and we don't know. Renovation and repair are the same. He has already modified half of it. Don't you know how to continue? The technical workers looked at each other. Mecha modification has very high requirements. Random changes will affect the performance of the mecha, and it must be in line with the user's usage habits. We don't know? If you can modify it at will, there will be no exams for mecha repairmen. Luo Lianliang studied by himself and got the certificate, but they don't have his brains. Others will use this mecha in a competition. The Capital Star also has a stadium for mecha battles, which is not accessible to ordinary people and is not in the city. On the Capital Star, who dares to mess with other people's mechas? They can't bear the responsibility. Don't you have anyone who understands this? Where is the other technician? Where is the official modifier? He took a leave today. Hurry up and get him back. He can't come back. His wife is about to give birth. At this point, the workers were gloating and even wanted to watch the show. The government attaches great importance to childbirth and chooses pregnant women who conceive naturally. When giving birth, the husband's company must give him leave to accompany the pregnant woman. The pregnant woman is the most important, and you, a supervisor, are nothing. The supervisor realized that he was going to suffer and vented. Why did his wife choose this time to give birth? We give him so much money. Can't his wife have artificial placenta incubation? Everyone showed a look of disapproval. Mothers who give birth naturally are great. Why blame a mother who is willing to give birth to a child herself? Artificial placenta pregnancy is good, but doctors also encourage natural pregnancy for healthy people, and maternal instinct will be stimulated to the greatest extent during pregnancy. This is beneficial to the growth of many children. Is the supervisor crazy? Someone secretly recorded his helpless and furious appearance and sent it to Luo Lianliang. Luo Lianliang wanted to laugh, but couldn't laugh out loud because he was very nervous and didn't know what questions Professor Ai would ask next. After the supervisor learned that no one could replace Luo Lianliang, he went into the office and called the boss, hoping that the boss could find someone to solve the problem. The boss was also looking at the recruitment advertisement posted by Su Xiaohai, fantasizing that one day he could use a recruitment advertisement to recruit talents to work for him. When the boss heard that Luo Lianliang was poached by Su Xiaohai, he could no longer sit still. Chapter 155. Luo Lianliang is the most thoughtful maintenance worker in his place. It is precisely because of his low education that he can be hired back as a temporary worker. He is the lowest paid among several maintenance workers, but the most popular. You said he was poached by Su Xiaokai, and she poached him in person? The boss doesn't understand how Luo Lianliang knows Su Xiaokai. No, she just sent a message and he left. Boss, you are so good to him, but he doesn't care about you. He is ungrateful, and he left without saying anything, leaving a mess behind. The boss has no other reserve talents to invite, so let's deal with this time first. The supervisor avoided the important issues, and said that he would get through this difficulty first and talk about the future later. They specifically asked Master Luo to do the modification. Where can I find another Master Luo? The boss knew what the supervisor he invited back looked like. Luo Lianliang was a responsible person, and would not suddenly abandon his work. Did you say something to make Master Luo angry and leave? Just then, Su Xiaokai sent an invitation, and he left in anger. The boss's association fits the situation very well. The supervisor was silent for a moment, and then the boss knew it was him. He had shot himself in the foot. If someone left without a way out, it would be easy to persuade him to come back, but if there was a way out, it would be different. Boss, I call Master Luo first. The supervisor looked unhappy, and his inverted triangle eyes narrowed into lines. Now the boss wants to invite Luo Lianliang back. Where will he save face? According to him, just hire a new maintenance worker. Must Luo Lianliang be the only one? The boss hung up the phone and contacted Luo Lianliang. The supervisor took the initiative to contact his friend, whom he met by chance. He had a high degree and worked in the maintenance department during college. He felt that everyone could do the same job as a maintenance worker. Luo Lianliang had already taken a shower. His sister officially went to school today, and only Grandpa Luo was left at home. Grandpa Luo put on the good clothes left by Luo's father and told him, "You don't have to pay back the debt. What you gave out before has been recovered. Work hard and learn knowledge steadily." Luo Lianliang nodded, "I will. If you have a girl you like, you can also try to express it. My boy is so handsome, it's time for him to fall in love." Luo Lianliang couldn't answer this sentence. He said before that he would study hard. Why did he talk about this again in the blink of an eye? I'm kidding. Grandpa Luo helped him comb his hair. It was a little long and would get tangled. It was difficult to do it with one hand, so he let Luo Lianliang comb it himself. It's okay if you don't talk about it, just be happy. Luo Lianliang pursed his lips. I will be happy, Grandpa. From now on, he will be upright and no longer have to bear the name of a gambler's son or a problem student who dropped out of school. Just as he stepped onto the flying railcar to Fifen Island, the communicator rang. Luo Lianliang saw the name and was very determined not to answer it. No one can stop him from pursuing his dream. He must have a formal job, otherwise his sister will have trouble studying. The boss couldn't contact Luo Lianliang, so he could only apologize to the customer and ask if he could change a maintenance worker. What? Master Luo went to Fifen Island to work for Mr. Su? My vision was right. The customer was very happy for Luo Lianliang. What's the big deal? It doesn't matter if it's not modified. I take the mecha and let other masters modify it. Every customer has his favorite craftsmanship, which is understandable. The boss was very grateful to the customer for understanding. He apologized repeatedly and gave the customer several gifts and coupons, and welcomed him to come again next time. However, he settled the customer, but not the idiot. The superfluous supervisor found an unreliable repairman who dismantled part of the mecha and couldn't install it back. When the customer saw the broken mecha, he was furious and thought that the boss had a brain problem. He hired a supervisor who knew nothing and was not a good person. The supervisor looked at the mecha parts that could not be installed and couldn't believe it. He asked his friend, "Aren't you a college graduate? You are from the maintenance department. It's okay that you don't know how to modify the mecha. Why can't you even install it back?" The supervisor's friend looked unhappy. He was unhappy that the supervisor invited him, and his attitude was so bad. He blamed him for the bad modification. He stiffened his neck. I was very good in college. The mechas now are different from those when I was studying. And after I graduated, I didn't work in the maintenance industry, I just didn't have the skills. If you don't have the skills, don't brag, it's all bullshit. You just want money, you are a bastard, a liar. You are willing to listen to people bragging, and take it seriously, who can you blame? The two of them even fought in front of the customer. The customer also understood that this small company was supported by 1 or 2 technicians, and there were no good people inside. He would never come again, and would leave after receiving the compensation to avoid the mecha being dismantled again. The boss deserved it the most. He lost everything and lost his wife. Luo Lianliang was not aware of these things. His interview went smoothly. The professors did not ask him about his academic qualifications. They asked him about the emergency handling methods of mechas. There were also technical questions. Regarding mechas, what modification ideas did he have? Luo Lianliang explained his views. He stuttered a little at first when facing AI Xingping. AI Xingping's approval expression encouraged him, and he spoke more and more fluently. After speaking, he waited eagerly for AI Xingping to speak. AI Xingping touched his chin and said, "No problem. Congratulations on your joining." "Is that all?" Luo Lianliang clenched his fingers. "I want to ask, after joining the company, can I learn from you, Professor AI?" AI Xingping was speechless for a while. "Don't be ungrateful. I still want to learn from Teacher Su. You kid don't know how to appreciate the blessing you have. If there is a chance, I will come here to study." Luo Lianliang, Okay, Professor AI said so. It seems that Su Xiaokai is more powerful than Professor AI. AI Xingping cried silently in his heart. Maybe this kid will be more promising than him after being with Su Xiaokai for a long time. I really want to study here for a few years before returning to work. Su Xiaokai is a very good teacher. As long as it does not interfere with her vegetable planting, or you give her plants she has never seen before, she will teach you new knowledge when she is happy. She is very easy to please. AI Xingping plans to use this trick in the future. Maybe June you will leave a piece of land for Su Xiaokai. Find someone to help her take care of it, plant it according to her way, and encourage her to give more lessons to June you or them. Don't be too beautiful. AI Xingping's heart has already danced the little man dance, and the old naughty boy's childishness comes out. Soon, he put away his unrealistic fantasy, and continued to interview Su Xiaokai. Today they interviewed more than 300 people in total, and finally only 2 were selected. You read that right, only 2 were selected. As for the tens of thousands of people who interviewed online, the test questions swiped, and only 2,000 were left. The second interview was secretly screened by artificial intelligence. Those who spread negative energy on the internet all day long, don't want them. Those whose circle of friends is too complicated, don't want them. Those who often show off online, and don't match the actual family situation, don't want them. Those who have gambled with large amounts of money online are not accepted. In the end, there were only a pitiful 100 people. And among these 100 people, only 5 of them passed the third interview online, even though they were very demanding professors. In other words, Su Xiaokai only recruited 7 people through the entire online recruitment. Zhu Yang didn't think she was making a fuss. After all, these 7 people would be the core of the factory in the future, and they were enough for the time being. Su Xiaokai sighed, it's not enough. The military wanted an order of up to 10,000 aircraft, all of which were placed by Lieutenant General Bai and General Bai. Others were still waiting and watching, just wanting to see how the quality was. Needless to say, online orders were falling like snowflakes. Fortunately, she only opened a consulting reservation channel, which was free of charge and did not guarantee the production time of the goods, but those who signed up could participate in the competition as soon as the physical goods could be put online. Only 3 million people participated. This was the number that Su Xiaokai had cut off the reservation channel in advance, otherwise more people would have participated. Looking at the number of people who wanted to grab the mecha, Su Xiaokai felt guilty. Because of her tricks, many mecha companies were worried that their mechas would not be sold, so they gradually reduced the prices and stopped selling them at high prices. Some companies also felt that Su Xiaokai was being mysterious. They asked the Shui family and several companies that produced high-end mechas, and they all said that there was no new technology recently. Su Xiaokai only worked in the low-end market, which would not have any impact on them. This mentality had the effect of covering one's ears and stealing the bell, but it did not have an impact on high-end mechas. On the last day of departure, Su Xiaokai went to the factory to check the installation of the production line. 7 employees were in place, following several professors and busying around, very dedicated. When Su Xiaokai arrived, it was the professor's turn to follow her, calling her teacher Su one by one, which made Su Xiaokai feel old. She could only ignore their address calmly and concentrate on guiding their future work. From now on, I will take classes in New World every day, which will be outside of working hours. There is a new simulation cabin in the office. If you encounter problems that are not urgent, you can leave a message and take a photo in the classroom of New World. If it is urgent, call directly. Do you have any objections? Su Xiaokai always respects the personal wishes of employees. If you don't want to attend the class after get off work, you can watch the class photos by yourself. The 7 employees certainly had no objections. Before they could speak, the professor said something to each other, vying to ask if they could attend the class together. You have all taken these courses, so it's not necessary. As for the low-end Blackwing aircraft, they have all taken the high-end aircraft courses. Yes, yes. This way they will have the opportunity to ask questions and consult every day. After Su Xiaokai leaves the Capital Star, they will also return to their respective posts. Teacher Su, if you have something to ask for, you can ask us for help. For jobs like interviewing talents, I can help you with the screening. I can do the same. Teacher Su needs talents. Next time, I will give you my favorite students. You can use them at will. This is a big investment. All the favorite students are given to Su Xiaokai. Your favorite students are not as good as me. I can quit my job and work with you. Comparing with several professors who came to the factory, he said that he was very useful and absolutely cost-effective. Poor thing, he is still fighting at his age. 7 young men under 35 were like quails, not daring to interrupt in front of these big guys. Luo Lianliang plucked up his courage and moved quietly behind Su Xiaokai. Teacher Su, thank you. This was the first time Luo Lianliang met Su Xiaokai after knowing each other online for so long. Su Xiaokai didn't listen to the nonsense of these professors with a strong desire to win. She looked up at the equipment, thinking about whether there were any missing links or areas that could be optimized. Su Xiaocai's temperament was not as funny as what he saw on the internet. He was down to earth. In front of them, her tone was very light, with a hazy and cold feeling. Hearing Luo Lianliang say thank you, she tilted her head slightly, and her soft profile reduced her coldness a little. She curved her eyebrows and said, "You should thank yourself, because you have been working hard. The person who interviewed you was not me, but Professor Ai Shengping. He has always been strict. If you don't have real talent, you won't pass this interview." Standing out from tens of thousands of people is enough to prove that Luo Lianliang has real talent. Luo Lianliang inexplicably remembered his grandfather's words, and his cheeks flushed. He pinched his fingers embarrassedly. "I just want to make a living. Don't deny your own efforts, you are great." Su Xiaokai was not even as tall as Luo Lianliang's armpit, but she patted his shoulder like an elder. Luo Lianliang's face turned even redder, his eyes were watery. If he had a tail, it would have been turned into a propeller at this moment. After saying a lot of things in a row, Su Xiaokai didn't spare a glance for Luo Lianliang, keeping a distance. When she left, Kay and Jili came to pick her up. Before leaving, Jili came to ask for the key of her laboratory very considerately to help her continue the experiment on the blue-gold self-healing mushroom. He also took care of her back garden, and then looked after the abandoned villa area, which was now converted into a bamboo farm, and he helped manage all of this. Free help, no money. But when he wanted to eat bamboo shoots from the bamboo forest, he could pick them at will. No one was more cost-effective than Jili, this employee. Su Xiaokai saw Jili leaning on the back seat with his eyes closed, as if he was shining with gold and had a halo on his head. She smiled and waved to Jili. "Hello, brother Ji." Jili opened his eyes, and saw several young people following her. I immediately noticed that one of the boys, whose skin was a little tanned, seemed to have some different feelings for Su Xiaokai, and looked at Su Xiaokai with a hint of shyness. He smiled. The young people nowadays, they all know that rich women are attractive. Before he could open his mouth to laugh at Su Xiaokai had already jumped over and opened the door, rushed to him, and whispered, "Brother Ji, we are old partners, help me." Jili understood immediately. "What does your flirting with Peach Blossoms have to do with me?" Su Xiaokai didn't want to attract Peach Blossoms, but she was too pure. A smile and a compliment made her like her. Before someone develops deeper feelings, it is best to cut them off directly. Besides, they are her employees, and she only hopes that they can focus on their careers. "Will you help me?" "How can I help? I don't hit children. You can't destroy my innocence. You make it sound like you have hit others before." "Jili, Su Xiaokai let Jili put his arm around her shoulders, that's all. She pretended to smile in front of Jili, and took the initiative to move closer, looking like a real little girl. Jili wanted to push her away, but she held his hand tightly. Su Xiaokai was like a hand warmer, not at all like what people said online, that girls are all soft and have a lower body temperature and a cold feeling. His expression was dead, and he just gave up. Outside the car, Ai Shengping was shocked but didn't dare to show it. What was Su Xiaokai doing? Kay started the car very cleverly and left. From the rearview mirror, Luo Lianliang's demeanor returned to normal, all his longings disappeared, and only a helpless smile was left at the corner of his mouth. It's good. Luo Lianliang is a social animal who has been working for 2 years. He is very rational. Su Xiaokai praised herself. It's worthy of me. It's just a pity that Luo Lianliang is actually quite suitable to be a little milk dog. He looks handsome and has some knowledge. If he is trained and raised by himself, he will probably be very obedient and clingy. Heh. Geely pulled back his hand on her shoulder and rubbed his wrist. His hand was pressed tightly by her just now, and he felt a little blood circulation. You still know how to raise. How many do you plan to raise in the future? I don't want to support anyone, I just keep more money, I won't spend money to support a man. Su Shakai didn't want to lose her virginity and money. Don't worry, if I need to support someone, you'd definitely be the first choice. You have a perfect ability to make money, and you're willing to pay for it. Geely turned his face away, sneering, get lost? No balls. Kaya, eh. The two bosses were like two elementary school students quarreling. No wonder they can play together. Their personalities are the same as Wu Qingqing and others, naughty and arrogant. Geely took her to a private restaurant to practice with them, hoping that his brother and his teammates would have a bright future and be safe. A group of people toasted at the table, drinking milk and juice. Su Shaokai was underage and couldn't drink. They were simply not allowed to drink. They could drink, but she couldn't. It was too sinful. The next morning, Su Shaokai took Xia Wanzi and Hua Hua and set off. She hugged Geely and said solemnly, "You must take good care of my vegetable garden. Don't forget to look at the school's vegetable garden." Geely's waist was hugged tightly, so thin. He almost suffocated, gritted his teeth, and uttered 3 words, "I know." Brother G, you are so kind. Repaying the life-saving favor with gratitude is the model of repaying kindness. Su Shaokai also hugged each of the 10 professors, and said goodbye, see you again if there is a chance. AI Shengping smiled, we can meet online every day. Su Shaokai withdrew his words of farewell, and slipped onto the aircraft carrier. This escort was much higher in level, with a large main ship and 5 escort ships loaded with various weapons. Admiral Bai was the highest commander. It can be said that with this scale, if they encounter insect warriors, they will be sent away without return. It's time to change the map again. Su Shaokai is full of expectations for the future. She doesn't know if she can grow vegetables in the new place. Geely looked at her yearning expression before she left. She won't build a vegetable garden every time she goes to a place in the future. It's hard to say. Huangyang Star has become her backyard. She also bought a piece of land at a super high price on the capital star. He shook his head. Fortunately, he was only responsible for management, not planting, otherwise he would be exhausted. Su Shaokai was very low-key on the aircraft carrier. She almost never went out. She hid in a dedicated studio to do the final debugging of Admiral Bai's mecha. The route they were going to would take a long time, because the circulator that assisted the shuttle space on that route was destroyed. The escort ship could not directly shuttle there, and it was also dangerous to go there directly. To be safe, Admiral Bai took a detour and prioritized safety. The voyage would take about 5 days. The journey was smooth and peaceful. There were no obstacles and no cosmic disasters. After 3 days and 3 nights of peace, Su Shaokai finally came out of the studio, took a shower, and stretched her sore back. She had just contacted Admiral Bai, and she wanted to see him. Admiral Bai agreed and asked her to go directly to the command desk. Chapter 156. On the way, she met many new faces, and also a few people she knew, people from Yunji. She recognized them. They were a combination of handsome men and beautiful women, with more types than the vegetable farmers, wild, sexy, and even a man dressed in a seductive way. Passing by them, Su Shaokai flew forward through the auxiliary conveyor belt. Yunji's squirrel's eyes lit up, and his body couldn't help but follow, saying excitedly, "It's Xiao Su Su." Yunji's Captain Feiying quickly grabbed his neck and pulled his collar. "Don't scare people. Don't worry about it. If you want a mecha, they have to have a real thing, and we will buy it for you." Su Shaokai looks too small in person, and the squirrel is a big and rough one. What should I do if he scares her? The pitiful squirrel watched Su Shaokai leave. How could he be a big and rough one? He was clearly called a cute mouse by all his fans. Feiying was determined not to allow the squirrel to destroy Yunji's image. The day he officially met Su Shaokai, he must leave a good impression on her. The squirrel swore, "Sooner or later, I will live in the capital star." Feiying thought, should I tell him that although Su Shaokai has land in the capital star, she has no house? She is so rich but doesn't buy a house. There is only one possibility. She has no plan to settle down in the capital star. Let's wait and see. Yunji also thought about being neighbors with Su Shaokai, but everyone knows that Su Shaokai loves to grow vegetables, and she probably lives in a manor. It's unnecessary to be neighbors like that, and we can't meet. Su Shaokai originally wanted to get to know the people in Yunji. They dress so uniquely. She especially likes the male model in the pink skirt. That's right, some members of Yunji are part-time models, and they are unconventional in the fashion industry. To be honest, this muscular man is wearing a pink long skirt with a tuft of hair on his chest, which is quite eye-catching. But his confident look somehow matches the pink clothes. Su Shakai likes his attitude of not caring about other people's lives. I can wear whatever I want, and it's not up to others to point fingers at me. He is very strong inside. She herself cannot completely ignore the outside world's gaze, so she appreciates it. The command platform is usually only accessible to staff, and the guards are very strict. As soon as I arrived at the door, I saw a dozen soldiers standing straight. Seeing Su Shaokai, they asked her to show her ID and perform facial recognition and fingerprint recognition. Everything met the characteristics of Su Shaokai, and the guards inside the door opened the door for her to enter. Su Shaokai nodded and thanked the guards. They saluted and continued to stand quietly. Su Shaokai looked around, and there were data screens and images outside on all sides. She felt a little nostalgic and a little disappointed, because it was not the command desk she was most familiar with. The command desk she used before had artificial intelligence as her partner, with fewer people and a simpler interface. It is easier to command. The current artificial intelligence is still a bit lagging, and is not suitable for being a navigator. Only the one of Lieutenant General Bai was made by her, and currently it only has the function of assisting in the management of the base. It is said that the artificial intelligence has helped Lieutenant General Bai to lock on several traitors, but he has not touched them because he is afraid that the other party will send smarter ones. She only listened to Lieutenant General Bai's hints about this matter, and did not confirm it. After all, she cannot privately explore the news of 022 mechanical plant. When AI Shumping returns, he will definitely upgrade the artificial intelligence. Completely cut off the possibility of her contact with this artificial intelligence. Admiral Bai was watching from the top position in the back, and everything was under his control. Turning his head and seeing Su Shaokai, he smiled and waved, with visible excitement, "Come, little friend." Su Shaokai was suspicious. Did he know that there was a new mecha? She walked over slowly. "What's the matter?" "Help me take a look at this command platform. This aircraft carrier is new, and the system is also new. It is much simpler than the original one." Just thinking about these, Admiral Bai showed off his new battleship, and Su Shaokai had a hard time answering. This is called simplicity. How complicated it should have been before. Su Shaokai looked constipated, and Admiral Bai knew that his battleship was far from what she had imagined, and he smiled with his big white teeth fully exposed. "You have a better plan, right?" Admiral Bai said, "Well, actually, this new battleship is wanted by the other admiral. Otherwise, you can cooperate with Professor AI and give me a more advanced one. I do you a favor and give the warship to the admiral." Su Shaokai rolled her eyes several times. "Don't think I don't know that the people who return will definitely start using new technologies to build new aircraft carriers. I won't participate in the manufacture of warships. You can do whatever you want." The plan she gave would have traces of her past life, and it might not be the best, nor might it be suitable for the use habits of soldiers. It would be more effective if it was handed over to 10 military trainees. But Lao Ai is slow in action, and his brain is also slow. Admiral Bai sighed. Waiting for old AI, the new warship will take several years. A large warship will take at least 1 or 2 years to make, and the system must be upgraded at the same time, which is very expensive. Su Shaokai is different. Given a mission goal, she can produce results in 1 or 2 months. Admiral Bai feels that the new live broadcast equipment is also good to use on his own warship. The Zerg cannot completely cover the signal unless there are Zerg warriors with relevant shielding capabilities. The people around heard Admiral Bai say that old AI is slow-witted, and they scolded Admiral Bai in their hearts, saying that old AI's IQ is at the ceiling level. Everyone here has been criticized by him. AI Lauman, aren't they rigid in their thinking? Su Shaokai threw a space button to General Bai. The space button is 200,000 yuan for you, and your nephew will pay for the rest. Feel this work well. General Bai caught it with both hands and said disapprovingly, "How can you just throw it away? This is a gift from my nephew." Then he asked, "What's inside?" "Superstar Mecha." Su Shaokai waved and left to play with friends. Admiral Bai was stunned. The Superstar Mecha was really made. The staff in front turned around one after another, their eyes full of interest, clearly a signal that they wanted to see it. "Work seriously," Admiral Bai said in a serious tone, pointed out a few names, and warned them not to be distracted. They all restrained their curiosity and concentrated on their work. "You little brat." Admiral Bai rubbed Su Xiaocai's bun with his big hands. He really wanted to pick her up and toss her up high as if she were his own granddaughter. Good job. She did what others failed to do. Some people on the internet call her the national daughter, and General Bai feels that it is completely correct. Other people's daughters should be like Su Xiaokai, bright and generous, smart and clever, well-behaved and filial. All the adjectives that describe a good daughter can be used on her. Well, sometimes it is really annoying. Su Xiaokai turned her head and wanted to avoid it, but she couldn't. General Bai's hands are too long. Su Xiaokai was dissatisfied. I'm not a child. Are children shorter than you? Su Xiaokai put her hands on her waist, pointed at him, and said bluntly, I am still taller than a 10-year-old child. Those who heard it laughed like pigs. 10 years old is a child. General Bai cleared his throat and asked the deputy commander to come over to the main commander position and temporarily replace him. He wanted to experience the superstar mecha. The deputy commander had no expression on his face. General Bai's secretary pushed his glasses and disagreed, but said nothing. The mecha is the closest comrade of the mecha division. If used well, it can easily win on the battlefield. General Bai's current mecha is a 5-star one, and it has been with him in the battle for 5 years. Scarred and wounded, every time it was refurbished, Admiral Bai seemed to realize that it would eventually leave his stage. After sending Su Xiaokai away, Admiral Bai entered his special training ground. The old mecha and the new mecha were placed side by side. The old mecha looked very new and majestic, and the fierce aura of having been on the battlefield for a long time was overwhelming. The new mecha was more heroic than Admiral Bai had imagined. Before it went on the battlefield, it had a sharp edge, like a fierce general who would kill the enemy when he drew his sword. The shell was like red jade, and it felt different from ordinary mechas, as if it had life. A sharp cold weapon like a javelin was held in its hand, standing there, looking like a mighty general in ancient times. The training ground can drive the mecha, but the data from the simulation cabin given to him by Su Xiaokai can better present the functions of the mecha. So Admiral Bai entered the simulation cabin and test drove this tailor-made mecha. Hello, driver, I am your navigator, Xiao Zi, who can provide you with data support and statistical battlefield intelligence. You can rename me, and I will become the guardian of the mecha, walking with you, and never leaving you. Admiral Bai knew that this was a simulation, so he didn't change the name. 2 hours later, he climbed out of the simulation cabin and laughed wildly. With this mecha, I can fight for another 30 years. After the test drive, Admiral Bai finally understood why Su Xiaokai called it a superstar mecha. This mecha is indeed several times more powerful than his mecha. Whether it is adaptability or navigator, it is 100% compatible with him. The load capacity is doubled and the maneuverability is strong. What he is most satisfied with is that he can use his physical fitness to the extreme. He couldn't wait to use it on the battlefield. When he arrived at his nephew's territory, he wanted to drive the mecha out to kill people. During the voyage, Admiral Bai never frowned, and he didn't scold others when they did something wrong. Everyone felt that he was like a spring breeze. He couldn't suppress the corners of his mouth. His secretary reminded him several times that his 2 rows of teeth were showing when he smiled. It was too obvious. He was not old enough to hide it. Admiral Bai shook his index finger. You don't understand. It was as if others were still swinging their legs to pedal bicycles, but he already had a means of transportation to go to space. The kind of boasting that I have something you don't have cannot be described in words. Su Xiaokai went to find Wu Qingqing, just in time for dinner. The vegetable farmers, who would never miss any meal, were obviously in the canteen. The canteen of an aircraft carrier that can accommodate hundreds of thousands of people is naturally very large, but even so, they still have to eat in batches. There are also standing tables in the corridor, outside the canteen, so Su Xiaokai walked over and saw many people eating standing up, most of them in military uniforms. Soon, she found Wu Qingqing. Hu Ping, who was next to Wu Qingqing, was very cunning. While Lu Sun was talking to Li Shanchun, he secretly took the beef brisket from Lu Sun's plate. He successfully forked a piece of meat and stuffed it into his mouth. Lu Sun felt the movement and looked back. Wow, Hu Ping actually took his biggest piece of meat. Brother Hu, you stole my meat again. The military provided free food, and if it was not enough, you could order it again. To order it again, you had to queue up. Hu Ping smiled and ate a piece of meat from his plate. He was a professional at bullying his junior. This smile has a strong sense of stealing. The handsome man, with a clean face, turned into a walking emoticon. Hu Ping waved his hand. Xiao Su Su, you finally came out. Lu Sun immediately turned his head and saw Su Xiaokai, as if he had found the organization. Kai Kai, come and scold him, he stole my meat. Su Xiaokai was speechless. Can you learn something? Hu Ping finished eating. I've learned it well. Only when you are full can you have strength. He originally wanted to give Su Xiaokai a seat, but the height of the standing table was prepared for people over 1.75 meters tall. She leaned closer to the table, which was slightly higher than her chin. From this point of view, Su Xiaokai was really too petite. Su Xiaocai's face darkened. You did it on purpose. Do you want me to hold you while you eat? It's free. Hu Ping showed off his muscular body. Su Xiaokai narrowed her eyes and smiled. Do you think I can't train you and you're being naughty? No. Hu Ping restrained himself a little. Coach Su's smile was extraordinary. I go get you food. No, you have bad intentions. Hu Ping tried to prepare a large plate of hao-tuinia cordata for her. She could accept eating a little bit of this, but eating a whole plate would be a torture to her tongue. Then Ji Hung and I will go to practice. Come over and fight with us later. Yes. Only Xing Miao and Wu Qingqing stayed, and the others went to practice. Xing Miao pinched her cheeks. Come on, I take you to the special dining area prepared for several professors. After all, the professors were weak and could not compete with the soldiers. There are no respected professors on this aircraft carrier, but the position is still reserved. Su Xiaokai is the one who is treated specially. She is small and looks like a primary school student. Su Xiaokai is very popular on the internet, but she looks like a child in reality. The contrast is very big. No one looks down on her, but they can't associate her with words such as force-ceiling and awesome. Passing sergeants will smile at her dotingly. After all, it is rare to see such a short cute girl on a warship. She is just like a child. Su Xiaokai found out sadly that the window for serving food was also very high, and she had to stand on tiptoe to see what dishes were available. Everyone watched her jump up to see the dishes, and then she took 2 plates by herself. Xing Miao also took 2, and Wu Qingqing did the same. They all helped Su Xiaokai. The canteen aunt knew her, and the superiors had told her that the shortest child would eat a lot, so she should be given as much food as she wanted, and she couldn't let her go hungry. Su Xiaokai pointed at whatever she wanted, and she gave her more, and the meat was always twice as much as others. She ate 6 large plates by herself, and her appetite shocked many people. Su Xiaokai ate as if no one was around. Xingmiu and Wu Qingqing sat next to her. Kai Kai, have you seen Taro's people? No, what's wrong? They are a bit annoying. The people in the second echelon are said to be all young masters, and the mechas of the team are all star-level mechas. Wu Qingqing whispered. They bullied a girl to tears on the first day. The girl is a maintenance technician from an unknown school, and she is a bit fat. How strong are they? Just average, relying on mecha bonuses and brute force. The ranking is just stuck at 10,030. Su Xiaokai understood that the people from 10,000 to 10,020 chose to give up the competition because of an unexpected fortune, so they squeezed in. After knowing the rankings, there will definitely be some tricks. But using money to solve it is a bit contemptible. Su Xiaokai asked with a melon-eating mentality. Didn't the people in the first echelon of Taro stop them? Where is their coach? No, the first echelon of Taro looks down on them, and they don't seem to like playing with the first echelon either. It's rare for 2 echelons in the same school to hate each other. Su Xiaokai, have they provoked you? Yeah. Wu Qingqing said pitifully. They said, we are sinister villains, frequently making small moves, and we are poor and don't have customized mechas. Poor? Use poor to describe the Wu family? Who doesn't know the Wu family on the capital star now? Seeing Su Xiaocai's confusion, Wu Qingqing explained, my family may be famous in the business circle of the capital star, but it is not famous in other business stars. You are pretending to be poor, not really poor. Su Xiaokai was puzzled. How could the farmers think that Wu Qingqing couldn't afford a custom mecha when they had a coach like her? Perhaps it was a deliberate provocation. Are you not too excited to fight with them? Brother Ji just told them not to pay attention to them. Ignoring is more hurtful than bickering. Every farmer is very rational. Su Xiaokai had warned them before that if they were too excited and couldn't control their emotions, they should not train with her. What she needs is a team member who can stay calm at all times. The purpose of training all members to be commanders is also here, to think more. Commanders are the hardest group of people to provoke anger. Others may say that they are cowards, but mature people like this kind of IQ is online, and emotional stability is a quality that every captain and commander should have. That's why Taylor can't provoke the vegetable farmers. Even if they shout that the vegetable farmers are cowards, the vegetable farmers will still look bad. They call us cowards, but we laugh at them in our hearts for not being as good as cowards. It was right to think so. If the vegetable farmers accepted the challenge as soon as they jumped out, it would be the vegetable farmers who should be looked down upon. This was the most exciting melon that Su Xiaokai had during her retreat. The other melons tasted useless. Xing Miao and Wu Qingqing simply didn't mention them. When they were almost done eating, senior sister Fu appeared. She jumped over and hugged Wu Qingqing from behind, junior sister Qingqing. When Su Xiaokai looked up, senior sister Fu reached out and couldn't help but touch her cheek. Hello, Coach Su. This was outrageous and lawless. They called her a coach, but no one treated her as a coach. She still had 3 large bottles of milk, and Xing Miao brought her a long straw. Senior sister Fu's eyes twitched as she watched her sucking the straw. The milk was more than 700 milliliters, and she drank it all in less than 30 seconds. She unscrewed the cap of the second bottle and changed the straw to another bottle of milk. This time she drank slowly, but not too slowly. It was finished within a minute. Then the third bottle. Senior sister Fu looked down at her stomach, worried that she would burst. Drink slowly, there's more. Su Xiaokai nodded, yeah. She planned to take it and drink while watching Hu Ping's training. They mainly did physical training on the aircraft carrier to maintain good physical strength. When Su Xiaokai stood up, many people around her stood up. Chapter 157. They are too deliberate. Su Xiaokai sat down again. Those who stood up were all embarrassed. Su Xiaokai, it's really fun. Xing Miao chuckled and pulled her up. Let's go. Okay, it's hard to refuse a beautiful woman's invitation. Su Xiaokai walked out of the canteen triumphantly, followed by a group of people. Knowing that those people were deliberately following her, Su Xiaokai looked straight ahead, wanting to know what they wanted to do. Sure enough, after a while, someone couldn't help but talk to her, and the one who talked to her was a man in military uniform. Hello, Miss Su. The soldier's profile was very beautiful, with clear contours, and his accent was very authentic Republican. The soldier's expectant eyes fully showed his purpose. He came for the mecha. Su Xiaokai, the mecha is not out yet. Be patient and wait. As expected, can I ask when it will be out? See the official news. I heard that Yidian Kai Mechanical Mecha Company can make customized mecha. Where did this soldier get the news? Su Xiaokai looked him up and down and found that he looked a bit like Major Sun. Who are you to Major Sun? How could you tell? I'm his uncle Sun Ling. Su Xiaocai's eyes widened. She thought he was Major Sun's nephew, but he was actually a generation older than her. I heard from Mei Lan that Major Sun rarely had a holiday. Last time, because he asked her to, he had a holiday and competed with her. He was very dedicated on weekdays. With Sun Ling as his uncle, I guess dedication is secondary. When he goes home, he may call a young man his uncle, or even call a newborn baby uncle. Just thinking about the scene is very weird. Fortunately, the relatives of Su Lao's father are scattered in various areas, and will not gather together. Grandpa Su has already separated the genealogy of the Su family, and made it into his own book. Otherwise, Su Xiaokai would have many little brats above her head as her aunt and great-grandfather. Su Xiaokai said to Sun Ling, customized mechas are not available for the time being, and the people below are not yet masters. The works from her hands must be exquisite. Professor Ai Shumping also mentioned related things. Before he left, he sincerely told her that mecha designers must have style. It doesn't mean to be high and mighty. But when a person reaches a certain height, he should have pursuits and ideals, and not be too lazy. Mass production of customized mechas may make her more famous, but it will not make her reach a higher level. In the case of not lacking money, the professors all hope that she can become the best mecha designer, and not forget her original intention for the sake of profit. When making contributions to mankind, we must also become a better self. Su Xiaokai listened to it, and these old people's life experience is not less than hers, or even more than hers. She is willing to accept any suggestions that suit her. Customized mechas are her domain, and no one can surpass them for the time being. She really hopes that she will not stand still. Sun Ling asked, don't you design mechas? Do you have designers under you? Can you introduce them to me? I haven't graduated yet, so I can't. Su Xiaokai crossed her arms. Do you want to buy a semi-finished mecha? Sun Ling regretfully, okay, they have graduated, remember to tag me. Let's add friends first. Su Xiaokai suspected that he had learned who she was from Major Sunday. It was okay to add her as a friend, but she had too many numbers in her contact list. When she wanted to find someone, she always had to look through it more. She had simplified the contact list and removed some of the people she didn't contact very often from the daily contact numbers, but there were still too many. Add a social account. Su Xiaokai scanned the code for him to add her as a friend, and the soldiers who followed Sun Ling rushed forward and scanned it one after another. Even the handsome Sun Ling couldn't get the contact number, let alone them, but they could take advantage of it Professor Su, add me too, we are his teammates. Add both, add both. Su Xiaokai agreed with a smile. She easily added them to her private message friends. Now her personal account's private messages are blocked, and she can only contact them after adding them as friends. She deliberately took out the account's private message code to make it easier for them to add them together. After adding them as friends, Su Xiaokai flipped through them casually, making sure she had an impression. If she didn't, it didn't matter. Wisdom 03 would automatically record some of her daily life and make notes for her. Su Xiaokai has a crisp voice and is very recognizable. She knows how to take care of her emotions when she speaks, and she won't make people feel offended. Of course, when she wants to offend someone, she can hurt people more than Geely. What makes you think I can make custom mechas? Of course I guessed. Sun Ling became more and more excited. When I saw that the mecha could be completely transformed, I felt incredible. The design was amazing. How could such a great mecha master not understand customization? It turned out that the details betrayed her. Su Xiaokai, transformation is just the basics. Many designers can do it. I know, but the transformation they designed is easy to make complicated and useless. You are the only one who can transform so simply and quickly. Can the cheapest one also transform? If so, I want to buy it. Sun Ling is a person who is very good at giving emotional value. But the emotional value he gives depends on whether you have real material and talent. He is not stingy with praise. The cheapest one can transform, but it is not as good looking as the deluxe version of the mecha. The mid-range one does not have it, and it will focus more on the performance of fighting insects. Su Xiaokai has a finished machine, but it is not convenient to show it. That's a good idea. The sales direction is wider. Sun Ling blabbered. Su Xiaokai listened with a smile, and her mind gradually drifted away. She has been paying attention to the construction of the factory these 2 days, and she also teaches Luo Lianliang in the evening. The 7 people selected by the professors are very hardworking, have strong learning ability, and have good personalities. They are not the kind of weird thorns. They are a little proud, but it is normal for geniuses to be a little arrogant. Su Xiaocai's knowledge is enough to suppress them. When Su's father knew that she had a new planet, he refused to answer her calls, and was busy helping her manage the planet. Arrived at the training room. As soon as I entered, the atmosphere was obviously a little off. The training room was a large physical training venue with many sports equipment and a ring. The venue was too quiet at this time. Next to the venue, Ji Hung and his men were protecting Feng Huasha, and several boys and girls with gloomy faces stood opposite them. They glared at each other, and the situation was tense. On the vegetable farmer's side, Yu Shiqing was also there. There was blood at the corner of her mouth and bruises on her cheeks. It was obvious that she had been beaten. Feng Hui also protected Yu Shiqing. There were a bunch of people around, and 2 soldiers were guarding in the middle, stopping the 2 sides from continuing to quarrel. In this situation, it is not difficult to imagine that the 2 groups of people had a conflict. Sun Ling frowned. These students were hot-blooded and made trouble every other day. There was no peace at all. He was about to stride over and yell at them to disperse. Su Xiaokai walked forward slowly, and everyone took the initiative to make way for her. Standing between the 2 groups, Su Xiaokai asked Ji Hung, "What happened?" Ji Hung's dark eyes became clear and bright. Seeing Su Xiaokai, it was as if he saw the backbone and someone who supported him. They, together with 2 female instructors, said they were instructing Yu Shiqing and Feng Huasha, but they almost broke their bones just now. Feng Huasha's hand was almost destroyed. Everyone knows that the hand of a mecha designer is very important. If it is broken, the dexterity will be far less than before. Who wants to change the machine when the original one can be used? Ji Hung was very angry, and complained very quickly. Geely taught him that in front of Su Xiaokai, don't be afraid to talk too much. If you have grievances, you must say it. She will protect you. Su Xiaokai stretched out her hand to Feng Huasha and looked at the injury on her hand. It was very swollen. She sprayed medicine, but it didn't relieve much. Don't spit blood on me. The instructor is just giving instructions. You don't have the ability to catch it. How can you blame the 2 sisters? The young man, with a gloomy face, sneered. His teammates also smiled, without any guilt. So what if they are vegetable farmers? So what if they are Su Xiaokai? They are students, contestants, and enemies at the same time. It's normal for them to have conflicts. Who dares to control them? Su Xiaokai ignored them. She took out a simple medical testing instrument and initially determined that there was a bone fracture. After that, she checked Yu Shiqing's injuries. It was better, but there was not much good skin on his body. He was beaten a bit. Su Xiaokai took out the bandage and bandaged Feng Wansha first. Tell me what happened in detail. Feng Wansha said with tears in her eyes. We didn't know that the two female instructors were their people at first. The female instructors were very nice at first, and said they would help us train, so we agreed. After that, they beat us badly. The men and women laughed beside us, saying that we were just empty talk and shouted at the instructors to focus on the key points. Li Lei said, don't leave out some bad remarks. They also said that we were selling out, and that we only joined the army as a stepping stone for them. They have backers in the army. As long as they are promoted, they will send us to the dirtiest places as undercover agents. Huh? I'm not wrong. If you don't have the strength, you can only endure the beating. The strong prey on the weak. This is how society has always been. If you have the ability, fight back. The girl next to the sinister boy was very tall. Her cheeks showed unnatural traces of plastic surgery. She looked very beautiful and a little stiff. She looked at people with a condescending look. She didn't recognize the vegetable farmers and looked down on the poor. They thought that Feng Wansha and others were funded by Su Xiaokai and didn't have the qualifications to be superior. Why was their team ranked lower than a team with such a rustic name? This is the military. Your coach can't seek justice for you. Coach Su, what do you think? What can you do here? The girl smiled evilly, quite proudly. Sun Ling couldn't stand the obvious provocation. She said it as if the military could bully people at will. The girl's mouth twisted, and as soon as she opened her mouth, the boys in her team pulled her down and didn't allow her to speak. What nonsense are you talking about? We are soldiers of the people. How can you be a soldier like this? Sun Ling was very angry, but the two female instructors were not his subordinates. If they were, he would have taken them back and taught them a lesson. Su Xiaocai's expression remained unchanged. She turned to look at the two female instructors. One had short hair, and the other had long hair. They had a common feature. They were tall and strong. Judging from the style of their uniforms, they were privates. She asked Sun Ling, are these two female soldiers from General Bai's team? Seeing that she could still remain calm, Sun Ling really admired her temper. She had such a good temper. He looked at the female instructor carefully, and could tell them apart by the color of their cuffs. He shook his head. They are members of other generals, who are returning from vacation. They will probably be transferred to the place you are going to. To be honest, these students have a sense of arrogance and idiocy influenced by the environment. The elders at home must have spoiled them to no end. Looking at how skilled they are in teaming up with the female instructor, we know that they have done a lot of bullying. Su Xiaokai rolled up her sleeves. Her hands were very slender. If it were a boy's hand, her fingers and thumb could circle twice. Who is their highest superior? Su Xiaokai asked. You complained to our superior? You complained when you couldn't win? The female instructor said contemptuously. No. Su Xiaokai denied it, and looked at Sun Ling. If they didn't answer directly, she would ask others. Sun Ling, it's Major Li, he is from Lieutenant General Yi's mobile force, and he is currently their highest leader on this aircraft carrier. How many people are he in charge of? About 500 people. Can you call him over? Su Xiaokai looked up and asked the two female instructors, if you can't call them, I asked General Bai to call them. Will it be good if we alarm General Bai? What do you want? Don't worry, I won't complain, and I don't like to blame you. Su Xiaokai smiled slightly. Some root problems cannot be solved by you, because of your low position. Everyone looked at each other, wondering what Su Xiaokai was up to. Root problem? What root problem? Should I reprimand the other party in person? It doesn't hurt. Su Xiaokai asked Xingni to take Feng Wansha, and Yu Shiqing to the infirmary. She sat here and waited for someone to come. She looked at her watch. I only give you 15 minutes. The combination of domineering attitude and gentle tone was inexplicably creepy. Those arrogant students didn't dare to show their superiority in front of her. Their families might be able to compete with Su Xiaokai, but they couldn't. They hadn't seen Su Xiaokai for so many days, and didn't know she was here. The provocation just now was just a hot-headed statement, and it should not be taken seriously. Su Xiaokai is not a soldier, and if she is not invited, she cannot board this warship. She can come on board, and she can also casually say that she is looking for Admiral Bai, which clearly shows that she has Admiral Bai as her backer. The two female instructors exchanged glances, and they were flustered. It's no use for you to look for our instructor, he is very busy. 14.5 minutes. The two female instructors looked at the big clock countdown on the screen of Su Xiaocai's communicator. Looking at Su Xiaocai's expression again, she didn't seem angry. Su Xiaocai said, I am a person with a quick temper. I don't like to drag things out. if they can be solved on the spot. If they can't be solved on the spot, then the other party is doomed to a miserable end. Tell the truth, no water. The two female instructors had to bite the bullet and contact Major Lee. Major Lee was in the command room, talking to the deputy commander about the issue of equal distribution of escort ships. The main carrier is new and belongs to Admiral Bai. The escort ships have not been allocated, and all military forces can fight for them. Deputy Commander, I have no say on this. You should understand that everyone wants escort ships, and they are given priority to mobile forces with fewer carriers. What's the point of you talking to me about Admiral Bai's matter? I understand, but our troops are about to go to the front line and need an escort ship. Believe us, we can make better use of it than other armies. Can you please tell Admiral Bai about it? At this time, the female instructor sent a message, and they briefly explained the matter. Then tell Major Lee that if he doesn't show up in the training room within 10 minutes, Su Shaokai will go to Admiral Bai to complain. Major Lee looked down and almost swore. Although Admiral Bai does not have the right to allocate escort ships, he has a vote for the best rating. Su Shaokai was the guest of honor of General Bai. What were they doing at the critical moment? Major Lee had no choice but to tell the deputy commander that he would not disturb her anymore and turned to find the training room. The deputy commander was annoyed by him and told him to go and do something first. There were many people in the training room. With Su Shaokai there, more people came. Many people wanted to talk to her, but were stopped by Wu Qingqing and others. Su Shaokai was in a bad mood. She had only kept a low profile for a few days, but Feng Huasha almost had her hand broken. She would not swallow this anger. Do you know what Professor Su is going to do? Sun Ling looked at the time. Lunchtime had passed, and he would soon have to go back to his post. He asked Wu Qingqing, who shrugged, I don't know. If it's a negotiation, there's no need to do it in public. It's estimated that there will still be a fight. It's just hard to say for what reason. After all, the rational way to deal with it is of course to go to Baishang and punish the two female instructors who violated the rules. But they can only teach the female instructors a lesson, and those arrogant students will not reflect on themselves. How can we solve the root problem without self-reflection? When Major Lee appeared, the arrogant student smiled, Uncle Lee. Major Lee adjusted his breathing, and did not show any breathlessness after running at full speed. He nodded to several students, obviously knowing them, and then looked at Su Shaokai. Miss Su, I don't know what my subordinates have done to offend you. You come to me, and how do you want to solve it? Let's fight. Su Shaokai smiled and said, they broke my student's hand. My student is a mecha designer. You understand the importance of her hand. Fight? Yes, fight. Su Shaokai looked at him coldly. Fight? If not, I will complain. Everyone, are you so confident? You made complaining as natural as drinking water. Major Lee took a deep breath and glanced at the two female instructors fiercely. Miss Su, this is against the rules. You female instructors have violated the rules to teach my students, and you actually said it is against the rules? I say it again, fight? I have already said it is against the rules. Miss Su insists, and I will not back down. Unbuttoning a button on his uniform collar, Major Lee cursed Su Shaokai in his heart for overestimating her abilities. I explain in advance, I hurt you, I hope Su Shaokai doesn't mind, everyone can be a witness. Major Lee lowered his eyelids and stared at Su Shaokai, just an excuse to cripple her. After all, doesn't she have those mechanical limbs? Old he was pissed off by her once before. General Bai's popularity is rising, and his power is getting stronger day by day, all because of Su Xiaocai's technical support. Cripple her, destroy her from the body, and make her mentally depressed. What a good opportunity. Su Shaokai is keenly aware of malicious intent. This is even better, don't be polite. Sun Ling's scalp tingled. Start fighting without a word? No, if something happens to Su Shaokai, General Bai will definitely be furious. But both of them are already standing on the ring, and they can fight without giving him time to react. Chapter 158. Sun Ling secretly cursed Major Lee for acting on his own initiative. Even if he wanted to fight, he should have asked his superiors for their opinions. He was so good. When Su Shaokai declared war, he just said a few perfunctory words and went to the ring. Sun Ling fully suspected that his motives were not pure. There was no time to stop him. Sun Ling stared at the two of them to prevent accidents. Major Lee and Su Shaokai did not need a referee. He started with a killing move. As soon as Su Shaokai stepped onto the ring, Major Lee's fist went to Su Xiaocai's face. The fist was accompanied by a wave of air. People outside the ring could feel the speed and power of his fist breaking through the wind. Major Lee was already an 8th level air sense master, and his physical skills and physical fitness were not bad. No one thought that Su Xiaokai could face the attack head-on, and she was more likely to dodge it. The arena was so small, and if she tried to dodge it, she would not be able to dodge it. Major Li also thought so. A 10-year-old kid was just looking for death if he wanted to compete with her. If he didn't hit her this time, he would have thought of the next move, and no matter how Su Xiaokai dodged, it would be useless. It was about to hit Su Xiaocai's delicate skin. Hu Ping smiled sarcastically. Only the vegetable farmers understood the value of Su Xiaokai. The vegetable farmer team was also a combination of various geniuses. Why did they obey her? Of course, she crushed them in all aspects. The white palm and fist collided, and everyone's throats rose to their chests, fearing that Su Xiaocai's hand bones would be broken. However, what they worried about did not happen. Su Xiaocai's hands contained great power. Su Xiaokai drank mint juice every day and had professional training to improve her strength. It can be said that the strength of each of her muscles should not be underestimated. At the moment of resisting the fist, Su Xiaokai used 5 fingers to wrap the fist that rushed over. Major Li was surprised to find that the fist was firmly locked. The hand that locked him, along the wrist, was all slightly bulging muscles. He was wrong. Her muscles were like they were compressed, the mass was the same, the volume was different. In terms of strength, Su Xiaokai was no worse than him. Su Xiaokai slapped him with her backhand. The sound of the slap was crisp, and Major Li was still a little confused. His cheeks were red and swollen. Being slapped in front of so many people, Major Li glanced at Su Xiaokai viciously, and no longer reserved his strength. Specializing in women's weak points, the speed was amazing. Raising his legs and sweeping, Su Xiaokai pushed and blocked. The eyes of others could barely keep up with their speed. Sun Ling was different. He saw Su Xiaocai's clean defensive moves. This level of defense was like the top martial arts awards. Even an admiral might not be able to do it as well as she did. Su Xiaokai focused on defense. People watching from the outside thought she was going to use softness to overcome hardness. But when one of Major Li's punches hit the edge of the ring, the wooden pillar broke and debris flew. They knew that softness was not something that could be dealt with. Strength can defeat skill. Even the softest will be hurt. Su Xiaokai didn't react at all. When Major Li broke the pillar, she kicked him with a flying kick, then shouted softly, seized the loophole of Major Li's attack, and threw him 3 times in a row after catching him. In the first fall, Major Li exerted his strength on his waist and legs and barely stood up. In the second fall, Su Xiaokai directly dislocated his leg, and in the third fall, she slammed his face to the ground. Her hands were tied behind his back, and no matter how hard he struggled, he couldn't get up. At this point, the winner was decided. Duels between masters are often so unexpected and end very quickly. Sun Ling secretly laughed at Major Li for meeting a tough opponent, and Su Xiaocai's strength was obviously better than his. Su Xiaokai pressed Major Li's aorta tightly. Do you know why I want to fight with you? Major Li was speechless, but he just glared at her fiercely, breathing through his mouth, like a ferocious wolf who would strike back at her at any time. Su Xiaokai continued to talk to herself. After beating the younger ones, here comes the older ones. You are their superior, I will beat you directly. Isn't that the right way of thinking? Just your grandfather. Major Li was ruthless, but he couldn't break free. He was defeated, completely defeated, and lost face. Su Xiaokai pressed his fatal point, his face turned purple, and there were signs of suffocation. When his whole body relaxed, Su Xiaokai stopped pressing his fatal point, still talking. I was too lazy to beat you a few times before I came to you. Don't blame me. Who told you to be their superior? Then he changed the subject. If you can't even manage hundreds of people, what kind of leader are you? Next, if your team members bully others, I will beat you once. If your good nephew is arrogant again, I will beat you directly. It's the same with his companions. They make mistakes, and you bear the consequences. If you dare to target my people, you are tired of living. Major Li wanted to speak, but Su Xiaokai stepped on his face. I don't cause trouble, but I'm not afraid of it. I don't care if there is any dirty tricks between you and others. If you dare to control my people, I won't be polite. This is what your team members and your good nephew agree with. The strong prey on the weak. If you are not strong enough, just bear with it. Whether you are a dragon or a phoenix, you must coil up in front of me. Su Xiaokai let him go, and Major Li spit out a mouthful of blood. Luckily, he didn't break his internal organs in the 2 falls just now. He didn't expect that Su Xiaokai was really as qualified as others said, and could beat people so hard that they couldn't stand up. The 2 female soldiers looked devastated and pale. They didn't expect that they would kick the steel plate when they helped their superiors' relatives to guide people. Su Xiaokai didn't beat them, but only troubled her superiors, very cruel. Wuxing slapped them a few times. The counterattack was fast and loud, rubbing Major Li's face under his feet and crushing it into mud. The spectators were silent. After watching an amazing fight, their respect for Su Xiaokai increased a little. They had the same idea in their hearts. Don't mess with Su Xiaokai, it's too scary. The three of them fell down just now, and they all felt pain in their limbs. Love yourself, start by staying away from perverts. I know there are scumbags everywhere, but the army is a solemn place and discipline is emphasized. These two women are not worthy of their positions. Do you understand what I am saying? Su Xiaokai sneered at the two female instructors, turned around, waved her finger, and left with the vegetable farmers. The vegetable farmers passed by the two female coaches, covered their mouths, and smiled at the female instructors with narrowed eyes. Wu Qingqing mouthed, "It's what you deserve. It's good to have a backer." Coach Su, who protects his shortcomings, can always hit the target with one strike. Feng Huai's Huia staff also left with the team. Sun Ling wanted to follow, but seeing Major Li leaning against the pillar of the ring, looking like he could faint at any time, he was in a dilemma. Forget it. Let's deal with the internal affairs first. This matter must be reported. Let's take Major Li to heal his wounds first. Although Su Xiaokai seemed to hit hard, she didn't hurt Major Li much, just made him lose face. Sun Ling couldn't make up for her, but she was not a member of the army. Based on this point, ordinary people couldn't judge whether she was right or wrong. Su Xiaokai made it clear at the beginning whether she would accept the challenge or not. If you accept the challenge, it is a verbal agreement. If it doesn't involve life and death, you have to endure being beaten like a dog. Besides, you are a major, not as good as a 17-year-old girl. If you complain, you will only lose face. The complaint handling must be announced. Once it is announced, Major Li's position will be over. Lying in the treatment cabin, Major Li had no choice but to endure. The word endurance was like a knife above his head, and he could not endure it. After he was treated, he beat his nephew as an uncle, and reported the behavior of the two female soldiers to Lieutenant General Yi. Of course, he also selectively told Lieutenant General Yi about his own affairs, and waited for Lieutenant General Yi's decision. Lieutenant General Yi, who had a bad temper, was not as merciful as Su Xiaokai. He pushed through everything and directly transferred the two female soldiers out of the team and became the next batch of retired soldiers. Military merits cannot be erased, and they have made some achievements, big or small, so some benefits are retained. It's just that they will not be arranged for work after retirement, and there will be no special care. Major Li couldn't even beat Su Xiaokai, so he was considered a waste in Yi Wenxi's eyes. So Major Li was also transferred to the front line and replaced by other majors. Because of this punishment, Major Li's future was almost ruined. Major Li was so angry that he pointed at a few troublemakers and scolded, "You guys are so good, I won't have a chance to get promoted in the next 2 years." Although Major Li was called Uncle Li by the younger generation of the Li family, he was only a distant relative of the main family of the Li family. It is not accurate to say that it is the main family. The Li family does not have the concept of the main family and the side branches. The main family only refers to the most powerful Li family. Major Li joined the military on his own. Later, the Li family funded and provided customized mechas. He couldn't keep his bottom line and accepted some gifts and little beauties, so he protected the Li family during this escort. As a result, a few playboys chose to provoke someone they shouldn't have. He also blamed himself for not seeing the situation clearly and fighting Su Xiaokai in a fit of anger. He lost, and he would not evade the punishment he deserved. There is a strong admiration complex among soldiers. Major Li hated Su Xiaokai to death, but he admired her in his heart. "You are not as skilled as others. It has nothing to do with us. Why do you hit me? Be careful that my grandfather will expose you. If your grandfather exposes me, he will be dead too." Major Li was not afraid of being frightened. "I accepted bribes, and your grandfather gave bribes, both crimes. I accepted the gift, and have never done anything to let the army down. The worst that can happen is that I will retire. Your great-grandfather is different. He didn't just bribe me." Li Kuan-yin didn't want to listen to nonsense. He couldn't listen to what Major Li said. He just felt annoyed. The Li family is not like the Shui family. They are nouveau riche and lack the foundation. They are also really powerful. The great-grandfather of the Li family was a gangster at the beginning. Before the Zerg attacked, the leader reformed the entire galaxy and went to catch gangsters and corrupt officials in a big way, killing countless people. It is not an exaggeration to describe it as a river of blood. It is also because of this decision of the leader that we have the current peace. The grandfather of the Li family took advantage of the tide to successfully clean himself up and was considered a great hero. His sons and grandsons were not very talented. So he cultivated the current young Master Li, who was also ruthless. When he was a child, he fought his way out of the house fights between his father's many mistresses, and won the favor of the old Master Li. As for Li Kuan Yun in front of him, he is the younger brother of the young Master Li. The mother of the young Master Li died early, and his father Li was hospitalized by him, so he loves his younger brother Li Kuan Yun very much. Li Kuan Yun excels in mecha driving, and is also loved by the grandfather. This is why Li Kuan Yun has an arrogant personality, and his unruly nature is pure and cruel. Anyway, you have no right to control me. It's great to have a loud voice. Li Kuan Yun yelled at Major Li, and his flesh hurt all over his body. Just because you call me uncle, you think you are my elder? Pa. Major Li sneered. Okay, I wait for your retribution. This matter will definitely be heard by General Bai. Major Li restrained his team members from wandering around, fearing that Su Shaokai would take the opportunity to take away his remaining position. After General Bai learned about this through his secretary, he chuckled. Wincy is willing to pick up any garbage. As long as he is willing to fight, he thinks it's okay. Being willing to fight is good, but it does not mean good quality. Wincy's team once looted a village. Although the latter team was expelled, it shows that Wincy's vision is not good. General Bai, well, Su Shaokai helped me solve the problem. He reported directly to the higher-ups, and asked to cancel Wincy's subordinates from the front line. He expressed very tactfully that the Yi family and Su Shaokai were not compatible. Right from the start, someone wanted to bully the vegetable farmers, and Su Shaokai got so angry that she beat up the leader. Several people in high positions. Look, is this what people say? Su Shaokai beat someone up, and then blamed the other person, saying that the other person was bad and should take responsibility. General Bai complained very directly, send someone else here, remember to send someone with a good personality, who can control his subordinates, otherwise there will be a conflict with Su Shaokai again. She doesn't want to teach the staff. What do you say we should do? No matter where she goes, Su Shaokai is definitely a rare species among talents, a dragon among men. She can go to the battlefield with a uniform, be a farmer with a straw hat, and be a scientist with a white robe. It is not excessive to put her on the altar. I just picked a few people with compatible personalities. You won't cooperate, right? The other generals could not have any opinions, and General Yi was speechless, and had no way to express his grievances. Lieutenant General Yi was also furious, but he could not blame General Bai for doing it on purpose. General Bai just informed them that Su Shaokai was his protector, and he was also invited by him to assist his nephew. He will leave after the finals, not for military merit. If you handle it improperly and drive people away, he will also make a fuss. Let's see who can be more shameless. Anyway, for Su Shaokai, he can risk everything and not lose face. With the full support of Admiral Bai, the result came out soon. Major Li rolled back to Lieutenant General Yi, and replaced by 2,000 people from other mechanical planets to the front line. The front line was tragic, but many people flocked to it. Lieutenant General Bai was also an invincible commander. With him, basically everyone could be promoted after the battle. So many soldiers were willing to follow him, secretly wanting to gain more military merits. There were still a few days before the military training began, and all the contestants had arrived at the temporarily stable camp behind the battlefield. Everyone who came here was responsible for their own life and death. The military did not force anyone to come, but every final was bound to be a battle against the Zerg. No one could change the established rules. Unless the Zerg in the universe were cleared, the content of the final would not change. Before Su Shaokai got off the warship, she talked to Admiral Bai for a while, and asked him why there were suddenly so many Zerg on this route. The battle line is stretched so long, it's very abnormal. See the navigation map? This is the border, the national border. Admiral Bai said, according to the spy report, the other country is fighting very fiercely, with heavy casualties. We have a natural border here, a large area of irregular stars, and many black holes, separating the two countries. As for the more distant galaxies, because there is no developed route and no more advanced technology than them, it is also difficult to contact. The question of how many countries there are will not be discussed for the time being. This is the reason. The fierce war with the insects shows that there are many insects. There are so many insects that they sneaked over there? Su Xiaocai's scalp tingled. The barrier means that the insects will not smell the scent and come over, but the natural barrier of the universe can't stop them. They won't ask for help from here. If they ask for help, how big a circle will they have to go to get there? General Bai gave Su Shaokai an admiring look. In peacetime, they want to invade this place every day, and in wartime, they hope that this side can help them. Su Shakai raised her eyebrows. They stole my chip. Although the chip was stolen, and they couldn't figure it out in the short term, their behavior was disgusting. General Bai, don't worry, we are only responsible for destroying the insects here. Not to mention the long journey, what if it is a trap? We are not that stupid. It is not easy to get the report from the spy, and we will not do such a thankless task. Su Shakai, this battle cannot continue. If they can't catch their breath, it means we have to keep fighting here. Then, Lieutenant General Bai, won't he have to guard the place all the time? It's not good to help the enemy, and it's not good not to help either. What if their country collapses across the board? Just like Su Xiaocai's previous life, the entire galaxy will be filled with insects. They can't smell anything, but they will wander around and devour everything. The unimaginable insect army is approaching, and all animals and plants will be eaten up. Insects are such a disgusting species. As long as we kill them to a certain extent and can control the situation, we will rebuild the mechanical planet to garrison here. General Bai will naturally not let his nephew have no room for improvement. The reconstruction of the mechanical planet can turn the passive into active and activate the star-destroying weapon. Star-destroying weapons are usually used before clearing the mother body and the insect warriors. But they will be used with caution. After all, consuming too much energy at one time will cause irreparable losses. Su Shaokai asked the key question for Wu Qingqing and others. What about the students? Do you want them to join the army immediately after the finals? Or do you want them to join after completing their studies? After the finals, they can get other knowledge from the army. General Bai said everything he knew. Being able to mention the spy to Su Shaokai does not mean that she is included in the ranks of trustworthy people, but just telling her the news and then observing. This observation is irregular and long-term. All the news received by Su Shaokai may contain some information that cannot be disclosed. Let's go, good luck. General Bai pushed her out of the command room. I hope your future will be smooth. Oh, if you let me go back to be a farmer, it will also be smooth. Don't you want the reward? Su Shaokai left without saying a word, followed the crowd, and arrived at another world. They came to the lost civilized planet, Blue Star, not Earth, but an Earth-like civilization. There were no natives inside the planet, and all of them had evacuated. The tall buildings collapsed, leaving only a few standing alone. Standing in the space station, it seemed as if you could see the prosperous scene of the past. This is a planet similar to the capital planet, with a large ocean area. After the human traces were gone, the sky was very light blue. Part of the land was soaked in water, and it could be seen that it had experienced a baptism of melting glaciers. It was a very beautiful planet, and there were many plants. Chapter 159. Blue Star is the planet with the most intact ecology on the route of the Zerg invasion. You will soon live in the relatively intact buildings. In addition to training, you will clean up the collapsed buildings and restore the land here on weekdays. If you dig up cultural relics, please be sure to hand them in for better preservation. Naturally, they can't do anything if they don't hand them in. Blue Star civilization is brilliant and beautiful, and it is one of the origins of the political system of the 10-Star Republic. It's just that the geography is not as good as the capital star, and it has always been on the national border. When the mechanical planet was destroyed, most of the humans on Blue Star joined the army, and the old and young had to leave their homes and wait for the opportunity to return. Most of the people who carried the insects on the front line every day were Blue Star people, who were very united and worked hard to protect their homes. The people who received the students were also Blue Star people. They stayed here to protect the fire of civilization and rescue more cultural relics and history. There are a total of 10 high-rise buildings, distributed in 10 different directions of the city, and several areas have been cleared and are currently used as training grounds. After coming down from the space station, the receptionist took them to the barracks and handed them over to the soldiers. Lieutenant General Bai stood on the platform, looking around, and when he saw Su Shaokai, he waved to her. Su Shaokai waved to Wu Qingqing, carrying the cat cage and the suitcase, and strode onto the platform under the gaze of many people. It's been a long time since we last met. How do you feel about this place? It's better than ever before. At first, Su Shaokai thought she would live in a space station or a spaceship, and it was really great to be able to live on the ground. Su Shaokai said bluntly, I want to live over there. That piece of black land is mine. I want to grow something on it. The direction she pointed to was the land that the people of Blue Star had just cleared for buildings. They planned to grow some grass to feed livestock. Su Xiaocai's thoughts at this time were simple and unpretentious. If there is land, you want to grow something. And that land is so good. You can tell at a glance that it is a good place to grow vegetables. Lieutenant General Bai was speechless. Are you still a scientist? When did I become a scientist? I have always called myself a vegetable farmer, a farmer who grows vegetables. If I can't grow anything, I leave anytime. Okay. You are a distinguished guest, you have the final say. Anyway, there are many places. The reason why we chose this place as the camp. Because it is a bit far from the planet that can provide food. We can't just rely on the outside to transport food. Su Xiaokai wants to grow vegetables, he must satisfy her. Anyway, she can't eat so much by herself, he can definitely get some from her. Others are having a headache about arranging dormitories. Su Xiaokai lives in a single-family building, and no one dares to disturb her here. In front of the building is the black soil that Lieutenant General Bai gave her. On the vast fields, some places are yellow or red, and there is a bit of sandification. It is likely that they have been polluted by the insect people. This is the seed of the mangosteen. The land polluted by the insect people can be planted with it, and it will be improved after a while. Remember to dig it out before the mangosteen seeds. Although the reproduction capacity of the mangosteen is not high, it is possible to mutate and become an invasive species on Blue Star. Lieutenant General Bai naturally knew that Su Xiaokai had the mangosteen seeds. According to Su Xiaocai's personality of not wanting to suffer losses, he must ask them for it. The impression is different when it is given actively and passively. Su Xiaokai was very happy that Lieutenant General Bai remembered this, and Hua Xian also took the opportunity to get her the refining materials of Chonglu. Then they left, and they had something else to do, so they said they would come back later. Su Xiaokai didn't care, and turned to work. She took out her box of space buttons, yes, a box. Ji Li gave it to her to play with. Well, to be precise, she saw it and showed a longing look, and then Ji Li had to give it to her to play with. So, she used it to store her various small rags. For example, from her second-hand excavator, die-casting machine, and chips full of space buttons, like moving house. Soon, the front of the house was filled with various machines. Then Su Xiaokai let Hua out of the cat cage, and then Xia Wanzi. Xia Wanzi looked around when she saw the new place. Let's get the new home done together. Xia Wanzi was best at housework, cleaning, making beds, and changing lamps. Su Xiaokai checked the energy supply of the house, made backup energy, set up alarms around, launched a monitor, and set up a protective shield. The single-family building was turned into an iron barrel. The soldiers who were secretly responsible for protecting her were silent. With this kind of protection awareness, she would not die even if they died. Su Xiaokai was very efficient, and only spent half a day. Soon, many small farming robots came out of the house, and measured the land, marking any big rocks. Su Xiaokai drove the home mecha that had not been used for a long time, moving rocks, making ridges, and using drainage pipes to solve irrigation problems. Happy and busy figures, forgetting everything. At the end of the measurement, Su Xiaokai counted the 30 acres of land, which was still black soil, with a depth of about 1 meter, a surprise from heaven. She thought it would be boring to come to the front line, but she could grow vegetables freely. The mecha carried the hoe and walked back, jumping with every step, full of humor. The vegetable farmers who came to find Su Xiaokai while they were free, Weia Zhizhong and Lieutenant General Bai, They stood on the ridge of the field, their eyes were dull. How handsome Su Xiaokai was when he beat people, how unsophisticated Su Xiaokai was when he farmed. The home mecha was really eye-catching, and when combined together, it looked like. She was so rich, why did she still drive this kind of mecha? Su Xiaokai is not ashamed. She is environmentally friendly and proud. No one understands the charm of the home mecha better than her. The ugly mecha is used for farming, so she is not afraid of getting dirty. Moreover, every piece of land she cultivates is profitable. If she uses a new mecha to plant, the money from farming is not enough for her to buy mecha parts. Pragmatism, or being used to being frugal, unnecessary expenses are unnecessary. As for the land on the capital star, it is a product of impulse. Women have impulse consumption. That's right. Su Xiaokai will never admit the word sucker. If she can afford it, she can earn it back. If someone objects, she can only use the ultimate killer move. She truly loves the home mech, and her love brain is invincible. Su Xiaokai jumped off the mech. The scene in the cabin came into view, and their eyes lighted up again. It was a brand new mech cabin, the mech cabin that had appeared in the New World Grand Prix. No matter how ugly the home mech was, it was equipped with top-notch internals, and its value increased countless times. Only Wu Qingqing was used to it. She was the eldest disciple, and she had not only touched it, but also sat on it. Lieutenant General Bai put his hands behind his back and raised his chin. Admiral Bai's mecha had been delivered and the balance had been paid, so his mecha should not be a problem. Coach Su, little Su, I want to experience it. Hu Ping knows how to express himself best, and asks if he wants. I want it too, classmate Su, I want to experience it too. Yu Shiqing had bandages on both arms, but it did not hinder her positive and enterprising spirit. Didn't you test drive it? The customized mechas and standard mechas of the vegetable farmers all have this kind of cockpit. Before she set off, she gave them the mecha. Hu Ping, we need to keep our mecha a little mysterious. He had never driven it on a carrier, fearing that it would leak secrets. The most advanced mecha cannot be left on the battlefield, just like the Black Wing, which was destroyed beyond recognition, but there were still people willing to spend a lot of effort to drag it back for research. So Hu Ping followed suit, and even thought that others would have ulterior motives when showing it off. Facts have proved that others really have ulterior motives. The people of Huiya's staff are one of them. Faced with the enthusiastic children, Su Xiaokai had to open the cockpit for them to experience. Don't break it. It has been with me for many years. It is an amazing old guy. Su Xiaocai's words were convincing. She focused on sentiment, and added some value to the home mecha. When they claimed compensation, she would definitely not sympathize with their wallets. Young people who didn't know Su Xiaocai's original intention thought that she really had deep feelings for the home mecha, and used it carefully. Don't break it. Put on gloves before touching your rough hands. You are strong, so you can drive it last. Did you wash your hands after taking a shit? Yes, wash twice more. You ate a lot yesterday and pooped a lot, so you must have used 2 more pieces of paper to wipe your butt. The topic gradually became weird. Su Xiaokai had no expression on his face. What a bunch of idiots. Lieutenant General Bai tried to hold back his laughter. Where's my mecha? Su Xiaokai reached into his pocket and threw him a space button. It's very different from the mecha he used to drive. You may need to adapt to it. There is also a data storage disk inside. You can try it in the simulation cabin first. Thanks, I give you the balance tomorrow. By the way, how many stars is the mecha? Lieutenant General Bai asked softly. Won't you know after you drive it? Su Xiaokai didn't forget the main purpose of coming here, to help Lieutenant General Bai improve his chi sense. Are you free at 8 o'clock in the evening? When you feel that your physical condition has recovered, come to my residence. I want to observe your chi sense. Do you also know medical skills? Lieutenant General Bai had of course consulted General Bai about this question, but General Bai didn't know much, so he didn't have time to ask him personally. A little bit. Lieutenant General Bai couldn't guess whether she meant a little bit or a billion bits. General Bai's request is to ensure that your genes don't collapse when you break through, and to help you break through as soon as possible before the full-scale war. Su Xiaokai said confidently, I will not break my promise once I've promised. The key to this war is to find the hidden mother body and insect warriors, and then eliminate them. So it is very important to ensure Lieutenant General Bai's strength. But it is hard to say how many mother bodies there are. We can only monitor and calculate, usually according to the concentration of insects. After the mother in a certain area is killed, after a round of killing, whether the density is dropped, whether there are new insects, etc., are all a means of calculation. The battle situation is not fierce now. It is likely that the mother and the insect warriors have not yet commanded the battlefield, or there are no mothers and insect warriors at all. The insects are too scattered, and it is not easy to use star-destroying weapons. We can only advance little by little. Su Xiaokai suddenly thought of something. Lieutenant General Bai and his deputy lieutenant general and were both a barrier to kill the insect warriors. There were also 5 senior generals sent by other troops to fight against the insect warriors. Lieutenant General Bai is the commander-in-chief, but he is always too busy to handle everything. Before, Su Xiaokai thought that General Bai was just playing a trick on her, getting her to the battlefield to help Lieutenant General Bai increase his strength. It turned out that he played 2 tricks on her, and General Bai was protecting Lieutenant General Bai. Lieutenant General Bai's aura was upgraded, and everyone was happy. If Lieutenant General Bai couldn't handle it, he could secretly let her take over, and it wouldn't be too difficult to operate. She has strength, strategy, and can convince the crowd. More than 100,000 contestants must be willing to listen to her orders. Isn't he just a ready-made commander? Good fellow, good calculation. Admiral Bai plays a good hand of yin and yang. She lost this insurance, a big loss. Su Xiaokai felt a pain in her heart. If she wins, she will lose her military rank, and if she loses, they will die together. Admiral Bai wants to ensure that Lieutenant General Bai takes the position. He tempted her with benefits, made a feint to the east and attacked in the west, secretly moved Shinsong, and dragged her into the water. It would be better if everything goes smoothly in the next 2 months. Otherwise, if she doesn't pull Admiral Bai bald again when she returns, She is not surnamed Su. Zaya Onesie has prepared a big meal, Kai Kai. It's time to eat. Okay. She told Wu Qingqing to help her put away the mecha after playing. Wu Qingqing watched the men snatching leisurely and saluted Su Shaokai. Yes, sir. As expected of me, I am the chief disciple. I don't fight or compete, and the master gives me important tasks. Wu Qingqing pointed at Hu Ping and told him not to play too long. It's the next one's turn. Hu Ping, you can't hit me, so I play. What can you do to me? If you don't listen to me, the chief disciple, you will be severely punished. What kind of punishment? Castration. Hu Ping stopped playing immediately and shouted obediently. Next. This conversation fully exposed the nature of the vegetable farmers, the pure and stupid college students. Su Shaogai shook her head, waved goodbye to Lieutenant General Bai, and went straight into the single-family house. Half of her feast was dry goods. There was not much fresh food in stock. The canteen would have more pre-prepared dishes. She would not wrong herself if she had something delicious. The agriculture of this planet was basically destroyed. The collapsed buildings showed what had hit them. There must have been a group of insect army that had destroyed them. The attack of the Zerg swarm is a devastating blow to any planet. Blue Star can withstand it. It can be said that the power of unity is infinite. When her own vegetable farming business starts. Forget it, I guess her mission is over. Save as much as possible, and speed up the pace of farming. It's late at night, and they should have a good rest, but the players have to start working. Ji Hung and others finished playing with the home mecha and went to the canteen to eat. As soon as they returned to the dormitory, they were assigned to clean up the collapsed buildings. The machines were provided by Blue Star, and they can also use their own mechas. There may be corpses under these houses. I hope they can be as gentle as possible when they see them, and record where they were found. The identities of the deceased will be recorded at that time, and they will be given a decent collective cremation. The army did not disrupt their team, and Ji Hung and his 6 companions happened to be in the same room. Wu Qingqing and his 4 companions were in the same room, and there were 2 girls in the room, but they were the winners of the individual competition. The 2 girls had brown skin and looked a little thin. They looked timid, not afraid, but just timid about the outside world. Wu Qingqing and his 4 companions were dressed too well, and they looked fair and clean, like rich people. On their planet, the rich secretly had privileges and were domineering. If you offend the rich, they will beat you up, and it will be difficult for you to win the case. They have lawyers, but they don't. They are habitually afraid of the rich. The establishment of the New World has broken the shackles that only the rich can drive mechas. They are the network mecha master supported by the people in the town. They have never been out of the planet before, so they don't know whether people outside are easy to get along with. On the internet, people are too free to speak, and they can't see the true face of people. Facing Wu Qingqing and others, they don't know how to react. Wu Qingqing saw them eating the cold rice balls. You have been in the dormitory, you didn't go to the canteen. We don't want to waste food, so we eat these first. In fact, they were afraid that the canteen would charge for meals, and these rice balls were taken from the aircraft carrier. The New World announcement stated in advance that the ship ticket was free and free food and accommodation were provided, but it did not say that free food would still be provided after arriving at this place. So they thought it would be better to finish the food in their hands first, and go to the canteen later. Wu Qingqing, hurry up and eat, and then we go work together. The military has notified us that the people in our building must clean up the land in front within 3 days. The reason why Wu Qingqing knew it earlier than them was because the organizer was Ji Hung. The higher-ups just sent out a notice, and it was up to the players to decide how to do it, and when to do it. Providing free food and accommodation also requires some work. You can't just come here for pre-match training, and it's not a traditional final. The 2 looked at each other for a while, and nodded in agreement. Wu Qingqing didn't look like a bad person. They exchanged names with Wu Qingqing, Sumiya, Sumini. When they heard that Wu Qingqing was Qingqing Zaiwu, and Xingmiya was the witch, they worshipped her. You are the witch? God Soma bless you. I finally saw the real person. You were really good in the competition, like the incarnation of God Soma. They have social accounts, but the network in the town is not very good. They have to go to the city for training on weekdays. When they go to the city, they dare not relax for a moment. They train all the time. So they only know the most famous people in the competition. The most recognizable name is Shinpa, which is as mysterious as her command. After meeting her in person, I felt that the word Shinpa was more appropriate. She looked so good, exactly as I imagined. She has a certain aggressive beauty, but her temperament is the opposite, cold and gentle, which dilutes this aggressiveness and conforms to the public aesthetic. Even those who have had plastic surgery are not as good-looking as her. The sincere praise made Xingmiu embarrassed. It's just a nickname. Don't deify me. I don't believe in God. I am like Coach Su. I only believe that man can conquer nature. Sumiya and Sumini suddenly stopped talking about the gods they believed in. They had known for a long time that people outside did not believe in gods, but Xingmiao, who called herself a witch, also said that she was not a believer, and they felt a little lost. They felt that they were not on the same path. So they finally rejected Wu Qingqing's suggestion to go with them, and let Wu Qingqing go first, and they would come later. Wu Qingqing didn't care, and went downstairs with her friends. Outside the balcony, there was a floating board for lifting. After stepping out, the silver board floating in the air sank quickly. Arriving on the ground, Wu Qingqing kept greeting people around her, whether she knew them or not. Qingqing, you are better than Kai Kai. Feng Wansha complained. No, my driving skills are far behind. Feng Wansha, selective incomprehension, good job. Ji Hung was already waiting for them in the open space downstairs, with excavators, cranes, handling tools, rescue helmets and gloves. Chapter 160. Each of you take a set. It's 7:30 now. Clean up the collapsed buildings as soon as possible. You can't leave until at least 10:30. If you have mechas, you can use them. Energy is unlimited and repairs are free. The maintenance engineers in this building are obliged to help you with repairs. If you don't get any machine tools, use these shovels and detectors to help. Considering safety issues, we'd better ensure that at least 1/10 of the people use mechas, and a small number of them are assigned to safety alerts. There are 5,000 people here, which means 500 mecha divisions are needed. Anyone who signs up must complete the task within 10 minutes. This mission is also based on voluntary principles. If you really don't want to participate, you don't have to join. Ji Hung is very efficient. He made a request, and Feng Wansha made a small program in a few minutes. Registration is also a matter of scanning a code and filling out a form. All those who want to join the army are spontaneous rescuers. Old hands like Yunji, who have been in and out of society for many years, also choose to join. Nothing else, there will be reporters for this rescue. Since the New World competition, they have reaped the benefits of the fan effect. If they don't want to lose traffic, it is important to maintain their personal image. Yunji follows the right path and does not take action at the time of rescue, which will greatly affect the subsequent business. As for the Prince group of the second echelon of Taro, they are playing sloppy and plan to watch others work hard while they train on their own. However, these people are not in Ji Heng's team, and he can't manage so many people. 5,000 people are already his current management limit. The vegetable farmer's team spontaneously uses mechas. The mechas were bought before, and have not been used much. They were only used for a while in school, and then Su Shaokai made custom mechas for them. The mecha is not used, it's just right now no regrets. The only ones who didn't buy a mecha were Lu Sun and Pan Ningjia, but they had a rich coach, Su Shaokai, to prevent them from having accidents, and gave them standard mechas. Even if it was a standard mecha, it was a standard black wing, so as soon as their mechas appeared, many players who didn't want to use their own mechas signed up immediately. As long as the black wing stood there, it was so handsome that they wanted to rub it. Being a vegetable farmer is really happy. Feng Huai and Ruo Ting immediately made friends with Lu Sun, and asked Lu Sun if the mecha was customized for them by Su Shaokai. Lu Sun was very proud, raised his mecha hand and waved it, saying, "What, you look down on our coach Su? This is a standard mecha, don't you see that the appearance is exactly the same? It's a customized mecha, we are not convenient to display it for the time being." They also made money, so they can still afford the custom mecha. Who complains about too many mechas? The vegetable farmers have 3 mechas per person, 1 old model, 1 standard black wing, and 1 custom mecha. Ji Hung, Hu Ping, Wu Qingqing, and Feng Wansha are more generous. They have an extra custom mecha that can be transformed, that is, the 4 of them, each has 4 mechas. It's so annoying. The family is rich. Rich families can let their children study in mecha-related majors, so they naturally don't mind spending this little money. The first 3 people are purely loved by their families. Feng Wansha's family had a bad attitude towards Su Shaokai before, and they tried to repay the favor with material things, which was too unkind. Su Shaokai has become rich, and now they know that Su Shaokai has a deep background, and now they are smugly saying that they want to have a good relationship with Su Shaokai. So Feng Wansha spent money in revenge. The Feng family dare not say a word. But since it was done, Feng Wansha can only make up for it. Sasha is close to Su Shaokai. They frankly admit that their family did something wrong and shouldn't look down on others, and then happily give money to Feng Huansha. Su Shaokai doesn't care. She doesn't get along with the Feng family. Feng Hui sniffed and leaned on Lu Sun. When will Kai make a customized mecha? Brother, help cut in line. After it's done, I will agree to anything you want, and I can also introduce you to Ruoting's sister. His sister is your fan, and likes you very much. Ruoting, go away. Feng Hui, are you still human? I introduce you if you want. Is your sister cute? Is she pretty? I want to be cuter than the coach. Lu Sun proposed a condition that was difficult to surpass. In the eyes of many contestants, Su Xiaocai's face was cute and irrefutable. Ruoting promised, of course. She is very cute, cuter than Coach Su. Isn't Ruoting's sister only 3 years old? Yu Shiqing exposed their tricks. Feng Hui shook his head and laughed. She is 3 years old. It's so funny. The little girl even scolded Ruoting as a weak brother. Introduce Lu Sun to her, and wait for her to scold Lu Sun. The sister showing maniac Ruoting said, just tell me, is she cute? My little Daodu is the cutest sister in the world. Yu Shiqing took a deep breath. She was thinking wrongly. These two straight men were not smart, and only had tricks to pit their opponents in their minds. Lu Sun was annoyed. Asshole. It was impossible for him to cut in line, so he would not disturb Su Shaokai, who was growing vegetables. Now she was very excited, and in order to grow vegetables, she no longer wanted to be a vegetable farmer. If you bother her about mecha again, she will think she is a vegetable. The buildings in this area have collapsed for several days. When the mechanical planet started to suffer, the defense line of Blue Star also collapsed for a while. Fortunately, the army of Lieutenant General Bai was arranged to come and stabilize the situation. The two main generals of the mechanical planet were not killed, but were seriously injured. The reason why they were defeated so quickly. First, the invading insects coincidentally attacked the main system of the planet-destroying weapon, and then besieged the two main generals, who were held back and could not give accurate instructions. If you take a wrong step, the collapse will begin. Later, a large number of insects attacked and the mechanical planet fell. The soldiers rushed out at the risk of their lives and saved most of the fresh troops. When the mechanical planet was invaded, the alarm on Blue Star sounded, and the leaders evacuated the people in time. Those who could leave were arranged to leave, if the insects were given a chance. Blue Star would become a nest that nourishes the insects and become another Huangyang star, which would no longer exist. There were not many insects coming to Blue Star, but the impact area was too large, and the people left on Blue Star could not be rescued. There is always a trade-off. Those who are buried deep can only be rescued after the rescue efforts are relaxed. When the contestants arrived, they took on this responsibility. The people in Ji Heng's building assembled the fastest and worked the hardest. The work was arranged in an orderly manner. With the addition of mechas, the cleanup work was faster. They dug for a long time, but there was no complete body. What they could find was basically a pool of blood and half of the remains that died together with the insect people. Every time they cleaned up a place, the shock brought to the contestants was indescribable. Wu Qingqing felt distressed while digging. Some of the skeletons were only a small mass, and it was obvious that they were children. Beside the child, there was a woman's arm, and her fingers were tightly holding the child's clothes. The more emotional ones saw this scene, walked to the side and cried, and came back after venting their emotions. When digging an underground urban rail, Wu Qingqing stopped the mecha and took out the life detection and listening device. The mecha's navigator Xiao Wu said, "Analysis shows a weak cry for help, please be careful. Come here, there may be living people here. There are air raid shelters, and some spare food in the urban rail, which is probably why some people are alive." Wu Qingqing quickly pulled Feng Huansha over and analyzed how to dig a gap. Saving people needs every second. The place where the call for help was heard was just a few floors of buildings falling on it, which increased the difficulty of rescue. The bottom of the urban rail is empty. If it is not operated properly, it is likely to cause a secondary collapse. In this situation, experts must be dispatched. Wu Qingqing reported the matter to Ji Heng, and Ji Heng quickly submitted it to the higher-ups. Before the experts came, Feng Huansha released Su Xiaocai's Pathfinder spider. The little spider crawled out from the mecha's fingers, and the metallic spider turned around. It rolled along the cracks on the surface and entered the underground. When it encountered uneven places, its slender mechanical legs coordinated and crawled quickly. The little spider released scattered light around its body, scanning the underground. According to Feng Huansha's request, it went to look for living people. It passed through a narrow passage and entered the open underground. But there was no living person in this place. Scanning up and down, it saw a closed door. The cry for help came from inside the door. Help! Someone come and save us! Not only was there a cry for help, but there was also a universal distress signal for 10 stars, but there seemed to be a signal barrier on the ground, and the distress signal could not be transmitted, so they were not discovered until now. The little spider could not make a sound. It looked around and found a small vent, which should be able to enter. It climbed up the wall and entered the vent. The people underground suddenly saw the light, and there was surprise on their numb faces. They covered their eyes and squinted, but could not see clearly. I just thought it was a strange thing, and then fear surged in my heart. But man! A scream woke up everyone underground, and they quickly gathered together to protect the child in the middle. Don't be afraid, it's a little robot. Some people adapted to the soft light of the little spider, and saw the true face on the vent. There were a total of 15 people underground. 2 of them were lying on the ground. One had a pale face and a broken leg, and was just wrapped up with clothes. The other was wearing white clothes, and was in a coma, and only his chest was seen rising and falling. Help us quickly, 2 of us are dying, please. They are seriously injured and won't last long. The little spider can't speak. It seems that when it sees people calm down, the mechanical spider, which is not even as big as a fingernail, jumps in and uses light to leave words on the wall. Don't move, don't make a sound. It turns back, crawls out of the underground, and goes further. Its goal is to explore the entire underground and analyze the underground situation. More than a dozen people trapped underground cried with excitement, and some lovers or couples hugged each other tightly. Great, we're finally saved. Just wait a little longer. The 2 children clung together, sobbing softly because of the bug man noise just now. It's not hard to understand that children can only express their nervousness by crying. But these adults are not their parents, and it's not easy to protect them until now. Shut up, it's so annoying. Someone spoke up, waiting anxiously, and heard the crying of the child, which made him even more annoyed. Okay, it doesn't matter this little bit of time. Don't cry, someone is out there saving us. That spider just now was a new type of equipment, right? Change the subject, say something to distract attention. I don't know, I haven't seen it. Maybe. Is the situation outside okay? Thinking of their home being destroyed, they couldn't help but feel sad, but they were lucky to be rescued soon. When the little spider walked to a position, the signal suddenly cut off. Feng Wansha was a little unsure about the sudden change. The terrain had been analyzed, and it stood to reason that the little spider would not lose energy so quickly. Something is wrong. The little spider seems to have been attacked. Feng Wansha was afraid that there were insects hiding below, and her experience was not enough to judge. What should we do? Haven't we explored it? There are still insects. It's impossible for the insects to let go of so many living people. Clear the buildings here first. The people below are not in good condition, and are still alive. It's difficult to dig a hole to get in. The weight of the surface buildings needs to be reduced before the road can be opened. I asked Su Shaokai first. You wait? The first time I used the little spider to explore the way, there was a problem. It's better to be cautious and ask Su Shaokai first. General insects won't attack little spiders. They are only interested in food. Will they be startled by the light? Or maybe, it's not an ordinary insect. Feng Wansha said. Su Shaokai said, then be bold, treat this as a competition, don't be afraid of making wrong decisions. You can't rely on me forever. But this is reality. Feng Wansha couldn't make a correct judgment for a while. Okay, I understand. She didn't hesitate anymore, told Ji Hung the situation, and asked them to prepare for action. In case there were insects imprisoned underground, they might need to take action. The end of the mechanical spider happened to be a point prone to collapse, so it couldn't be moved at will. Ji Hung quickly mobilized people to guard the whole drilling point. The experts hurried over, analyzed the terrain, and then made a judgment and drilled a hole. The drilling rig used for drilling holes has a support arm, which supports both ends and starts to move forward. Feng Wansha put another little spider in. This time she didn't turn on the light source. When she arrived at the place where the little spider signal disappeared, she saw a picture from the night vision mode this time. An extremely ugly insect face appeared in front of the spider. Most of its body was nailed to the ground by several strange pillars, nailed from the head, and the place where it was located was not like an ordinary urban rail tunnel. It was more like a large laboratory. She took a deep breath. It's the greedy one. This greedy one looked a little weak, but it was still struggling. The body was shriveled, and the nutrients were transferred to the head. The neck was stretching and slowly falling off. In a short time, its head might be separated from the body. This active separation would not kill the insect man. At most it would return to the strength of a cowardly insect soldier. Hearing that there were greedy people underground, they would be out of trouble soon, and everyone sped up. Ji Hung and Xing Miao both thought that they should not take this matter on themselves for the time being, and the way the soldiers handled it should be better than theirs. Some people disagreed and wanted to make merit, but Ji Hung did not think that such merit was necessary. Knowing that there were insect people underground, the soldiers came quickly. The one who came was a lieutenant and his 30 soldiers. What's the situation? How long will it take to dig a hole? Is it in time? In an emergency, Ji Hung transferred hundreds of people to start work and clean up the building as soon as possible. The living people are not far from the insects. Now we can only race against time and be one step ahead of the insects. If there were no living people underground, they could use electromagnetic waves to give the insects a fatal blow, but now the insects are too close to the living people. Experts have measured that they can't dig a hole above the insects, not because they are afraid of collapse, but because it is too hard. After detection, it takes a lot of time to dig to reach the location of the insects, so it's better to save people first. On the first day of cleaning, I encountered a difficult incident, which is really tough. The little spider was motionless, watching the greedy man move. After a while, all the players who were not driving mechas retreated, and the cave opened. The headlights hanging in the air shone inside. After a few days, the people's spirits were tortured to the point of going crazy. Seeing the light, the people underground hurried to climb out. The two slightly stronger ones tried their best, and came out by themselves without waiting for anyone to come in to rescue them. Because the opening was tilted downward, it didn't take much effort to walk. Finally returning to the ground, the survivors breathed in the air outside. The cave entrance was not big, and only 2 people could pass through at most. There were 2 seriously injured people inside, so someone had to go in and move them. The 2 children were carried to the cave entrance, and the lieutenant who led the rescue team caught them at the cave entrance. When they saw the ground again, the light made their eyes uncomfortable. The children were so excited that they started crying again. It was very quiet around them. Feng Huaxia saw that the insect man seemed to have a greater reaction to the children's crying, so she said, "Don't let the children cry." The lieutenant quickly covered their mouths with one hand each, and ordered the others to take them to the Blue Star Rescue Center. After the child was taken away, the insect man's speed of breaking free was not as fast, but it was still very tense. The captain who led the team ordered his subordinates to put on the exoskeleton. He knew the situation of the injured inside, and how to treat the injuries. Among the 15 rescued people, there was a nurse. She said, his calf was broken, about 10 centimeters above the ankle. I took apart a straight rubber strip from a toy to fix it for him. I don't know why the other one was unconscious. When I saw him, he was fainted there, not dead, still breathing and never woke up. After the soldier put on the exoskeleton, he could just bend over and pass through the hole. The lieutenant said to his subordinates, "Save the seriously injured first." The subordinates nodded and drove the exoskeleton slowly down. Halfway down, he straightened his back and adjusted. Suddenly, rubble fell from above. The machine that supported the hole hurriedly repaired it, but the hole was still half buried. The soldier wearing the exoskeleton looked back, and beads of sweat gathered on his nose. Fortunately, it didn't hit the top of his head. He sweated for himself and became more careful. When he arrived at the location, he squatted down to check the situation of the 2 people. It was indeed as the nurse said. The man with a broken leg looked pale, and looked like he was about to die. His injuries were very bad. He took out the rescue bed from the space button, opened the bandage, and checked if there were any external injuries. There were only some bruises, so there was no need to disinfect on the spot. Because next he would inject a tube of nutrient solution into the seriously injured, and then inject a tube of healing agent to stabilize the vital signs first. Although it would accelerate bone healing, it could be solved by surgery later. As long as he was not dead, a broken leg was a small problem. Seeing that the injured person's pale face had eased a little, the soldier carried him to the rescue bed. The fallen rocks had been cleared, and another teammate came in. The 2 of them moved the person out one after the other. It took 10 minutes. Feng Huaxia showed the lieutenant the image of the insect man. "Hurry up." The lieutenant saw that the insect man was almost there. Its head had completely separated from its body, and then it grew another body. This was not a solution. 2 soldiers had already turned back to rescue another person. He frowned. What should he do? If he couldn't rescue him, sending 2 more people in would also be a death sentence. Such a dark and narrow place would not be conducive to fighting. Chapter 161. Ji Hung said without hesitation, "Use robots to send a few high-explosive mines in to delay time." The people who heard this sentence were in a state of mental breakdown, and could not think straight for a while. Thinking he was joking, wouldn't this blow up the ground? The sky began to drizzle, as if it was against them. It rained more and more, and the rain soaked the ground, making people slippery when they walked on it. The lieutenant ordered his men to drive away all the unimportant personnel. Those without mechas and protection were not allowed to stay here. Then he asked Jihan what he meant. With humans here, the Zerg are not interested in moving mechanical bodies. The situation below will be very troublesome if it collapses. I wonder if there are still Zergs below. Anyway, the detector can't detect the one found underground. Tie some meat to the robot, hide the high explosive mine inside the robot, and explode the mine inside the Zerg. The lieutenant, He also watched the live broadcast of the game. He thought to himself that he was indeed a farmer, and he had a lot of tricks. Try it. The lieutenant gritted his teeth. The Zerg was in urgent need of nutrition, and he would definitely eat it. He did what he said, and asked his men to bring the rescue robot, a new piece of equipment in the army, which also looks like a spider. It is usually used to explore the way. It moves a little slowly, but can overcome many terrains. It is not as good as Su Xiaocai's, but Su Xiaocai's little spider cannot carry high explosive bombs. Don't use this, the failure rate is too high. The rescue spider moves a little slowly, and needs to be controlled manually. Lieutenant, do you have good stuff? Yes, will you reimburse me? 15,000. Feng Huaxia doesn't care about money, but the thing in her hand was given by Su Xiaocai, and it is not a consumable item. The lieutenant looked at his own rescue spider. This little thing still costs 50,000. Okay, provided that your stuff is really useful. Feng Huaxia released a drone-type mechanical cat. Before the mechanical cat was activated, it was very different from a real cat. The triangular ears on its head were the drooping anti-weight devices of the drone. Only here could it be seen that it was a cat-shaped machine. Feng Huaxia set the route and ordered her artificial intelligence to simulate. The moment the mechanical cat was activated, its eyes moved, as if it had intelligence, and it became a mechanical cat with a soul. It tilted its head and shook its body, feeling the weight of the high explosive mines in its body and the pieces of meat on its back. Feng Huaxia asked it to go, and it went without looking back. The metal back looked like the most heroic little hero. No one wanted it to return triumphantly, but they all hoped that it would die in the mouth of insects. 15,000 yuan plus 2 high explosive mines to kill a greedy person was a great deal. Feng Huaxia broadcast its real-time picture to the lieutenant. The lieutenant stared at the mechanical cat nimbly jumping onto a stone, fearless of the rain, leaping into the air, and almost instantly turning into a drone and flying into the passage where the little spider had crawled before. The drone mode was a bit difficult to pass, so it transformed into a cat, grabbed the edge of the vent, and crawled forward. Feng Huaxia didn't need to control it during the whole process. She just needed to watch it to see if it went to the wrong place. The mechanical cat landed in a relatively open place. When it was about to approach the insect man, it slowed down. It moved forward carefully, and the tiny footsteps did not attract the attention of the insect man. The insect man was trying to break free, and his head was still connected to his shriveled body. It was disgusting, and the tentacles were slowly growing from under his head. The lieutenant urged 2 subordinates to quickly carry the unconscious survivor up. It's impossible to move. This person's whole body has been modified. He is a cyborg. I don't know what is in his body. It's very heavy. The fabric of the rescue bed broke and couldn't bear it. The rain outside formed a stream and flowed inside. The ground was very slippery. The nurse who stayed where she was startled. She was sitting in a safety chair behind a mecha master, afraid that she would be scolded for not reporting the matter. I didn't move that person. I just knew that he was asleep. I checked his body on the first day I came. He was not injured, just unconscious. Then drag him out. The cyborg is not afraid of dragging. If it breaks, just replace the skin. There is no time. The 2 subordinates nodded to each other, and one of them held the unconscious person under the armpit and dragged him out backwards. The other soldier provided cover. Even with the strength of the exoskeleton, the dragging force was still not enough. They only dragged him to the exit hole, and were so tired that they wanted to change people. Their feet slipped, and they could not drag him anymore. No, sir, I want to use the trailer straps. Yes. How can we move this cyborg with its weight? The soldier who was dragging the person took a breath, used all his strength to tie the person up, and then made a gesture. The trailer moved back, and the 2 soldiers also worked hard. Going up a little diagonally, this section of road is only a short 20 meters. The 6 wheels of the trailer have very good grip, and it is no problem to drag 2 or 3 tons of things, but the driver can't even increase the power lightly, and needs to step hard to increase the energy output. The soldier felt more tired than during the training, and even felt insecure. Was he not full? Why is it getting heavier and heavier? The people were moved out little by little. At the same time, the insect man completely grew a new body, opened his bloody mouth, and rushed towards the human at the first time. The mechanical cat dodged, transformed into a drone, and died a heroic death. The drone and the high-explosive mine were eaten by the insect man, and they must be detonated immediately, otherwise the digestive fluid in the insect man's body will digest everything. Feng Wansha pressed the detonation button. The ground shook, and the two soldiers quickly got on all fours to stabilize their bodies. The insect man who had just recovered a little bit of vitality was blown into pieces by the high-explosive mine, and the fastest corpse hit a pillar. This collision directly caused the most undesirable situation, a second collapse. The machinery supporting the cave entrance was about to collapse, and the falling rocks kept rolling down. Come out quickly, this support is not good. The trailer increased the energy output. The fainted person was about to be rescued, and the people outside hurried to help, working together. Just after pulling it out, the support could not hold it and collapsed. Hu Ping quickly drove the mecha, put a hook on the soldier's exoskeleton, and pulled it out directly. The soldier was flying in the air, thinking he was blown away by the explosion. It was exciting to see a man flying in the air, and his soul chasing him. When the others took over the modified man, they realized why the soldier, who went underground to rescue people, was so ferocious. He was so heavy, so heavy. It was raining. Everyone was relieved for the rescuers. It was not easy. The two soldiers high-fived each other, and thanked Hu Ping for his help, otherwise he would have been buried underground and slept forever. Speaking of slumber, there is also that heavy man. No one noticed that the man lying on the ground opened his eyes. His eyes were dead. It was Ji Hung who first noticed something was wrong. Something's going on, disperse. The expression of the fainted survivor was stiff, and his skin was torn in front of everyone. Release the one who caused him to be overweight. In his body, there was a space that could hold living things, and there was also a bug man hidden. Trailers, digging machines, and anyone who was not driving a mecha, all retreated obediently. The bug man arched out again, and the lieutenant's face changed slightly. Is this still a human? Definitely not. Even if there is still human consciousness, it cannot be regarded as a human. Attack! Countless guns were pointed at the man, and many long-range weapons were fired without limit. The nurses and others had long been pulled away by the players, and walked towards the rescue center. The players' mechas also walked away, fearing that they would hinder the soldiers' actions. The searchlights tonight were destined to stay awake all night. The lieutenant raised his hands and opened them, signaling to stop. There was a fishy smell mixed in the rain. A huge figure appeared above the cyborg. Not only did this thing not die, but it broke free. Its body structure is like a poisonous butterfly, with bright colors of dopamine all over its body, and its wings spread out like the bone wings of the dead. The lower half of its body has 2 tentacles with tumors. Such obvious reproductive characteristics. Mother, it's the mother, call Lieutenant General Bai, call Colonel Bai. All the recruits leave. The insect mother licked the corners of her lips, and her 2 forked tongues probed the sweet smell in the air, and she made an intoxicated expression. She flapped her wings, and many spikes emerged from the wings and sprayed out. The surrounding mechas immediately raised their shields, and the spikes were accompanied by a strong wind. As it pierced the shield, the mecha felt a strong pressure, and was pushed back more than 10 meters. It feels so good. The mother stretched her body, and broke away from the 2 tumor tentacles below. She flew up and dived towards the lieutenant, whom she thought was the most delicious. Damn, this mother can split into 2 parts. The lieutenant's face changed drastically, and he raised his magnetic blade and slashed at it. But he couldn't react to the mother's speed. The mother moved aside slightly, and was already attached to the lieutenant's mecha. Her nails scraped lightly, making a creaking sound of metal being torn apart. The lieutenant's subordinates quickly opened fire to rescue. The mother's bone wings once again sent out countless spikes, colliding with armor-piercing bullets, defusing this slightly threatening attack on herself. As for the laser or energy wave fired from behind, she actually caught the mecha, turned her body, and let the lieutenant's mecha act as a shield. She laughed slyly, with a devouring light flashing in her eyes, and she wanted to swallow the delicious food into her stomach. The lieutenant's cockpit was so easily picked out. Facing death, the lieutenant still ordered the soldiers to protect the contestants first, and then report to the lieutenant general. Even if I die, my body is mine. It has absolutely nothing to do with you, a bugman. The lieutenant screamed. The lieutenant was about to press the self-destruct button "Lieutenant, don't give up. Don't panic, you can still survive." Hu Ping and Ji Hung changed into customized mechas the moment the Bugman mother body came out. They fought with Bugman warriors and Bugman mother bodies in the new world. After many deaths, they could fight a few rounds alone. The two cooperated. One of them reached out to grab the mecha cabin, and the other held a bug-killing weapon to chop the hands of the Bugman mother body. As soon as the insect killer touched the insect man mother's skin, the mother felt a burning pain. It waved its hands fiercely, with a heart-pounding wave, and scraped towards Ji Hung's mecha. Seeing that he could not dodge in time, Ji Hung bent back, and the mecha slid back, pulling away in a strange posture. Wu Feiyang and Wu Qingqing also joined the battlefield, directly sending out double energy shields to offset each other. The two energies collided, stirring up aftermath, and the strong airflow was like the power of a tornado, blowing away a layer of the rubble that had just been cleared around. Of course, Hu Ping was no match for the mother body. He had no time to escape, so he had to do the opposite, grabbing the mecha cabin and sliding to his knees to hide behind the mother body. This slide almost dug his eyes out. There were many disgusting short tentacles on the mother body's back, with hooks and mouthparts. They opened their mouths greedily, and Hu Ping urgently pulled out the insect killer to block the tentacles. Slide horizontally. "Brother Hu, be careful." Hu Ping sensed the hostility behind him, and he rolled the lieutenant's mecha cabin out like a bowling ball. The soldier hurried to catch it. Lu Sun pulled a relatively flat stone slab and threw it over. The tumor tentacles that remained in place turned out to be aggressive. The corrosive substance corroded the stone slab clean in an instant. Pan Mingjie shot out a cable. "Catch it." With the help of the cable, he slid out of the range of the insect man's attack. The seemingly easy cooperation was actually all extreme operations. If there was less tacit understanding, he would die. Hu Ping's whole body temperature rose, and he gasped for breath. It was too scary. His heartbeat almost jumped out of his chest. The liquid temperature of the mecha cabin was immediately lowered to maintain body temperature. Hu Ping's navigator was called Little Angel, who reminded him, "There are a lot of intensive attacks at 6 o'clock. It is predicted that teammates will not be able to provide timely support. Automatic defense is turned on, shield mode." The shield directly drained 5% of the energy, and a transparent wall unfolded behind Hu Ping's mecha. The spikes fired by the bone wings fell silently on the protective wall, and the spikes exploded, draining another 2% of the energy. Hu Ping was distressed and gritted his teeth. The rescued lieutenant felt so uncomfortable that he wanted to vomit, but he couldn't. He suppressed the discomfort in his heart and contacted the military. "When will the lieutenant general come?" The deputy general went to the front line. "It's too late. Several major generals are also at the front line. We have contacted, but Lieutenant General Bai has ordered that he may not be able to provide support after 8 o'clock. I have sent a message to Colonel Bai, and it is expected to arrive in 10 minutes. There are only a few people who can deal with the mother body, and it is impossible to take care of every place." The lieutenant was angry and hated himself for not holding on for a while longer. At present, only Ji Hung can fight with the insect man, and he maintains his superpower state. With the interference of Wu Qingqing and Wu Feiyang, the insect man mother body often ignores him. Xing Miao kept giving them instructions, while Li Lei was secretly making trouble, shooting long-range snipers non-stop. The contestants also wanted to intervene, but after the mother body pierced through the cockpits of several of them with a row of spikes, they stayed as far away as possible. The vegetable farmers seemed to be able to cope, as if they could do it. In fact, it was not the case. If you are not careful in a battle with the mother body, you will die. The vegetable farmers did not give the mother body any chance, so they could survive. They watched intently. The cooperation of the vegetable farmers was unparalleled, like the most beautiful visual feast. Not only did they not feel the threat of death, they also wanted to watch more and learn from experience. He thought that everything would be fine with the presence of a master. "I can't hold on any longer." Ji Hung gritted his teeth. His chi was almost exhausted. Once he lost his superpowers, the team would collapse. The Matrix was fed up with these fighting humans. It screamed and the bone wings behind it detached again. It took 2 weapons made of bone wings and stepped on the air like a javelin. It moved to Wu Feiyang and inserted into his mecha cabin. The navigator felt the danger and immediately turned on the defense mode. But the Matrix's weapon was like a machine gun, shooting spikes from a port at close range. That thing was more terrifying than armor-piercing bullets. There were a series of bangs at the protective shield. At the same position, at the same point, seeing the rapid decline of the mecha's energy, Wu Qingqing shoveled over and swung the knife-shaped insect killer. The mother body grabbed Wu Qingqing's weapon with her backhand and swung it violently. The short tentacles behind her stretched out instantly and entangled Wu Qingqing's mecha. With another fierce twist, the mecha sizzled and smoked. The shell of this mecha was made of special materials. If it was just an ordinary standard mecha, it would be twisted into a spicy strip in an instant. Wu Qingqing's pupil shrank slightly, and Xiao Wu issued a warning: cannot open the protection, can't eject. The palm of the mecha fired 2 missiles. The mother body separated 2 tentacles to hold the missiles, and threw them far away. There were 2 loud bangs, and the missiles almost exploded in the group of mechas. This explosion finally made them aware of safety. Those who watched the battle did not dare to stay any longer, and ran around to tell others if anyone could deal with the insect mother body. This can't be dealt with casually, because one person who goes up to that thing will die, and the army does not encourage people who are not at the same level to deal with it. This is different from the old war model, and it can't be solved by fighting bravely. The mother body was obviously in its prime. The 10 people including Ji Hung besieged it, but only blocked its attacking pace and did not hurt it. It had amazing strength and speed, and it had its own weapons. No matter how many people were sent up, they were all nutrients for it. Ji Hung, Hu Ping, and Lu Sun fought desperately. The insect mother body laughed sarcastically, muttering something in its mouth, and threw out another bone wing weapon, forming a dense attack defense net. Wu Feiyong and Wu Qingqing's mechas were the first to bear the brunt. If this continues, Wu Qingqing will die. Think of a way. I've never dealt with the mother body in real life. The mother body exerted force and crushed the cabin. Wu Qingqing felt a pain in her chest and vomited blood. The terrifying tentacles fell on her head and were about to touch her. At the critical moment, a red mecha with a unique shape fell from the sky, and a heavy artillery bombardment hit the bone wing floating in the air and stopped it unexpectedly. The mecha stepped on the bone wing with its toes, and the gravity was turned to the maximum, pressing the mighty bone wing to the ground, raising waves of dust. The blood-red mecha opened its hand, pointed its fingertips at the end of the bone wing connected to the body of the insect man mother, and sprayed blue light flames. Ah! The mother felt that the bone wing had lost contact with itself. When it first met, the mother felt that the new mecha in front of it was different from the surrounding mechas. It felt the breath of its own kind. The mother was very smart. Even though it had just come into contact with the outside world, it did not think that the red mecha was its own kind. Continuing the previous action, it wanted to eat. All these delicious humans belonged to it. Eat the annoying flies first. The person in the red mecha shrugged, and the mecha's arms ejected 2 blue blades that flashed beautiful stars. A knife cuts over. The seemingly straight knife carries the unstoppable force of thunder. Danger is approaching. The mother body lets go of Wu Feiyong and Wu Qingqing and rolls to the side. Although the reaction is fast enough, it still cannot escape the fate of being cut. All the tentacles behind it are cut off. The mother body's alertness is pulled to the highest level, and it imitates human pronunciation and says hoarsely, "Who are you?" Protecting peace is everyone's responsibility. Do you still need to ask? The red mecha explodes and cuts the bone wing on the ground, splitting the bone wing in half. Completely cut off the vitality of the bone wing and kick it away. Jier, take it away. Everyone leave, don't get in the way. After Su Shaokai finished speaking, he pulled the 2 knives and fought with the mother body. Chapter 162. Every time the two came into contact, there were aftershocks, stirring the space and even causing space distortion. Fortunately, Wu Qingqing was lucky. She wore the exoskeleton suit given by Su Shaokai, which automatically activated the protection. Xing Miao also jumped hard and blocked the aftershocks. The importance of reliable teammates. Pull her back from the brink of death. Wu Qingqing was still in shock. When the red mecha broke in, Ji Hung and Hu Ping tried to pull Wu Feiyong and Wu Qingqing's mechas, and Xing Miao dragged Wu Qingqing into his own cabin. Looking up, the whole sky looked like the end of the world, and the mother body was emitting black air, dyeing the azure blue into gray. Su Xiaocai's face was calm, and the new mecha experience was very good and very easy to use. Who are you? The insect man repeated hoarsely. Your living father. The insect man mother body clenched her fist tightly, as if she was not afraid of the pain, and broke it off. The broken wrist quickly grew another one, using part of its body as another weapon, and smashed down with a heavy hammer. The mecha automatically opened its soft shield, and the force was evenly dispersed, easily taking the attack. The only thing that Su Shaokai was not comfortable with in this mecha was the thermal weapons. She didn't have a good ranged thermal weapon, and after much searching, she found that only the sniper rifle was ideal, but she felt that it was not suitable for her. She hoped to have a thermal weapon with a very variable fighting style. If there was no such weapon, Su Shaokai was not in a hurry. she could design it herself, and fighting against the insect warriors was mostly close combat. As for the single mother, Su Shakai didn't think she would lose. The fight between the two sides became more and more intense, and it was impossible to tell who would win for a while. The lieutenant and Ji Hung below drove people away. Go, go, go. Don't do it here. Looking at the situation, if you touch it more, you will be buried with it. Hu Ping swallowed his saliva. So this is how the top humans fight. Did the mother body show mercy just now? Feng Huaxia. No, it simply despises you and wants to eat you. Lu Sun. Insect people don't care about cooking, they like raw food. Ji Hung. Slaughter alive or frozen. Which do you think it will choose? They all have poisonous mouths. There is a psychological shadow, Hu Ping said. Okay, no need to say, I just want to highlight how powerful Xiao Su Su is. People are fighting up there. The onlookers must not hold them back. People nearby also evacuated spontaneously amid the alarm. Those living in high-rise buildings were more convenient, as they could drive their mechas away in midair, and some took rescue vehicles, which was very quick. In less than 10 minutes, the entire city was cleared, and the remaining soldiers stayed behind. Sensing that the food was getting less and less, they walked further and further away. The mother body that was dragged became anxious, grabbed the bone wings and swept across, and the sound of breaking wind was accompanied by countless bone spurs falling. Rumble, rumble, the collapsed buildings rolled up like a huge wave, rolling into a pile. Su Shaokai glanced at it from the corner of her eye. Very good. No need to clean up. The two people were fighting hard in the air. Su Shaokai dodged behind it and swung her knife to cut off a piece of flesh from its back. The flesh closed up very quickly and recovered in less than 2 breaths. The heavy hammer swept across from behind, and Su Shaokai took it again. The cunning insect mother body extended all the tentacles behind it. The tentacles with long mouths changed their appearance, and countless suction cups stretched out to the red mecha. If you get sucked, you will be in trouble. The body sprayed white water mist, and a thin layer of ice formed on the surface. The mother body thought it had succeeded, and increased the suction and pulling. The force was slightly stronger, the ice layer fell off, and the mother body staggered in the air. Su Shaokai took the opportunity to fire a shot. The mother body dodged sideways, but the distance was too close, and it could not avoid it. The high-energy armor-piercing bullet rotated into the flesh, generating high-frequency vibrations, which could shatter steel plates. The mother body of the insect man was only slightly rotten on the shoulder. It blinked, shook its shoulders, threw off the bullet, and its body recovered. It was too strange. The more Su Shaokai fought, the more strange it felt. Logically, the performance of the mecha improved, and her strength also became stronger. No matter how strong the mother is, it is impossible for her to recover at the same speed even after fighting for so long and hurting her so many times. The mecha dodged sideways, and the blue knife flashed, cutting off one of the mother's arms. The incision was emitting white foam, and the mother's arm grew back after only a few seconds of pause. This repeated and continuous consumption. Su Shaokai fought very carefully. She pulled the mother farther and farther, and made up her mind to solve it in front of her. The vegetable farmers returned to the place where the insect man was first discovered in tacit understanding. Because of their outstanding performance, the military did not stop them from approaching, but asked them to help solve the tumor of the mother. The corpse pieces cut off by Su Shaokai must also be frozen quickly, otherwise they will be eaten by other insect people, and there may be another mother body. Wu Qingqing is now driving an ordinary standard mecha and dare not go too far forward. The customized mecha is almost broken, and is being rescued by Feng Huaxia and Li Lei, but they dare not move too much and plan to carry out comprehensive repairs under the guidance of Su Shaokai. The navigator Xiaowu is a chatterbox. Qingqing, you seem to be a little rubbish. You must improve a little bit to be worthy of me. Wu, you big head, how about you? When will you be able to compare with your boss? You and Wisdom 01 are a little bit behind each other. Wisdom 01 is unreliable, but his intelligence is very high. Wisdom 03 is also very good, but he is more inclined to liberal arts. Xiaowu will ignore you. I am a high emotional value baby who needs to be coaxed. I will watch cartoons online for you, okay? Wu Qingqing poked the small ball next to the driver's seat. The two mechanical ears of the small ball floated in the air and spun happily, a typical example of saying one thing and doing another. The military is studying how to kill the tumor. In the end, they decided to disinfect it with ultra-high temperature. There have been cases in the past where the insect man production part was left behind as experimental material, but it would change again and become a pile of infectious meat. All those who came into contact with it would be infected in a short period of time, leading to insectization, which was very scary. Pour the fuel, cover it with a machine, and destroy the body on the spot. The tumor tentacles were ignited at once, and in the red flames, it struggled tenaciously, and its tentacles hit the outer shell of the machine. The people standing outside were on high alert, fearing that something unexpected might happen. Perhaps because the mother had gone far away, the reproductive part could not hold out for long, and was completely engulfed by the flames. There was also the body of the greedy man in the underground cave, and the engineers stepped up their efforts to dig it out and pull it out. After the body was burned, the military sent people down to take a look. From the images received by Feng Huaxia, there were some details worth exploring. The site returned to Su Xiaokai. The mother sensed that the part used to produce the insect man was destroyed, and accused Su Xiaokai. Humans are despicable. The insects are cruel, ruthless, disgusting, ignorant, stupid, annoying. They don't learn human language, but they don't learn more. They are uneducated. Su Xiaokai still had time to tease, and Wisdom 01 said, "Doesn't it want to learn?" Well, it can't learn, it's but determines its head. Finally, the insects were led to the decisive battle site. Su Xiaokai pulled up the mecha, and the mecha's big hand grabbed the mother's neck and pressed it down. The mother insect couldn't break free due to the sudden strong desire to attack. It screamed and used all its strength to throw the red mecha away. In the fight, the human and the insect man switched positions. The red mecha was at the bottom, and the mother body was at the top. Su Xiaokai smiled, it was more convenient. She pulled the mother body down and kept falling, and below was the super high temperature spurting magma flow. Even the insect man warriors were unwilling to get close to active volcanoes. They can survive in extremely cold environments, but they cannot survive in extremely hot environments. This thing can destroy everything. It's okay to get hit once, but if you soak in it directly, you will turn into insect ash. Seeing the magma rapidly approaching, the red magma splashed on the body, but the red mecha still ignored it. The mother's eyes showed fear. In its genes, there was an image of humans sacrificing themselves to kill the insects. The mother, unwilling to become a part of the magma, grabbed the red mecha frantically, and it wanted to tear it apart. Like a nail made of fine steel, it inserted into the fuselage with a strong force. The mother, who had tried many times but failed, did it. Usually after such an operation, the fuselage will be damaged, and it is difficult to maintain superior performance. The red mecha seemed unaffected, pushing the energy violently, turning over to the upper position, and continuing to advance. The insect mother's instinct was very strong. She didn't want to be on the top, nor did she want to be on the bottom. She wanted to escape. How could Su Xiaokai let it do what she wanted? The insect mother and the red mecha tumbled and stalemate in the air very close to the magma. The attack energy fluctuations emitted by the insect man made the magma activity more active. The heat kept burning the body surface, and the insect mother and Su Xiaokai were not feeling well. Ordinary mechas and insects would spontaneously combust at this height, not to mention that they are very close to the surface of the magma. Wisdom 01 laughed wildly. Great, I just keep pressing it like this. Repair function turned on. Su Xiaokai said. Wisdom 01, okay. As soon as the repair function was turned on, 10% of the energy was instantly sucked away, and the places where the body was pierced were actually healing. It was exactly the same as the body of the insect man, and the claws of the mother insect man were stuck in the body. It was too late for her to pull them out. She was calculated by the human, and this human really wanted to die with her. In terror, it lost its mind. Intelligent things are inferior to greedy people in this respect, and greedy people are not afraid of death. Su Xiaokai turned on the energy to the maximum, turned over, and pressed the mother insect man on the magma. Ah! The extremely high decibels over the mountain startled many small animals, and they all ran farther away. Wisdom 01 felt the powerful sound wave attack, and turned off the sound receiving system in time to isolate all sounds. Su Xiaokai tightly controlled the mecha body, and did not give the mother insect man another chance to turn over. The surface of the mech also ignited with flames, and the mother insect twisted in pain. The mother gradually lost strength, but Su Xiaokai still gritted her teeth and persisted. Sweat dripped down her cheeks, and the flames reflected in her eyes. After a while, the lens that could see the whole view was shattered and melted. The mother insect could still howl. What a terrible recovery ability. It didn't die. This was not a solution. Su Xiaokai was also very uncomfortable. The body could not hold on for much longer. Only 10% of the energy was left. The temperature of the mech cabin had been adjusted to the lowest temperature, but it was still very hot. At this moment, Wisdom 01 found something. There is something in the mother's chest. The mecha hand quickly inserted into the chest of the insect mother. The mother was not so hard at this time. The thing was pulled out, and the eyes of the insect mother suddenly turned gray. Su Xiaokai flew up and returned to the ground. Bursts of dust fell from the mecha, and the beautiful red mecha became dusty and mottled, as if it had just waded through a quagmire. Su Xiaokai gasped for air, and the insect mother was still hanging on the fuselage. Without a camera and panoramic observation, Wisdom 01 simulated the appearance of the mecha. The mecha arm exerted force and tore off the mother body. Observing it through the observation window of the mecha cabin, poking it with the insect killer, the surface was all rotten, and there was no life reaction. After confirming again and again that the insect mother body had no attack power, Su Xiaokai separated its head and body with a knife, and the insect mother body spit out gray mist from its mouth. TSK, holding your last breath, you still want to revive. The first rule after defeating the insect mother body and the insect warrior is to separate them. External observation does not mean that they are dead, and separation can ensure that they lose their combat power. One of the mecha's energy slots was sucked clean by the recovery function, and Su Xiaokai switched to the second energy source. Full of energy, the body sucked it again, slowly regaining its original brilliance, shining red in the dark night. Su Xiaokai took a deep breath and lay on the ground, tired. Every time he fought against the Zerd Mother, his brain had to work at high speed. When Colonel Bai came to find Su Xiaokai, he saw Su Xiaokai poking the Zerd Mother out of boredom. Except for the lens, everything else had been repaired. Behind him was a team of lieutenant colonels, planning a big battle. Seeing the good mecha next to the broken mother body, he felt very complicated. Professor Su, what are you doing? Colonel Bai found it difficult to describe the scene. Su Xiaokai was killing the insect man for fun, and they dispatched a team of 100 lieutenant colonels and majors. Separation? Su Xiaokai through the instrument pulled out of the insect man mother body to Colonel Bai. Someone is helping the insect man, doing experiments. Colonel Bai caught it, and almost threw it away when he saw what Su Xiaokai threw to him. The black tumor, surrounded by small tentacles, looked like a sands-colored thing, but after tearing off the surface, there was a machine inside. A successfully transformed mechanical creature. It is filled with super-concentrated nutrients. It is like a pacemaker, supplying energy to the mother body at all times. This is why the mother insect man can still stand up even though she has not eaten anything just after birth. It is extremely vicious, and it is increasing the strength of the public enemy of all mankind. If you find a laboratory underground, remember to come back and allow me to go in and take a look. Freeze the body for me, I will study it, and the rest is up to you. If you have any questions, ask tomorrow, I have something urgent to do. Su Xiaokai activated the mecha and flew away. Colonel Bai and other soldiers were very smart to keep their mouths shut. Without sacrifice, their troops had made contributions. What else could they say? The lieutenant colonels who were cleaning up the mess analyzed how Su Xiaokai killed the mother. It was such a miserable death. Colonel Bai looked at the nutrient supply device and realized the seriousness of the situation. Fortunately, Su Xiaokai had solved the mother of the insect man. Fortunately, Su Xiaokai was not far from the scene and successfully provided support. Otherwise, with such a bad front line, it would be unimaginable to be stabbed in the back. It is hard to say that it was not deliberately manipulated by the people behind the scenes. Colonel Bai, did you really give the mother body of the insect man to Professor Su? What about other professors? The insect man was discovered by Professor Su's classmates, and the mother body was beaten by Professor Su. Others are not qualified to touch it. Whoever dares to embezzle Professor Su's things will bear the consequences. Colonel Bai knew that these lieutenant colonels also had familiar friends behind them, and they especially liked to make friends with highly educated professors. Both sides benefited mutually. With the relationship, the professor could apply for more research resources. And the military could also get more support from advanced technology, and provide a lot of information about advanced technology. The situation today is different. No one can compete with Professor Su. Professor Su may be someone in the army, who doesn't know how sinister she is. Colonel Bai has learned from General Bai that she can smile at anyone, but you can't step on her bottom line. If you dare to take something that is said to be hers, or if it is lost, they will be the ones who will be in trouble. So everyone who cleaned up picked up every piece of the mother's body carefully. After returning, Su Xiaokai immediately charged the mecha, and then went to see the status of Lieutenant General Bai. The secretary had already helped Lieutenant General Bai to remove the needle, and put it into the disinfection tank. Lieutenant General Bai was doing the chi sensing exercise, and each move was standard and powerful, like a flying dragon. The waves in the room could not be seen, but the instrument observed that the air flow around Lieutenant General Bai was extraordinary. He stopped halfway and suddenly knelt on the ground with a painful expression. The secretary looked at Lieutenant General Bai nervously. Su Xiaokai took out a syringe, walked into the room, injected him with a tube of nutritional medicine, and then fed him 2 gene-healing medicines. After taking the medicine, Lieutenant General Bai lay on the ground, soaked all over. Just now, it was a manifestation of gene collapse. Lieutenant General Bai's chest rose and fell. I can feel that I am about to break through. When I was just a little bit away, my body couldn't bear it. That's right. Su Xiaokai gave him a bottle of medicine. Don't worry about the side effects. You need to take more, 2 pills after meals every day, and rest for 2 days to let your body recover. But I remind you that you must be in the best condition to upgrade. Have you fought before? If you don't adjust your condition, similar situations will happen again. You didn't say it. Lieutenant General Bai was exhausted, and he never thought that Su Xiaocai's acupuncture was so effective. I said it at the time. How do you feel about your physical condition? You said it was very good. What happened? What a bullshit. Just came back from the front line, and he was applauding after a good sleep. Why didn't he go to heaven? The secretary watched the two bickering and sat outside the door very calmly. The content of the bickering between the big and the small was more like elementary school students, which was not good for others to hear and affected their image. I just solved a worm mother for you. Do you want to give me some benefits? What do you want? What's your tone? I deserve it. Who is more omnipotent than me? I am worth trillions. How much money did you pay to invite me here? Su Xiaokai put her hands on her hips, raised her chin high, and said confidently, the body of the mother insect man is mine. Please apply for it for me. Lieutenant General Bai twitched his mouth, thinking that she wanted trillions. Also, give me the authority. I want the certificate of Insect Man Expert, so that I can enter and exit any place where Insect Man appears. Lieutenant General Bai, this requires an exam. I can't give a backdoor. It's just an exam. With my smart brain, how can I not pass it? You arrange it for me today. I will take the exam online. After the exam, you can use the back door to speed up the issuance of the certificate. Isn't it the same as using the back door? Do you want to do it? If not, you will get paid. According to the price of the mercenary world, killing a Zerg mother body costs at least 20 billion. I will give you a discount. 19.99 billion will be enough. Let's arrange a back door. Let's see if there are any unified exams in the next few days. Before, someone in the capital star took a certificate and became a Zerg expert. Wasn't he also arranged into the establishment? Su Xiaokai has the ability and confidence to pass the exam, so it's no big deal if he signs up and gives him a convenient door. He also doesn't trust the volunteer experts given by Blue Star. They are weak and cruel for dismembering insects. He has never seen such hypocritical experts. The 2 experts he specially hired are on vacation. This vacation may be very long. It is difficult for them to return. After all, it is difficult for anyone to be willing to come to such a dangerous place. The mechanical planet is destroyed. Sending millions of soldiers here is not much safer. Chapter 163. Experts are also human beings, and they have the right to choose. There is nothing wrong with taking the vacation that has not been taken in these years. With Su Xiaokai in charge, it is a good solution. Lieutenant General Bai glanced at his deputy, Xiao Yuan. You know the process, right? I remember you have handled the documents before. How did others do it? An acquaintance, who was dressed differently from the secretary, stood up, and Colonel Yuan saluted. Yes, I know the process, and I need to master the relevant knowledge, and then arrange the exam in the nearest period. This operation is allowed, and will be announced internally, and there will be no subsequent trouble. He turned around and faced Su Xiaokai. Professor Su, we meet again. Su Xiaokai smiled and greeted. Captain Yuan Bao, long time no see. Colonel Yuan's cheeks flushed slightly. Hello, Professor Su. When do you want to take the exam? I remember there is a group online exam recently. The exam will be held in the New World. Professor Su, do you want to sign up for this one? How soon? Wait a minute. Colonel Yuan checked the time of the exam, and he twitched his mouth, sighing in his heart that Su Xiaokai really knew how to pick the time. He hesitated for a moment. Tomorrow? Su Xiaokai, can you help me sign up? I want to join. Are you sure? If you join now, you will need to take a lot of knowledge tests. Sure, I will keep my word, please. Lieutenant General Bai knocked on the table. You said please to him. Why are you so rude to me? It's the sequelae of getting along with your uncle. He cheated me too many times. Uncle's debts must be paid by nephew. Just bear with it, it will pass. Lieutenant General Bai chuckled. Colonel Yuan, hey, wait a moment. Colonel Yuan walked aside and contacted the military headquarters to determine whether it was possible to register expedited. If a professor wanted to cut in line for the exam, that was also possible. For ordinary people to register for the exam, there were many people, and the venue needs had to be considered, so they had to register in advance. In the past, people like Su Shaokai could not cut in line because the venue was limited unless there were vacancies. Now there is no worry about the venue, and the New World assessment is supervised by artificial intelligence. Artificial intelligence can completely isolate the possibility of cheating. Invigilators from all over the world randomly enter the venue for supervision, making the assessment more convenient and fair, and blocking all avenues for bribery. If there are more people taking the exam, we just need to add 1 or 2 more simulation classrooms. The person at the headquarters is an acquaintance of Colonel Yuan, and they came from the same recruit camp. Captain Yuan, you are joining us temporarily, so you need to have complete identity information. Not everyone can take this certificate. It is also important to have a clean background. I know, I will send you a message, see if you can sign up. Colonel Yuan went to a corner of the room to go through the process. He naturally had all the information about Su Shaokai, including the name before the name change and the name of the adoptive parent, so Su Shaokai did not need to provide it. Lieutenant General Bai lazily lay on the sofa, and his secretary gave him a hot compress to keep his body warm. He needed to continue working later, and couldn't lose too much energy. He said to Su Shaokai, "You won't do anything tricky with your status as a technician, right? You look down on me, or the examiner. My artificial intelligence is more fair than a judge." Su Shaokai disdains to do tricky things. This backdoor is the biggest shortcut. She wants to register temporarily, not that it is impossible, but it is too troublesome, and it will also trouble other institutions. It is better to go through Lieutenant General Bai's. Lieutenant General Bai surrendered and stopped talking. He didn't really doubt Su Shaokai, but just warned her not to ruin the reputation she had worked so hard to build. After a while, Colonel Yuan Bao came back and asked Su Shaokai which level of insect expert certificate she wanted to take. Both the junior and intermediate levels only required candidates to prepare for the written test. Senior and expert levels, senior insect experts need to test their escapability, and expert level candidates need to have a paper. To skip the senior level and take the expert level, you must complete the written test and escapability, then publish 2 papers, and take a simulated reality test. The mock exam was very simple. You had to critique the bug people. If your opinions were correct, you would be given points on the spot. A full score of 100 was the highest, and a score of 95 was considered a pass. Is it too late for me to write my paper now? Lieutenant General Bai heard her tone, and couldn't help but say, just take an intermediate level exam. No, I want to do it, and I do my best. The point is, I can't let others point fingers at me. In the academic world, the most accomplished people always come first. Even those who are experts and look down on others can only be forced to be friendly. She can instruct others, but others can't even tell her off behind her back. The secretary and Colonel Yuan Bao smiled secretly. Colonel Yuan said, "You can write the paper as soon as possible. I can help you submit it. First, take the written test and escapability test, and then take the simulated reality test in the afternoon." Got it. Don't stay at my house. If you have any news, notify my little Maruko. I'm going to start preparing for the exam. Su Shaokai moved her shoulders and started to study and write on the spot. 6 computer screens were lined up. Each screen is filled with past exam papers and knowledge points searched by Wisdom 03. As she typed the paper, she would glance at the knowledge points. The speakers played the knowledge in the book quickly. This learning ability is incredible. Xia Wanzi asked the 3 men to leave. "My Kaikai is going to study, don't disturb her." The 3 of them left the single-family house obediently, looked back, and saw no lights. The windows were covered with anti-peeping full light-blocking fabric. Lieutenant General Bai, Su Shaokai is too comprehensive. How long has she been in Blue Star? Her house is brand new. Colonel Yuan, "Sir, can we renovate your room here as well?" Lieutenant General Bai rolled his eyes and put on his military jacket. "Don't be silly, the mother body incident just now was my fault. I have to admit my mistakes and go back to write a report." The secretary and Colonel Yuan sighed at the same time. Lieutenant General Bai was too honest. However, the credit that belonged to Su Shaokai could not be buried. Lieutenant General Bai was mainly reporting her affairs. Once this matter was reported, it was estimated that the higher-ups would regret that Su Shaokai had no ambitions again. All kinds of lights were floating above the whole city, and all lights were used. Lieutenant General Bai organized the Blue Star Rescue Center, and 200,000 soldiers and more than 100,000 contestants worked overnight to clean up the city. The mother and the insect people were hidden underground, and no one could sleep well. Everyone was tossed for half a night, and only 1/10 of the city was cleaned up. The next morning, they continued to work. Su Xiaokai also completed all her preparations. Colonel Yuan, who received 2 papers, read the content of the papers and hissed. This report is extremely valuable, and is a real paper without any pretense. Because the paper contains many secrets of the insect people's body structure. Why does the mother body differ so much? How to influence the mother body cells in a targeted way to reduce activity. All the conjectures and experiments were done. The paper was not just hers, so she wrote Ji Li, the strongest assistant, and Lieutenant General Bai, who also provided experimental materials and helped her improve the paper on Huang Yangxing. Success often comes to those who are prepared. In order to get the Insect Man Expert Certificate, Su Xiaokai raced at the speed of life and death last night to write a paper with a king bomb influence. No one dared to conclude that these 2 papers failed. Colonel Yuan ran to ask Lieutenant General Bai, should these 2 papers be kept confidential? Do you even need to ask? Lieutenant General Bai was busy all night, and he raised his sweat-soaked collar, give it to the higher-ups, and let them decide whether the papers can be used as examination papers. If this is not qualified, then it must be blind. Since Su Xiaokai wanted to pass the expert level in one go, she had to go through all the necessary exams today. In the morning, Su Xiaokai went to New World to take the exam. She was mixed among the middle-aged and old men, and everyone looked at her a few more times. Before the exam time came, the adults in the seats in front and behind her felt that she looked familiar, but they also felt that she should not be. After all, they all knew what paper Su Xiaokai had written. The paper on the blood of the Mang was amazing. In just half a year, Huang Yangxing had walked out of the haze and started to develop the tourism industry. Su Xiaokai was a vegetable farmer and had research on plants, but no one thought it was anything special. It was a bit too much to even be an expert on insects, and it left no room for others to survive. They teased her, little girl, did you walk into the wrong room? No, I'm here to take the Insect Man Expert exam. Can't you tell? I'm already 60 years old. I go to beauty salons every month and take good care of myself. Su Xiaokai brags casually. After all, if she says she's 17, people won't believe her. People like to hear what they like to hear. Which planet are you from? 60 is the prime of life. If you take more calcium tablets and get more sun, you won't be so short. Are you polite? Su Xiaokai was angry. Judging people by appearance is wrong. There are short people on many planets, and she is not the only short one. She will grow taller soon. As long as her aura reaches level 5, she will become a long-legged queen. Ha ha ha, don't be angry. You are 60, and I am 80. Do you have a boyfriend? I will be your boyfriend. The uncle in the front seat has an elite look. He is not greasy on the outside, but why does he speak frivolously? Su Xiaokai closed her eyes and rested. She didn't like what he said, so she simply put away her sociable status. The uncle wanted to say something, but the invigilator came in. 2 minutes before the exam, the test paper was displayed on the desktop. The expert-level written test was a little special. It lasted 4 hours and provided a total of 1,000 questions. You can turn the page after finishing a question. If you don't understand, you can give up. If you give up a question, you can't go back to do it. If you give up more than 10 questions, you will be kicked out of the exam room directly. So many candidates will force themselves to fill in the questions even if they don't know how to answer them. The pass rate is determined by the score of the first place. For example, if the first place has a full score of 1,000 points, then the rest must score 950 points to pass the expert exam. The first place only gets 100 points, and the next one has to get 95 points. Because they are afraid of cheating and the difficulty is too high, there will be doubts. So 2 or 3 experts will be randomly assigned to take the test for each exam. This can ensure that the scores will not be too low. It can also allow experts, who have obtained expert certificates, to maintain a high level. Sometimes only 1 or 2 people pass the exam. Expert-level exams are equivalent to a competition between top humans. Without that knowledge reserve, it is a waste of time and money. Su Xiaokai did the questions in a relaxed and expressionless manner, with almost no pause for each question. While others were still doing the multiple-choice questions, she had already finished the short-answer questions, and her speed was incredibly fast. Before entering the exam, Lieutenant General Bai informed her that an illegal laboratory had been discovered and she could go and take a look. Su Xiaokai, who was anxious to finish the exam in the shortest time, didn't care about the lives of others, and worked with both hands. Her eyes were bright, and her fingers were incredibly fast. There were 1,000 questions, and the short answer questions alone required at least 20,000 words. Generally, if the typing speed was limited, it would be impossible to finish them. Su Shakai didn't have this worry. She finished the paper in 3 hours. The invigilator was stunned. The people around her thought she was just going through the motions and taking the exam for fun. What they didn't know was that Su Shakai was their biggest enemy. In the next escape exam, Su Shakai passed it with full marks in an invincible manner. There was another simulated reality test later. Su Shakai controlled the urge to yawn and looked at the 3 judges. The average age of the judges was older, and their eyes were full of wisdom. When Su Shakai entered this classroom, her appearance would be covered by an ordinary appearance, without any features that could identify her. Only after the evaluation is completed will you know who you are evaluating. She sat there, and the test began immediately. Although the judges were surprised that someone came so quickly, they did not delay, and cast a simulated entity of the insect man mother body without saying a word. One of the judges asked her, "Is there any part of this insect man mother body that does not exist?" "Su Shakai, can I touch it?" "Feel free." Su Shakai knocked on the surface of the mother body. The seemingly soft skin had incredible hardness. Once touched, you would even doubt whether its biological characteristics really existed. There is metal in the spine of the insect mother, which looks like a support for the spine. After reading the whole thing, she roughly understood what the judges wanted to ask. If you say that the pieces of metal in its body do not exist, this is not correct. They can all exist. The judges looked at each other, and did not rush to say it was wrong. "Please state your argument." "There is no argument, because I just found metal substances in a mother not long ago. Biological and metal are combined. As long as human intervention is involved, there is nothing that the insect mother cannot have." The 3 judges nodded together, agreeing with Su Xiaocai's statement. Experts must have this kind of judgment ability, and cannot just follow others. "If you want to identify the autopsy, how would you do it?" Su Shakai looked at a fool. Those who can kill the mother must have divided it up. Only cowardly soldiers and greedy people would have the excuse of autopsy. "Well, no, don't look at us like that. Some people couldn't answer it before. They can't give expert certificates to people who are just talking about it on paper." After that, they asked a lot of questions, involving relatively advanced knowledge. Su Shakai didn't hide his shortcomings, and answered them all logically and concisely. The 3 professors were very satisfied with Su Xiaocai's answer. Everything she said fully demonstrated that she had mastered the knowledge of insect people, and it could be heard that she had personally studied insect people. In the exam, there was a question about writing a report. The professors checked her writing format, and found that she was indeed an experienced person. "Congratulations, you passed this interview. The score cannot be announced now, you can check it online tomorrow." "Okay, thank you." After Su Shakai went offline, the 3 professors laughed and talked. "I don't know who it is. It seems that the knowledge is very rich. Maybe it comes from a certain laboratory. Maybe he's from the front line, who knows? Here's a recorded video, it can't be faked. Getting a certificate is like taking a short trip." Su Shakai came out of the new world and opened her eyes. Xia Wanzi handed her a food basket. "You've been in for a long time, and you haven't eaten yet." "Thank you, baby, but I'm going to the bathroom first." Su Shakai only slept for 2 hours last night, and drank a few cups of strong tea to refresh herself. As soon as she left the examination room, she couldn't help it. After going to the bathroom, she took the basket, picked up Hua, and rushed to the laboratory site. The laboratory was sealed by the military, with a seal horizontally. The underground laboratory is very large, and it has not been fully explored. The ground used to be a private hospital, which happened to be the Min family's. Because all the people in the Min family had to be investigated, the hospital was temporarily suspended. Maybe that's why the things underground were released, and they must have mixed into the incoming insect swarm, so they were not discovered. Su Shakai held the basket and ate Rigiamo, and Hua was obediently tied by a rope. Its rope was mixed with insect-killing alloy, otherwise it could be broken with one claw. Converted into money, it hurts. You have to work hard. Here, I guarantee you will be full every day and fat like a ball. The staff leading the way looked down at the ball. It was already a ball, how could it get fatter? The strong sight caught Hua's attention. It turned its head, its pupils erected, and meowed in a self-righteous and fierce way. The staff held back their laughter. It was so cute. The Min family is the only one running the hospital here? On Blue Star, they are not local tyrants. so it is not convenient for them to act. The richest man in Blue Star and several businessmen have all invested in the company, but they only have a small share of the company and have no management rights. Shareholders usually only care about whether the company makes money or not. They all said they didn't know about the secret projects. Su Shakai didn't comment, but asked another question. Who is the richest man in Blue Star? Yang Dingjin. Female? Single? Yes. No husband, but has a son. Awesome. Su Shakai made a simple comment. They first went to the place where the greedy man was nailed. There was a hole here. A part of the laboratory collapsed and was divided into 2 parts. It was also separated by a secret room. Su Shakai finished eating Rigiamo, stuffed herself with nuts, washed her hands with clean water, put on shoe covers, and put Wah into another basket. She crossed the seal and entered the mother body to find the site. After a series of fierce battles, the air raid shelter was completely visible. The staff gave Su Shakai a work card. Su Shakai hung it around her neck, but because it was a bit in the way, she simply put it in her chest pocket. What is the identity of the human hiding the insect man mother body? Su Shakai took photos of the scene. The live broadcast device acted as a video recorder, entered the private channel, and synchronously transmitted the data to the new world, which was backed up by Wisdom 03. He used to be the vice president of Men's Hospital. I heard that he was transferred to another planet because of his outstanding performance. Is there any information about his departure? Yes, but he has disappeared since then. The staff continued. He disappeared while transiting on a certain planet. This kind of disappearance happens tens of thousands of times every year. Some disappear voluntarily, some escape, and some are really captured by bad guys. Su Shaokai, what about rumors? What rumors were there before he disappeared? Chapter 164. The staff member was embarrassed. I only know this much. The time is too short. In fact, I am an intern in the Blue Star Intelligence Department. Many things need to be known by seniors. She did not have the authority to check the inside story. It's okay, keep talking. Tell us everything you know. Has the forensic doctor performed an autopsy? It has been autopsied. Professor Su, you need to apply for the autopsy report in person. Su Shaokai sent a message to Colonel Yuan, asking him for the autopsy report. Why do you have to get involved in everything? The person who responded to her was Lieutenant General Bai, who called directly. If she put herself in danger, the young ancestor might go to see the old ancestor. You are asking knowingly. This in turn was obviously arranged by you. And who killed the mother body, arranged me to take the exam, and notified me that the laboratory was found underground. Isn't it because you want me to come? Su Shaokai threw back with 2 sentences. Lieutenant General Bai surrendered. Where are you? I will send someone to find you and protect you. Although Su Shaokai is very powerful, Su Shaokai is not even a contestant, but just an ordinary citizen. He is the one who is responsible for the improper protection. Yes, send 2 more investigators. I don't have enough investigators. Many of the investigators were transferred from scouts. They are very capable as investigators. Lieutenant General Bai hugged his investigators tightly, and didn't want to give them away. The 2 investigators that General Bai gave to Su Shaokai are still trapped in the garbage planet, and can't return. Lieutenant General Bai doesn't think that the ones he gave out can come back in a short time, and they may never come back. I send someone to protect you first. The 2 majors who received the order to protect Su Shaokai looked at the mission information with a confused look on their faces. Is that an ordinary citizen? After the confusion, a little surprise surged in my heart. Following behind ordinary citizens who often have accidents, wouldn't it be easy to get credit? I was excited just thinking about it. Thank you for your support, sir. The 2 majors happily carried out their mission. Lieutenant General Bai was suspicious. Why are they so happy? Secretary. Because they were responsible for picking up the body when the mother was killed yesterday, and they were also credited a little. Picking up the body of the insect mother is risky, and whoever is willing to pick it up will also be credited with a small achievement. Lieutenant General Bai laughed angrily. A bunch of lazy people. Who said it wasn't? It was all thanks to Bai. Su Shaokai handled it very cleanly. They only needed to pack it in bags, put it in the cold storage, and observe the freezing situation. If the mother insect body is not frozen stiff, it means it still has vitality and may be revived. If it can be frozen, it means it can be sent to the laboratory for research. All the ones killed by Su Shaokai were frozen, and she was the one who cleaned up the mess. I like people like her who are quick and efficient. The secretary smiled. Majors are still young. People are like this. On the surface, everyone is a hard-working warrior who is not afraid of hardships. But there are not so many people in the world who are willing to endure hardships. It is human nature to want to be lazy. But after so many years in the army, I know what to do and what not to do, so I just like to show off. They are over 40 years old. Lieutenant General Bai complained helplessly, let them take turns, and double the amount of training after they come back. None of them can compare to a girl in her teens. Colonel Yuan felt itchy on his back. Su Shaokai is comparable to ordinary people. You all saw her study mode last night. Ordinary people who cram at the last minute are lucky to pass the junior level. Su Shaokai is a genius student. She even wrote 2 papers before the exam to show them off. The secretary just smiled and said nothing. In order to prevent Lieutenant General Bai from continuing to train, Colonel Yuan admitted that he was not as good as Su Shaokai. It was no good to be strong-willed. Su Shaokai got the autopsy report easily, and 2 majors were also in place. Major Chun, Major Liu. After recognizing the people, Su Shaokai read the report. The staff member glanced at her, but the anti-peeping function made her unable to see anything. She was very curious about what Su Shaokai did to make the colonel listen to her. Su Shaokai quickly scanned the report. The autopsy report inferred that the missing dean died last night, and a large amount of paralyzed drug components were found in his body. That is, when the insect mother body was in his body, the human body was still active, but it was in an unconscious coma. Su Shaokai continued to read and found that there was a space-type container in the human body, which had been adhered to the flesh and blood, and could not be completely removed. In addition, a small number of greedy cells were found in the spinal cord of this person. The cells have a malignant repair function, that is, uncontrollable. The body needs to be constantly destroyed to avoid deformity. Su Shaokai read it expressionlessly, and had no reaction after reading it. The 2 majors had read the report. Major Liu was younger. He felt sick after reading it for the first time. How could humans be so cruel to their own kind? Professor Su, can I ask you a question? Su Shaokai nodded. Will you feel uncomfortable after reading it? Wouldn't this report affect the 3 views of a teenager? No. Su Shaokai explained. From a research perspective, this report has a lot of things worth discussing. Legally, the people doing the research broke the law. From a human perspective, I won't easily sympathize with him. Who knows if he has done anything wrong? What if he is a good person? I don't know him. Su Shaokai looked apologetic. In some ways, she was cold-hearted and would not show any mercy to this person, which would affect her judgment. The 2 majors looked at each other, and had a new understanding of Su Shaokai. Colonel Yuan told them that Su Shaokai was soft-hearted and easy to talk to. It seems that this is not the case. She is essentially a rational and cold person. If you can fit into her circle, then she is soft-hearted. If you can't fit in, if you encounter danger, you can only pray for the best. Su Shaokai walked forward and looked up at the body of the greedy man. This place has been cleaned and brackets have been erected around it. She looked at the huge nail. Ordinary things can't trap the insect people. They are fearless and fearless, so how could they not break free? Then Su Shaokai noticed that each nail had a groove, so she used a cotton swab to pick up some. It was brown and looked like oil. Do you know what this is? The 2 majors didn't know, and the identification department hadn't identified it yet. The staff was a local from Blue Star and knew roughly it might be oil. Oil, cooking oil? Well, my nose is very sensitive, and I smell the fragrance of peanuts and rapeseed. The staff said, but it feels bad. Su Shaokai touched his chin. Was it bad cooking oil? So the experimenters gave food but not all of it, gave some rotten food, and used some of the substances in it to restrict the activities of the insect people? The greedy people do not have enough food and do not have the conditions for evolution. And to evolve into an insect warrior, there is only 1 in a million. Only the mother body can produce all kinds of insect people. Looking around, there is nothing else. The other laboratory is behind the collapsed wall. She took a few more samples, and then drilled out of the ground. Put the samples into the space button, and several big bear hugs rushed over and hugged her. The soles of his feet left the ground, and he was picked up and turned around a few times. Master, my mecha is broken. When are you free to help me fix it? Shasha doesn't dare to fix it. Wu Qingqing likes Su Shaokai so much. She was so handsome last night. She was as handsome as a god from heaven. The red mecha was dazzling and fierce. They were responsible for the quacks, and Su Shaokai was responsible for the fierceness. Facing the mother body for the first time, the vegetable farmers realized the gap, but they were able to fight with the mother body for several rounds, indicating that their strength had greatly improved. Hu Ping also wanted to hug Su Shaokai. Su Shaokai had completely become the goddess in his mind. Her attitude of being at ease in front of the mother body was completely opposite to the image of a devil coach. Surrounded by 10 tall classmates, Su Xiaokai felt suffocated. What do you have to do? We stayed up all night last night and kept going. We are just going back to rest now. Lu Sun shook his waist. He repeated the postures too much, which was more tiring than killing insects. You are awesome. Give me the mecha. Sasha Lele, come to me after you have rested. I will guide you in repairing it. Su Xiaokai turned around and asked the staff. They were technicians. Is it okay to transfer them to me temporarily? The staff looked at the two majors. The two majors didn't know what arrangements Lieutenant General Bai had made. Let's ask. Colonel Yuan quickly replied that the training would start in 3 days. These few days were for them to adapt, and then they would go to practice with real insects. So Feng Wansha and Li Lele could follow her. Su Xiaokai took Wu Qingqing's hand away. I still have things to do. You guys have a good rest. You did a good job yesterday. 10 people can deal with the mother body, and in a few years, they can deal with the insect mother body alone. Within 10 years, the goal is to deal with the insect warriors, make achievements, and wipe out the insects. By then, the front line will surely be much more peaceful, and every treasure will be her life guarantee. Su Xiaokai looked at them with a very kind look. Work hard, the peace of the universe depends on them. Hu Ping got goosebumps all over his body, thinking that she was not really praising him. Coach Su, you have given so much. Do you really not ask for anything in return? Hu Ping blurted out. Yes. Su Xiaokai did not lie to them. I am training future admirals. Wu Qingqing listened, sand in her eyes, tears flashed. Okay, I will definitely aim to become an admiral. Xing Miao and Feng Wansha looked at each other. They could almost imagine the rest of Su Xiaocai's life. Sitting in the back, with a large bamboo forest and vegetable field in front, a small stool under her, but a cup of tea in her hands, and crispy peanuts in her mouth. Watching them work hard to bring glory to the master on TV, she enjoyed her life and didn't want to be too happy. The mother body is still easy to deal with. You have to work hard to catch up with the strength of the insect warriors, understand? Su Xiaokai received another tight hug, with a happy face. Two majors. When will the insect mother body be easy to deal with? Damn, just say it without thinking. But the person who said it was Su Xiaokai. That makes sense. It is indeed easy for a teenager to deal with the insect people. After talking for a while, they said goodbye to Su Xiaokai, went back to the dormitory to sort out, and then came back to repair the mecha. On the way back, the vegetable farmer met the people from Yunji. They stood at the door of the dormitory building, as if they were specially looking for a chance encounter. In fact, the vegetable farmer didn't quite understand why the people from Yunji came. They were already famous, and there must be many large groups that wanted to hire them. Registering as a mercenary means giving up entering the military. Based on their style of doing things, it doesn't seem like they are here to gather intelligence. Squirrel showed a friendly smile, and his cute baby face was similar to Li Shanchuan's, but when he spoke, he didn't look like that anymore. Li Shanchuan spoke like a man. Squirrel's voice was very soft, and he felt like a gentleman. His eyes were also very gentle, with the tenderness of a small animal. His captain was a very charming young man in his 30s. The stubble on his chin did not increase his sense of vicissitudes, but added to his masculinity. Codenamed Flying Eagle, De Yao was also there. He was still wearing a long skirt, and the hem of his skirt was covered with dust. He probably went to do hard labor. His hair might be a little messy, and he was playing with his hair in front of the mirror. Hello. Squirrel shook hands with Ji Hung enthusiastically, and he looked around. Coach Su is here too, right? I admire her very much. Hu Ping and Wu Feiyong's sixth sense was alerted at the same time, thinking that this guy had bad intentions. She is not with us. Can I ask where she is? Is the mecha she fought in last night hers? I want to meet her. Can you introduce her? Squirrel asked a series of questions. Not only the vegetable farmer was confused, Feiyong also felt desperate. His intention to seduce was too obvious, and his eyes were full of ambition. Squirrel pursues girls with passion, without any other means. Many girls fall for his tricks, but they break up soon after dating. Squirrel is just for fun, he is a playboy, and he falls in love with every girl he meets. Su Xiaokai is the one he has loved the longest, because he can't get to know her. He misses her more because he can't get her. Sorry, her actions are confidential. If you want to know, ask the boss. Ji Hung came out to refuse. Feiyong pulled him and apologized to Ji Hung. He is heartless. Please forgive us. We don't want to find out Su Xiaocai's whereabouts. We really just like her. After that, he pressed the squirrel to leave. As long as Su Xiaokai stayed in Blue Star for 1 day, he would know. He was so anxious, afraid that others didn't know that Yunji came for Su Xiaokai. Knowing Su Xiaokai is equivalent to being parallel to the highest technology, and it is not an exaggeration to replace a shotgun with a cannon. The vegetable farmers all scratched their heads. What's wrong with the people of Yunji? Strange, how can a man dress like this? Wu Feiyong doesn't like the way De Yao dresses, and the straight male aesthetic cannot agree with it. Pretty, many girls' clothes are very beautiful. Hu Ping doesn't think it's a big deal. De Yao has the strength and looks, but his appearance is tough, so it's a bit out of place to wear a skirt. On the other side, Yunji's eagle pointed at the squirrel's head. Pig brain, can't you restrain your temper and try to make friends with the vegetable farmers first? They didn't come to Blue Star for charity. Gaining Su Xiaocai's friendship was their ultimate goal. Not knowing that Yunji was thinking about her, Su Xiaocai went to another laboratory entrance. The Min family's private hospital had been washed away, and all the evidence was destroyed in the flood of insects. Whether intentional or unintentional, a fire broke out, a big fire, burning everything, and many things were burned to ashes. The cause of the fire may have been caused by insects. According to the living patients, they saw a fire-breathing insect who broke into the hospital lobby at that time. Now that the patient has been removed, he can only be handed over to others for questioning. I hope the law enforcement department will be more attentive. The hospital buildings are basically gone, with only some foundations left. The place surrounded by the seal is the entrance to the laboratory, which is very hidden. If someone hadn't dug down with a shovel and dug a tunnel, they would have found it difficult to find the entrance. This entrance is outside, belonging to the rental house built by the Min family. Many of the tenants are patients. There are not enough beds in the hospital. In order to seek medical treatment nearby, patients will rent houses nearby. It can be said that the great hidden in the city, anyone coming in and out has become a common thing. Su Xiaokai put on disposable shoe covers, gloves and masks again, and was about to enter when he was stopped. Hey, who are you? Get out quickly. The man who blocked Su Xiaocai's way was a thin man with a pointed face. I am one of the leaders of the Blue Star Rescue Center. This is Professor Su. I am here to investigate the situation in the laboratory. The staff hurriedly explained. I don't care what kind of professor she is. Our professor is the person in charge of the investigation laboratory. You can't go in. Blue Star is taken over by Lieutenant General Bai. How come we don't know that there is a formal person in charge of the investigation laboratory? Two majors came out and looked down at the skinny man in front of him. Where is your ID? The thin man was stunned. What ID? I came here with the professor. I don't need an ID. Anyone in the identification department needs an ID to enter the scene to collect evidence. If you don't have an ID, it's an illegal intrusion. The staff had serious faces. Blue Star was facing a huge challenge, and this guy was blocking the way like a child. The thin man swallowed his saliva and was a little afraid. Through the attire, he knew that the two majors were standing in front of him. To be accompanied by a major, they must be of noble status. But thinking that it was the professor who asked him to guard the door, he straightened his chest and said confidently, I am just doing my job. You can't destroy the scene. You can only enter unless the professors are ready. From the looks of you, you are just a little kid in the identification department. Go and play. Not everyone can enter here. Don't make trouble. Su Xiaokai took out the certificate from her jacket pocket. It said, Supreme Commander of the Bugman Research Team, External Expert of the Identification Department, Military Technical Advisor. He has the temporary general command power in addition to the military power of Blue Star. There is a military QR code at the bottom to verify the authenticity. She twitched her lips. The green card looked like a toy. Fortunately, it was stamped. No matter who the other party is, my authority is greater than his. Su Xiaokai held up the certificate. If you have any opinions, hold them back. I don't want to use force. Also, with your unprofessional attire, I will expel you from the area outside the seal. Su Xiaokai winked at the two majors. She didn't know where this person came from. The identification department was too unreliable. The thin man struggled and wanted to shout and scold the major for using force. But there were no reporters here, let alone spectators. A place marked as having a mother of insects, no fool would come to see it. Where there is a mother, the mortality rate of ordinary people is as high as 99%, and the remaining 0.1% must be being eaten. Ordinary people are not allowed to enter before the investigation is complete. For some reason, Su Xiaokai took a photo of him. She had some impression of the person in front of her. She would not deliberately remember people's faces, but she would remember those who had said a few words to her. She had probably only met one or two people this ugly before. She sent the photo to Yu Haiming. Yu Haiming replied after a while, my former roommate Shoho. I don't know the specific name. We don't get along. I heard that he was going to start a business with someone. Why did he go to Blue Star? Chapter 165. Business partnership. If this business refers to the things in the laboratory, it is incredible. I am really Professor Li Yunji's man. You can check it out. Su Shaokai didn't care about Li Yunji. She knew the character of the person in front of her. She said, my friend knows this person. He is from the capital Star. He called people here? He is not a decent person. The gatekeeper is not a decent person. How can the people inside be reliable? The two majors were nervous and realized that there might be more people taking advantage of the chaos in the public security of Blue Star to invade. They came forward and tied up the skinny monkey. The skinny monkey called for help, but was gagged by two majors. The skinny monkey rolled his eyes in fear, trying to find a way out. His hands were handcuffed behind his back. The skinny monkey realized the seriousness of the situation. He didn't have a good memory. It's commonly known as face blindness. Moreover, Su Shaokai wore a mask, so he couldn't recognize Su Shaokai for a while. He just hated that he had offended someone he shouldn't have offended. Even the name of Professor Liu didn't work. He knelt down and said, Miss, Big Shot, I really didn't lie. You can check it. Although I don't know how you know me, I am 100% from Blue Star, with my ID you see. Skinny monkey. When Su Shaokai said this, his face immediately became tense, and he couldn't help but think that he had twin brothers. The staff came forward and pulled his ID, and swiped it on the communicator in his hand, which actually showed that there was indeed such a person from Blue Star, but his appearance was slightly different, still ugly and thin, and short. No other information could be found. Where did you get this ID? Forgery of ID. Do you know what crime it is? The staff member's tone was very certain, as if he had already confirmed that the document was fake. Impossible, I just scanned it when I entered the country. Everyone looked at each other in bewilderment. With the high rate of knowledge popularization, there are many geniuses who make quick money in an unorthodox way. In the industry of making quick money, the easiest to be discovered are those who forge documents. Anyone who can do this business must have a way, or have enough sources of information, and may even be involved in a certain force. Major Chen stayed outside, and notified someone to take over this smuggler, who could forge documents. Another major entered the laboratory with Su Shaokai, and the staff also hurried to lead the way. If the laboratory was destroyed, she would not escape punishment. In sensitive times, talk less and do more. There were lights in the laboratory to illuminate the road. When they walked to the center, the three saw 6 people in white researcher clothes packing experimental equipment. Professor Liu, Miss Hui? The staff called out their names. It seems that they know each other. Seeing Su Xiaocai's confusion, the staff explained, they are indeed staff members of the identification department, but they are not from Blue Star, they are hired from outside. The person who was called Professor Liu felt embarrassed, as if he was caught red-handed. Then he looked unhappy and shouted, how did you get in? Don't you know that outsiders are not allowed to enter the site? The staff looked at Su Shaokai worriedly, afraid that Su Shaokai would clash with the people in the identification department. Su Shaokai, what are you doing? Didn't you see? We are packing the items and going back for identification. Su Shaokai looked innocent, but I only saw you stealing things. Professor Liu's face twitched. What are you talking about? We are from the identification department and officially hired. So the identification department didn't bring the Blue Star law enforcement team with them, and they packed things without wearing gloves? Miss Hui looked down at her hands. She had a manicure, but she didn't wear gloves because she thought they might damage the perfection of her nails. Realizing that she had been exposed, Miss Hui said, you, an outsider, have no right to point fingers at us when we are doing things in the identification department. This is the first time I've seen someone force stealing to be a job requirement. Su Shaokai complained that these people took advantage of the loopholes to get into the disaster area to make money, and they still insisted when they were caught. Who said, we weren't accompanied by law enforcement. The guy outside is from the Blue Star Law Enforcement Bureau. He was good at lying. If she hadn't asked Yu Haiming just now, she would have thought that Shoho was from Blue Star. Su Shaokai turned around and asked the staff next to her, they are thieves, so how did they pass the verification and enter Blue Star? They just said someone deliberately passed through. The Blue Star staff blushed. I don't know, sorry, I asked someone to check when I get back. She was already filled with tears. She was an intern, and her power was tiny. But she is a real Blue Star person, and she feels ashamed that there are thieves in the volunteer group. It is the Blue Star people who fail to supervise. You are not sorry for me, but for the people you sacrificed. Su Shaokai said lightly. So many people on the front line sacrificed, and in the end, outsiders were brought in to steal the house. In fact, it can't be completely blamed on you. After all, Lieutenant General Bai took over Blue Star. It's understandable that he can't fight against the local snakes. This time, it was Major Lu's turn to frown. Su Shaokai was really good at poking people's lungs. We have credentials, don't spit blood. Su Shaokai said, put down all the experimental equipment, I want to check. You still want to leave Blue Star, it's best not to take anything here. Su Shaokai was not kidding, the things here are likely to carry modified insect man information. Taking them out of Blue Star will bring devastating blows to other planets. Professor Lu ignored all this and took a tough attitude. Blue Star hired them to do the appraisal, and the reward was only a little material, and a few thousand yuan. Isn't it tacitly allowed for them to take something in return? He didn't think his actions were wrong. And judging from the other party's immature voice, it was very likely that he had the same idea as them. He just relied on someone's support to compete with him. We are a professional appraisal team. I don't see who dares. We pack things for appraisal, whether you believe it or not. Professor Lu insisted on this point. He looked gentle and refined, wearing a pair of silver-rimmed glasses. With gray hair and his hands behind his back, he really looked like an academic. Don't get in the way here. If anything goes wrong, we will hold you responsible. It was hard to persuade a dying ghost with good words. Su Shaokai spread her hands. They turned around and continued to pack their things, pretending to take samples. Hui Lizi saw that Professor Lu was very calm. She took out white gloves from her pocket, and took samples in a very professional manner. It was obvious that she had really learned it. However, her unprofessional attitude just now had exposed a lot of things. Su Shaokai wondered why they were so sure that their purpose would not be discovered. Was there someone colluding with them? In less than 2 minutes, soldiers and people from the Blue Star Logistics Department came in together. You've come just in time. Help me move the stuff back to the appraisal center. When Professor Lu saw the people from the Blue Star Logistics Department coming, he raised his glasses proudly. He had scanned his face, and his ID card was perfect. Lu Yunji's identity was one of the best among the insect scholars. He firmly believed that he could get away. But the newcomer saluted Su Shaokai first. Professor Su, I'm sorry. It was our negligence that led to the entry of someone who took advantage of the situation. Catch him quickly. My time is precious. I have to go back later. I have something to do. Su Shaokai plowed the land yesterday and wanted to take a sample to check the soil. Okay. The person from the Blue Star Logistics Department nodded and bowed. His face changed, and he ordered people to catch Professor Lu and others. What are you doing? I am the expert you hired back. You can't confuse right with wrong. She said I was fake. So is it fake? I also said she was fake. They suddenly broke in, but they just wanted to occupy the laboratory. Professor Lu couldn't just sit there and do nothing. You bully us experts. I will go to the technical committee to sue you. Oh, go ahead. But you will still be held legally responsible for your theft. I didn't steal. I asked you to help me move it back. Stealing openly is also great. Professor Lu tried to defend himself, but it was useless. He searched the person who needed to be searched and put all the packed things back to their original places according to the video recorded last night. You are humiliating us. You are using your power to oppress others. Professor Lu was angry and wondered who this little girl was. She could make these people believe in her. He didn't dare to turn on the live broadcast device. Everything here needs to be kept secret. They can complain about their grievances online later, but they can't broadcast the environment here. As a thief, at most he will be in jail for a few years. Publicizing this place is not much different from the death penalty. Professor Lu was tied up, but he was still upright. When he passed by Su Shaokai, he showed disdain. I am innocent, and those who are innocent will be innocent. I don't know what will happen if you, Professor Su, pretend to be an expert. When I clear my suspicion, I will report you to the technical committee. Su Shaokai, yes, remember to accuse me of bullying others. By the way, I can also tell you my name, Su Shaokai, go ahead and sue me. Professor Lu froze. After the release of Fifan Island New World, everyone knows Su Shaokai, a technology giant. In the academic world, his position is already firmly established, and it is difficult to shake him. He is much more powerful than Li Yunji, and he can't pretend to be him. After saying that, Professor Lu staggered forward. It was Miss Huey's turn to pass by Su Shaokai. Half of her face was covered by her long hair, and her expression could not be seen. Her momentum suddenly changed. She broke free from the restraints, and moved forward with her hands behind her back, and only the crisp sound of the mortar was heard. An arrow popped out from the sleeve, and went straight to Su Xiaocai's heart. At such a close distance, no one could react in time. Ding! With a crisp sound, the arrow fell to the ground. Su Xiaocai scratched her chest. She was wearing a vest, which was a body protection robot. Not to mention the sleeve arrow. Even if it was a bullet, she would only feel a little itchy. No harm, not angry. Professor Lu shouted in horror. Eriko, what are you doing? He pushed the people away and tried to hold her back. Why did she do this? Didn't she know that it would harm the whole team? Xiao Hui tilted her head, her beautiful face showing grief and indignation. I'm tired of the life of stealing and cheating. You use my expertise to steal and rob. It's happened so many times, I feel very uncomfortable. Always say it's the last time, but there is no last time. I want to clear my name. I would rather be a killer with blood on my hands than let my knowledge become dirty. She wanted to die. Su Xiaocai watched coldly. Xiao Hui, do you think I'm disgusting? I'm not, I was forced to do it. Normal people will have empathy. Look at the staff next to her, they all showed a little sympathy. Her experience should be worthy of sympathy. The people who protected Su Xiaocai rushed over and pressed her to the ground. Xiao Hui's eyes were still open, staring at Su Xiaocai. You have so much knowledge, don't you think I'm right? Idiot. Su Xiaocai rolled her eyes directly. That's right. And then, sympathize with you, help you beg for mercy, and give you another chance to kill me. How to use knowledge is your own business. It is just a tool, and there is no right or wrong. Only people can distinguish right from wrong. Don't use high-sounding excuses to beautify the crimes you have committed. No, you are wrong. Knowledge is noble. Only those who can learn higher knowledge have pure blood. People should face up to their blood. Some people just can't. You have the most powerful weapon. I stick to my own opinion. That's how cool I am. Besides, only cats and dogs are divided by blood. What's the matter? Do you still want me to say that what you said is wrong? Brainwash me, observe me? Don't play with leftovers in front of her. It's too low level. Others held Xiao Hui down, and the female soldier searched her body and found several tubes of injections and showed them to Su Xiaocai, the only identification person present. Su Xiaocai used test paper and instruments to measure the ingredients and made a preliminary judgment: hallucinogen, high concentration, addictive after one injection. After injection, it will cause brain damage, and you need to go to a professional hospital for withdrawal. The other tube is probably sulfuric acid. Others cannot be distinguished. Professional equipment and instruments are needed. This laboratory is too damp, and there are small reptiles everywhere. I don't know how many waterproof and dehumidification measures the people who built this underground had to take. The instrument has no power supply and cannot be used. The people in the logistics department of Blue Star were so angry that they screamed. It's fine to steal things under the identity of a professor, but why did they mix in spies? The target of this spy is so clear. The mastermind behind the scenes is worthy of death. He wants to use all kinds of people to test Su Xiaocai and observe Su Xiaocai's weaknesses. Unfortunately, Su Xiaocai was not fooled at all. She would not feel that she deserved to die even if she was beaten up by such a person. Besides, this woman was called Xiao Hui, which reminded her of another Hui, and she was stressed. Professor Lu suddenly struggled hard and tried to pull Xiao Hui. Su Xiaocai took a step forward, kicked Professor Lu away, and removed Xiao Hui's chin with both hands. This scene happened too quickly. Su Xiaocai stared at Professor Lu and said, "This Hui may have more poison in her mouth. They are not professional killers." Xiao Hui didn't want to die, so she delayed. When Professor Lu broke free, Hui Lizi began to tighten her jaw and wanted to commit suicide. Life is like a play, it all depends on acting. Hui Lizi's eyes were full of tears, and no one felt pity for her. This is a poisonous snake. Su Xiaocai shook her head. Take her away, I don't care. Before coming here, she knew that she would inevitably be attacked and assassinated. It is estimated that Miss Hui is just an appetizer. She has harmed the interests of too many people. After waiting for her to take the risk, how could others let her go? Su Xiaocai was not hurt, but others were shocked and broke out in a cold sweat. I feel that the two majors are not safe, so I will send 2 more intelligence specialists to find any problems in time. Lieutenant General Bai covered the 2 investigators, who were unwilling to give up, but he had to hand them over in the end. The secretary looked at Lieutenant General Bai pretending to have a bad heart, and his lips opened and closed. "Sir, do you want to feed you some brain-dead movies? To make you a fool and forget the troubles at this moment?" Lieutenant General Bai glared. "Brat." Su Xiaocai turned around to check the laboratory equipment and instruments, collecting the remaining components. Fortunately, this laboratory only had a large number of experimental instruments, And the insect man was also completely sliced. After everyone left, only the 3 people who followed her were left. She then leisurely came to a wall. She had just measured the ground with her feet and calculated the length and width, and found that there was a gap of 3 or 4 meters between this laboratory and the place where the insect man was nailed. While Su Xiaokai was thinking about the wall, 2 intelligence officers also came and delivered the news. They told Su Xiaokai that the mother body had been packed and sent to the cold storage in her house for planting. Su Xiaokai nodded. It was just right that the intelligence officers came. They were experts. She wanted to enter the dark layer, but she couldn't think of any effective method. If she forced it, it was not impossible. She could blow up the wall in a directional way. Obviously, it was not a good idea. The building collapsed, but the wall in front of her didn't even have a crack. It was definitely not an ordinary building material. It was probably a hole, able to withstand natural disasters and explosions. The reason why she thought there was something inside. It was because Hua Hua scratched at the wall and dug the ground, her eyes full of yearning, walking back and forth, obviously trying to get through. Hua Hua only showed such an expression when there was an explosion or food. Elimination method, there is no explosion here, only food is left. Su Xiaokai asked for help, and the intelligence personnel were very enthusiastic to help. They were engaged in various decryption and information collection, but faced with a wall that was tightly closed and seemed to have no flaws, they were also in trouble. Is it possible that Su Xiaokai was wrong? After a simple calculation, they also understood that the wall in front of them must be opened, at least to know if there is anything in the middle. Su Xiaokai handed the task to them. She wrapped the evidence in a sealed bag and planned to go back to check it. As for the experimental equipment, it would be better to move it to another place. It was too humid here, and water was dripping from the top of her head. It would be a pity if it was damaged. The 2 majors protected Su Xiaokai and were extremely vigilant on the way back. They would be suspicious for half a day if there was any movement. Su Xiaokai was much calmer than them and even hummed a song. Back in the house, Zaiwanzi had already put the coriander seeds under the soap paper towel. It sat in front of the house, humming a song, and the dustpan was filled with peanut seeds. The rotten, deformed, and wormy ones were all picked out. Kai Kai, you're back. I made your favorite stir-fried frog. Where did you get the frogs? I caught them in the field. There are a lot of them. Su Xiaokai, are you sure you can catch them? Matsuko blinked. I checked and contacted the staff of Blue Star. They said these should be those that were raised before and escaped. If there are no fresh ingredients, then find fresh ingredients. Zaiwanzi is worthy of being her highest achievement. A versatile nanny. Su Xiaokai hugged the cute Zaiwanzi excitedly, and then posted the food photos online to show off today's meal. Netizens responded. My Kai Kai is a foodie who dares to eat any ingredients. Today's cooking class, I don't think I can do it. Many places eat frogs. It would be too common if we didn't eat it. We also eat it here. It's just that few people eat it. Kai Kai has opened up a new food track. Frogs don't need to be 999, not 99, only 19.9 per pound. Hurry up if you want to buy. Those who know how to do business have already advertised in the comment section. Those who don't know how to do business just look at it, laugh to death, and don't eat it at all. Each planet has different eating habits. I even eat cockroaches. Some of the raw materials of the medicine you take are cockroaches. There is nothing strange about it. Oh my god, I was educated by netizens. I will go home and check if there are cockroaches in the medicine I take. So my Kai Bao, where have you been? Did you buy a new table or change your home? I must have changed my home. Big Kai Bao went to the front line to provide support. I didn't read the word wrong, right? Kai Bao, why did he go there? When did the coach become a nani? You know it now? Kai Kai went there not to lead the vegetable farmers. Can the coach go to such a place? He can only be specially hired or go there as a volunteer. Chapter 166. Su Xiaokai smiled and replied in unison, Don't think I'm great, I'm just growing vegetables, really. The picture was a dug mud field, just mud and a few weeds that were pried up. God damn, I take a picture too. You're playing like this, right? Look, I have one too. What? Look at this, soil from a mountain. After 20 years of farming, this old farmer tells you that mountain mud is not good to use. If you want to dig, dig field mud and pond mud, which are good stuff. Hey I just made some nutrient soil, and I plan to write a paper on it. You need to write a paper on soil? I am an ordinary person who will never touch this field. My son just made some cow poop and added the ashes of the grass and trees after the garden, and mixed them together to get this color. By the way, My son is 15. I have a picture. I didn't think much of this industry at first, because it's too difficult to make achievements, and being a farmer doesn't make money, but Kai likes it, and I think this industry is not without a future. Mongxue has done a great job, and made contributions to mankind. You can study these things after farming. I'd better show Kai the soil so as not to discourage others' enthusiasm. The comment area is full of photos of soil, some yellow, some green, and even some mud just dug from the lotus pond. Su Xiaokai looked through these photos of soil. The soil on each planet is different. Su Xiaokai found that there are several kinds of natural soil that can compete with black soil. I wanted so much. Su Xiaokai looked at these good muds fascinatedly. When can she move some to her own planet? Like each one to show appreciation. After dinner, she went to do some testing and did some small experiments on today's samples. Before the evening, Su Xiaocai's certificate was hot. The certificate was printed by Colonel Yuan and handed to her personally. Congratulations. Su Xiaokai, who had just left the laboratory, took the certificate. Actually, I can print it myself. It's okay, it's convenient for us. I come over and give you an explanation for what happened in the laboratory this afternoon. Is there a follow-up? Su Xiaokai then invited him to sit in. Colonel Yuan, The gossip gene of humans once again worked steadily. After investigation, they were indeed a gang, and all the documents were fake. I guessed these, and I want to know their true identities. Su Xiaokai felt that she could dig deeper. Colonel Yuan, Eriko, a foreigner, her mother is a hidden spy. Eriko was strictly trained by her mother since she was a child. The training mode was too brutal, which caused her mental state to be not very good. Will she be sentenced to death? If you are not mentally ill, then don't sentence him. Why do you think so? Mental illness harms society. As long as there is serious aggression, and it causes death, he will be sent to the mental prison for study for a period of time and finally sentenced. Mental illness will not be an excuse to escape death. The judge will reduce the sentence as appropriate. For someone like Eriko, he will not be sentenced until he can't get any more information out of his mouth. Even he doesn't know what the end will be. Next. Su Xiaokai listened with relish. Although Colonel Yuan didn't know how to tell stories, this level of gossip could not be picked up on weekdays. Lu Yunji, formerly known as Lu Songji. He had 5 plastic surgeries, each time with a different identity, and each time with a careful plan. The details are here. It was not convenient for him to narrate orally. According to the tone of his storytelling, Su Xiaokai would probably give him a few sanitary eyes. Su Xiaokai happily took it, loved to read it, and wanted to read more. Lu Songji's life was legendary. He loved gambling, but he was quite smart. He always lost when gambling, but he couldn't quit. What to do? He thought of becoming a craftsman and went to various black markets to see what kind of extra money he could make. Forging certificates was his first part-time job. He went to learn from masters and visited many forgery merchants. He learned everything he could. Later, he learned that forging certificates required a backstage, so he forged the identity of a second-generation rich entrepreneur and connected with the female supervisor of a recruitment website that managed talent resources, thus opening the harem era. He was even willing to sell his ass. The plot was so exciting that even novelists could not write it. Su Xiaokai was completely immersed in Lu Songji's ups and downs. Colonel Yuan left, and it was Xia Wanzi who sent him off. After reading Lu Songji's autobiography, there are traces of how he could become a spy chief. He had experienced humiliation and was unwilling to be lonely. It was too easy to be discovered to forge evidence, so he began to collude with various forces. In the end, he found that being a spy was the most profitable, and being a spy chief was even more profitable. But he was too greedy for money, and couldn't give up his gambling addiction, like a leech that didn't know when to be hungry or full. The spy organization didn't want to use him anymore, so there was today's scene. The mission was to assassinate Su Xiaokai, but the person behind him might have wanted to get rid of him. Su Xiaokai smiled. Different pursuits, different lives, so colorful. Looking at the birth of another certificate, Su Xiaokai checked her results. They were very good, but she lost 1 or 2 points in the written test. The reason for the deduction was not stated, but Su Xiaokai knew it roughly. It should be that the big question was controversial. Her thinking was very logical, but there was a gap with the standard answer, so the examiner did not give her full marks. Even if her answer was correct, she would always suffer some losses in the written test as long as the answer was doubtful. It didn't matter. It didn't affect her getting the certificate. The experts and examinees who took the exam failed because of Su Xiaocai's sudden rise. It's very difficult to finish 1,000 questions, not to mention the accuracy. There are also young experts who came to take the exam. Although they got the certificate, they didn't pass this time, so they have to take the exam again in the future. The certificate is not revoked, but it's a waste of time. If you fail 3 times in a row, you will be questioned and face the review of your results, which is particularly troublesome. Which bastard got a super high score? My score is higher than the highest score in the previous session. Why didn't I pass? Oh my god, I prepared so well. Why didn't I pass? One exam costs 800 yuan. I don't have money to take the exam. The scores of this exam are indeed a bit outrageous. In the past, no matter how big the gap in scores was, there would be 2 or 3 candidates who were shortlisted. This time, there was only one. But the certification center will not change the rules because of 1 or 2 exam results. Expert-level exams should look like professionals. It's a daydream to think of being a professional just by taking a random exam. Su Shaokai sneezed several times in the evening. She touched her nose and felt that the weather had turned a little cold. Feng Wansha and Li Lele came to see her in the evening and brought fried potato chips from the canteen. Seeing the milk tea on Su Xiaocai's table, they each had a cup. The cold sweetness moistened their throats and made their bodies and minds feel comfortable. Then they had 2 more cups. Su Xiaocai, is the food in your canteen bad? Feng Wansha forced a smile. It's just not that good. It's not as good as the food on Fifen Island. I'm used to eating bran, so I'm a little uncomfortable. How can the food in the canteen compare to the private dishes? There are desserts too, such as red bean-filled shortbread, fruit pies, and chocolate bars. They are all high in calories and can keep you full. Milk tea, egg tarts, and mango sago are nowhere to be seen. Li Lele drooped her eyebrows, looking pitiful. She knew that Feng Wansha was afraid that Su Shaokai would worry, but she didn't want to lie. It's really not that delicious, and it's getting worse and worse. It was okay at the beginning, but now it's just tasteless. The milk tea here at Su Shaokai is still very delicious. Su Shaokai didn't care much. After all, the food in the canteen couldn't be that delicious. Feng Wansha drank another cup of milk tea and gave the highest praise. Not sweet or greasy, delicious. The little ball was full of questions. It cooked according to Su Xiaocai's preferences. Why do they all like desserts that are not sweet? Su Shaokai explained. This is difficult to explain. It's a personal factor, just like species diversity. Yeah, I understand. The little ball actually seemed to understand. It didn't matter. It was not a human, so it didn't have to figure out the human taste problem. It was Kai Kai's little ball, and it just had to do what a little ball should do. Su Shaokai kissed Xia Wanzi's round forehead, and took Feng Wansha and Li Lele to work, first repairing Wu Qingqing and Wu Feiyang's mecha. Su Shaokai didn't do anything during the whole process, just gave instructions. She was the only one, and it was impossible for her to repair it every time. Feng Wansha and Li Lele had a hard time repairing it. They had different knowledge systems, and were afraid of making mistakes and causing the mecha to fail to start. You don't have to be so careful. The navigator will know if you have made any mistakes. The two repaired for 3 hours, during which time Su Shaokai chatted with them and learned about their recent situation. Su Shaokai, is the training going well? Will you complain that Lieutenant General Bai asked you to go to the rescue? Compared to your training, Su, it is much more lenient. Su Shaokai will push them to their limits, and will not stop even if they break through, stimulating their desire to survive, and making them jump between life and death every day. Even if the lights in the simulation cabin sound, they will not stop. It can be said that if it is put into reality, it is a training mode that loses humanity. The effect of such training is obvious. After getting used to it, Lieutenant General Bai's training seems like playing house. How are you getting along with your roommates? You only mentioned it once in the group. Feng Wansha wiped the sweat from her forehead. It's just like that. Not too far away but not too close. They have many habits that are different from ours. Every day, they kneel down towards the door at irregular intervals. They say that they kneel down according to the god's time on their planet, and the god will listen to their words. Li Lele, we were so scared that we had to ask them if they knelt today before going back. Ha ha, Wu Qingqing wants to choose the time when others kneel down to open the door. Feng Wansha smiled meaningfully. Xingmu stopped her from being naughty. Everyone laughed, and after a while, they all stopped laughing. People's faith is unshakable. People who are devout can disagree, but they can't really treat it as a joke. People like the all-knowing church can be scolded as much as they want. Wu Qingqing's idea is indeed a bit bad, daring to challenge the power of God. People just believe in God indoors, kneel down, and don't do other annoying things. They understand some worldly ways. If it were extreme believers, they would set up altars in the dormitory, recite scriptures, and ask others to abide by their rules and not do anything that offends God in front of them. It's crazy to have you regulated from eating to dressing. Feng Wansha and Li Lei felt the same way. It was already good enough. You couldn't ask your roommate to give up his faith. After the mecha was repaired, they were too tired to move. Next time, you will repair their mecha. Practice more. There will be several professors coming tomorrow. Decide which one to follow. You may have to study with them in the future. Can it be you? Don't even think about it. I haven't graduated yet. I have to go back to take the exam next semester. Kai, I will be very reluctant to let you go. Can't you not leave? You go to be an admiral, and we will go to the stars and the sea. Li Lei thought that they might have to separate after the finals, and she was reluctant. We will always have a day to separate. I hope you will still be young when you return, and don't throw away your dreams. Li Lei's eyes were filled with tears. Although she had known Su Xiaokai for a short time, she was completely conquered by Su Xiaocai's personality charm, and was very attached to her. She always felt that without Su Xiaokai, she might not be able to do anything well. I changed from a crybaby to a better person now, thank you so much. I will remember your words. It was still too early to say goodbye, but Li Lei wanted to put the words aside first, so as not to forget them. Su Xiaokai watched them leave, stood under the porch, and looked at the large piece of land in front of the house. War is always cruel, and they are reluctant to let her go. She was also a little reluctant, because if friendship is to last, it does not matter if it is day and night. So Su Xiaokai hoped that the vegetable farmers could survive every war in the future. When alive, it is friendship. When dead, we can only remember and mourn. The mother body she killed was lying in a temporary cold storage. She took out the red mecha that had just been made, and felt a sense of crisis in her heart. It seems that one mecha is not enough. Humans' fear of the unknown usually comes from insufficient firepower. Su Xiaokai nodded to herself. It was time to show her real skills. That night, Su Xiaokai continued to stay up late to study the cooking oil first. She put it into the analysis instrument first to see the composition of the ingredients inside. Spoiled cooking oil has all kinds of stuff in it. She first separated out the dust, sand, and other large impurities in it. Then she took the mother slices with slight activity and did experiments. See what the cooking oil actually does. Send it into a special magnifying instrument to observe the slice structure. The insect man's tissues do not have the same structure as animal cells, and are very different from normal cells, at least in shape. When exposed to the air, they are still like predators, aggressive, and constantly extend very small thorns to try to capture nutrients in the air. But their energy is very small, too small to complete the feeding. Attacking is instinctive, and can only be regarded as a feint. Absorption must go through other organs and tissues. Slicing can only keep them tenacious. Su Xiaokai dripped a little bit of the sampled oil into it. A magical thing happened. As soon as the oil touched the slices, the cells began to proliferate, but they were not recovering, but proliferating indiscriminately. It was very similar to cancer. When the oil disappeared, it was still proliferating, but its speed was obviously slowed down. Then the activity completely disappeared, and a layer of yellow liquid was left instead. Su Xiaokai was stunned. Is it that simple? No wonder it can trap the greedy. These bad cooking oils can actually accelerate the recovery speed and then inactivate. But what is the principle? Su Xiaokai is more interested. It is undeniable that there are many genius experiments among perverted scientists. They are not bound by any experimental materials, free from moral constraints, and try whatever they want. Although I don't agree, there is really something. Su Xiaokai was very excited, with crazy eyes, and continued to do the experiment. Xia Wanzi was worried about Su Xiaocai's health, and reminded her not to stay up late. Seeing that she was concentrating and didn't respond, she cleared her throat like a human. After Hua came here, it seems that she met a female cat. Su Xiaokai stopped. Huh? Xia Wanzi said this. She could listen. What breed? Where is the female cat? Xia Wanzi wants you to sleep. Let's talk about the female cat tomorrow. Now I tell you, you can't see it. Xia Wanzi learned to control it. Looking at the time, it was already 2 o'clock in the morning. Su Xiaokai also felt that the experiment could not be successful in one go, as her equipment was not complete enough. She would apply to transfer the laboratory equipment to her tomorrow. After cleaning up the experimental equipment and items, Su Xiaokai took off her gloves, rubbed her sore eyes, and went to sleep. There was no rush. Su Xiaokai attached great importance to Hua having a girlfriend. Don't lie to me, I will cry. Xiao Maruko, oh, you can only fake cry. Don't tear people apart when they are in trouble. The next morning, Su Xiaokai shook Xia Wanzi to ask about the whole story. Xia Wanzi's eyes were like mosquito coils, and she said dazedly, Hua Hua is pursued by a female cat, and she doesn't hate the female cat, and she rubs against the cat. I guess you can see it soon. The female cat came on the first day, and always wanders around. Oh! Su Xiaokai stared at Hua Hua, who was licking her paws. Since she met Hua Hua, she knew that she was a self-disciplined cat with no desire. It is a great thing for a cat to be favored by Hua Hua. Rebellious sons really don't like arranged marriages. Su Xiaokai sighed. The ones in the Capital Star Laboratory are now growing up well, but Hua Hua doesn't like them. By the way, how did Hua Hua get caught and sold to me? Su Xiaokai picked up Hua Hua, who was squatting by the door. Hua Hua, tell me, why did you get caught? Hua Hua didn't understand and refused to answer. It can't say that greed ruined it. In addition, the first shit shoveler was Su Laudi, who had no worries about food and drink and could play freely in the fields. Only fools would resist. It is the smartest cat, and a moment of stubbornness is not as good as a meal ticket for a lifetime. Su Xiaokai waited at the door since dawn. After waiting for more than an hour, the female cat mentioned by Maruko finally appeared. Su Xiaocai's mouth twitched. Hua Hua's eyes were so unique. The streamlined body interprets what wild beauty is. This is a leopard short-haired cat as big as a medium-sized dog. This body shape is a bit unequal. The spots are evenly distributed, the limbs are slender, maybe it didn't hunt for food, the nutrition is a bit bad, and the fur is a bit frizzy. Not as bright as Hua Hua's fur. When the leopard cat saw Su Xiaokai from a distance, it was very alert, with its limbs lowered, ready to attack or escape at any time. Su Xiaokai did not move, and it did not move either, and the two looked at each other for a long time. Hua Hua meowed. The leopard cat finally reacted, and it meowed at Hua Hua, and the clip sound was particularly cute. Su Xiaokai smiled and asked Xia Wanzi to take out a plate of cat food, and Hua Hua gave a plate of insect man meat. There was no shortage of insect men on Blue Star, so she could give Hua Hua more to eat. Hua Hua, call your friends to come over to eat. Su Xiaokai pointed at the leopard cat, and then touched Hua Hua's head. Hua Hua must not have understood, but since there was something delicious, it would be okay to share some food with the little beauty. Chapter 167. After 2 calls, the leopard cat slowly moved forward, its eyes fixed on Su Xiaokai to prevent her from attacking. Su Xiaokai knew that cats were creatures that should never be touched when they didn't trust you. Cats that grew up in the wild were very wild. Forced contact would cause a stress response, and it would be even harder to approach next time. It was very different from Hua Hua's family. Hua Hua had a high IQ, and would not tear up long-term meal tickets. Cultivate some feelings, and you can pet them at will. The leopard cat walked slowly to the front of the house, unwilling to get close, scratching the ground, and meowed twice. Hua Hua meowed back impatiently. The leopard cat, like a reluctant young wife, finally came to the bowl. While eating the food in the bowl, it did not relax, always staring at Su Xiaokai to see if she had any intention of attacking. In the corridor, Su Xiaokai and Xia Wanzi were on this side, and the 2 cats were on the other side, all very quiet. Su Xiaokai did not let Xia Wanzi feed too much, just a few mouthfuls, so that the leopard cat could get used to the food. This big cat is not a picky eater, except for the insect man, which is very heavy and dangerous for animals. After the leopard cat finished eating its portion, it sniffed the food in Hua Hua's bowl and immediately lost its appetite. It rubbed against Hua Hua, and Hua Hua's paw pressed its big head. It had to finish eating first before playing with it. Seeing that they were getting along well, Su Xiaokai stopped observing, and was quite satisfied with Hua Hua's young wife. She told Xia Wanzi to keep a close eye on Hua Hua, and not let the leopard cat run away. Xia Wanzi looked at Hua Hua's lazy state after eating. The possibility of running away was infinitely close to zero. It was difficult to go from extravagant to frugal. Besides, Hua Hua had a high IQ and strong force. She would not get lost outside, and could not come back unless someone deliberately caught her. Under normal circumstances, it cannot return to nature, and has become a complete house cat. 2 days later, the entire city was cleaned up, and the remaining insects and dilapidated buildings were all cleared away. The workload was very large, and the contestants were so tired that they slept as soon as they lay down every day, ate at a certain time, and had no activities. On this day, the scholars came on a small warship. Many famous scholars came, each with 2 assistants, and the number was huge, more than expected. When Lieutenant General Bai went to greet them, he was surprised. He asked Colonel Yuan and the secretary, "Has the front line won a victory?" Don't these scholars usually like to hide in quiet places? It's AI Xiaoping and several professors. They don't want to leave Su Xiaokai. Then they go back to discuss with some friends. Knowledge cannot be hidden. The friends of these scholars are usually scholars too. They have some ability and connections, so they will naturally come with them even if they have to break their heads. If nothing else, just the fact that Su Xiaokai is here is worth the risk. Just like in the Mecha Master Circle, many players come for Lieutenant General by himself. They want to follow him to the stars, and the sea to fight against the Zerg. In the academic circle, AI Xiaoping is a top figure, and ordinary people don't know him very well. All college students in the Mecha Department, Architecture Department, and Mechanical Engineering Department, as long as they want to take the postgraduate entrance examination, all want to apply to be his postgraduate students. Let's put it this way, the research funds, professional title level, research project progress and other factors of professors will limit the number of postgraduate students. But AI Xiaoping has no such restrictions. As long as he says it, he can have one more postgraduate student under his name. Lieutenant General Bai, does Su Xiaokai have such a great influence in the academic circle? More than you think. Colonel Yuan told Lieutenant General Bai, Su Xiaocai's performance in the expert-level test of the insect people this time was a great achievement that all other examinees were annihilated. So many academic masters were not as fast as her in answering questions, nor were they as accurate as her. You can imagine how powerful she is. Lieutenant General Bai thought secretly, so when she took the college entrance examination, she didn't get full marks, just because she wanted to keep a low profile? I'm not afraid of the academic god getting full marks, I'm afraid that the academic god will control the score. When she doesn't want to control the score, no one can surpass her. Su Xiaokai, it's not that I want to keep a low profile. I know that some of the answers to the questions require me to fill in the opinions I think are wrong in order to get points, so I choose not to do it. There is a quota for each expert-level exam, and it doesn't mean that you will definitely be admitted if you pass the exam. So this is not a rare thing. After welcoming the scholars, Lieutenant General Bai turned to train the players. He will organize a battle tomorrow. Group battle. For single soldiers without teams, they will be led by soldiers equipped with mechanical limbs. The professors were handed over to Colonel Yuan for reception. Colonel Yuan said that they would be arranged in an underground laboratory with a high security level. AI Xiaoping waved his hand quickly. Where is Professor Su? Where is she? Who is safer than being with her? I believe in her security level. It is inconvenient to disclose. She has refused all visits. If the professor wants to find her, why not send her a private message? You are not being kind. We just want to be closer to Professor Su. AI Xiaoping is familiar with Colonel Yuan, and he pulled his shoulder. Can you arrange for us to live closer to her? It is rare to see Professor AI's mischievous look, and Colonel Yuan doesn't know whether to laugh or cry. It's not that I don't want to arrange it, but there is no one who can live there except her house. It's okay, we brought our own portable room, and there's a protective cover, so safety is guaranteed. Colonel Yuan, But Su Xiaokai wants to be alone, and if so many of you go to disturb her, she get mad at him. Su Xiaokai was so bold as to invade the artificial intelligence and take over Planet 022 on Planet 022. Colonel Yuan was almost on his knees. He couldn't pretend to obey Su Xiaokai. This little ancestor is harder to serve than Lieutenant General Bai. I go ask first. You go, remember to say hello for me. Colonel Yuan sighed and turned to make a phone call. The eager gaze made his back itch. After receiving Colonel Yuan's request, Su Xiaokai was speechless for a while. After a long while he said, if you want to live near me, I have a few requirements. Use the communicator to contact me, don't knock on the door. I heard that there are professors from the agricultural college who can live closer, but they can't touch my land. Communication is free, but you have to pay for asking for advice. Please make it clear before you come. For those who want to take classes, except for the 10 people on the list, the others have to pay. I will give you the price list later. The second round of classes still had 10 students, and Su Xiaokai had to teach different things. The last class focused on mecha and artificial intelligence, and the second class was about mechanical limb maintenance. They value the establishment of a theoretical system and in-depth understanding, so most of the professors are highly respected or of great potential. This time the course is about the maintenance of triangular protective devices, mechanical limbs, and specially developed blackwing bodies, and the staff is young, both male and female. After knowing Su Xiaocai's idea, AI Xiaoping felt that she was right to do so, and that not everyone who wanted to learn something should go to her. Not all the professors present here are grateful, Some of them are just here to take advantage. Soon, Su Xiaokai sent the price list. Colonel Yuan looked at it carefully. So many zeros. For consulting questions, one question costs more than 100,000. Basically, the more money you make, the more expensive you charge. For classes, one class starts at 1 million. Professor Ai Shemping looked at it and didn't think it was wrong. Su Xiaocai's course is worth it, and you earn money if you learn. He nodded and agreed. Okay, take me there now. Other professors, who didn't know about Su Xiaokai, pulled Colonel Yuan over and wanted to see the price list. They were all dumbfounded. Didn't they agree to be generous and virtuous? Why charge money? Several professors walked aside and muttered in dissatisfaction, is it a fake, deliberately colluding with the AI family to do bad things? Ai Shemping is not that kind of person. But the Su family has started charging, and it's so expensive, it's like robbing money. Ai Shemping heard it, and was too lazy to argue. Their plan was no different from robbing money. Learn the knowledge, research and develop the finished product, hand it over to the manufacturer behind it, and Cuckoo will make money. At that time, not only will they not think that Su Xiaokai has made any contribution, but they will also accuse her behind her back. Hey, this is what our shareholders got from Su Xiaokai for free. She is so stupid. Even in the autobiography compiled later, he will not mention the person who taught him, but only boast that he learned it for free. Ai Shemping snorted coldly, gave all the luggage to the assistant, asked the bodyguard to build the house first, and he went to meet Su Xiaokai. He has two identities. One is a leading professor at June West School. The other is affiliated with the military. His contribution has exceeded that of a general, but he has no real power. He can absolutely ensure loyalty, and is not afraid of doubt. If he wants to take classes, will the military just sit back and watch? If he doesn't pay, they will use resources to compensate. Insects, plant seeds, minerals, new materials, Su Xiaokai likes them all. Ai Shemping quickly chose a good location, and sent a private message to Su Xiaokai. After getting Su Xiaocai's reply, he went to visit Su Xiaokai with 2 cages of live chickens, and a box of white mice. The chicken in the cage poked its head out, stretched and shrank, and clucked. Colonel Yuan thought it was hard to evaluate this gift. Professor Ai, who was gentle and polite and came from the city, became extremely down-to-earth after meeting Su Xiaokai, even with a hint of rusticity. His trouser legs were pulled up, and he didn't mind stepping on the mud barefoot. Su Xiaocai's frown relaxed when she saw Ai Shemping's gift. Not bad, there are live chickens. Now in the city, let alone live chickens, there are no whole frozen chickens for sale. The meat sellers are limited to fish, and it is good to have fish to sell. It took several days to clean up the insects in the sea. If it weren't for the giants in the sea who could fight the insects, there would probably be very few fish left. Are you here to rebuild the mechanical planet this time? Ai Shemping was not afraid to tell Su Xiaokai, we were invited to teach some of the contestants knowledge, and also to build a satellite base over the blue planet. Not to build a new mechanical planet. Didn't Admiral Bai say that you are still drawing the aircraft carrier map? I am not the only one involved in the aircraft carrier map. I will take time to discuss it with them online. The front line here is more urgent, and the satellite base is equivalent to the rear of the front line. You know the geographical location here, it is a bit difficult to supply food. Blue Star can develop planting and breeding industries. The construction of satellite bases, including large-scale circular space shuttles, is the key to free trade. After all, only large warships can make self-jumps, and other aircraft carriers do not meet the conditions. There is a loophole in the space jump point. If you know the anchor point, you can cross the galaxy. The opposite empire has always wanted to come to the border, so the circular space shuttle is usually moved. The anchor point needs to be connected through software to locate the aircraft carrier. Otherwise, it is very likely that the people of the empire will directly shuttle through space. There were once imperial nobles who bowed their heads and begged here, saying that as long as they were given a small place, they would be willing to come here with a lot of resources. The top leaders of the 10-Star Republic did not believe their lies at all. The empire could develop to its current scale only because of invasion and war. Now that they are attacked by the insect people, they feel that they need to find a safe place to hide. In terms of peace and comfort in the rear, which country can compare with this place? Why does the empire have so many spies lurking in the 10-star systems? They are still thieves and want to come here in a group. Anyway, according to the empire's tricks, once they set their eyes on it, they think it is theirs. If you don't give it to them, they will be more greedy. This is why the 10-star systems are so resistant to contact with the empire. I may trouble you to take care of it, Mr. Su. Ai Shemping can say this, which means that the higher-ups hope that Su Xiaokai will participate. Su Xiaokai also appreciates it. Okay, if you have any questions and I can answer them, you might as well ask me. Can I sign up for the course? Why should you sign up? You will understand the courses you learn naturally after you have mastered them. It's a waste of money. That's not right. Maybe I can learn new knowledge from the course. It would be awkward if I charged you money. Su Xiaokai rolled her eyes. I heard that you are going to take apprentices. Take these 2 people from my team, and everything else will be fine. AI Xingping's knowledge is enough to guide Sasha and Lele. With him leading them, there is no need to worry about them being bullied. AI Xingping knew Feng Wansha and Li Lele. Feng Wansha was okay, but AI Xingping felt that Li Lele's character was still a little worse. AI Xingping, who was always very strict with apprentices, agreed with a smile. Su Xiaokai was generous enough to let him come to class, free of charge. If you can get more chickens, ducks, and geese, you can try to get them. She loves to eat. The chickens were still alive, and Su Xiaokai instructed Xia Wanzi to build a chicken shed with her. The leopard cat is a wild cat. Without a chicken shed, these chickens might become its prey. On the other hand, the contestants who wanted to take classes chose professors on the software, and after choosing, it would be the professor's turn to choose them. If someone is not selected, they either quit or continue to receive training. There is no other choice. Feng Wansha and Li Lele followed AI Xingping smoothly, and they were the only 2 apprentices following AI Xingping. There were too many, and AI Xingping could not teach them all. He had already brought 2 assistants, who were graduate students and also needed guidance. Soon after, the Blue Star restart plan began. Lieutenant General Bai took a group of people to kill insects in outer space. More than 100,000 contestants formed a new army and arrived near the destroyed mechanical planet to kill insects every day. When they come across intact equipment or building materials, they are dragged back to Blue Star for renovation and reuse. While vegetable farmers are busy outside, Su Xiaokai is diligent in planting on Blue Star, even more freely than on Su's planet. She found that there are many thunderstorms on Blue Star, which is very suitable for trying to grow blue gold healing mushrooms. She drove a home mecha to the forest to find rotten wood, moved it back to the field, and planted it nearby. She poured water on the rotten wood, and then smeared spores on the rotten wood. While she was working hard, a native of Blue Star passed by. This person was very good-looking, young and energetic. For some reason, Su Xiaokai could see a hint of familiarity in him. He suddenly came over to greet her. What are you growing? Growing some fungus to eat. Su Xiaokai made it up casually. As for what will grow on the rotten wood, that is a matter for the future. For a moment, there was no speech, and the embarrassment seemed to be contagious. The 2 majors who came to help Su Xiaokai move the wood slowly passed by the young man. Major Lu looked at him for a long time. Why don't you ask who I am? Even more embarrassed. The young man touched his nose and introduced himself. I am a volunteer from Blue Star. My last name is Yang Zhao. I live near the city now. Are you an agricultural expert? Or are you a volunteer like me? This man smiled with a different temperament. Noble? Su Xiaokai couldn't tell, so she lied. No, don't look at my white skin. I am a farmer who specializes in growing vegetables. The 2 majors who took off their shirts were sweating profusely. Su Xiaokai pointed at them and said, These are my 2 brothers. There was no follow-up. She was too lazy to introduce herself. Really? The young man glanced at the 2 majors, then returned his gaze to Su Xiaokai. Do you need my help? Are you interested in me? Su Xiaocai's smile was sweet, so sweet that it was scary. People who knew her knew that she was calculating. The 2 major brothers didn't know, and thought she had a good impression of the young man in front of him. Sister, don't pay attention to strangers. He said he was a volunteer, but who knows if he is? Bad people don't have it written on their faces. Yang Zhao looked innocent and asked suspiciously, You are not locals, right? Although we Blue Star people are wary of outsiders, we will not say bad things to their faces. Really? Yes, and you don't have a Blue Star accent. Yang Zhao was observant. They are soldiers, right? Are you a military logistics officer? Su Xiaokai put down the things at hand. Yes, logistics officer. So you want to help me grow vegetables? Have you grown vegetables before? His fingers are very slender and have no calluses, but you can see that he has muscles and is a person who exercises regularly. Yang Zhao said honestly, I have never planted vegetables, but I can learn. He lifted his trouser legs and stepped into the field. With just one step, Su Xiaokai was sure that he really had no experience in farming, because he stepped on the ridge, which had just been watered and was at its softest. He got his foot directly into the soft mud. His face froze, but he quickly recovered. Since you begged me to plant it, then plant it. This is coconut cabbage seeds, help me plant it. I teach you. Su Shaokai really taught him how to plant patiently. Yang Zhao accepted it well. Under the scorching sun, beads of sweat oozed from his forehead. Su Shaokai saw it, and kindly gave him a straw hat. Originally, this was made by a robot. Since he wanted to experience it himself, let this noble man experience the difficulties of farmers. And then, there was nothing else. Su Shaokai looked at the time, and went to give lunch to his new neighbor, the leopard cat. Sorry, I have something urgent to do. You continue to plant. It's okay. I said I would help you. I will definitely finish it. Thank you. Su Shaokai walked away. The two majors didn't know whether to leave or not. Seeing that the young man was still planting, they felt a little embarrassed. With duty in hand, he had no choice but to leave with a blank expression. After Su Shaokai packed the leopard cat's small bowl and placed it next to the chair where she sat, she chose to sit on the other side of the veranda this time, so that the leopard cat could get familiar with her smell. The drones flew around overhead, and the two majors checked the surroundings and told Su Shaokai, "That man is still planting." They sat while he worked. It seemed like they were bullying an honest man. Chapter 168. The two majors had not yet come into contact with the old fox outside. In the troops led by the same general, the disputes would not rise to mortal enemies. At most, they disliked each other, and the means of playing dirty tricks were relatively gentle. They felt that the young man was quite pitiful. Su Shaokai smiled lightly. "I call my friend, and you will know why I bullied him. Isn't it just a matter of men wanting to pursue girls?" She turned on the hand-free and contacted Ji Li. "Hello. Brother Ji, have you eaten?" Ji Li had just laid down on the bed, and closed his eyes when Su Shaokai called him. He dared not refuse the call. "What's the matter?" "Su Shaokai, I have something to ask you." The speed of her speech was neither fast nor slow, and her tone was relaxed and cheerful. Ji Li understood that this little thing must be causing trouble again. Kai, there is a time difference between you and me, you better really have something to do." Su Shaokai, time difference? I would have forgotten if you hadn't mentioned it. Bullshit, Su Shaokai rarely reworked when making a plan, and she must have thought about the time difference before contacting him. "I have something to ask you. Aren't you curious about my love history? Kissing Hua or Chidi Maruko?" She was just short of saying that she had no love history at all. "Su Shaokai, I was away for only a few days, not a few years. After all, I can't stand the long-distance separation. You are already impatient with me." "Huh?" Ji Li lifted the quilt and got out of bed. There were many more furnishings in his top-floor room in the laboratory, including a wardrobe, a sofa, a computer desk, a stereo projection, and a world-famous painting, a watercolor turtle painted by Su Shaokai. The famous paintings looked good, but Ji Li liked the one in the infirmary better. His room was filled with the best things he had ever bought. Ji Li picked them himself, and Su Shaokai paid for them. He couldn't let people be treated like slaves and live in an empty room. Ji Li poured a glass of water and said calmly, "Tell me what's going on. What's the mentality of a stranger suddenly coming up to you and offering to help you, and acting very diligent? Self-abuse." Ji Li put down the glass and knocked on the table. "You're not talking about me, are you? How is it possible? Brother Ji and I are so familiar with each other. I always beg you to do things." "That's better." Ji Li continued to drink the remaining water, turned it upside down on the tea rack, and got back to business. "The person you are talking about, is he a man or a woman?" "A man. He looks good, handsome, the kind of handsome that is refreshing. It's really a matter of feelings." It's hard for Su Shaokai to describe the temperament of that person. She has never seen that type of person. "I think he is a little strange, but I can't put my finger on it, so I want to consult your opinion. Are there any photos or videos?" "Yes." After a while, Su Shaokai asked, "How is it?" Ji Li likes to observe people. When walking on the street, his eyes are his ruler. He can judge the personality of others based on how they speak, act, and dress. He has seen all kinds of people, and he also thinks it is difficult to describe the person in the video. This person has a good family, and can even be called wealthy. His clothes are tailor-made, and the fabric is breathable and comfortable. He has good manners, his shoulders are naturally stretched and straight, and he does not act rudely. He is a bit obsessive-compulsive and likes symmetry. His belt is a symmetrical elastic belt. He wears the same ring on both hands, and his communication device is also symmetrical. And then, don't you think he is noble? Maybe a noble and domineering look, like a young master of the power? Every move he makes Su Shaokai feel strange. It's the kind of strangeness that I have never met before. Geely raised his eyebrows. You can't observe so much from one video. I can only draw one conclusion. The two majors pricked up their ears. Tell me what conclusion you have drawn. He is interested in you, so he is a pervert. Major, question mark. So straightforward, aren't you afraid of being beaten? Why do you say that? Su Xiaokai is very cute, and makes people want to protect her. You want to say I am short again. Geely laughed softly. I am not very short, you are just too small. He is not Luo Lianliang, I have no favor to him. A rich man with obsessive-compulsive disorder will not be easily interested in people, and help people for free, unless you are the type he likes. Or maybe he already knew who you are. Su Xiaokai shrugged at the two majors. Look, there's a lot of information in there. My identity is not a secret. Since Yang Zhao is not poor, and is not from a backward planet, there's no reason why he doesn't know me. The unintentional don't need to pretend, but the intentional have many flaws. The two majors understood that although Su Xiaokai was a little pretty, she was not the stunning type. They looked like they had eaten shit. Yang Zhao's harmless appearance was a big plus, and the two majors couldn't think of it for a while. It was too normal. Su Xiaokai explained the recent experimental situation to Ji Li, and asked him if he had any new results in the past 2 days. No, the only new result is that your sweet fruit seedlings not only survived, but also exploded after the seeds matured. The seeds fell into the mud. Do you need to save some? Su Xiaokai, yes, thank you, Brother Ji. It's late, I'm going to sleep first. Yeah, I find you next time if I have any questions. What else can Su Xiaokai ask him? It can only be psychological counseling and boredom relief. Ji Li sighed. Please find Xiaokai next time and choose a suitable time. Yeah. Su Xiaokai agreed first. Whether to do it or not is a matter for the next time. As good friends, it is normal to fool each other. Yang Zhao insisted on finishing the farm work and putting away the farm tools. He looked at Su Xiaocai's side. This place was too far away from Su Xiaocai's residence. He smiled at the drone above his head, and the smile on his mouth gradually deepened. It seemed that he had done ineffective work. He did not act angry. He put the things away and left, calmly and leisurely, as if being seen through was not a big deal. Su Xiaokai admired this person's cultivation and demeanor. This really didn't seem like he was pretending. It was much more real than before. 2 intelligence officers happened to write at this time, saying that they had found the entrance mechanism of the laboratory. They hadn't entered yet, waiting for Su Xiaokai. Su Xiaokai put on her clothes, and the leopard cat just ran over and watched her pick up Hua Hua and run away. Its ears were lowered, like airplane ears. Its eyes revealed vigilance and sadness. Zaya Onesie knocked on the bowl. Xiaobao, come and eat. The leopard cat didn't move, squatting there, staring into the distance, as if waiting for Hua Hua to come back. Zaya Onesie also squatted and looked at it. I don't know how long it waited, but the leopard cat couldn't resist the hunger and walked gracefully to the place where Su Xiaokai put down the cat food. After eating, it may be that there were no humans around, so it laid down next to Zaya Onesie. The scene of the robot and the cat getting along is very warm and harmonious. It took Su Xiaokai 10 minutes to reach the previous laboratory entrance. The intelligence personnel explained to Su Xiaokai why it took several days. We originally thought that the energy supply was cut off, which made it impossible to open it. In fact, the starting mechanism is in another place to enter. The two took Su Xiaokai around, and entered the laboratory from the residential area. Halfway through, an investigator pushed open a door, and the mechanism was hidden in a place that the public ignored. When there is energy, it is tightly closed, and there is no need to worry about someone accidentally breaking in. After losing energy, it can be pushed in. After entering, Su Xiaokai wrinkled his nose. Underground canal? Yes. The laboratory also uses canals for transportation. There are no homeless people on Blue Star, and few people live in smelly canals. Even if there are 1 or 2, they will be at the outlet, and will not go deep into the city. The manhole cover cannot be opened, and it is difficult for children to accidentally play in the canal. The concealment is excellent. The road builders will not change the direction of the canal even if they modify it every year. If it were not for the Insect Man attack and the internal Insect Man response out of control, the laboratory would not be exposed. The laboratory is in a relatively deep place. After walking downhill for a while, the intelligence personnel counted the drainage outlets and came to an ordinary place. The two of them pushed the wall together. A narrow passage appeared behind the wall. The two majors felt that the entrance was very abstract. About 5 meters above their heads was the side door of the hospital, which was closed all year round, further reducing the possibility of passers-by discovering it. How did you find this place? Not only was it tightly closed, but there were no traces on the ground. It was slippery and nauseating to step on. There is a problem with the lighting. This place is painted with paint and glue. It looks no different from other places. It is equivalent to drawing a camouflage picture to make it look real. The Major stepped on it lightly and felt the difference. This place was obviously much cleaner, but it was hard to detect because of the slippery things on the soles of his shoes. A simple trick. Yes, a simple trick. We also calculated the distance and direction and slowly found this place. The laboratories over there are basically doing drug testing and drug research. Even if they find out, it is just an illegal treatment. By throwing it to the hospital director, the Min family can easily get rid of the crime. The intelligence officer flashed a flashlight. Are you ready? This is our first time going in. Su Shaokai took out a thin exoskeleton. Put it on. It can protect you from danger. It can help you speed up. The two majors and the intelligence officer did not refuse. When they first put it on, their mouths were in an O shape. This exoskeleton was a little difficult to put on, but it was very light and fully functional. It automatically covered the transparent lens that did not block the view, and it could see at night. In the case of exposure, it could probably be quickly converted. Grab your fist, and you will feel that doing anything will be much easier. The key is that it fits very closely, like an extra layer of supporting bones outside the body. The body is only about one circle bigger. Lieutenant General by his right, Professor Su, you are very good at hiding things. This thing can be used as a battle suit. This one can't. This exoskeleton has a limit. You can stay in the mecha cabin for 10 days or half a month without coming out, but this thing can only last for 3 days at most. If the mecha cabin is broken, it will be difficult for you to deal with it, and it will hinder your movement. If it breaks down in the current situation, it means you will die several times. It cannot replace the current exoskeleton, but it is very suitable for use in narrow environments, and its strength and speed are greatly improved. For people, that makes sense, and there is no way to refute it. This one can't be used. Is there another style? Su Shaokai, right. The one she gave Wu Qingqing is an exoskeleton suit, which is lighter and designed for space environment. Hee. Major Lu said, then I will report to the commander. This small action is probably worth another merit. Su Shaokai, Did Lieutenant General Bai cast a spell on the soldiers? They are all loyal, and they didn't even ask her if it was okay. Major Lu didn't ask, and it was useless to ask. He would still report it. There would be more benefits to report it openly and conceal it. Of course, he would report it openly, so that Lieutenant General Bai wouldn't have to find someone to test him in a roundabout way, which would instead arouse Su Xiaocai's vigilance. Su Shaokai is a smart person, and she must have guessed that they would report it. After a while, let's go. Major Chen took the lead. They could see the surroundings clearly without turning on the lights. The lights were turned on. Su Shaokai fumbled on the right side of the door and turned on the lights. The whole corridor was illuminated. Nowadays, many homes are controlled by smart housekeepers. Just tell the housekeeper to turn on the lights. Traditional light switches are rarely used. For a while, several people could not react. It was useless to hesitate, so they continued to walk. The corridor was not long, and 3 people could just walk side by side. The intelligence personnel kept observing the surrounding environment. At the end was a room with a big hole in the corner of the roof. The hole was blocked by fallen rocks. A mixture of oil and water was seeping down. Above the head was probably the area of the greedy. And there was also a hole on the ground. The steel bar broke and pointed upwards. It could be seen that something inside had run out and hit it. Then the question came, why didn't Hua show any yearning last time? This time it was also very well behaved. Turn on the searchlight, and the light shines down. The 5 people inhaled together. There were so many insect people. Rows of huge petri dishes, with hideous insect heads. They closed their eyes tightly, motionless, still frightening. Su Shaokai subconsciously looked at Hua, but Hua didn't react. It would rather stretch out its claws to touch the steel bars to play. The thing below is probably a chimera. Send a message to Colonel Yuan. We are too few and cannot take risks. Su Shaokai was not in a hurry. She looked around to identify the location and simulate the escape route. After waiting for almost an hour, the investigator brought all the soldiers in. Colonel Yuan personally led a team, fully equipped, with a telescopic ladder and weapons. Su Shaokai was still putting exoskeletons on the people who were going down the cave. Colonel Yuan looked at her deeply. Here it comes again. Su Xiaocai's space button seemed like a treasure chest that could never be emptied. They moved quickly and went down to explore first. The underground area was larger than the area above, but there was no danger, and the danger seemed to have been eliminated. From the broken petri dishes, it could be seen that the insect people were in a hurry to get out, and did not rescue their companions. I take Hua Hua down to have a look. Su Xiaokai slid down the ladder nimbly, holding Hua Hua in one hand. When they got underground, Hua Hua still didn't react, but it was also curious about the thing curled up in the glass. Meow. It squinted and tilted its head several times. Are these people still human? Suddenly, someone dropped a small object on the ground, making a crisp sound. Following the sound, Su Xiaokai walked over. Her pupil shrank slightly, and she finally understood why Hua Hua didn't react. In one of the petri dishes, there was a child who was transformed into half human and half insect. The child was probably less than 5 years old, and still had baby fat on his face, but below the neck, he had lost his human form. No wonder Hua Hua didn't react. In principle, these things were not the same thing as insect people. Did she come to the wrong place? Su Xiaokai touched the touch screen under the petri dish. It needed authentication to unlock. She said calmly, I need some time to crack it. For safety, they sent a few more people to protect Su Xiaokai. At the same time, a team of people from the identification department came outside. This time, they sent a truly professional team, including Yang Zhao. He was wearing professional clothes, with a thin waist and long legs. The Major and Colonel Yuan blocked him, and he didn't go any further. Hi, we meet again. Su Xiaokai didn't hear it, and focused on cracking it. Seeing that Su Xiaokai didn't respond, he had no choice but to put on gloves and go around to collect samples. Major Chen and Major Lu felt that Yang Zhao couldn't bear to look at him when they thought of the conversation between Su Xiaokai and Ji Li. They were determined to protect Su Xiaokai. Knowing that Yang Zhao was a forensic doctor from Blue Star, they agreed with Ji Li's statement and did not discriminate against forensic doctors, but this kid was definitely not a good thing. A female forensic doctor following behind Yang Zhao looked at Su Xiaokai curiously. Brother Yang, who is this? Do you know her? Su Xiaokai. She is Su Xiaokai? The female medical examiner had heard of Su Xiaokai's name. She is from the military? What is she doing? Miss Feng, you and I just got here. How can I know what the other party is doing? Please use your professional qualities to perform this mission. Don't ask questions that you shouldn't ask. Feng Richuan pouted aggrievedly. I just said that. Why are you blaming me? The coquettish scolding made the soldier, who was traveling with her, tremble. The clip sound was too high-pitched and too sharp. If you don't know how to clip, don't clip. Su Xiaokai spent 20 minutes and finally cracked it. The moment she cracked the code, the child monster in the petri dish moved. It opened its eyes and looked at Su Xiaokai. Its scaly tentacles squirmed. Its red eyes flashed with appetite. It was forced to sleep for a few days and was hungry. Its mouth split open, revealing multiple rows of sharp teeth like shark teeth. The people protecting her raised their weapons and pointed them at the petri dish. Hua Hua started to get angry at the things in the petri dish. Su Xiaokai didn't have time to think about it, and didn't see Hua Hua's abnormality. She observed its data changes through the touch screen. When the data value reached the red abnormality, a yellow injection appeared above the petri dish. After piercing into its body, the awakened monster screamed and then quieted down. The data also returned to normal. It looked up in fear, not daring to show its ferocity to Su Xiaokai again. The fat of a child was cute and scary. Can Professor Su see anything? It was just transforming into a bug man, but the injection in the petri dish was stopping the process. Su Xiaokai brought up a page on the touch screen. The monster's body was connected to many tubes. It seemed to be a nutrient delivery tube. She was going to cut it off. Pop! A petri dish next to it cracked. Su Xiaokai frowned, then saw that all the data on the touch screen was changing, and the voice of Wisdom 03 came from the headset. The server controlling the petri dish is disconnecting. This is a trap. It happened in an instant. All the petri dishes began to shatter from the inside. The terrifying monster inside was released. Colonel Yuan shouted for people to evacuate quickly. The people closest to the entrance retreated as ordered. The monster lost its restraints and slowly woke up. Chapter 169. Someone was unable to dodge and got caught by the monster's tentacles. He was caught by the monster and pulled into the monster pile. That was an official from Blue Star who came with the identification department. Ah! The short cry disappeared, and everyone's scalp tingled. Hua Hua became irritable. It arched its body, its fur stood up, and scratched with its claws anxiously, leaving deep claw marks on the floor. Su Xiaokai picked it up and put it on his shoulder. Colonel Yuan and others were terrified. Su Xiaokai really trusted this little pet. What if the cat lost its former cleverness and couldn't control itself? Obviously, their worries were unnecessary. Rather than worrying about Hua scratching Su Xiaokai, they should worry about themselves. They were trapped. The exit was just above, but it was occupied by monsters that broke the petri dish. The people outside took emergency measures and built weapons to gather at the entrance. The space button can't be opened, Major Lu said. They pulled aside and shrank the team, sticking to a wall. There was a petri dish in front as a defense platform, protecting the 3 people without weapons. Someone has blocked the space. Su Xiaokai scanned the people here and happened to meet Yang Zhao's eyes. Yang Zhao's eyes were full of panic, but he pretended to be calm. He was also afraid, and it didn't seem like he was pretending. The space button could be used just now, but it can't be used now. It can only prove that someone took advantage of the situation to bring things in, and it was the Blue Star Identification Department who came with him. I don't know who it is, everyone is suspicious. The space blocker must be nearby. It's just that the monsters occupy most of the place, and can't find it. The tentacles and meatballs surged in this space, constantly compressing their range. Colonel Yuan, take turns shooting, try to save ammunition, and ensure the safety of Professor Su. Colonel Yuan and several soldiers opened their weapons to attack. With the firepower coverage, they will be fine for the time being. Monsters that have not completed the transformation are still afraid of physical attacks. Luckily, they had already raised their weapons to take a defensive posture before they came in, otherwise they would have become lambs to be slaughtered. The monsters screamed in pain, each of them was weird and disgusting, and there were nutrition tubes inserted in their bodies. In the process of breaking free, green mucus splashed out, and the roof and the ground were all covered with green. Some nutrients may have been stored for a long time, and the pipes have not been cleaned, so the stench of rotten meat burst out. Feng Richuan retched, this unfortunate thing, how can it be more disgusting than the insect man? This is just the beginning, you have never experienced the truly disgusting insect man. It's just some experimental defective products. The smell is already within the normal range. Aren't you a forensic doctor? Forensic doctors should know that giants are even more smelly than this. It's pungent and smells to the sky. Feng Richuan, I'm a graduate student and have only come into contact with cadaver teachers. She wanted to say that she had never dealt with giant temple, and others should not ridicule her. Soon her attention was diverted by other things. Yang Zhao approached Su Xiaokai, breathing loudly, and said softly beside her, Don't be afraid, we will be fine. Which eye of yours saw that I was afraid? Su Xiaokai did not show a weak attitude from beginning to end. The sturdy cat squatting on her shoulder showed how brave she was. Yang Zhao pursed his lips, I was just afraid. I wanted to say something to you, sorry. What's your attitude? Brother Yang didn't offend you. He just said a few words to show his concern for you. Why is your tone so harsh? Feng Richuan was angry, and stood up for Yang Zhao. Su Xiaokai simply kept silent, her mind racing. Feng Richuan thought she was embarrassed and didn't speak, so he snorted, You don't speak after being exposed, that's all. Brother Yang, it's human nature to be afraid. I'm afraid too. You care too much. She must be pretending. Isn't she just a top student internet celebrity? The scholars who can come to Blue Star for support are also top students. Feng Richuan didn't like Su Xiaokai, thinking that she was not as pretty as himself, and didn't know how to behave. In a blink of an eye, they all smelled human scent and crawled towards them. The monsters in the front row fell down, and the ones behind stepped on their corpses and came over. Some of them ate the corpses on the spot. The gun energy was rapidly decreasing, but the monsters were getting stronger and stronger. Su Xiaokai didn't panic, looked around, turned around and jumped onto the broken petri dish used for defense. What are you doing? The female forensic doctor was startled, and her peripheral vision was focused on Su Xiaokai. She took a step forward from behind the soldier, worried that Su Xiaokai would make trouble and affect her life safety. With just one small step, she exposed herself to the monster. Before she could pay attention, the monster's arm, like an octopus tentacle, stretched out and rolled, grabbing her ankle, and an amazing suction force came from the skin contact surface. She fell down and instinctively grabbed one of the soldiers, screaming, Hurry up and save me. The soldier staggered and supported himself on the petri dish table with one hand to stabilize his body. Su Xiaokai didn't even look at her, and jumped up again calmly, brushing past the rolling tentacles. She grabbed a horizontal bar with both hands and did pull-ups with one hand. There were also monsters under her feet that kept trying to roll her away. Colonel Yuan and 2 majors below helped her clear the obstacles. Save me quickly. The soldier caught by Feng Richuan just let her grab the belt. The combat uniform was not very elastic, and she scratched her nails on the clothes and pulled them out of shape. The soldier had to hold her while continuing to output. This was not a solution. The soldier looked around and saw a handrail behind him. He shook out the rope from his backpack with difficulty, tied the rope tightly in a few seconds, and also stayed on the handrail to avoid being dragged away. Throw the rope to the female medical examiner. Don't pull me, pull the rope. I cut off your tentacles. No, if you let go I fall into their mouths. You must want to give up on me. We can't spare a second person to save you. The defense line is so tight that if more people are sent to save her, it will inevitably fall. You are discriminating. You don't care about us ordinary people. Feng Richuan couldn't tell what she was saying. She was afraid of death. She didn't want to die. During the tug, the monster's transformation into a bug man was basically completed. Its combat power increased greatly, and its brain seemed to be smarter. Several tentacles came over Feng Richuan's ankles, pushing forward in her direction. To prevent her from being injured by mistake, the soldiers didn't point their guns at this side, so she wouldn't be attacked. No. Half of her calf was swallowed by the surging flesh of the insect man. She screamed, as if she was about to suffocate. Su Xiaokai had climbed to the top, and her current position was also very dangerous. She was not within the range of the soldiers' protection. The tentacles that stretched out were all dependent on Hua. Hua fell on the petri dish like a little guardian angel, constantly tearing the tentacles with her teeth and claws, and could tear the tentacles apart with one claw, successfully protecting Su Xiaokai. The poop shoveler is too fragile, but she can make delicious food. Occasionally protecting it is what it should do as its master. The majestic warrior flower shocked many people who saw its heroic appearance. In dangerous moments, they couldn't help but think that if they could cultivate a few more flowers and use them as ground insect explorers, how much manpower and material resources could be saved. It was unpredictable. You saved me first. Feng Richuan was desperate. Why did Colonel Yuan and his men go to protect Su Xiaokai? He had advanced weapons, and could obviously spare some energy to provide more protection for her. She is the one in danger. She is the one to be protected first. Colonel Yuan admires her will to survive, but he cannot let Su Xiaokai die. They are Su Xiaocai's guards, and the priority of the mission. It is not whoever is closest to death who gets the special rights. Su Xiaokai took out the hammer from her pocket, which she just got from the toolbox, and violently smashed the instrument that shot the needle tube before. Fortunately, it was not fixed, so she pulled it off and quickly shot the injection at the monster below. As long as the injection successfully enters the flesh, the monster will soften, and the pressure on the soldiers will be reduced. Finally, someone was free to help Feng Richuan. Su Xiaocai's brilliant move helped the female forensic doctor escape. But she lost a leg, her body was sticky, and her consciousness was still clear. Maybe the insect man had the effect of paralyzing nerves. Feng Richuan didn't feel pain at this time. The pain in her heart was more painful than the broken leg. She grabbed the lifeline that the soldier had just given her and shouted wildly, as if she was fighting against the monster, but also as if she was doing it on purpose. She turned a favor against the enemy and pushed the soldier out. The monster was not dead yet, and the soldier was rolled out and fell into the monster pile. What are you doing? Su Xiaokai handed the tube that ejected the injection to others, strode over, and slapped Feng Richuan in the face. Are you crazy enough? Feng Richuan was quiet, lowered his head, his eyes were sinister, and he stared at Su Xiaokai with resentment, silent. It seemed like he had a mental problem. In the final analysis, it was all Su Xiaocai's fault. If Su Xiaokai hadn't come to the laboratory, the higher-ups wouldn't have sent her here. If it weren't for Su Xiaokai, everyone here would protect her as a weak person. Gradually, Colonel Yuan gained the upper hand. Cooperate with the people outside to wipe out all the monsters here. After the elimination, Colonel Yuan immediately asked people to wear exoskeletons and dig up the corpses on the ground. Finally, under the pile of monster corpses, a dying soldier was pulled out. He was not seriously injured, and the exoskeleton and helmet saved him. Just when he was about to be rolled into the monster's mouth, the injection shot by Su Xiaokai took effect, and in the subsequent series of shootings, he relied on the exoskeleton to resist the squeeze tenaciously. The soldier kept mumbling something, and Colonel Yuan leaned in to listen. Thank you for the blessing of God of Wealth, Su. Colonel Yuan, Does God of Wealth also have the effect of keeping safe? He glanced at Su Xiaokai, who was quite capable of saving her life. It's so scary. Major Lu drooped his shoulders. Fortunately, there was a Su Xiaokai who could think. Doctors and nurses came down quickly, and Feng-Richuan was carried to the stretcher, but he still couldn't stop hating. They didn't know what happened below, they only cared about Feng-Richuan's physical condition. Sleep first, you'll be fine when you wake up. Under the effect of anesthesia, she finally closed her eyes. Su Shakai didn't care, patted the dust off her clothes, hugged Hua, and kissed her hard. My lovely Hua. Hua stretched out her claws, refusing the kiss from the shit shovel. Holding Hua, who disliked the dirty ground, Su Shakai glanced around. It was a mess. The next step is really a big project. The monsters couldn't die anymore. After they died, the stench they emitted was not much different from the stinking ditch that had been there for thousands of years. Colonel Yuan wiped the sweat off his face. More than a big project. Most of the Min family members were imprisoned. Who else could control this place and cut off the server connection? Of course, it was the Min family's partners. The other party must be very powerful, and they could send people to mess around and play dirty tricks at this time, which was really crazy. Su Shaokai walked a few steps and found the space blocker hidden in the monster pile. There was also the corpse of the monster that was killed at the beginning. She took out the insect killer, cut open its body, and connected the nutrition device in its body to roll down. It was very similar to the device in the mother body. The one in the mother body was a high-end version, and this one was super low-end. Su Shaokai packed the things in a sealed bag, and Yang Zhao approached again. Su Shaokai was impatient, and the stranger suddenly approached and interrupted her thoughts. You'd better be in trouble. Yang Zhao said he was innocent. I don't know why you are so hostile to me. I just want to ask if there is anything I can help you with. No, thank you. Who knew you were a ghost? You do your job, my business. You don't need to interfere. Clearly rejecting, Colonel Yuan and two majors blocked Yang Zhao. Mr. Yang, please continue your work. Okay. Yang Zhao still added, I really have no ill intentions. I just want to meet Professor Su. After all, my mother is a businessman. You should be able to find out. Yang Zhao, who did not hesitate to tell the truth, thought that he would at least get a look from Su Shaokai. No, Su Shaokai continued to work at hand, concentrating on it. She was not short of money, and she had her own set of standards for cooperation. After Yang Zhao left, Colonel Yuan sent a message to other intelligence personnel in the army to check Yang Zhao. The intelligence personnel quickly gave him feedback. Yang Zhao is a celebrity on Blue Star. His mother, Yang Dingjin, is the richest person on Blue Star. She started from scratch and built her fortune from nothing in just 20 years. Ms. Yang was born in an ordinary family. She once attended a military academy and wanted to join the army as a mecha division, but was later rejected because of her weak health. Even so, she still wanted to join the army as a civilian. As for why she failed to join, the reason is very simple, caused by lack of money. During her college years, her parents died, and she had no money to continue studying, so before she joined the army, she started a small business, which was similar to the small business model of setting up a street stall. It seems to be a story of a traditional strong woman who works hard. However, the background check was found to be questionable. Given her family background, it is unlikely that the money from the street stall would have increased overnight. It was the lonely old man next door who wrote the suicide note and suddenly wanted to make a will before his death, leaving the money to her as business capital. The content of the suicide note is very old-fashioned, that is, she is a good person, and she is still enthusiastic when others ignore the old man. There is nothing wrong with the above. She is kind and has good qualities. The problem lies in the money left by the old man. The money was cash and jewelry stored in a safe in a bank, and its origin was unknown. But the old man died, and there was no evidence. Too many coincidences added together, and the background check was deemed unqualified, and she could only continue to be a businessman. Ms. Yang failed to join the army and wanted to enter politics, but she was already a businessman, and a successful businessman, so it was difficult for her to squeeze into politics again. The political system of the 10-Star Republic is very special, and it does not allow her to climb high. Unless her descendants want to join, Yang Zhao is her only son, and his father is unknown. He chose the forensic industry because it was not a complicated background check and not dangerous. Due to his excellent performance, the military invited him to join the military to assist in the research of insect people. Before he could agree, Blue Star fell into crisis. It's really complicated. Su Shaokai was talking about this person's life experience. His mother's first pot of gold was in doubt, and his father was unknown. Can such a person also work in the system? The unknown father was enough to arouse suspicion. It doesn't matter. Before he entered the system, his genes must have been checked. Only those whose father's genes are in the gene bank of good market can be employed. After saying this, Su Xiaokai probably understood. As long as the gene bank appearance is at the level of good citizens, those who work in the system will not be rejected. And the gene bank is only semi-open, and the information about Yang Zhao's father will still not be known to others. Unless Yang Zhao himself wants to know and instructs the law enforcement department to find out, otherwise this father will always be unknown. Yang Zhao has been well educated since childhood, has a good reputation, and has first-class learning ability. We welcome such people to join the system. Having doubts is not illegal. It just so happens that his identity has loopholes, which makes him more real than a perfect one. After understanding, Su Xiaokai did not react. She did not intend to deal with Yang Zhao. The first time Yang Zhao approached, he pretended to make her feel resistant. If the sixth sense does not like it, then keep it. Empirical theory tells her that this person is not sincere and does not suit her taste in making friends. She would rather brag to those weird and stupid ants at the village head of Su's planet. Su Xiaocai's rejection made Yang Zhao have nowhere to start. After returning home, he used the communicator to explain this to Yang Tingjun. I'm not her type, Mom. You can send someone else. And she looks too young. I seem to know this. Don't believe me. I just want to get to know her temporarily and discuss cooperation. Yang Tingjun's voice was very light, like a gentle spring breeze, but her words were very domineering. You are the only one in the family who is my biological child. Other girls are not suitable for you. Only she is your best choice. I wanted to introduce Bai Ling or Xue Hui to you, but they are no different from idiots compared to Su Xiaokai. You can't get her love, but at least you have to get her friendship. Companionship is the longest. Be patient, you are excellent. She will find your goodness. Remember your identity. If you want to increase your chips, she is the best choice. After the communicator hung up, Yang Zhao's eyes became dark, and he held the cup tightly and threw it to the corner. The cup shattered. Chips, chips, he was of noble status. Why did he need chips? He was outstanding, so he could only live in peace with Yang Dingjun. His biggest shortcoming is that he has no capital. His mother is so arrogant. She is just the richest person in Blue Star. Any girl from Capital Star is richer than her. How did she introduce those two people to him? No, he doesn't think those two people are pretty at all. They are not as good-looking as Su Xiaokai. Xue Hui is in prison. Bai Ling has completely lost his backing. He should be glad that he doesn't have to get close to the two young ladies. Yang Zhao calmed down again, put on his work clothes, and went to work. He is a volunteer now, and can't act on impulse. God knows, he doesn't want to touch the dead, and he doesn't like to dissect insects. In order to get close to Su Xiaokai, he was forced to imitate Ji Li, and switch from biology to forensic medicine. In the past few months, he almost failed in his studies, and he still had a lot of excuses to transfer to the forensic department. After hanging up the call, Yang Tingjun walked with long legs, and the hem of her skirt revealed her smooth and delicate skin. Her long chestnut hair was scattered behind her, and her facial features were deep and delicate. She was so beautiful that she didn't look like a mother with a child. She left Blue Star, and stationed in a safe place. She was very dissatisfied with Yang Zhao's negative attitude. Chapter 170. Yang Tingjun lit a lighter. Smoke rose from her mouth, and her fingertips touched the cigarette ashes. She touched the edge of the ashtray, and drank a tube of high-grade nutrient. After a while, blood flowed from the corners of her mouth, and her nose was bleeding. No, it still doesn't work. Yang Tingjun murmured. She knew that there was something wrong with her genes, but why couldn't she do it at this time? She was getting older, and her genes should be stable. She drank a tube of medicine bought from the Non-Human Research Institute, and then the bleeding stopped. She wiped off the blood, her eyes revealing ambition. After so many years, she endured humiliation and climbed so high, she couldn't fail. Yang Zhao had practiced for several years, but his chi sense was only level 1. The road to becoming a mecha master was blocked, and it was difficult to study law enforcement. Yang Dingjun thought about Yang Zhao doing something related to mechanical engineering or mecha maintenance. His IQ was okay, but just okay, not outstanding, and he couldn't make brilliant achievements. If he took the civil service exam purely in the political path, with her help, it would be easy for him to make political achievements on Blue Star. But this kind of assistance will only make people feel incompetent. Even if you do good things sincerely, you will be a waste to the superiors, so Yang Zhao must have a public service job that can show his ability. He must also marry a girl who can help Yang Zhao. Before, Xue Hui did not break off the engagement. She thought Bai Ling was good. Although she was only a cousin of General Bai, she was close to Bai Fu. Later, Bai Fu cheered up for some reason and became the factory director. Without support, Bai Ling was like mud and could not be helped. Compared to Su Shaokai, Yang Tingzhen prefers Xue Hui, who is easy to control, vain, and talented. But she is courting death, and has not learned well since childhood. Yang Tingzhen pointed again, and the computer document collected many candidates for daughter-in-law. But Su Shaokai can go to Blue Star with Bai Shan in the future, which is enough to prove her weight in the army. Yang Tingzhen took the risk to try Yang Zhao. Su Shaokai is too difficult to deal with. If she is not the best choice, Yang Tingzhen does not want to find such a daughter-in-law. Let's see, if Yang Zhao really can't get it, bring it back. Safety is the first priority. In a simulated meeting room of an online game, the three leaders of the all-knowing church, that is, the bishops, were suddenly called online. They all covered their faces and looked at the leader at the top. The leader looked young, and it seemed that he had opened a new account on purpose, with cold eyes. The meeting could not be held in the New World, of course. Everyone knew that Su Shaokai was evil. If she wanted to check the New World on a whim, they would be exposed. Master, I have cancelled my recent operation because the law enforcement department is chasing us too closely. You said to stop, so we stop. If we don't supply blood to those vampires for a week, they will turn the tables. The vampires they are talking about are the believers. Ordinary believers are fine. They can get spiritual comfort just by praying. The core believers are doing private work that cannot be seen by others. If we stop, they will be dissatisfied, and it will be easy for the news to leak out. What else can we do? If something happens to the Min family, we may be the next one. Leader, what do you think? Let's hide for a while. The political system of the country is getting worse and worse. Under the banner of serving the people, it oppresses people like us. Haha, you want to whitewash yourself after being a bad guy. I am more self-aware. I just want to make money, and I am not afraid of being a bad guy. Whoever is willing to think of himself as a bad guy and does bad things will also use another angle to forcefully interpret his behavior as reasonable and forced by society. Human nature is like this, isn't it? The leader has been silent all the time, and slowly spoke. Just now another plan of ours failed, the plan to kill the surname Su. Why? Another bishop who had been silent said, that vegetable is poisonous and cannot be killed. I found out her secret on Huangyang Star. A miner who fought against the insect mother and insect warriors alone. Do you think such a person can be easily killed? Then kill the people she cares about, and make her furious and out of control. The Min family also wanted to catch her cat, but what happened? The whole thing was eradicated. Su Shaokai likes to make money, but she doesn't care about money. She is alone, and Su Laudi is just her adoptive father. He is the planet master, and a retired soldier. Can he enter the Su planet? Having kidnapped him, have you ever thought about the consequences? Not only Su Shaokai will deal with us, but the entire 10 stars will be our enemies. We are not spies. Spies simply want to break up the country. The all-knowing church wants to control life, be the one in power, and let other humans be exploited and squeezed obediently, be high above, and make more money. There is a little difference in essence. What about the vegetable farmers? He followed them. He must care about his disciples very much. Care? What you don't know is that she was watching several disciples being beaten by the mother body, and they were just a little bit away from death. But she saved them in the end. Fuck you, that's the mother body, not the greedy one. If you relax a little, people will die. She was watching. Can a normal person leave the people they care about to do such exercise? Su Shaokai was clear-headed and rational to the point of being indifferent. They kept arguing, but no solution could be found. At this time, the leader was tired of listening and said, I have other plans for Su Shaokai. You should shrink your sphere of influence first, and I will clear the obstacles for you. Omniscience lasts forever. Wait for the coming of heaven, and we will live under his glory. The three bishops stopped arguing, smiling. They were willing to help the Omniscience Church, because the leader allowed them to be the overlords in the future. They said in unison, Omniscience lasts forever. Su Shaokai stepped over the monster, collected several samples from various places, packed up and left, sorted all the things, and put them into the space button. Colonel Yuan, Professor Su, I think you may need an assistant. There are too many things, and they are too complicated. Su Shaokai didn't think it was tedious, but it was a waste of time. What kind of person is suitable to be my assistant? You should bring it up, and I might try to find one for you. Colonel Yuan said. First, regardless of gender, they must be pleasing to the eye. Second, they must be able to keep up with my thinking and have the same living habits. In other words, they must be willing to stay up late. Third, it must be free. Yang Zhao turned his head and stammered, and heard Colonel Yuan say, in fact, you can just say the last sentence directly. No one is willing to do free work. Free is the most expensive. You should know that. Yang Zhao heard it, but still lowered his head to do his own thing. Yes, I don't have this idea for the time being. After returning to the residence, Su Shaokai immediately wiped Huahua's paws clean. She saw the leopard cat lying on Xia Wanzi's head at the door, and Xia Wanzi's electronic eyes looked pitiful. Xia Wanzi definitely disliked the leopard cat for being dirty and ruining her skin. Her furry skin was not suitable for a dirty cat to be a cushion. Su Shaokai walked lightly to the cat's plate. The food was all eaten up. It seemed that she was also a little foodie. After the fields were exposed to the sun for a few days, the robots began to work in the fields and planted the crops designated by Su Shaokai. The planet owned by Su Shaokai was also being developed and handed over to Su Laudi for planning. Because Su Laudi raised her as a precious daughter, his leisure life always added a lot of things to toss around. After Su Shaokai spent 2 days of leisure, the vegetable farmers finally completed their training and came back. As soon as they came back, they stayed with Su Shaokai and were unwilling to leave. Looking back on the process of killing insects, they almost went crazy. The mechanical planets were occupied by insects. In order to clear the insects on the periphery, the players continued to fight for more than 20 hours. They came here to complain and relieve stress. Today, Su Shaokai wants to plant some chives in pots. Ji Li bought the chive roots and sent them through the military. Su Xiaocai's death hand only dares to touch the blue gold healing mushrooms, and the rest are left to the robots. They just need to relieve stress, so let them plant chives. They are very happy to do this kind of small physical work. While planting leek roots, Wu Qingqing told Su Shaokai about what they encountered on the mechanical planet. Of course, they asked their superiors if they could tell Su Shaokai about this. If they asked, they could tell her. There was nothing to hide in this training. On the first day of going to the mechanical planet, they did not kill the insects immediately, but retrieved the bodies. The mechanical planet lost its gravity system, and the dead bodies were scattered around. Some of them floated far away, and the insects did not eat them, so they needed to retrieve them. Every time they retrieved a body of their own kind, they felt very uncomfortable. Many of them are still very young. The broken combat uniforms are directly frozen into popsicles. You have to be extra careful when you fish them out, otherwise they will become crumbs. Lele cried many times. Lu Sun complained, accusing Lele of crying and making people upset. No one else could respond to this. The depressing atmosphere completely changed, and Lele retorted, I can't help myself. I am a good insect killer. That's not as many as me. I killed 300. The superiors all praise me for being good. I killed 500 insects when I saw them. Hu Ping stuffed a handful of leek roots into the soil, compacted the soil with a small shovel, and then stuffed another handful of leek roots. After finishing one pot, he made another plate. It was so cool. Hu Ping felt so happy. After the strong pressure, he planted vegetables and released the suppressed emotions in his heart. Xiao Su Su, did you keep it for us to play with? Su Shaokai put her feet on the wooden railing, sitting in an unguarded posture. Huahua sat on her belly, sweeping her tail back and forth, seducing the leopard cat squatting not far away. But she didn't lack food anymore, so she didn't crave Huahua so much, and the two cats were not very enthusiastic. Su Shaokai wanted the leopard cat to adapt to her, and not let them give birth too quickly. If the leopard cat got pregnant, it would probably leave and hide the baby. The old mother had a strong control desire, and couldn't let the kitten escape. Huh? Suddenly mentioning her name, Su Shaokai was confused. What are you talking about? I'm thinking. Alas. Hu Ping knew that Su Shaokai didn't have a warm personality, so he lowered his head and leaned aside casually. I thought too much. In the end, he leaned on Wu Feiyong, who pushed him away with disgust. Get out, you dead fox, I'm a straight man. Hu Ping glared and said something shocking. You pervert. I don't care if you were flirted with by Yunji, that dead she-male. Huh? Su Shaokai was refreshed. Her eyes were bright. She was focused on the melon. Tell me more. Wu Feiyong quickly covered Hu Ping's mouth. You're dead if you dare to say it. Hu Ping put down the shovel and ran while shouting. Wu Feiyong was taking off his clothes in the locker room and almost fell down. He was accidentally touched on the chest muscle by Yunji's pink she-male. He wanted to beat her up, but she dodged. Powerless to resist, they still complain to us. It's so funny. The people from Yunji didn't mean it. Wu Feiyong jumped up and down. Stop talking, or I kill you. Ha ha ha. The farmers laughed loudly. Su Shaokai watched with great interest, and the farmers seemed to be alive now. Just now they were lifeless, like old men. It didn't take long for them to feel happy, and an unpleasant person appeared. At this time, Yang Xiao came over with a wheelchair. He came to deliver the report, and Su Shaokai needed the information from the identification department, so the identification department sent it over. Originally, it was sent by the soldiers, but Yang Zhao volunteered. Feng Richuan was discharged from the hospital, and she said she would come to Su Shaokai to thank her. Yang Zhao wanted to refuse, but thought that women might have more topics to talk about, and it might indirectly shorten the distance. Seeing Su Shaokai, Feng Richuan lowered her head and looked at her feet, with her hair hanging on her shoulders, revealing a sense of resentment. "Miss, brother, who are you looking for?" Hu Ping ran back, and Wu Feiyong patted the dirt on his body. He was defeated and not shameless enough, so he was covered in dirt. "I'm here to find your coach Su." Yang Zhao smiled gently. Majors Chen and Lu, who were protecting Su Shaokai, came out from the corner, and other intelligence officers hid in the dark, staring at Yang Zhao and Feng Richuan. Xing Miao straightened up, took a step, and stood in front of Su Shaokai. "What do you want to see Kai about?" Yang Zhao's eyes showed surprise, but he quickly restrained himself. "I'm here to deliver the report. As for this Miss Feng, she may be here to thank you." "I'm not here to thank you. I'm here to claim compensation." Yang Zhao was surprised. Claim compensation? Did he hear it right? Su Shaokai said lazily, "Tell me, what excuse do you want to use to blackmail me?" "I want compensation." Feng Richuan just finished a sentence and sobbed. "Don't you feel ashamed? You made me like this. I've become like this. Why are you still talking and laughing here?" The vegetable farmer believed in Su Shaokai. "Hu Ping, what are you talking about? What does your foot have to do with our vegetables? Are you hiding behind these people and dare not speak? You are partly responsible for my foot being like this. If you didn't need help to go underground, we wouldn't have gone there. If you didn't crack the system, we wouldn't have triggered other people's traps. Everything is caused by you." Feng Richuan said this as if the responsibility really lay with Su Shaokai. If someone listened carefully, they would stand on her side, because they felt sorry for Feng Richuan. Anyone with a soft heart would blame themselves for getting others into trouble. Yang Zhao realized that it was a wrong decision to bring her here, and quickly made up for it. "Miss Feng, I was there too. You can't blame Miss Su for your misfortune just because you got into trouble. I've become like this. Why do you still help the Su family? Yang Zhao, I'm your senior sister. I'm lame. What should I do for the rest of my life? My feet, no matter how much you touch them, they are empty, and don't exist anymore." Feng Richuan burst into tears. She didn't know where to vent. She could only blame Su Shaokai for all her dissatisfaction to relieve the burden in her heart. If she didn't throw these negative energies to others, she didn't know how to resolve the accumulated complaints. Yang Zhao glanced at her feet. She wanted to have a guaranteed future life, so it was not entirely her fault. "I can pay for you to install a prosthetic limb, Miss Feng. The military has now released a very advanced mechanical limb that is no different from a normal leg. It will be available soon. I want my feet. If you can't do it, don't make promises easily." Feng Richuan liked Yang Zhao. Yang Zhao had a good family background, a gentle personality, and a handsome appearance. It was very comfortable to get along with him. But after she lost a leg, she saw through Yang Zhao. He didn't like her. If a man doesn't like you, it means he won't be willing to do anything for you. Even kindness seems so stiff. Yang Zhao looked at Su Shaokai. "Miss Su, it seems that we can't stay for long. She is not in a good mental state. I will give you the report and take her back first." Su Shaokai shrugged. She didn't plan to keep him. Others may feel guilty and take part of the blame on themselves, but Su Shaokai won't. "I don't understand. It's not me who did the bad thing. You can't find someone to blame for the bad thing, so you find me, the one who saved you, to blame. You are bullying the weak and afraid of the strong. It's very double standard." Su Shaokai added, "Also, no matter who discovered the underground laboratory, you will be dispatched there. If you want to blame the people who did bad things, the source is all because of me. Should I blame myself for being too powerful and causing them to be afraid? It's unreasonable. What era is it, and you still tell me that the victim is guilty?" Su Shaokai held his chin up. "You must ask me for compensation. Do you want me to sue you for extortion?" Feng Richuan pulled down the corner of his mouth and said seriously, "I understand what you mean. If you don't compensate, I can't do anything to you, but more than 10 colleagues in the identification department will never come to assist you in anything in the future. You are a plague god, and there are casualties wherever you go." Su Shaokai thought her last name Feng was funny, but she held back and didn't laugh, lest she ask for compensation for damaging her reputation later. "I want to go to the basement again to see if there is any information left. Can you arrange someone to help me?" Su Shaokai pretended to need help, and sent a message to Colonel Yuan. Colonel Yuan, okay, we will arrange it. But Miss Feng Richuan said that she is representing colleagues in the identification department and can no longer assist me. Is that true? The voice was turned on, and Colonel Yuan could catch the subtle noise. He immediately guessed Su Xiaocai's intention. The identification department personnel coming to Blue Star are not only volunteers of this profession, but also people from the formal system. How many do you want? We can pick a few to the scene when you need them. Su Xiaocai raised an eyebrow. No hurry, ask first. After that, Su Xiaocai hung up the phone. It was obvious that there were more people in the identification department than those in Blue Star. The people in the system were more professional than Feng Richuan. At least, they had received escape training, and would not hold back the soldiers in times of danger. In the trap in the basement, one of her Blue Star colleagues also died, without even a bone left. Should Feng Richuan blame herself for not helping her Blue Star colleague, which led to his death? Feng Richuan was like a mental patient who was whining without illness. I could understand her sadness about the amputation. But taking out her anger on others, and wanting to divert the hatred and accusing others of being the source of the chaos, was a problem of her thinking.